Volume 6, Chapter 229, City of Outlaws Part 1. Although the long winter was coming to an end, a cold atmosphere still lingered in Sturma. While this could be explained by the northern characteristic of resisting winter's retreat, it wasn't enough to justify the melancholy that permeated the mansion. There are so many documents. It was daytime, but the office was dark and there wasn't enough sunlight. Rudiger, who was holding a pen there, looked again at the piles of documents stacked on both sides of him, and his face hardened once more. It's endless, endless. Even though he had spent the night resolving matters, more tasks had already accumulated for the day. Looking at the documents waiting for him, Rudiger rubbed his face with both hands, exasperated. Knock, 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 come in. The sound of knocking on the door was small but lively. Rudiger, who had already figured out who was visiting by the sound of the steps, spoke without even raising his head. Lord Rudiger, here it is. Lately, I'm always here. It seems you've lost interest in me, Dorothea. He said it jokingly, but the corners of his smiling lips actually seemed bitter. The tasks increased as the situation changed rapidly. Dorothea, standing in front of Rudiger, pursed her lips for a moment at his seemingly depressed attitude. I have a telegram for you. From whom? It's a telegram from Lord Vlad. That's why she hurriedly mentioned Vlad's name. Though it felt strange to add the title Lord to a young man who barely knew how to ride a horse, Rudiger's surprised expression made her feel the effort was worth it. What's happening? Did he ever contact me separately? To Rudiger, the name Vlad was certainly welcome, but it was also a name that worried him. Because he knew very well that the depression currently hovering around the mansion started right next to Vlad. Is it about Joseph? No, it's not that. Dorothea carefully placed the note she brought and spoke. I don't know why, but he asked about the tribe I was born in. Your tribe? Rudiger's eyes narrowed at the completely unexpected response. It wasn't a matter related to Joseph, nor to Radu and Pedro, but something about Dorothea which was surprising. Did you answer him? There was no reason not to. Unlike other races living in a fixed place, the beastmen, who had lost their homeland, wandered from city to city. To find the whereabouts of such beastmen, they inevitably needed the help of tribe members. This year they are in the city of Namurka. The finger pointing at the map spread out on the desk stopped at a place, the city of Namurka. A city located near the south of the central region. However, Rudiger's gaze did not focus on Dorothea's finger but on Vlad's telegram that she had left. I don't know what he plans, but I'm sure he'll handle it well. As only short text messages could be exchanged, it was a magical telegram that could only write a few words. Therefore, it was a telegram that had no choice but to be written in detail, but at the end of Vlad's words there was clearly a greeting to someone. It was just a few words of greeting, but no greeting could be as comforting as this for Oksana, who had now lost her strength. Why is it in such a remote place, Namurka or Nimurka? The road was filled with mud as the frozen ground began to thaw. Even though he was on horseback, Radu frowned and grumbled as the mud reached his thighs. If you keep complaining, go back north. However, Radu had no choice but to quickly shut his mouth at the chilling voice that came from beside him. Although he disliked the destination, he preferred it to heading north. I was just saying, are all northerners this extreme? Yes, we are all extreme, so please shut up. Not only extreme but also very difficult. However, Vlad was the one holding his life in his hands, so Radu had no choice but to stay quiet. I told you to go back north. Why do you insist on walking into the dragon's mouth? It's too late. We can't go now, so what are we going to do? The group that left Arnstein's territory was now heading to a southern city, not north. Pedro, who disliked the direction, also started murmuring, but Vlad clearly had a good reason to come here. Marcus told me the road north is already covered by the Duke's men. Will we be able to overcome all that with just us? Damn it, I don't like any of those damn dragons. You're not talking about me, are you? The county of Arnstein was located near the center of the central region. What this meant was that for Vlad to head safely north, he would have to pass through quite a few central territories. And it also meant that it would ultimately be difficult to break through the siege of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Of course, Vlad had no intention of heading north from the beginning. There are properties written by Count Arnstein himself. From now on, we will follow the territories where the court duke's faction is located and head north as he told us. When Vlad said he would follow the most reliable route and only choose safe places, even Pedro had no choice but to nod as if he had no other option. There it is, that's Namurka. Ah, today we can sleep at an inn. With a sigh of relief from Radu, the sprawling city was seen through the fingertips of Niblun, who took the lead. The city, surrounded by flimsy fences, seemed dangerous, but it was actually a bustling place with lively people inside. Namurka. Vlad, contemplating the view of Namurka from the hill with Noir, began to laugh wildly at the vaguely strong smell of his hometown. Looking over there makes me feel at peace for the first time in a long while. City of Namurka, disputed by 3 lords who claimed it as their own. For this reason, no one truly dominated it, and the locals called it the City of Outlaws. Where are you going? Why do you care? I'm a guard. Really? Vlad, who was passing through a wooden fence that didn't look like a castle gate, looked at the man who grabbed him. The guard with several missing teeth seemed accustomed to Vlad's indifferent attitude. Then you should have said so earlier. I couldn't distinguish you from the others. No matter how crazy a lord was, he would at least equip his guards who watched the castle gates with proper gear. However, the city of Namarka was filled more with criminal organizations than lords, so the guards' outfits were no different from those of thugs. Identification: I don't have any. Although Vlad spoke with such confidence, the guard naturally extended his palm as if knowing he would. The appearance of the group, vividly recreated by an old veteran from the alley, didn't seem out of place at all compared to the people currently lined up in front of the castle gate. So the guards had no reason to be particularly cautious. What are the tolls these days? Pay up front. Oh, you really shouldn't be doing this. Truly a city of scoundrels. Vlad scratched his forehead as he combed his tangled hair, seeing them shout to make the first move, which is almost like an unwritten law in the north. The tall face visible thanks to his raised head was impressive, but the smile with many dark spots seemed so raw that there was no need to ask where he was from. Two old men, a cat, and a child. The guard, who had let his guard down at Vlad's open attitude, looked at the group lined up behind him. Looking at the old man coughing loudly and the beastman with cross-eyed pupils, they were a pathetic group of people who seemed to have nothing to eat. 3 silver coins, the elders simply treated as such. You're doing a good job. Take it. Vlad, who deftly slipped the silver coin into the guard's arms, quickly let the group in through the gate. Pedro, trembling with anger, lay down for a moment, but in the guard's eyes he was nothing more than a tall, thin old man. What a disgrace, you have to endure it. This is the way to the next territory. The scene in Namarka where Pedro was dragged with much effort was as chaotic as expected. It's a completely corrupt city. God test me again today. Beggars lunging at the slightest distraction, half-naked prostitutes in the alleys. Moreover, the sight of drunken people lying here and there was so bad that it was hard to tell if they were corpses or not. Radu, come here. You call me brother, right? Vlad called his blood brother as if he were a dog, but Radu couldn't express any discontent. If he followed Mercia, he would die, and if he went north, he might be trapped forever, so only Vlad was his option. Take this and stand in the street for a while. Vlad, who didn't know the city's geography well but had found his own way through his experience in the back alleys, was now standing in front of the main street where there seemed to be more beastmen than humans. The subtly different atmosphere along the way clearly indicated that this was the territory of the beastmen. What's this for? Maybe you don't know yet, but northerners have an impatient personality. Yes, go quickly. Radu, who grabbed the jingling money bag, stood in the middle of the street without understanding anything. The sight of Radu standing by the road as if everything was awkward was the very image of an old man who had gotten lost. It seems it's not just the body that's aged. Vlad, who was observing Radu while standing in an invisible corner, clicked his tongue. Although he was someone who led the Dragon Slayer Knights, the current Radu didn't even notice the pickpocket who had just passed by him. Let's see where he goes. Even though he was walking among the crowd, he could clearly see Vlad's blue eyes. The tail of the young beastman was moving a lot, with ears perked up as if he was nervous. The young pickpocket, who looked around to see if anyone was following, checked the bag he had just stolen from Radu and hid in a dark alley. A pitch-black cat darted out of a dizzying alley. Although it was breathless, showing how much it had run, the young cat's speed did not decrease at all. Damn it! It was a young pickpocket who jumped over a wall and hid in a familiar alley, but he soon started at a sound he heard. Are you here? Blonde hair and blue eyes that were clearly visible even in a dark alley. Vlad's eyes, looking at the pickpocket as if all his running had been in vain, even had a hint of mischief in them. Idiot, you followed me all the way here. Seeing Vlad like that, the young pickpocket laughed. The surprised expression he had shown before disappeared, and other young beastmen who had been waiting behind the boy with a deep smile began to come out. These guys don't know what's coming, they just follow the money without valuing their lives. Yes, I know, I did it on purpose. However, Vlad simply nodded despite the boy's ridicule. Aren't there more beastmen to call? If possible, I'd like them to be high-ranking people, Jorge had said. The best bait was the one that didn't know it was bait. Vlad simply smiled at the young pickpocket who led him to the alley where the Liu family was staying. This alley where Vlad smiled was the territory of the beastmen, specifically the Ruga tribe to which Dorothea belonged. Chapter 230, City of Outlaws Part 2, Namarka City. A place where there is no rightful or legitimate owner, and only anarchy prevails. However, the order and the chaos that was spontaneously created despite no one being in control felt distinctly familiar to Vlad. You have many siblings, don't you? Perhaps because of this, Vlad had let his guard down for a moment. He had assumed that the alleys of Namarka would function the same way as those in which he was born. But although something might seem similar on the surface, in reality, there were no two things in the world that were identical. Most beastmen form matriarchal societies. So the tribe's children are, in a sense, everyone's children. He felt he would have known this even without Nibelung's explanation behind him. Before he realized it, countless beastmen had lined up behind the young pickpocket. The current situation, where nearly 100 people had come out for the sake of a single young pickpocket, was a spectacle that could never have been imagined in the alleys of Sora. The expression "everyone's child" sounds nice, but it would have been better if he had known beforehand. Feeling the atmosphere growing increasingly fierce, Vlad raised his hands and smiled awkwardly. It wasn't my intention to scare the child. In fact, I came here recommended by Dorothea. You should never surprise these people. With that mindset, Vlad even mentioned Dorothea's name, but the only response was the increasingly sharp eyes of the Ruga men. It seems Dorothea made some kind of mistake, right? A child of the tribe is everyone's child. But Vlad had not imagined that if there was a child alone outside, there was probably a reason behind it. The sword was not taken away, but that didn't mean he was separated from his companions, yet being locked up behind bars was still unpleasant. From the beginning, you never intended to go north, did you? Crafty bastard. You planned to do it all on your own from the start. Pedro, who had been imprisoned in the Ruga family's jail thanks to Vlad's unexpected actions, spat dryly as if he finally understood the situation. Damned brat. Things that go against the norm inevitably end badly somewhere. Pedro's anger at being deceived by Vlad and unable to head to his intended destination was justified. However, the reason he couldn't be more insensitive was that he somewhat sympathized with Vlad's motive for making this decision. I had no other choice. I needed Radu. Vlad spoke while looking at Radu squatting right in front of him. Radu must have lost his strength and fell asleep even while being locked up. As a member of Dragulia and a confidant of the Dragon Blood Duke, he was clearly an important witness and informant, but honestly it was doubtful that the Northern Alliance would really use him as a clue to catch the evil beings. They would most likely use him as a tool against the Dragon Duke rather than seeking the black-clad woman. Now that war is looming, to gain profit instead of a greater good. The nobles, with their cold blue blood, always prioritized interests over principles. To them, the hordes of corrupt beings, like a natural disaster, were a secondary concern compared to the imminent threat of the Dragon Duke. If we send Radu to the Northern Alliance now, the investigation into Ramashtu won't begin until after the war. Even Count Arnstein, who had been directly attacked, was anxious about the movements of the lords beside him rather than pursuing Ramashtu's group. The Count, who was the leader of the court faction, was completely focused on the impending war, making it predictable that the Iron Duke, who was willing to confront the central forces, would prioritize the same. Vlad Oreo, clang. Suddenly, a loud sound resonated, striking the rusty cell bars. Vlad turned his head to see a Ruga tribesman watching him from outside. Get up, the Great Mother wants to see you. His manner was rude and his tone curt, but Vlad paid no attention to such insignificant details. The only thing that mattered was the mention of the Great Mother. Although his path had taken a great detour, the meeting he had sought would finally take place. And you too, me. But the Ruga tribesman didn't just call Vlad. Nibelung, who had been sitting quietly beside him, was also summoned. Why me? If they tell you to come out, don't talk so much. I was just asking why. Vlad and Nibelung, pushed to leave the prison, were escorted through the bustling alleys to a place where the Great Mother awaited them. It seemed the place where they were held was far from the Great Mother's home. Its seams were farther south than before. Vlad lifted his head and saw the fragmented sky above the densely packed buildings. After checking the sun's position he glimpsed, Vlad followed his old habit and figured out the distance from where he originally was. Enter. When they arrived, they found a house built in a style Vlad had never seen before. Like the surrounding buildings, it had nothing special, but it was raised above the ground, a construction not seen in the north. It's built like this to avoid insects or snakes. Insects. In the southern jungles, there are many poisonous insects. Although they were no longer in their place of origin, the influence of their roots was hard to erase. Vlad wasn't familiar with the customs of the beastmen, which seemed more unfamiliar the more he listened to the explanation. But that was only possible when there was no spear tip poking into his back. What a welcome! This doesn't seem like a welcome but more like a kidnapping. Forced to enter, Vlad climbed the rustic stairs and lifted the wide leaf that served as a door, finding inside an air thick with smoke. Come in quickly. Don't let the smoke I worked so hard to create escape. The smoke was so dense it was impossible to see directly ahead. There was a faint smell of cigarettes mixed with the lingering odor at the tip of his nose, but cigarette smoke alone couldn't have reached this far. You say you came recommended by Dorothea. In the midst of the smoke sat an old woman. Wearing a large bird feather in the center of her head, she forcefully lifted her eyelids, which had sunk with time, and looked at the unknown guest from the north. It wasn't exactly a recommendation. That damned girl, she left making noise and now sends an even more ominous visitor. We didn't know each other that well. Although her voice was hoarse, like that of any old woman, the echo in her words didn't go unnoticed. Vlad, who relied on his own world, might not have known, but Nibelun, who shared the same mystery, could sense how great the mystery of the old woman before him was. In fact, I've come to ask for something, don't speak. Vlad was about to explain the purpose of his visit here, but swallowed his words when he saw the old woman's pipe reach her lips. Although he didn't open his mouth, the old woman's wrinkled face was already distorted, showing a clear expression of discomfort. Since you came following the flow of fate, I won't throw you out, but every breath you exhale is filled with poison. After forcing Vlad to be silent, the old woman lowered her head and looked at Nibelun, sitting beside him. You speak me? Yes, you speak. The old woman took up her pipe again and after filling the bowl with tobacco lit it. If the dragon speaks, the dragon listens. So you speak in his place. She blew before that dragon from a distance knows where you are going. A large cloud of smoke rose thin but dense from the old woman's pipe. It was just an exhalation, but before he knew it, a large puff of cigarette smoke began to linger beside Vlad and envelop him tightly, like a thick, impenetrable fog. In the dense and silent mist that no one could notice, Vlad only then could sense the faint gaze that followed him. Even now, the gaze the old woman feared didn't come from Vlad's eyes, but from the dragon's world he carried within him. It's a mystery, the Dragulia mansion in the capital Brigantes. The dragon Duke Sarnus smiled nostalgically as he put down the goblet he was holding. Those damn cats. I should have burned them all back then. Sarnus, recalling the distant past, hundreds of years later, clicked his tongue at the mystery that had blocked him once again, just as before. As expected, instead of simply sinking them, he should have pulled them out one by one and cut off their heads. Is anyone there? Yes, Duke. Go and fetch the mage. I need to contact Mercia. Mercia, who had been sent to catch the fugitive Radu, had said he was now heading north. However, those he sought had infiltrated right at his doorstep, which made Sarnus laugh at the audacity of the situation. At last I see you, my son. Unlike other worlds, the original world of dragons is connected as one. Because all beings born as dragons ultimately direct their gaze toward the place where perfection resides. And Sarnus, the oldest dragon, was also the only dragon who knew how to utilize those gazes. And you too, Sarnus, waving his hands as if he were drunk, approached the window holding the wine goblet he had put down. The darkness of the capital began to fade as the sun set in the distance. Sarnus, looking at the approaching darkness with one hand behind his back, spoke to someone who wandered both in the darkness and in the landscape he was viewing at that moment. No matter how much you try, it will be useless. Because you are no longer a glorious master of the sword. Through the world of dragons, Sarnus had identified 5 fragments. Among them, there was one piece that was losing its luster especially. It was a piece held by a person who had returned from the dead, and it was also a piece held by an unworthy person who could never again impose a prohibition. This wine tastes good. Now there is no one who can stop me or impose anything on me. Confident in his victory thanks to the dragon fragments, Sarnus smiled with satisfaction as he raised his goblet. Although he no longer needed the wine, the taste of the freshly opened barrel was an irresistible temptation. Chapter 231 City of Outlaws Part 3. The man who arrived riding on a black lightning, he felt the wind brushing through his hair. Even sitting on the ground, he seemed to perceive the scent of fresh grass. Although it was difficult to see even an inch ahead in the room due to the thick smoke, Vlad somehow felt as if he were sitting in the middle of a forest. Speak, child of the Burgun tribe. Why has that dragon come to seek me? The old woman had covered the surroundings with magical smoke to block Sarnus's vision, but even so she did not seem calm, limiting Vlad's words. Because she had lived long enough to have experienced many things and knew well the dragon's obsession with perfection. So, the reason Lord Vlad has come here is… Vlad nodded silently while looking at Nibelun, who turned towards him as if asking for permission to speak. Although he hadn't shared it with Radu and Pedro, Nibelun had already heard about Vlad's general objective. He has come seeking an ancient mystery, a mystery that the Ruga tribe has guarded for a long time. What mystery? Though it was Vlad's situation, it was also Nibelun's purpose. The mage, who had been wandering in search of forgotten mysteries, looked at the old woman with bright eyes. A mystery so powerful that even the most perfect creature was defeated by it. There was a story that had been told so long ago that it could now be considered a legend. Some would have dismissed it as a story only children would listen to, but now Nibelun could see that the story wasn't simply nonsense. The mystery that killed the most perfect dragon of all. The mystery that killed the most perfect dragon. The beastman's magic spread like poison and pierced the sword of the master swordsman, stopping the heart of the most perfect dragon. Hearing the visitors ask about this ancient mystery, the old woman of the Ruga tribe opened her eyes in astonishment. So after all, you're just children chasing a ridiculous tale, the oldest dragon, they say. Was it because the response was completely unexpected? Nibelun's eyes shone seriously, but the old woman facing those eyes only laughed as if in disbelief. The smile that seemed benevolent was so natural that even Nibelun, who spoke on his behalf, felt uncomfortable with her actions. A mystery that killed the most perfect dragon, that doesn't exist. It's just a fairy tale for children. However, Nibelun didn't realize. The sound of the old woman's breath exhaling the cigarette smoke had become faster. Vlad's blue eyes, sitting behind, shone as he observed the old woman trying to spit out mysteries with her shrunken lungs. You know it, don't you? I told you not to speak. That's not a fairy tale. I said don't speak. SSHHH. Seeing Vlad continue to speak, the frightened old woman poured water over the burning logs. With hurried gestures as if afraid of something. SSSS. Along with the loud sound of boiling water, steam began to fill the room. Even Nibelun, who had always been carefree, started to panic as the air in the room became completely stale. Damn you, coming here with nonsense and bringing me trouble. It's not nonsense. It was a mage of the Ruga tribe who engraved the rune on the master swordsman's sword, wasn't it? Who are you to claim I'm wrong? Among those who now walk the earth, only the dragon Duke Sarnas could remember those times. The old woman desperately tried to deny the truth about those past events, probably for the sake of the children playing outside. Sarnas, the oldest dragon of this era, dreamed of becoming the most perfect dragon of the past. If he knew that the Ruga tribe possessed a mystery that could threaten his perfection, the future of the tribe, already uncertain, would be even darker. Not only the dragon Duke remembers those old times. SSSSS. The old woman's scream, like a lightning bolt, was followed by a deep, dense silence. However, Vlad simply extended his sword silently while looking at the old woman, who stared at him as if she were about to kill him. Not as a threat, but simply as a gesture for her to look at it. The being within me is also the one who witnessed that moment. The silver light of the dragon-slaying sword shone softly along with the light of the crackling firewood. At the end of the light, which even the fog filling the room could not hide, were Vlad's blue eyes. He said he would like to have the original engraving re-etched on my sword, following the silver path established towards Vlad's blue eyes. Vlad's world, which was completely unwavering because he told the truth and not lies, was as clear as a calm lake, so it was not a problem for the old woman of the Ruga family to investigate it. My God! And the old woman could face the man who looked at her from the depths of the lake, a tall man with brown hair. It was so deep that she couldn't even hear his voice, but the silver memory he lifted clearly had the mark of the ancient Ruga family she knew. This is impossible. A mystery created to taint perfection. That magic, which should rather be called a curse, was clearly a technique that had only been performed once in the history of the Ruga family, and it was also a mark drawn on a single person. What he holds is a silver sword. The person holding it is the master of the sword, but the blood that ran through his veins was dragon blood. Looking at Vlad, who had escaped from the Blue Lake and now faced him in reality, the old woman of the Ruga family could realize what kind of being she was now facing. Finally, the old woman recognized Vlad and uttered a name she had feared to pronounce. The name was so ancient that no one spoke of it anymore, like a master of the sword who no longer exists. The most perfect dragon. The only way to break the perfection that exists on its own is to contaminate the pure world of that perfection. To corrupt that purity, the master of the sword from long ago decided to add an impurity that would not be easily erased in the most perfect world of dragons. Writing on the engravings of the Ruga family along the deeply embedded silver night, the name of the impurity introduced into the perfect world of dragons was none other than the Honorable Knight Kahano. That day was a day when the sun was hidden. Hidden by the moon, only a faint golden ring remained, withering like a flower losing its glow. Kahano, you have finally come this far. The sword was lodged in his heart and red blood flowed from the wound. However, no matter how red the blood flowed, it could not compare to the countless amounts of blood flowing here now. Did you sacrifice everyone for this moment? It was not a sacrifice. Even now, there were helpless corpses on the hill. The coldly cooling corpses behind Kahano were his subordinates and companions who had been wildly shouting just a moment ago. They chose it. Humans, elves, dwarves, and even beastmen. Thanks to their sacrifice, which can never happen again, Kahano finally reached this moment. Thanks to the path they opened, the duelist who bore the fate of the world finally plunged his sword into the heart of the most perfect dragon. I am perfect and therefore immortal. Their sacrifices to me are nothing more than a fleeting dream of a night. Even with the sword lodged in his own heart, the most perfect dragon ended in complete disaster, caressing Kahano as if feeling pity for him. As his slender fingers wiped the blood from his face, Kahano's expression, hidden until now, became visible. That's why I prepared this sword. Buzzing, the silver sword wept, feeling its master being torn apart more and more as tears flowed with blood. The crack in the world that began from the depths of the soul had an echo so great and devastating that even the silver knight in contact felt pain. You will no longer be perfect, because at some point in the future I will shatter you again. The engraving on the sword shone along with Kahano's words. It was a somber light that did not match the silver gleam of the sword. The symbol of the black lightning engraved on the inscription shone slowly, injecting deadly poison into the heart of the most perfect dragon. The name I give you is Kahano, the champion Kahano. I send my world into yours, so deep that you will never be able to rid yourself of it. The most perfect dragon felt Kahano's world entering his, and his expression changed to one of surprise. The sword is cold. My eyelids feel heavy. Sleep. Kahano's head gradually lowered as if losing strength. Because when you wake up again, you will not be yourself. Before I fall asleep, tell me one last thing, asked the most perfect dragon, grabbing Kahano's head as it gradually descended. What did you think of me when you saw me? A perfect dragon capable of encompassing all aspects of the world. The most perfect dragon, who was desire for some, anger for others, and fear for others, wanted to know how he appeared to Kahano one last time. I will never tell you. Crack. However, Kahano did not give the final answer that the most perfect dragon wanted. He only pushed the sword deeper into the dragon's heart. The world called Kahano that fell with him began to fall into the most perfect world of dragons through the tip of the silver sword. Kahano, no. Sarnas, caught by a leash, cried at the foot of a hill, watching the last tremors of the most perfect dragon. However, his cries shattered like an unfulfilled dream and only floated over the deserted hill. Although countless people climbed this hill where the sun was setting, only 2 people remained. No, only 1.5. Frossen, with a vacant expression, looked at the most perfect dragon, now deeply asleep, and raised his head again towards the rising sun. There was a boy lying in the mud. The boy's name was Vlad, and he was cold in the street, but no one approached him. Why did he suddenly fall? They said he was struck by lightning from a clear sky. People gathered and murmured. I could only shrink back, not daring to approach the strange phenomenon I had never seen before. But wasn't the color of the lightning simply black? Yes, maybe he was cursed. It was said that on that day the boy was struck by lightning and collapsed. They said it was a black lightning that seemed sinister. The boy's blue eyes were still half open, perhaps shocked by the sudden jolt. The last thing he saw before falling was the image of a simple, unadorned sword that shone in the middle of a dark alley. A simple sword that shone without needing to be hung on high. The day the boy, who never became perfect, was struck by the black lightning was the day he embraced a small star in his heart. Chapter 232, Dragons with Collars, Part 1. Under the world tree with its fluttering red maple leaves, Kahano silently watched Vlad, who sat with his head buried in his knees. This was because Vlad's image in that posture reminded Kahano of his own past when he had also sought refuge in another's world, silent and full of despair. It seems there is a dragon fragment embedded in Frossen's heart. It wasn't easy for Kahano to start speaking, but seeing Vlad in a condition that didn't seem to improve soon, he decided to do so. Although it wasn't the right path, he understood the weight of the worries Vlad carried with him. If you manage to stop that fragment, even for a moment, Frossen will also close his eyes, the founding king and master of swords. Although Frossen returned to life in a pitiful manner, he was like an insurmountable wall for Vlad. Kahano knew that to overcome Frossen, Vlad would have to stop following only the conventional path. How do I do that? You must fracture your own world. Not the revived master of the sword, but the dragon fragment he carries. It was also a method that only Kahano, who had already experienced destructive perfection, could suggest. Use the fractures in your world to create a crack in the perfection of the fragment. Vlad slowly lifted his head when he heard Kahano's voice sound different than usual. Kahano was like a beacon for Vlad, always showing him the right path, but today he shone fiercely. To harm another's world, you must also be prepared to be hurt. Kahano's eyes, when they met Vlad's, reflected a deep sadness. The depth of the sadness that Vlad could not dare to understand came from memories of long ago, and was also directed at the young knight who now had to navigate the harsh reality. Knight Vlad, are you prepared to endure wounds to do what you must? The most wounded being in the world was asking the question, addressing the one who would succeed him in that pain. How do you see me now? In Vlad's long silence, Kahano remembered the most perfect of the dragons he had faced in the past. The most perfect dragon, who could become anything because he was a brilliant possibility, was a being who didn't know what he wanted to become until the moment of his death. You don't need to worry so much about me, Kahano. But Vlad's response after that silence was different from back then. I already swore I would do whatever it takes. Although born from the same origin, Vlad's answer was entirely different. Hearing it, Kahano could confirm that the choice he had made in the past had not been wrong. Unlike the most perfect dragon from back then, Vlad, who was now in front of Kahano, was a man who clearly knew who he was. Get out of the way, guards, open the gates. While Vlad and the Great Mother were facing off, the walls of the city of Namarka resounded with the deafening sound of hooves. It was the sound of what seemed to be about 15 galloping horses. However, the guards who were supposed to guard the gate did not stop the running horses but hurriedly took cover when they saw the flag ahead of them. Dragon Slayer Knights, why are they here? A city without a proper owner and therefore without anyone to take responsibility. There were flags running toward the city without hesitation. The flag, which was hoisted with a fierce force that seemed as if it would cut anyone in front of it, had a long line drawn dividing the dragon's neck. "Where are you, Vlad?" Mercia's blue eyes shone as he looked at the city he had just entered. This was because the presence of Vlad, whom he could feel clearly because he was close, made his heart race. Over there, although not as powerful as his father, the Dragon Duke, Mercia had inherited the Dragulia blood and had been trained as the legitimate heir. Mercia, who was exploring the dragon's world with his left eye closed, could see a golden world waving from the end of an alley in the distance. "You keep staying in places you don't belong, Vlad." Although his blood was noble and the light he emitted was bright, his younger brother was still trapped in a pitiful place. Although Vlad was an opponent he had to face, Mercia disliked seeing him in those places and frowned as he took the reins of his horse. "Let's go." "Yes, Commander." The last refuge of the Ruga tribe, which had wandered restlessly for so long, was now under the shadow of a dragon flag ominously waving as they advanced. Like the eyes of Mercia, who now leads the Dragon Slayer Knights and moves forward. "Great Mother." There was an urgent voice that broke the cold air in the room. The atmosphere in the open room was not friendly enough for anyone to be easily disturbed, but it didn't matter to the beastmen who had just entered. "It's the Dragon Slayer Knights, they're coming this way." The great mother of the Ruga tribe, who had discovered the nature of Vlad and the spirit of Kahano he harbored, lowered her pipe upon hearing the ominous news. "In the end, it has happened." The great mother's eyes were calm as she looked at Vlad. Although she had recognized Vlad's strange nature, dragons had always been harbingers of destruction for them. "They always end up trampling our home. In the old days and now too. Although there are countless possibilities of having been trampled by dragons, probably no one has suffered as cruelly as the beastmen who lost their home and were forced to sink into the sea. Perhaps it was that grudge that led them to deliver that curse to a master swordsman. I am not like those outside. No matter how much you explain, I don't know you." The cries outside grew louder. The shouts from outside increased in volume. They were the cries of the beastmen, confused and terrified by the sudden incursion of an unstoppable force. "Give me your dagger." "My dagger." Why all of a sudden? No matter how different he was, to the great mother of the Ruga family, Vlad's face in front of her was just a dragon. He wasn't an ordinary dragon, but a remnant of innate blood, and the remnant of the most perfect dragon was the Vlad that the great mother identified. However, the situation they found themselves in was urgent, and there was nowhere to ask for help, so the great mother of the Ruga family had to make a decision. "If you want to prove to me that you are different and obtain the dragon-slaying engraving, you must do it quickly." With those words, the great mother of the Ruga tribe pulled a large feather from her headdress and began to dip it into the bucket of black dye beside her. It seemed to be some kind of mystical technique that made the once beautiful feathers turn completely black despite only being lightly dipped. Dragons are greedy creatures who never let go of what they take. Because through what they accumulate, they try to reach perfection. The great mother began to draw something on Vlad's dagger with the feather dyed black. Although it was only an image painted with ink on Jorge's dagger, the image was marked as a solid engraving. "But if you say you are different, prove it to me with this." A black-toned engraving was already inscribed on Jorge's dagger, which was finally drawn in the midst of the urgent shouts coming from outside. Although it was only drawn on the surface, the engraving was firmly established as if hammered in and took the form of a jagged rope. "Let's see if you really are different from the other dragons." Vlad, who received the dagger, didn't say much, but he seemed to know what the great mother of the Ruga family wanted from him. Dragons are beings who only possess and never share, but the great mother was telling him that to prove his sincerity, he had to suppress even his dragon instincts. Radu, sitting in the prison cell, shivered from the sudden chill he felt. Even his face was turning completely white, making it clear to anyone that his condition was unusual. "What's wrong with you? Have you caught a cold?" He's here." Pedro, who was next to him, approached Radu, who was trembling, but the source of his chills wasn't illness but pure fear. "He's close, Mercia. Mercia has arrived." The son of Dragulia, the one closest to the Dragon Duke in blood purity. No matter how weakened he was, Radu could feel Mercia's presence because he too was a dragon. However, his ever-imminent presence was like a death sentence for Radu. "We need to get out of here right now, guards." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Pedro called out to the guards outside the prison, but all he received was an empty silence. The guards were so desperate that they ran away without leaving a single person behind, so the only ones left in the prison now were Pedro and Radu, who were separated from each other. "Vlad." "We're here," however, as if Pedro's shout hadn't been in vain, there were people running from the darkness beyond the torchlight. Seeing those familiar shadows, Pedro waved his hand, signaling, "We're here." "Do you have the key? If we had it, do you think we'd be locked up in here?" "Then step back." Crack. Pedro was annoyed by Vlad's stupid question, but when he saw the bars fall away due to the rainwater, he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. No matter how rusty the bars were, facing Vlad's sword which was being swung seemed like a piece of cake. "Get up, Arg!" Vlad entered the prison and firmly grabbed Radu, who was still trembling, saying that Mercia had arrived. Radu, who was old and weakened, had no choice but to be dragged by Vlad's brute strength. "You said this happened because your blood was drained, right?" "Yes, that's true." Vlad's blue eyes glowed as he looked at Radu. The look in Vlad's eyes, which Radu could feel as if he were a dragon, slowly began to push away the shards of fear that had settled in Radu's soul. "Then how can you rejuvenate?" "What? Get them into the alleys. First secure the Great Mother." The shouts coming from outside the prison were growing louder. It meant that the Dragon Slayer Knights were now close enough to be recognized just by the sound they made, and it also meant that Vlad didn't have much time left. "Do you just need more blood to rejuvenate? Could you then face the other knights?" "Then, even if you face Mercia, can you stop the other knights?" Radu Dragulia, a half-bastard who inherited blue eyes but not the bright blonde hair. Although he has now lost all his potential to his father, he also had a brilliant time as a knight. "Of course. In my day, only my father and Mercia could stop me within the Dragon Slayer Knights." Even though he was arrogant, Radu seemed to have returned to his normal state. Seeing Vlad's provocation, a smile appeared on Vlad's face for a moment. However, despite the smile, a deep wound opened on Vlad's hand. "Don't forget why I'm giving you this blood." Drops of blood fell along the dagger with a strange engraving onto the prison floor. Radu's eyes began to turn red as he recognized the potential of the dragon shining brightly within him. Thick dragon blood that you can't obtain even if you kill dozens of dragons. The blood now dripped slowly, tempting Radu. "You will help me stop the Dragon Slayer Knights." Slurp. Desperate for every drop, Radu opened his mouth and drank. With each gulp he felt his power and potential as a dragon return, reminding him of his true nature. Gra, as he swallowed the blood, his fangs lengthened and his muscles began to swell. Additionally, strange marks started to appear around his neck, slowly spreading as he drank Vlad's blood. Wow, Pedro was speechless for a moment as he watched Vlad share his potential and Radu receive it eagerly. And through his vision, he began to see strange engravings slowly spreading around Radu's neck. The marks were slowly extending in black around Radu's neck, like a collar of thorns. Chapter 233 Dragons with Collars Part 2. It was a dirty and gloomy alley. An alley where every step forward trapped your toes in the garbage. However, there was an urgency in the eyes of those running through the alley that couldn't be hidden. "Silence, they're close." In response to the harsh warnings of the men, suppressed groans began to emerge from the mouths of the people once again. Old people, women, and even children. They had to abandon the familiar alley once again, but in the face of the Dragon Slayer Knights, even the slightest hesitation was a luxury. So here you were. However, despite their best efforts, there was a man blocking the alley. The man, wearing armor engraved with the Dragulia emblem, nodded as he observed the refugees of the Ruga tribe in front of him. "They look like cats, but they act like rats." Behind the man who laughed, smoke was just beginning to rise. The smoke that contained the acrid smell of cigarettes gradually covered the alleys, but it seemed that it couldn't block the sight of the knight who had just appeared. Anyway, beastmen, if left alone, breed like rabbits. The children of the Ruga tribe stood still, paralyzed by the knight's cold gaze, which did not see them as human. The knight burst into laughter upon seeing the men of the Ruga tribe draw their swords, as if they intended to stop him. However, the knight of the Dragon Slayer Knights couldn't help but laugh at their pitiful appearance. "Who are you?" Although he hadn't felt any presence until a moment ago, he now felt eyes fixed on his back, and that gaze grew more intense along with the sound of footsteps. What a lack of manners. It was a man with red hair. What color is the man who is seen through the rising smoke? Even in the misty landscape, he exuded a strong presence, and he was a man everyone knew well. The basic thing is to give your own name before asking for others. Seeing a familiar face in such an unexpected place, the knight couldn't help but look confused. After all, as far as he knew, Radu Dragulia should be a vitality-deprived old man on the brink of death. "Radu Dragulia, seeing that you recognize me, I suppose you belong to the Dragon Slayer Knights." Radu moved, stepping through the smoke that emerged from the alley, towards the knight who didn't know what to do in front of him. For some reason, there wasn't the slightest sign of weakness in Radu's appearance as he approached closer and closer. "But if you had recognized me, you should have fled a long time ago." Crack, ack. In fact, it was much crueler than when I saw him before. The knight was very nervous from the pressure, but the strange sensation that penetrated his heart was literally in the blink of an eye. It was a speed that the Radu he knew could never have reached, but before he realized it, his blue eyes were right in front of him. "Gru, I told you I am Radu Dragulia." Radu's expression was pale as he laughed heartily as if mocking his prey. However, the protruding fangs remained red as if they had just swallowed blood. "Let's see." Kiwuk, Radu lifted the sword that had pierced the night high. The movements of the man who struggled without even being able to breathe were pathetic, but Radu only smiled and calmly admired the flowing blood. The blood of others no longer affects me much. With his eyes shining more intensely than ever, swoosh, Radu split the night in half with a sad look in his eyes and returned to the alley full of pale smoke as if nothing had happened. Radu's cruel appearance, treating violence with greater violence, was truly the image of the dragon demanded by Dragulia. Mercia silently observed the dead Ruga tribesman. To be precise, he was looking at the strange pattern that the man had been trying to draw on the wall until the end. It's magic. Even on his deathbed, the Ruga tribesman hadn't let go of the white chalk with which he was drawing. As soon as he drew the pattern on the wall, pale smoke began to emerge from the alley where Mercia was. Mercia couldn't help but frown at the smoke, which was as acrid as the smoke produced by burning a cigarette. And quite refined magic. Mercia shook his head and stuck out his tongue at the changing scenery, the sight of the alley writhing incessantly even in this brief moment of blinking. Every time someone extinguished a cigarette in the room or exhaled the smoke that had filled their lungs, the landscape in front of him faded. "Gah, bastard, who are you?" The voices coming from everywhere were familiar to him. The echo of those cries that seemed to come right next to him, but whose distance he couldn't guess, stimulated Mercia's nerves and soon began to disappear. He has grown considerably. It's impressive. Mercia, who was quietly assessing the situation, nodded as if guessing who had stopped the cries. The mystery of the Ruga family was certainly great, but it wasn't enough to distinguish between the knights under his direct command. In this miserable alley, he was the only swordsman wielding a sword for the Ruga family. "I knew it was you." As if to confirm his suspicions, a figure began to appear in the distance, moving through the mist. The man who emerged from the fog had blonde hair and blue eyes just like Mercia. "How many have you killed?" "Around 6 or so." Although he had just mentioned killing his own subordinates, Mercia only showed satisfaction. As if saying that anyone who shared his blood should be able to face the most elite knights of the Empire. "What will you do with the others?" "Radu will handle them." Vlad, who casually wiped away the drops of blood still forming on his sword, looked at Mercia and said, "I gave him some blood, it turns out he's quite useful." "Ha!" Mercia let out a brief incredulous sigh at Vlad's words about sharing his blood with Radu. "I'm sure you're now aware that you're a dragon, right?" The perfection transmitted through blood was an innate obsession for all dragons. Since they were born to seek perfection in the first place, it was natural for them not to share their potential. However, Vlad's response was not what Mercia expected. "I don't want to live sucking the blood of others." Crunch, the ground began to crack around Vlad's firmly planted foot. At the same time, a golden line flowed from Vlad's closed left eye. The line that extended like paint still remained by Vlad's side without falling to the ground. "I'm not going to live like you." Vlad was speaking above the clearing filled with mist. He wouldn't live as his inherited blood dictated. Vlad was now preparing for a single strike, as if to cut the leash they had placed on him in the name of instinct. Boom. A massive sound that no one could have predicted echoed throughout the city of Namarka. This sound, which even the painstakingly created barrier couldn't contain, was so loud that everyone in the city could hear it. "This is unexpected." The great mother of the Ruga tribe, who was performing a ritual in her empty room, looked in surprise at the broken pipe in her hands. Despite being a tool used by the mothers of the Ruga family for generations, it couldn't withstand the impact of that single blow. "So it's the most perfect dragon, and also the most noble knight. Even one of those titles alone would be something that would amaze the world, but Vlad had both." The Great Mother was so overwhelmed by his potential that she could barely stay conscious. "Karang, what will it be this time?" It's called potential because it can become anything. And the culmination of that possibility was the most perfect dragon. However, the most perfect dragon of the previous era had suppressed all possibilities in his quest to fly alone, leaving scars on numerous races, including the beastmen, from which they had yet to recover. "I hope your decision is the right one, noble knight." With those words, the great mother of the Ruga tribe, trembling, cleaned the ashes from her pipe with shaky hands. Though she tried to hide it, she couldn't deny that Vlad's influence had already grown enough to be perceived even by the oldest dragon. Boom, 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 the sound of buildings collapsing rumbled throughout Namarka. Screams came from the disorderly alleys of the city where there was no order at all. "You've grown a lot." Though Mercia praised his opponent, his face showed that his usual calm had vanished. This was because Vlad's blow had been too fast to dodge and too strong to deflect, forcing Mercia to take it head-on. "Now you no longer need Rudiger." In Bastapal, the city of Lord Iron, Vlad had been under Mercia's command. Only by working with Rudiger could he challenge Mercia, but now Vlad seemed to have reached a completely different level from back then. Boom! Due to Vlad's fierce sword, Mercia was once again pushed back, destroying buildings. However, even in the thick stone dust created by the collapsing buildings, The solid golden line that Vlad formed was clear and attracted Mercia's attention like a halo of light hanging on the horizon. Why do you talk so much during a fight? Because I'm proud of you. What nonsense. Though the golden glow tried to emerge in Vlad's world, today it seemed shrouded in mist as if something was holding it back. Didn't you create me to be devoured? Though he tried to hide it, Vlad's voice revealed a deep resentment toward his father, Lord Dragon. Hearing the truth about my origin from others was like swallowing a bitter pill. The swords that clashed began to grow as heavy as the anger Vlad harbored. Mercia had no choice but to remain silent as the balance of power began to shift. I only pity my mother for giving birth to me for nothing. Born as the son of a prostitute, Vlad had never expected anything from his father. But he had thought that, if he ever found him, they might share a drink. However, the truth he found through Radu completely shattered even a glimmer of the expectations Vlad had until now. I hate the Dragulia family. I want to kill them all. Vlad, the dragon seed in the north. The only reason a person like me was born was to be devoured by someone else. Buzzing the sword was weeping. A dragon-slaying sword that understood its master's anger and sadness, and it shouted at the golden hair and blue eyes, I wasn't born to live like this. Chapter 234 Dragons with Collars Part 3. The oldest dragon, the smoke that filled the alley, began to dissipate little by little. This was because the presence of dragons roaring in the distance was tearing apart the barrier that the Great Mother had created. Is it enough now? However, under Radu's feet, instead of the white smoke created by the Great Mother, there were now pools of bright red blood. The blood spilled by the last member of the Dragon Slayer Knights was proof that Radu had kept his promise to Vlad and at the same time ensured the safety of the Ruga family. But this makes me uneasy. I hope it doesn't end up strangling me in the future. Radu, who was looking at the knight lying on the ground, touched the tattoo on his neck and frowned. Radu might not have known, but the sinister tattoo, which looked as if it were wrapped in thorns, resembled the vow that bound the oldest dragon. Boom. Beyond the now completely destroyed barrier, a roar accompanied by a dazzling light began to emanate. The world of Mercia was like a flawless gem. Radu, who realized where the light was coming from, began to walk through the alley with a bitter expression on his face. That guy is talented, unlike me. Although they were born of the same father, Radu was only half human, while Mercia was a perfect dragon. Radu, who had never been able to face Mercia's world sincerely, showed a complex and ambiguous expression as he watched the brilliant glow of the gem in the distance. I think I've done enough. Radu, who thought he had fulfilled his promise to Vlad, turned away from the direction the group was moving and began to move in the opposite direction. Both the fierce north that awaited him and Vlad, who had bound him with a collar through a mystery, were choices that Radu did not wish to make. However, Radu, walking alone down a dark alley, stopped for a moment. A chilling sensation at the nape of his neck sent an intense warning. What is this? Recognizing the source of the warning instinctively, Radu felt the damp air of a dark basement, as if he were back in that place where he had drunk blood. Father, in the direction Radu anxiously looked lay the only gate of the city of Namarka. The sight of the banners approaching from beyond the city walls was, for him, a symbol of reverence but also of terror. Boom, clang, boom. Each time the two swords clashed, bright red sparks flew in all directions. With each clash of swords, Mercia found himself involuntarily groaning in pain. The power of the fragments. Even after unleashing his world, which shone like a jewel, Vlad's strength didn't wane. In fact, as time passed, the edge of Vlad's sword became even fiercer, surrounded by a dragon's energy that was clearly recognizable. Clang, with a fierce clash of steel, Mercia's body staggered violently once more, not only because of Vlad's overwhelming strength, but also due to the increasing pressure of the fragment he carried. What have you done with the fragment? It shouldn't be this powerful. How am I supposed to know? Although Vlad wielded the dragon fragment, he didn't fully understand what was happening. If Mercia had recognized the nature of the metal surrounding Vlad's sword, he wouldn't have needed to ask the question. As time passes, the situation worsens. The noble metal that always guided toward the right and true path. Mercia, who wasn't affected by the fragments due to the metal surrounding Vlad's sword, felt a sense of crisis as Vlad's strength grew stronger over time. I don't know how you've done it, but you've come well prepared. Then, from his closed left eye, Mercia unleashed his world once more. It was a world as radiant as a jewel, which now began to push back the golden line that Vlad had drawn. It's better to finish this quickly. When Vlad saw the perfect world of Mercia, he paused for a moment. This was because it was a world that he, who had been crawling in the mud all this time, could never possess. And who gave you the right to decide that? But precisely because of this, he didn't want to lose. He didn't want to be crushed by Mercia's world, which looked down on him from above. Vlad clenched his teeth and began to resist fiercely the repulsive force of Mercia, who was trying to push him away. That greedy attitude of never letting go of the momentum he had gained, along with his innate instinct, was also a lesson engraved by Vlad's masters. Didn't you say before that you hated dragon blood? Hating it doesn't mean I won't use it. I'd be an idiot if I didn't. He hated the dragon blood he was born with, but he couldn't help but use it. Because Vlad had grown up in a place where he couldn't survive without fighting with all his might. I don't want to be someone who dies by taking it easy. Crunch Mercia began to grit his teeth again as he watched the tip of the sword gradually disappear. This was because he could finally feel Vlad's ruthlessness as he wielded anything he could get his hands on. Even if I have to use this damn blood, I'll do it until I'm satisfied. Crash. Looking into Mercia's blue eyes that resembled his own, Vlad cursed harshly, because he felt he couldn't bear the boiling anger in his heart without releasing it into the world. Clang, clang, boom. And so, a series of attacks with neither side backing down. The alleys of Namarka began to howl as the two clashed fiercely without a moment to breathe. The surrounding buildings were collapsing due to the intense wind pressure that was constantly being created, creating a massive cloud of dust. I need to find an opportunity. Mercia's eyes glimmered in the dense dust. Despite the intensity of Vlad's attack, he noticed a gap in his stance. One strike will be enough. Just one, though Vlad's gray armor was full of cuts, he continued to advance, determined to pierce Mercia's defense. As if this was the only way to break Mercia's strong defense, Vlad's eyes seemed to show even a dark madness. Now was the time to cut. If he allowed Vlad's momentum to continue, there would be no turning back. Mercia's sword, aimed at the opening Vlad revealed, began to cut fiercely. Thanks to this, the momentum Vlad carried was interrupted. But the eyes of Vlad, which had been shining just a moment ago, returned to their original color as if they had never been otherwise. I knew you would do that. What? In a sword fight, distance determines everything. However, unlike Mercia, who retreated, Vlad, who had designed the current scene with a reckless advance, only shuddered quickly in preparation for the next strike. Vlad's stance was very low, with a cloak billowing. Mercia could tell he had been hit by looking at the fluid posture as if it had been predicted. Damn it! The smoke in the middle of the alley gathered around the tip of Vlad's sword, forming a condensed circle. It was a small circle like a dot, but Mercia was sure that a vast world would soon emerge from its end. It wasn't enough back then, but today I will surpass you. Vlad's eyes shone with blue light as he looked at Mercia. Vlad's eyes glowed with an intense blue radiance, and at that moment Mercia knew he had no choice but to accept what was coming. And someday I'll surpass Dragulia too. No sound was heard when the sword pierced through the gathered circle. However, Mercia could feel that the calm he felt now was like the calm before the storm. Crack! The mystery of the Ruga tribe was unleashed along the golden line that Vlad had drawn. Mercia didn't dare react to the sharp whirlwind that arrived faster than sound, and red blood began to form all over his body. Vlad! As Vlad's cutting wind pierced through him, Mercia fully unleashed his world. Although his world was bright and perfect, to Vlad, it was nothing more than a barrier to break. Hesa! The dragon that had broken the chains of its instinct charged toward the barrier in front of it. The dragon, which could reach anywhere because it wasn't swayed by its innate desires, now looked toward a brilliant jewel below, trampling on the wind. Quang! The sound of sharp swords and swords shaking the city. The storm of Vlad, which began with that sound, started to engulf Mercia's entire body. Because it was the wall that needed to prove itself, the tip of Vlad's ruthless sword was mercilessly piercing Mercia. It was as if a storm had swept through the place. The buildings on either side of Vlad lay collapsed, crumbled to the ground. Who are you? However, the tip of Vlad's sword, which had been drawn with such force, had not reached Mercia. Because there was a gleaming sword blocking its path. Cold sweat was already forming on Vlad's back due to the immense weight that wouldn't budge no matter how much he pushed. Who are you? He had struck with all his might, pouring his entire world into that attack. Yet the sword in front of him remained calm, without the slightest movement. That stillness reflected the vast gulf between Vlad and the owner of that sword. At last I see you, my son. With those words, the sword that had blocked him lifted slightly, as if teaching him a lesson. Vlad's head was forcibly raised, and his eyes met those of the man standing before him. I've wanted to see you for a long time. Blonde hair and blue eyes, but of a color much deeper than his own. Looking at the man before him and the depth of his colors, Vlad felt as if he were staring into the edge of an endless cliff. Run now, Vlad. The sword he held wept along with Kahano's sharp warning. He recognized the fragment that the man before him possessed, but unlike Vlad's fragment, this man's had already lost its form, fully fused into his veins, becoming part of his blood. Bloody. Dragon, he didn't need anyone to tell him who that man was. It was his father, Sarnas. The name his heart whispered was unmistakably Sarnas Dragulia, Lord Dragon. Seeing his son speak his name, Sarnas nodded and sheathed his sword. Vlad whispered the name with a tone of reverence and fear. That's right, I am Sarnas Dragulia. Though he had put away his sword, Sarnas's presence didn't diminish in the slightest. Even as Kahano continued to scream for him to run, Vlad, looking upward, felt as if he couldn't move, not even to take a step back when he saw Sarnas, who seemed so boundless. Well then, why don't we continue this conversation at home? Behind Sarnas's gentle smile toward Vlad were many banners of Dragulia. It was far too much military force for taking a mere disordered city, and seeing this, Vlad's feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to move. Vlad, the more he looked at Sarnas, the more vast and overwhelming his world became. As it originated from his blood, as his father's blood weighed down on him, Vlad's right eye began to close. 212. Chapter 235 The Best Guide Part 1. He had lived alone for almost 500 years. He witnessed with his own eyes the rise and fall of the dragons that ruled the world, and he also survived the humiliation of the new era of humans. Sarnas, remember the vow you made to me. Survival itself is a test. In a world where one either devours or is devoured, his very existence was proof that he had not been consumed by others. Thus, Sarnas, the oldest dragon who had survived, had built a position that no one else in the world could reach. A vow. At Kahano's desperate cry, strange tattoos began to emerge on Sarnas's neck. Sharp, black thorns sprouted and began to slowly tighten around his neck, responding to the will of their master. Kahano. Facing the ancient pact he so feared once again, Sarnas could not hide his confusion. However, the surprise on his face was not due to the collar that bound him, but because of the blonde-haired knight standing before him. Ah, I understand. The ancient pact, which could only be activated by spilled blood or inherited will. Through that vow, Sarnas had been loyal to the Empire and had protected the imperial family for hundreds of years. It was you, crunch, but now Sarnas no longer feared the vow he had made. Calmly, he began to tear off the thorns that threatened him. If it was you, then all of this makes sense. Recognizing Kahano within Vlad, Sarnas started to laugh, finally understanding the entire situation. A trace of the most noble knight residing in the soul of a dragon. Sarnas, knowing what that meant, began to laugh without hiding the joy that welled up from the depths of his heart. At last, the most perfect dragon has been born. The city of Namarka was trembling. The sound of the city shaking violently like an earthquake was akin to the groan of the earth, unable to bear Sarnas's presence. Damn it! As Sarnas continued to relentlessly tear out the thorns that emerged from his neck and spread throughout his body, Kahano, seeing him approach while laughing, had no choice but to turn away. Everyone run! Kahano had something more important to protect, something he valued above all else. Ignoring his own pride, he began shouting at his group, who followed him from behind, urging them to flee. Return immediately! He admitted that he could no longer withstand Sarnas's level, who had reached such a lofty status that not even the most noble knight could match. Kahano frozen. The more Sarnas gazed at him, the larger and more overwhelming his presence became, like that of the oldest dragon. Although the thorns of the last pact had momentarily stopped him, Sarnas's gigantic shadow continued to chase after Kahano and his group. Finally, you see me and run. The thunderous laughter of the oldest dragon echoed across the vast land. His existence, proven by his survival, and his perfection, elevated by absorbing another perfection, were now so high that not even the most noble knight could withstand them. The group that had gathered with Vlad, or rather with Kahano, was hurriedly running towards some destination. Having reached near the city walls with the help of the warriors from the Ruga tribe, they slipped through a small hole, panting from the effort. What is this, a dog hole? Just keep going, we should be thankful there's an escape route. Nibelun shouted harshly at Radu, who hesitated in front of the hole. Resigned, Radu had no choice but to crouch down and crawl through. With no other option, Radu stuck his head out, begrudgingly revealing his usual irritated expression. What kind of situation have we gotten ourselves into? Damn it, Radu lifted his head and saw Pedro waiting for him outside the castle walls, muttering a small curse under his breath. The strange inquisitor who wanted to take him to the cold north, to the territory of the Iron Duke. However, unlike before when he hesitated, Radu's movements towards him were truly swift. They're coming. The half-dragon, the mage searching for mysteries, and the devout priest all were terrified. Although each of them had a strong world of their own, none could be free from the overwhelming presence of the dragon that pursued them. Why is there an army here? They had barely exited the city, but there was no time to breathe a sigh of relief. In the distance, clouds of dust raised by approaching troops could be seen skirting the walls. Get on quickly. What is this? Don't ask, just get on already. The men standing on a worn-out carpet looked ridiculous, but when Pedro grabbed him by the neck and dragged him on, Radu was shocked to see the carpet begin to rise. Why is this thing floating? Now that we're on, let's go. Ignoring Radu's unanswered question, Nibelun's carpet began gliding over the wasteland. Countless arrows landed perilously close to them. Radu swallowed hard as he saw arrows embedding in the spot where they had just been moments before. Why has an army come all the way here? Are they here to capture us? Nibelun, who was guiding the carpet while gripping its edge, glanced at the soldiers in the distance, unable to hide his curiosity. It's not just for us. As Nibelun said this, a city became visible in the increasingly distant landscape. It was a ramshackle city that usually received little attention, but now it was filled with central soldiers who had flocked there, and even with a vague estimate, their numbers were in the tens of thousands. They're ready, they're preparing to march north. Radu, who was wary of the cavalry charging from one side, unsheathed his sword and continued speaking. Clang, the cavalry soldiers began charging towards the carpet as if they had finally seized the opportunity. Radu, who roughly fended them off, hardened his expression as he looked at the cavalry soldiers still pursuing them. The north, they're going to break the Northern Alliance. Their original plan was to destroy it before the banners could be raised. The troops that had arrived in Namarka with Sarnas, the Dragon Duke, were part of the central army sent by the imperial family. Not only the royal family, but also all the noble forces loyal to the empire were gathering to form an army that would march north, assembling in the capital, Brigantes. If things had been different, I might have secured a position there. Radu voiced his final regrets to the strong wind that passed by, but the sharp blade of the sword closing in directly in front of him brought him back to reality, away from his former glory. Can't you make this thing fly any faster? There are too many people on board. When they were in the city of Mashiam, it was a flying carpet. But now, overloaded with 2 additional people, Radu and a warrior from the Ruga tribe, not only could they not fly, but it was difficult to even glide along the ground. Just get us to that mountain, the horses won't be able to follow us there. As if he had found the direction to go, Radu raised his finger and pointed towards the mountain ahead of them. The mountain, with faint smoke rising as if it were waiting for them, was part of a rugged mountain range that originated in the harsh north, making it a place with unusual danger as well. Hurry up! As if they had heard what the group was saying, the cavalry that was pursuing them began to grow more aggressive. It was clear they intended to stop the carpet before it reached the mountain ahead. Rumble, a tense pursuit ensued. In a situation where I would have frozen in place if I had stopped, a loud sound like thunder suddenly began to emanate from the city. Aha, geha. With that sound, the carpet the group was riding began to shake helplessly. Even the Central Army's cavalry that followed them was affected. Not only were the live horses stumbling, but the magic engraved on the carpet also began to falter, losing its power due to the harsh roar of Sarnas, who had finally broken free from the shackles of the pact. Crash thud, Nibelun's carpet dragged through the falling riders, crashing to the ground. After tumbling across the ground with the same momentum they had while riding the carpet, the group began to fall miserably, rolling across the wasteland unnoticed by anyone. Ahiheza! Amid the cloud of dust kicked up by the fall, the groans of the group echoed in the air. Us! However, it was Radu who suffered more than the old Pedro, as the massive roar that emerged from the dragon's world was more fatal to Radu than to anyone else here. Father, I'm sorry, Father. Though he could not see him, he could feel Sarnas's presence. Seeing Radu pleading for forgiveness without even thinking of standing up, Kahano unsheathed his sword as if he had no other choice. Lend me your power and divinity. There is no other option. The cavalry soldiers who had been following them fell in front of them, probably as shocked as the group by the dragon's roar, but the banners visible in the distance were still drawing closer to the group. The oldest dragon, with tens of thousands of troops, was approaching. As despair loomed over them, Kahano was pondering a plan when he suddenly felt a small groove under his feet coming from the mountain. When I walked alone through the valley of the abyss, what am I supposed to do now? The pressure from Sarnas on the group was growing more intense. Now even Nibelun and Pedro, who were not dragons, could feel it. His presence, which began as an intangible force, had now taken form and was weighing down on them, so much so that the surrounding earth pressing down on them might not just be an illusion of Kahano. Thump. Above the mage who was reciting a spell and the inquisitor who was murmuring a prayer, a small groove that started from the mountain, passing through the bewildered mage, finally reached Kahano's toes. Kahano, who hadn't noticed its presence because his thoughts were so preoccupied, could only look down when he felt the small presence of something tapping his toe. It was a tiny creature. But despite the fierce presence of the dragon that was approaching, the small creature lifted its tiny finger with determination. Caillou, crack, a loud noise was heard and the ground began to collapse. It was as if the finger raised by the mole was a signal. Asa, what's happening now? A deep pit with no apparent end suddenly opened. Even Kahano's eyes widened as he watched the ground begin to collapse without warning. Caillou, the mole smiled as if it was finally time to see its companions fall with it. A spirit of the earth that had finally descended here along the long mountain chain stretching from the north. The mole, still raising its tiny finger, shone yellow with its own color, just like in Debrecci. Chapter 236, The Best Guide Part 2. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was a strange vibration. A tremor that seemed as if it might stop but continued on without end. The man, who had been sitting as if lifeless, began to slowly open his eyes at the persistent tremor, one too prolonged to be merely an earthquake. So it's finally happened. It was a dark place where not even a ray of light could enter, yet Frossen naturally rose to his feet as if he could see perfectly in the darkness. Sarnis, Frossen's world was one that had long since lost its luster. However, he could glimpse the world of dragons through the carvings embedded in his chest. Through Frossen's left eye, which was now closed, he could see Sarnis slowly taking the form of a dragon and Vlad trying to flee from him. In the end, you've broken our pact and swallowed the dragon's fragment. Frossen, watching the scene with a stern expression, began to smile quietly. The presence of the oldest dragon grew darker, while the traces of the most perfect dragon attempted to escape from him. Frossen felt an almost hollow satisfaction as everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted, without knowing it was poison. After speaking his final words, Frossen silently stepped forward and stood before the door leading to the corridor. Now that the oldest dragon had consumed the true fragment, it was his turn to act. It was indeed a good decision to let you live, Sarnis. Even when the door opened, Frossen was only greeted by darkness, but he stepped into the shadows on the ground without hesitation. He had forgotten so many things as he walked this path, but now he had to finish what he had scattered. Chiik, with the sound of a match being struck, the dark cave was illuminated. The group began to sigh in relief as they finally recognized each other in such a narrow and deep cave that they had to brush shoulders. What is all this? Why did this hole open up? I don't know. If you, a mage, don't know, damn it. I almost had a heart attack. Radu, who had been falling for what seemed like an eternity, shook his head as if he didn't want to recall the sensation. However, despite the horrible feeling of freefall, everyone was unharmed, probably thanks to the small mole that was still glowing. Caillou, the group's eyes now regaining their senses, naturally focused on Vlad, more precisely on the glowing mole sitting atop Vlad's head. What is that damned rat? It's not a rat, it's a mole, a mole. Why is it glowing if it's a mole? Does it think it's a firefly or something? The group muttered as they looked at the strange-looking mole, but the little creature began to shrug its shoulders as if it thought they were praising it. Seeing this, Nibelun, almost without thinking, offered a piece of bread from his pocket. You're just feeding crumbs to it, bastard. Vlad, who had finally regained consciousness, looked up at the mole squeaking on his head and frowned. But despite his irritation, he couldn't bring himself to knock it off, as he didn't want to imagine what might have happened if not for the hole that had saved them. But where do we go now? We should ask the one who dug this hole. Even though the tunnel had only one direction, they didn't know which path to follow. Without knowing which way to go, Vlad raised a finger and bluntly poked the side of the mole. Where do we go now, huh, Caillou? The mole straightened up as if surprised by Vlad's finger, then immediately raised its short arm and began pointing somewhere. It was a completely dark cave, but the direction it pointed was towards the mountain they had tried to escape from earlier, and it was also the direction where the Ruga tribe, who had fled the city, was heading. Let's go. After deciding which direction to take, Vlad lifted his head for a moment and looked towards the entrance from which they had fallen. The ground now looked like a hole in a black curtain. Vlad thought of the dragon duke who was above that ground, but he turned his head and began to walk in the direction the mole was pointing. I'm sorry for fleeing and leaving you in my place, Kahano. Don't worry. Even though his emotions were complicated, the mole's tunnel stretched out straight and clear. Vlad felt comforted by the fact that there was a path he could follow without overthinking, and he quietly thanked Kahano for taking his place. When the group emerged from the cave, they found themselves right at the mountain they had seen earlier. It was a mountain not far from the city of Namarka, and it was also a place where the dark army of Dragulia, still gathering in the distance, could be seen. They survived. At that place, Vlad met the great mother of the Ruga tribe, who had been waiting for him. Despite the risk of being discovered, she had lit a small fire that emitted a bit of smoke, and her forehead was damp with sweat, as if she had been using magic until just a moment ago. It's an earth spirit. I didn't expect one to appear. The Great Mother watched with curiosity as the glowing mole sat atop Vlad's head. Did you summon it, Great Mother? I called for it, but I didn't expect an earth spirit to appear. It's a mystery because it can't be explained, and it's magic because it's unpredictable. Although the Great Mother of the Ruga tribe had invoked that magic, she seemed surprised to see the mole atop Vlad's head, as it was not the result she had anticipated. It seems there's a bond between you two. Normally, it would take a lot of preparation to summon a creature of that level. Though it was just a vague assumption, the Great Mother was right. The glowing mole, which had descended from Dabrachidi following the mountain range from the north to this place, was able to arrive here not just because of the Great Mother's magic, but also because of the possibility residing in the dragon-slaying sword and its bond with Vlad. Caillou, in the brief silence after their conversation, the mole made a sound as if asking, "What do we do now?" Vlad, hearing the sound, looked around and then spoke. "How many are there in total?" "About 300. Do they have anywhere to go?" Vlad scratched his cheek as he observed the Ruga tribe refugees gathered together. However, when Vlad asked if they had any place to go, the Great Mother merely shook her head without saying a word. This is all because we lost our home, anywhere other than the land of our roots who would welcome us with open arms. Because of their magic, the church rejected them, and because of their different appearance, they were driven out by others. The story of the Ruga tribe was a story of wandering. The rootless city of Namarka had allowed them to settle briefly, but now even those dirty alleys had been destroyed by the arrival of the dragons. But for now, let's get out of here. If we move north, we might find a solution. Vlad couldn't help but feel responsible for the Ruga tribe who had lost their home because of him. However, he knew they had to leave, so he looked up at the mole on his head. I want to go as far north as possible. Caillou, don't you know of any place where we can all go? The glowing mole began tapping its tiny paw as if thinking about Vlad's question. Though Vlad found its behavior irritating, he had no choice but to suppress his growing frustration, as that creature was his only hope of finding the way. Think fast. At Vlad's cold insistence, the mole finally seemed to remember something and rolled down from his head to stand in front of the hole it had dug. Caillou, Caillou, the mole waved its tiny paws as if indicating that they should go that way. Seeing those small but energetic movements, Vlad and the Great Mother of the Ruga tribe exchanged silent glances. The room was spacious, with large windows through which warm sunlight poured in. Joseph gazed at the decorations visible through the light and quietly lifted the teacup in front of him. It seems you have a great interest in elven culture. The room that Joseph observed was filled with objects related to the elves. The elven ornaments, which might seem unusual at first glance, had an antique charm that made one feel as if they could fetch a good price at auction even now. There was a time when that was the case. I tried to please them as much as I could. With those words, Count Vitskaya set down the teacup he was holding and smiled as he looked at Joseph sitting across from him. He must have taken a deep sip of the tea he had just drunk, because the tea water in his white beard had turned as black as night. There was a time when elven products were the lifeblood of my territory and the center of our economy. But now all of that is in ruins. The city of Tanobo, which had once been the epicenter of trade with the elves, was now in decline. Count Vitskaya, who had been the ruler of that city, licked his lips in disgust, remembering those days. The damned elves cut off all trade with us, and the Dragon Duke blamed us entirely for Upsilon. No matter what I did, there was no way to resist. The self-pitying Count Vitskaya started to look at Joseph for a moment. It was amusing to see the Count behave like a man who had been cast out of his own family, but this was not a situation where he could question such things. But even in these difficult times, there are those willing to extend a helping hand. It seems one is never truly meant to die. Is that so? The man named Joseph, sitting across from the Count, was an emissary sent directly by darkness itself. Count Vitskaya knew that, now that the support from the Dragon Duke had been cut off, he needed Joseph's help to save his territory and monopolize the elven resources. Anything you want from elven lands, including the World Tree, is at your disposal. During that time, I won't hesitate to provide you with a place to stay, food, or anything else you need. Joseph, listening to the Count, began to look at him without saying a word. The Count's eyes began to glow darker, as if the tea he had just drunk was starting to take effect. Joseph began to nod as if understanding the Count's gaze, which did not conceal his desire at all. Understood, darkness originally arrives when a person is in their darkest moment. Even if they couldn't escape on their own, it was the darkness that silently approached them, covering their eyes when no one else was there to help. The Count's firm will, we will definitely fulfill it. That's why people have no choice but to take its hand, because darkness appears at the most crucial moment, offering exactly what they desire. Like the Baron of Mashiam who wanted to save the life of his young son, or like now, with the Count who is on the brink of death. Ramashudu's hand, offering what one desires at just the right time, is nothing less than a strong temptation that is hard for anyone to resist. Thank you, if everything goes well, I will reward you generously. Seeing Count Vitskaya express his gratitude repeatedly and nod his head, Joseph began to pick up the teacup he had set down earlier. Joseph still found it difficult to get used to the taste of the tea, which was as bitter and fishy as its pitch-black color, but he still needed the dark aroma the tea carried, so it was inevitable. However, Joseph's outstretched hand could not reach the teacup. It stopped as he felt a subtle vibration in the building. An earthquake. The city of Tanobo, under Count Vitskaya's rule, rarely experienced earthquakes. But today, a tremor strong enough for the entire city to feel began to rise from the ground. The shaking, which began with a mound of earth being lifted as if someone were digging underground, started from the southernmost point and continued all the way to Ossurin, where the elven forest was located. Chapter 237, Reunion Part 1. The gaze I feel around me is sharp. Jaeger, who was drinking liquor from a leather canteen alone, closed the cap as he felt the stares of the headless figures beside him. Why not offer them a drink? Although it was a warm spring day, the area where the headless knights stood seemed covered in frost. However, Jaeger, indifferent to the cold atmosphere, merely mocked the chilly looks surrounding him. "All right, you don't have mouths to drink with, I hadn't noticed." Jaeger was the only warm being among the dead. His presence, so out of place in this landscape, seemed like a painting with a different texture, but he didn't retreat even a step while standing among the dead. Jaeger, as the atmosphere grew increasingly hostile, a hand gesture carefully called Jaeger over. It was a gesture from Joseph, who had just finished speaking with Count Vitskaya. "How did it go?" He agreed to cooperate. It seems the Count sees Osserin as his last hope. Count Vitskaya's obsession with Osserin was already burning with rage and desire. Joseph, who had come to confirm the Count's obsession under Ramashtu's orders, looked at the scene before him and continued speaking cautiously. "We will move along with the Count's soldiers. After all, it's only right that the living move with the living." The place Joseph was looking at was filled with sinister things. There were headless people resurrected from the dead. Even cursed beings with all their limbs twisted. Cursed spirits floating like shadows, and even large corpse bodies with limbs everywhere. All these beings were evil creatures created by dark sorcerers drawn to the great darkness of Ramashtu. Looking at all this, it really is an impressive sight. How did all these beings manage to stay hidden for so long? Even Joseph, usually unshaken, couldn't help but frown at the infernal camp that seemed to recreate hell on earth. Usually these were beings you couldn't find no matter how hard you searched, but now they were everywhere you looked, making it difficult even for Joseph to remain calm. Who could possibly clean up all of this? It was too much darkness to take in with just one glance. These were shadows that even he, prepared to face them, could hardly bear to see. However, all those cursed beings now on display had been ignored for too long by those who should have fulfilled their duties. Now someone would have to face the poison they produced. "Let's go. If we stay here any longer, I'll suffocate." "Understood." Joseph, making an effort to turn his head, began crossing the death-filled field, heading toward Vitskaya's garrison. All of this was ultimately the result of accumulated sins. Nobles should have duties instead of just power, and people should have responsibilities instead of just faith, but those in power today weren't doing that. That's why Joseph was convinced that the wounds they had created would eventually erupt in their generation. It was a dense forest. Seen from above, it looked like a green sea so thick that trees filled every corner. In the middle of the forest, a young world tree stood tall, peeking above the green sea. What's the current status of Count Vitskaya's troops? However, even in this peaceful scene, Baradiz's face was completely frozen. Since it was spring, the outside landscape was quite realistic, but it seemed difficult to find any sign of relaxation on Baradiz's face. They number about 1,000 soldiers. It seems Count Vitskaya is putting everything on the line with this gamble. They are fully prepared. According to scouts' reports, they could advance at any moment. After the serious question came hurried answers. The current situation was so urgent that even the seasoned rangers were nervous, and they could be certain that the start was not far off. "I see." After hearing the report, Baradiz sighed softly. In addition to the nearly 1,000 human soldiers, those who are resurrected continue to join even now. Even if it was a human army, the existence of the resurrected who had invaded right in front of the World Tree was slowly gnawing away at Baradiz's nerves. "When do they say the barrier will be restored?" "They say it will take at least a month, even if they speed up the process." After hearing the report, Baradiz slightly turned his head and looked out the window. A month, below the young world tree visible beyond the window, it was still full of elders who were writing something while bowing with difficulty. Since elves are long-lived, the elders of the Council of Elders have lived longer lives than the trees in the forest. But now, regardless of their aging bodies, they were trying to restore the forest's protective barrier that had been previously destroyed. The situation is anything but easy. The current situation demands that all capable people move quickly, regardless of their age or position. The situation was perhaps even more severe than when Nidhogg, the most cunning dragon, attacked, but the reality the elves now faced was that they had no one to turn to for help. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock was heard at the door of the office where Baradiz was with the rangers. Baradiz, knowing that no one would come to visit at that moment, looked at the elf who opened the door and entered with puzzled eyes. "What's happening?" "Well," the elf who now entered through the door was someone who shouldn't have been there, because he was an elf who had to guard the world tree at all times. But now he was standing here with a pale complexion looking at Baradiz. "I'm sorry, Lord Baradiz." Why? He was one of the elves who guarded the world tree. More precisely, he protected both the world tree and the priestess, Baradiz's younger sister. The elf was now standing in front of Baradiz, shaking his head and speaking as if he was ashamed. "The priestess has left." It was a moment when security was more important than ever. But hearing that the priestess, who was supposed to be protected along with the world tree, had left, the faces of the elves in the office quickly changed. Why? She must have had a reason. "I don't know. She said she had to receive a guest and left without listening to reason." "A guest?" The priestess of the world tree, who had never left, now did so, saying that a guest had arrived. Barades felt a strange sense of déjà vu as he left dangerously with the mysterious words that a guest had arrived. A guest. Though she was a priestess who had never been outside in her life, there had been times when she stubbornly tried to leave the forest like today. With the news that an important guest was coming, one that had to be greeted personally. Barades remembered that it was probably the first time he had met a human knight named Vlad. Send the rangers immediately. Protect the priestess. With those words, Barades stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the young world tree outside. The green leaves seemed to tremble even more today. Though there was no wind, among the moving leaves were small spirits jumping with joy. Even though the elven forest was densely populated with trees, there were occasional clearings where the sunlight shone brightly. In one such clearing, covered with green clovers, something suddenly poked through. Boing! In a place where only butterflies fluttered in search of flowers, a boy's head suddenly appeared. The creature, who had been wandering underground just a moment ago, squinted his eyes and waved his short arms as if the sunlight shining down on him was too bright. Are we here? Can I come out now? Caillou Caillou. If we've arrived, get off my head. How long are you going to stay up there? It was the voice of a man who seemed to be containing his anger. The butterflies hovering around the flower petals were startled by the eerie voice coming from beneath the ground and began floating up into the sky. A human head cautiously emerged from beneath the mole that had stuck its head out. Though he was dirty from all the soil, the man had impressive blonde hair that gleamed under the sunlight. Where are we? Vlad, who had just stuck his head out of the ground, tensed at the sight of the lush green landscape. Just a few days ago, Vlad had been in the middle of a wasteland, so he couldn't quite adjust to the scene now before him. Caillou Caillou, how far have you brought us, huh? Despite Vlad's question, the mole, who seemed to have completed its task, simply flopped down exhausted. The mole, which had dug a tunnel from underground to bring the group here, collapsed and started to stick out its tongue, worn out. It's fine, rest. Anywhere is better than back there. Vlad, looking at the exhausted mole, carefully placed it on the ground and began to crawl out of the hole. Vlad's cautious posture as he sharpened his senses was reminiscent of a wolf emerging from its den. It's a forest. Using his heightened senses to confirm that no one was around, Vlad could tell he was now standing in the middle of a forest. He was in the middle of a field of flowers full of vibrant colors. Was there a forest of this size a few days away? Vlad murmured to himself, puzzled by the landscape around him. Several days had passed since they walked through the tunnel dug by the glowing mole, guiding the refugees from the Ruga tribe. However, no matter how unfamiliar Vlad was with the geography of the central region, he knew there wasn't a forest like this just a few days away. It's because you followed the path shown to you by a spirit. Suddenly, a voice sounded next to Vlad, who was still disoriented. Vlad, who had just confirmed there was nothing nearby, was startled by the voice coming from right beside him. Who are you? It's a pleasure to see you again. However, the person who surprised Vlad simply waved cheerfully as if nothing had happened. Did the images I sent you help? There was a girl looking at Vlad, standing in front of a field of flowers swaying in the wind. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and stood in front of the flower field. The image of the girl, who looked as natural as the flowers around her, didn't seem out of place at all. Why are you here? With Vlad's surprised question, the refugees from the Ruga tribe began to emerge one by one from the underground cave. Everyone, from children to the elderly, was initially blinded by the bright light and covered their eyes with their hands. Soon, their mouths opened in amazement at the sight before them. Where are we? Not in a dirty alley or a desolate wasteland, but in an elven forest full of green waves. The children of the Ruga family, who had finally regained their sight, let out loud shouts of wonder upon seeing the great tree in the distance. A tree? Wow, that tree is huge. They had arrived in the forest on the eastern edge Ossarin, following the path shown to them by a spirit. The young world tree, which looked out over the forest, shook its leaves as if happy to see the young beastmen who were awestruck at the sight of it. Chapter 238 Reunion Part 2. It was a place that common elves could barely approach. Only those with permission could enter deep into the roots of the world tree, where the elders of the elves gathered. We must succeed this time. Of course, great elder. The tension on the faces of the elders who looked ahead could not be hidden. This would likely be their last chance, because there were neither enough materials nor enough time to keep holding out. The elders who were looking at the sword had solemn expressions because they knew that the sword now visible was their last hope for establishing a barrier. Everyone prepare. It was the place where the Swordmaster's blade, the Silver Knight, had once been embedded. But now a sword of a completely different color occupied that spot. And above that sword, complex magical symbols painstakingly drawn by the elders floated, glowing as if they were paintings. Let's begin. Following a beam of light descending from above, the magic circles began to float in the air. Great Elder Geronimo, who was watching them, raised his finger with a firm voice as if he had made a decision. Guung, as the spell was chanted by the elders, the magic circles began to slowly rotate, forming a pattern of circles of various sizes and colors. The longer the chant continued, the more cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the elders in charge of each circle. Slowly, the larger circles descended and the smaller circles rose. Following the old fingers of Geronimo, the circles starting from the surface began to align, gradually forming a huge cone. Now, under Geronimo's command, the world created by the elders began to slowly descend, to the place where the Swordmaster's blade had once been, but now to the place where a completely unknown sword stood. Rumble. When the cone descended towards the sword, an enormous vibration that could not be seen from the outside began to ripple within the world tree, the most important and final step in executing the closing ceremony. Finally, the world created by the elders began to inscribe itself as a single line through the sword. "We've done it!" Someone who saw this began to shout in joy. They had failed many times, but this time there was hope that it would work. Indeed, the sword embedded there was glowing differently from before, and the resonance it emitted was completely distinct. Crack, 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 if it weren't for the ominous sound that followed. Damn it! As if something had gone wrong, the bright conical world began to slowly tilt, accompanied by the cry of the sword that was supporting it from below. "Everyone get down! Protect the great elder!" Realizing the failure, one of the elders shouted and everyone began to crouch. And everyone began to crouch, protecting the great elder in a familiar motion. Gyujujuju duck. As the elders shouted, the brightly shining sword began to flicker and burn white. Burning its own body as if it could no longer shine this way, the old Geronimo could only watch, unable even to blink as he observed the scene heading toward destruction. Boom. Finally, the sword, unable to withstand the power of the elves' world, exploded with a deafening roar. Geronimo lowered his head with a sigh of sorrow as he watched it burst like a falling star. Because the sword that had exploded was not just a sword but a fragment of the hope that the elves desperately needed. Perhaps we should have used the Swordmaster's blade. The world tree had permitted it, and the oldest elves had poured all their essence into creating the forest's barrier. That barrier must have been such a heavy and difficult task since it was responsible for the survival of a species. That's probably why it couldn't hold out and broke. Geronimo looked at the cold fragments of the sword cooling in front of him and without saying a word began to carefully caress them in front of him. Under the roots of the world tree, now dark, Geronimo remained in place, curled up, unable to leave for a long time. A young girl was walking through a wide hill, holding a long branch followed by a group of disheveled-looking refugees. Several of the guards protecting the priestess were very nervous, as if the current situation was quite frightening, but for some reason their appearance from a distance seemed quite reliable. "I've been waiting for you. Lately my brother Lord Barades has been having a tough time." Waving the branch through the foliage, the young girl seemed like a child playing, but Vlad knew that beneath that innocence lay a mysterious power that could not be ignored. "Lord Barades?" Vlad asked in a voice that seemed a bit surprised by the girl's words that Barades was going through a difficult time. The elf Barades, the leader of the Rangers. This was because he knew that Barades was not someone easily shaken by any adversity. "Yes." The priestess turned her head in response to Vlad's question coming from behind her. In doing so, the childlike appearance she had shown just moments before completely disappeared, because there was no one to help him. Vlad stopped when he saw the sudden change in the girl's expression. The girl's eyes were clouded as if she were dreaming, but he still felt an intensity in her gaze. "But now it's okay, because Vlad has brought many people to help." However, as soon as the words ended, the young priestess returned to her innocent appearance and slowly began to walk forward again. It seemed she was quite excited as her quick steps seemed light. "There are many more people than I saw in my dream. Back then there weren't even half as many people as there are now." "A dream?" The girl, who continued to look at Vlad, slightly tilted her head to the side and continued speaking as she looked at the people of the Ruga tribe following her. "Yes, a dream. In the dream that the world tree showed me, I saw this scene. The world tree is the tree closest to the will of God, and the young girl, as its representative, saw the future through dreams. However, the future she saw through the existence of the world tree had already passed through various stages, so it was somewhat blurry and incoherent, like a child's drawing. But this mole didn't appear in the dream I saw. Therefore, when she encountered the future she had seen in reality, it was very different from what she had seen in her dream, which surprised her. Like the time when Vlad saved the dwarves while wielding his sword over the sea, or like the mole that hadn't appeared in her vision now. It must be that Vlad brought it with him. Maybe that's why there are more people. The girl's tone was lively, but there was a strange tension on Vlad's face as he listened to her words. What she said now sounded as if she were implying that if there hadn't been a mole, the number of refugees from the Ruga tribe would have been halved. "This city is strange, Vlad." Behind the girl who uttered meaningful words, the elven city of Ossurin was slowly coming into view. However, the elven city that had returned after a long time looked very different from when Vlad left. Looking at the wooden fence surrounding it, it seems they are probably preparing for a battle, and on a large scale. Following Kahano's words, Vlad inspected Ossurin from a distance. Indeed, just as Kahano said, the now visible elven city was filled with clearly erected wooden fences. Krieg, perhaps because they saw the refugees from the Ruga tribe, the gates of the city of Ossurin began to open slowly. In a place as majestic as human walls, there stood a man with navy blue hair looking at Vlad with his arms crossed. So it was you after all, Vlad Oreo, Barates, the leader of the Rangers. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the crowd of people brought by his younger sister, who had sneaked out, and raised a hand slightly towards the familiar blonde hair. As always, you're doing unpredictable things. Thank you for opening the door for us, Barates. I opened it for you, not for the Ruga people. After leaving the Ruga refugees in a temporary shelter, Vlad followed Barates as they walked toward where the elders were. The elven residence built within a large tree was something amazing to see even after all this time, but at this moment, Vlad didn't have time to be impressed by the elven style. So, there's no need to thank me. My authority here is temporary. For them to be allowed to stay in Ossurin, you'll need the approval of the Council of Elders. The elves were a race that didn't easily allow access not only to humans but to other races as well. For the elves who had survived until now thanks to such an exclusive attitude, the hundreds of refugees who suddenly arrived would not be welcomed. They are people without a place to go. And I'm also responsible for their situation. You'll need to explain all of that clearly to the elders you're about to meet. Barates, who had been walking down the hallway for a while, stopped in front of the large door he had seen before and looked at Vlad. Are you ready? Yes. Vlad silently placed the still sleeping mole from his head into his arms and took a deep breath as he looked towards the door to the conference room where the elders were waiting. Then I wish you luck. Kriak, with a gesture of Barates' hand, a bright light began to enter through the opening door. As Vlad grew accustomed to the light, the vast meeting hall was revealed before him. More than 10 elders, seated here and there upon the massive tree roots entwined like stairs, were all looking at Vlad. It has been a long time, young human knight, Vlad. The old elf seated highest among them gestured toward Vlad and smiled faintly. The old Geronimo, the eldest of the elves, remembered the young knight who had saved their world tree and was pleased to see Vlad return. It seems you've been through a lot. You've grown much more than before. The potential that had shown when Vlad struck down the dragon Nidhogg had now fully developed. However, the way Geronimo saw Vlad now was incomparable to back then, and the elder's heart seemed somewhat satisfied with the young potential that had grown so rapidly. I hope you've been well, great elder. However, as the child grows, the elder becomes older. Even while sitting there, Geronimo's energy was clearly low enough for Vlad to notice. I would like to say we've been well, but that is not the sad reality we face. Watching Geronimo's fingers tremble slightly, Vlad began to quietly observe the other nearby elders. Something has happened. Although it wasn't as severe as Geronimo, all the elders seemed to have been drained of energy. Seeing them like this, Vlad could tell that something significant was happening in Ossurin at that moment, even if it wasn't for the wooden fences surrounding the place. I don't know what has happened, but I believe I can help, so please, you must take the Ruga far away from here. It seemed that Barates also wanted him to be here. Because of this, Vlad thought that if he handled things well, he could wrap up the situation with the Ruga people, but the words that came out of Geronimo's mouth were surprisingly firm. If possible, it would be better if you leave soon. That would be better for them as well. Geronimo coughed with difficulty as he asked them to leave, but his attitude showed neither annoyance nor rejection toward anyone. Soon, a human lord will attack this place. A human lord? Yes, I'm sure you know him, Count Vitskaya. Count Vitskaya was definitely a familiar name. And moreover, the resurrected ones are targeting our forest with their horrible forms. In other words, this place cannot be a safe refuge for the Ruga. And the resurrected ones was another expression that was also familiar. The resurrected ones, names he didn't expect to hear in this place. Vlad had sought out the Ruga tribe in his struggle against Frossen, and now he found traces of them here in Ossurin. Are they coming here now? Nobles, clerics, and even the imperial family, the owners of the empire. It was Vlad who had arrived in the city of Namarka in search of their presence, only to be ignored by all those in charge. Even though he was driven out by the oldest dragon there, Vlad didn't lose sight of his original purpose, not even when he was crushed. Yes, they are staining our forest black as they approach. Hearing Geronimo's words, Vlad clenched his fist around the hilt of his sword. His anger was conveyed through the hand he gripped tightly. The Dragon Slayer sword, which understood the anger because it mirrored its owner, began to tremble slowly as Vlad held his hand firmly. Rumble, 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 Vlad's sword began to tremble even more as it resonated with the beating of its owner's heart. A silver light shone through the blade of the dragon-slaying sword, which was gradually emerging from its sheath. Geronimo's eyes began to widen as he recognized that familiar light. Not only Geronimo, but also several elders beside him began to slowly lean forward as if they were hypnotized. Even so, I beg you, great elder, please allow the Ruga to stay here temporarily. They have nowhere else to go. The young knight wasn't the only one who had grown since their last farewell. Vlad's sword was now wrapped in a glorious silver light instead of the blue light it once had, and the elders who recognized it stood up one by one. If you do, I will also repay you with my sword. Do what you have to do where you need to be. The only thing I can promise is with the sword I hold. The young knight who had raised the most honorable sword to protect the world tree now spoke as he raised his own sword. The Silver Knight. Just like back then, he promised to fight with a sword of the same color. Just like the Swordmaster's blade that had protected the young world tree that day, the sword Vlad held now shone in the same silver color. Chapter 239 Successor Part 1. A long time ago, the first period of the Empire which no one remembers anymore. In those times, the eastern region of the Empire was nothing more than a desolate wasteland. Unlike the fertile West, where the World Mother Tree was located, the barren, arid East, where not even a blade of grass could grow, was a land ignored even by the surrounding lords. It seems the children have been very hungry, a dry and desolate land. The man who was looking around smiled bitterly at the sight of the children's eyes watching him. Although they were strangers, the children's eyes, which followed them, shone with anticipation for food. Because there's not much to eat. Not even the elves can make this land prosper. Every time the man took a step, the village children drew closer to him. However, the man felt a bit sad because the children who now clung to him did so not out of innocent curiosity. This is a land that cannot be saved, even by anyone other than our elves, Your Majesty. The young Geronimo looked at the man in the deep robe and called him Your Majesty. It was a title that could only be given to the most powerful man on the continent, but the man Geronimo was looking at that moment seemed too worn out to receive the glorious title of Your Majesty. What do you think now that you've seen it? Do you feel relieved? The sleeves covering his thin body were wide. In Geronimo's eyes, which had become very dry after giving away his own food, it seemed that only bitter venom remained. In the end, the king of humans only thought about humans. What the elder chief said was true. There was once a knight who harbored a radiant intent like a star. He was also someone who gathered the potential of all the races of the world into a single sword to eliminate the most perfect dragon. I'm sorry. However, the man who was now removing his robe was not the knight who had shone so brightly back then. The old man, whose face was covered in wrinkles filled with regrets, was a liar who could not even fulfill the promises he said he would keep. To destroy the most perfect being, I borrowed too much. While returning them, I could not concern myself with you. Please return. Geronimo stopped walking and murmured quietly. However, his calm yet clear voice entered Frossen's heart and sank heavily. Come back and send us food if you can. At his feet where he stopped was a very small sapling. The sapling, which did not even reach the waist of an adult, seemed precarious as if it might wither and die at any moment, perhaps because it stood on dry land. May your compassion allow us to survive the winter. Geronimo, an elf begging for food and a young world tree that had not even properly rooted. Faced with their miserable appearance, Frossen deeply regretted coming here too late. Don't do this, don't beg, you have the right to stand with dignity. Elves who had to sacrifice their world mother tree to destroy the most perfect dragon, but now instead of past glory, their lives had been reduced to begging with outstretched hands to others. Click Your Majesty, their misery was ultimately his fault. Even though I fulfilled my duties as a knight, it was my fault for not being able to fulfill my duties as emperor. I'm sorry it took so long to repay this debt. Clang. Frossen drew his sword and without hesitation drove it into the ground in front of the small sapling of the world tree. Although its owner had aged and worn down, the sword still shone with its silver brilliance. Obtained from the Lady of the Lake, blessed by God and ruled by a flame that never extinguishes. What are you doing now? The young Geronimo was surprised by Frossen's sudden action, but the old emperor's face only filled with a relieved smile as he looked at him. Do not remove this sword, not until the children here stop starving. Frossen sheathed his sword, looked at the children who were staring at him with wide eyes and laughed. And until this young world tree takes deep root. As the blue grass began to slowly grow around the silver sword, the children, who had never seen that color in the wasteland, opened their eyes wide. Rumble, rumble, a man who left his position of glory to assume a duty he had not fulfilled. As the silver sword wept at seeing its owner walk away, he simply patted it once and covered himself with his hood again. At least I'm glad I didn't arrive too late, that brings me some comfort. A wasteland with nothing, a land where children starved, and someday the land from which the sword would be drawn. The name they would give that place in the future would be the Forest of the Elves, Ossurin. The tall wooden fence seemed majestic, but it couldn't block the ominous air coming from outside the forest. The young elves of Ossurin simply widened their eyes as if anxious while watching the village become more and more unfamiliar as the adults moved busily. There are the children gathered. And the children of the Ruga tribe noticed it too. Vlad walked forward without saying a word, looking at the children who had different appearances but the same look in their eyes. The human army numbers around 1,000 men. That sounds manageable. According to Barades, who was walking with him, the number of soldiers gathered by Count Vitskaya was about 1,000. There were around 700 Ossurin elves fighting against him, so it didn't seem like there was any reason to be at a disadvantage if they fought behind a fence. The problem is the resurrected ones. But Count Vitskaya wasn't alone. Behind him, there were many dark mages who answered Ramashtu's call, and they were probably still burning with desire for Ossurin. 3 days ago, their number was already about 2,000. Combined with the humans, they form an army of 3,000, and it is likely to continue growing. At that moment, a sudden wind blew, and the smell of oil began to waft from the torch beside me. Suddenly, an unexpected wind brought the scent of oil from the nearby torches. That's why we need a barrier to reverse the current situation. The barrier surrounding Ossurin was protected by the unbreakable promise of the Swordmaster's sword. However, ever since the revived Frossen took the sword, the barrier ceremony that the elves had built over hundreds of years was in a state of failure, like a safe that had lost its key. I beg you, with those words, Barades stopped, indicating that his guidance ended there. When he stopped, there were elders waiting for Vlad in front of the young world tree. Their eyes, which awaited the new Silver Knight, were as serious as the eyes of the children he had just seen. Barades. Yes. As he followed those hopeful gazes, Vlad suddenly stopped, as if remembering something, and looked at Barades. Thank you for back then. Vlad turned around and was smiling. It wasn't a bright enough smile to laugh with, but his somewhat carefree smile eased Barades's heart a little. I'll try to settle the debt this time. For everything you did for me. From the devastated city of Dermer to the forgotten island of the dwarves Lemnos, Vlad kept remembering the elf who had been with him all this time. Because knights only receive just compensation. For the elf who quietly stayed by my side when I needed it most. Barades was speechless for a moment when he saw Vlad say that he would take this opportunity to repay the help he had received. Yes, with those words, Barades remained there for a long time, watching Vlad's back as he walked farther and farther away. Though he walked to fulfill a great duty, Vlad showed not the slightest hesitation in his steps as he walked towards the young world tree. Listen, my soldiers. The troops were lined up along the edge of the dense forest. The soldiers, who were largely divided into 2 formations, had different appearances and also different positions according to their respective roles. Remember how those damn elves suddenly betrayed us? The dead were silent, and the living held their breath to match them. Though the formation was filled with a strange silence as if they were about to go into battle, only Count Vitskaya was shouting loudly to everyone. Remember the pain they caused us. Now, while your families starve at home, those evil elves are resting, eating, and enjoying themselves in that green forest. As the Count said, the people in his territory were endlessly starving. The county of Vitskaya, where trade with the elves had been cut off, was like a land without a waterway. At this moment, when even the support from the Dragon Blood Duke had been severed, the only way to save the territory suffering from scorching hunger was to steal from others. Look at that green forest. While your families starve, those damn elves are relaxing and enjoying themselves as if nothing is wrong. Accumulated resentment seeks a target, and repressed anger needs an outlet. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, they just needed something to unleash upon, and for the residents of Vitskaya, the elves were simply excellent kindling. Yes, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be in this situation. It's all the elves' fault. They started everything. To survive, sometimes one needs the courage to ignore the truth and an excuse to attack others. Angry shouts toward the elves began to erupt from Vitskaya's army, which fulfilled all the conditions with a single speech. In the end, they also seek to kill others to survive. And there were those watching them from another camp. They were among the dead and the ominous creatures that filled the army. What do you think, Joseph? Is it right to trample others to survive? The voice that spoke sounded as empty as death. The image of a woman dressed in black mourning clothes looked at him. The woman, who rejected the world created by God and would not even set foot on the earth, looked at Joseph with a truly mysterious expression. God is cruel, don't you think? He is the one who created a world where to survive, we must kill someone to live. Seen up close, she seemed like a very compassionate woman. The sight of her holding each dead child in her arms was similar to that of the Virgin Mary blessed by God. However, Joseph could glimpse the madness hidden behind her gentle smile. That's why we must destroy everything. So that no one else has to die. Some had come this far driven by vile desires, others by unfulfilled dreams, and others by despair. Although all the dark mages who had been drawn here by the darkness had their own circumstances, Joseph was sure that none of them were as mad as Ramashtu standing before him. and then we will rebuild it, because she was rejecting the world that God created with a passion purer than anyone else's. Joseph could only remain frozen as her maniacal smile of, and then we will rebuild it, stared at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, causing great agitation among Vitskaya's troops. The vibration was so strong that even the undead, who were usually insensitive to disturbances, wavered. An earthquake? No. Ramastu slightly lifted her veil, pointing toward the center of the elves' forest with her pale finger. At the end of her hand, a great tree rose toward the sky. It seems the elves don't want to die without a fight. The young world tree visible in the distance was glowing. It surpassed its original blue color and came in all sorts of bright colors. It's a barrier ritual. The bright lights were visible even from outside the forest, flickering incessantly like a beacon illuminating the elves' forest. Chapter 240 Successor Part 2 Rumble, Rumble, Rumble. A violent tremor was occurring beneath the bright roots of the world tree H. The vibration was a gesture made by the world tree as it attempted to rise. And it was also a rough roar made by a dragon-slaying sword trying to connect two worlds. Oh, the elven elders, watching the world being created once again, opened their mouths in astonishment. A conical world that filled the interior of the young world tree. The sight of the barrier ceremony constructed over countless years slowly falling was extremely tense and stirred a strange emotion. At last, finally, the elves' barrier touching the dragon-slaying sword began to slowly melt away. The barrier formula, which had started to melt from the bottom and turn into a bright powder, became a single line and slowly engraved itself on the surface of the sword, regardless of its massive volume. It's done. It's done, cries of joy began to erupt from the mouths of the elders who witnessed this, because it looked completely different from the swords they had seen before. Unlike other swords, the Dragon Slayer sword neither exploded nor was crushed. It remained still, clearly displaying its original silver color. Wuong, Wuong, even though the crude techniques carving into its body were painful, though the ritual invading its body was agonizing, the Dragon Slayer sword stood firm, enduring it all. Because for this sword, born from the light of the stars, the endangered land was its home, the place where it had been created. But Vlad's expression, as he listened to the sword's groans, grew increasingly grim. The elders may not have realized it, but Vlad, who shared the same world as the Dragon Slayer's sword, understood that his sword had reached its limit. And just as he feared, the conical world descending began to tilt slowly. Rumble. It wasn't a sound heard with the ears, but a collapse felt through the soul. Seeing the conical world lose its balance like a falling tree, the faces of the elders, which had been filled with joy, turned pale. Old Geronimo, who had been watching the scene, exhaled a sigh of despair, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. No, no. However, despite his fervent cries, the elves' world was becoming increasingly perilous. The dragon-slaying sword holding it up was struggling to maintain balance, but the duty it had to accept was heavy, and the world it had to support was too overwhelming. Rumble. The young world tree wept as it watched the elves' world tilt toward it, unable to extend a branch to support it. Not yet fully connected, the young world tree could only tremble as it observed the collapse of the elves' world. Grrr, Graya, the vibrations coming from the forest were unusual. This was because there were not only vibrations beneath the ground, but there were also beings trampling the earth. There are too many. Captain, the traps are useless. There were corpses running, turning the green forest completely black. They ran randomly with their pure white wings shining, ignoring the arrows fired by the elves and heading only toward one place. Boom. Crash, the sound of traps collapsing echoed throughout the forest. Despite falling into deep pits or being impaled by wooden spears, the black wave heading towards Ossurin showed no signs of stopping. Retreat, there was no need to check it in advance. After confirming that the first line to block the intruders had been broken, the leader gritted his teeth and lit the beacon next to him. Everyone retreat. Regroup at the second line. The elves who had gone out to intercept following the leader's order quickly began to retreat. However, the black waves of corpses approaching with no time to breathe had such intense speed that even the agility of the elves could not outrun them. Screech, damn it, they're already here. There was black smoke rising above someone's screams. The smoke seen in Ossurin rose much faster than Barades had anticipated. I see smoke. Lord Barades. Barades, who was observing the situation in front of the wooden fence, bit his lip when he heard a report beside him. We've received word that enemies have been found at the second line. Captain, they report that not a single soldier from the first line has arrived. Hearing that not a single soldier had managed to regroup, Barades' expression grew even more tense. Although the personnel were selected so strictly that they were placed on the most dangerous first line, the speed of the enemy's advance easily surpassed Barades' expectations. This doesn't make sense. He had tried to slow down the enemy with arrows and traps. Barades had attempted to buy as much time as possible before the enemies reached Ossurin, but his attempts had been in vain from the start. And there are too many of them. The forest was like a natural castle wall, but even this dense forest was not enough to block the thousands of corpses unleashed by the evil people. To make matters worse, the corpses seemed to know exactly where to go, running straight toward the elves without getting lost in the labyrinthine paths of the forest. It's dark magic. At that moment, a low voice was heard behind Barades. It was the voice of the great mother of the Ruga tribe, holding a pipe in her mouth. Walking in darkness means they don't need to find the right path. Although it is an evil being, dark magic also has its origin in mystery. The great mother of the Ruga tribe shook the ash from the pipe as if she didn't like their methods, which only her companions could recognize. How many more enemies do you think will come? Let me see. Although they were not yet comrades or comrades in arms, the great mother decided to grant Barades' request. Because behind the Ossuran fence they now had their backs to, not only were the elves but also the precious children of the Ruga clan. Thick smoke filled the air as the great mother exhaled deeply. Her breath, carried by the wind, had already crossed the forest and was heading towards the human army outside. I can't believe so many warlocks have gathered. Beyond the forest seen through the mystery, warlocks who seemed to be dozens of years old stood side by side. They were reciting strange spells to conform to the world they had built. However, the great mother of the Ruga family could spot among them a woman exuding a strong presence. Is it that woman? She was a woman dressed in black mourning clothes who seemed unusual at first glance. Although it was impossible to see her in detail because she was covered by a thick veil, her beauty could be guessed just by looking at her bright red lips. The great mother of the Ruga family, who was looking at the woman, stopped breathing for a moment as a chill ran down her spine. Because the woman smiled as if she had noticed the great mother's gaze. Hello, seeing her smile pale as a corpse and making eye contact with her, the great mother of the Ruga family quickly waved her hand and began to disperse the accumulated smoke. For God's sake, what's happening? Barades asked, looking at the great mother who had suddenly become agitated, but she said nothing and only stood up with her staff. She's a powerful sorceress. I've never seen anything like her. It will be difficult both for you and for me. With the great mother's words, the sound of vibrations on the ground was getting closer and closer. Barades, who heard that loud sound, was convinced that even the second line he had prepared would soon collapse. Now, old Geronimo sighed as he watched his world crumble. At that moment when he had to give up everything, Geronimo could feel a breeze of wind pass by his shoulders. Og! It was a wind created by a man who rushed to the altar without anyone stopping him. Vlad climbed the altar with the wind and held his sword with a familiar hand. Why does this hurt so much? Although the pain, like a stabbing sensation piercing his hands, was intense, Vlad did not let go of the sword. The elders were so shocked to see Vlad pulling back the dragon-slaying sword that was slowly falling that they couldn't even scream and simply opened their mouths wide. Get out now. This ritual is too strong for the human body. Even Kahano, horrified by Vlad's impulsive action, told him to let go of the sword, but Vlad kept trying to lift the dangerously tilting Dragon Slayer sword. Then what am I supposed to do? This is our last chance. As Vlad said, the cone shining inside the world tree was truly the last chance to contain the hopes of the elves. Vlad knew very well that if this barrier ceremony failed, the only thing that could protect Ossuran would be the hastily built fence by Barades, and even that wouldn't hold for long. But it shouldn't be done this way. What was visible was a dragon-slaying sword, but the essence of what the sword was trying to contain was the world of the young world tree. The magic of the elves was an attempt to succeed, so what Vlad was trying to create now was not just a sword but a world as vast and deep as Ossuran. Human knight, step away immediately. If you stay there, you'll be crushed by the presence. Rumble. With the elders' shouts, the tremors underground became more intense. It was the earth's cry, unable to bear the increasingly heavy world. However, Vlad simply held his sword and continued pushing it as if he couldn't hear anything. Vlad's golden world, instinctively closed, shone as if it were about to explode. But as if that wasn't enough, Vlad's toes were gradually being pushed back. Close your eyes. I already have them closed. Close your right eye too. You must build it through the world you have, not through your body. However, since Vlad had already opened his world with all his might, the only person who could help Vlad's world now trying to lift the sword was Kahano, who lived within. Damn it! With his left eye closed, Vlad saw his own world, and with his right eye open, he saw the real world. That was the balance he had been taught, the only way not to lose himself in his own world. But there was no other option now. Slowly, take a deep breath. When Vlad closed his right eye and detached from reality, all he could see was total darkness. But at that very moment, the elders nearby saw a figure emerge from Vlad's closed eye. Although it was faint, the figure seemed to be helping Vlad lift the sword that was collapsing beside him. Look through the sword you are holding. Vlad, looking through his sword, saw the small root of the young world tree trying to enter this world. The world tree, which only had a young priestess as its sole passage into the world, was trying to create another passage called the Dragon Slayer Sword to avoid a crisis in the land where it was rooted. Can you see it now? It was my world that I couldn't control and was sinking into deeply, but Kahano's voice, firmly established, remained above. Vlad lifted his head following the voice and could see a small root twisting above him. Bring that guy here. Kahano's voice was growing more distant, but Vlad could understand what he was trying to say. My world was like a brush painting the world, but it could also be a pure white drawing paper for someone else. Seeing the green world he wished to paint through it, Vlad reached out with all his might. Boom, crash, boom, the noise from the wooden fence trembling was loud. Even the large wooden fence shook due to the brutal onslaughts that no living being could execute. Screech, screech, Captain! A corpse had wedged itself between them, baring its teeth fiercely. Its head was half crushed, but it had managed to create a gap, and the space was widening as its head violently smashed against the fence, paying no heed to its own body. Don't fall back, this is the last place we can hold. Now that the second line, which had been painstakingly built, had collapsed, leaving only the barrier that could be considered the last bastion, the only thing Barates could tell the elves was not to retreat. Huff, a dense smoke began to fill the air as the Great Mother exhaled laboriously. The Great Mother of the Ruga clan exhaled with effort, filling the air with thick smoke. Her smoke, so suffocating that even the dead recoiled, only created a brief respite. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, something could be seen through the gap where the corpses had escaped. A massive figure, clearly visible even in the low visibility, obscured by the smoke. The corpse looked as if it had been formed by smashing everything together, a sight nauseating just to behold, but the impact that the enormous body would cause was likely very real. That damn thing is coming. Everyone reinforced the fence. It must not collapse. Everyone knew that even the slightest hole must not be created, because right now a lot of rotting water was flowing through that gap. Fire the arrows, what the hell are the druids doing? As if someone's shout was a signal, a herd of boars began to charge from the forest towards the enormous, terrifying, ragged corpse. The formation threatening the fence was greatly shaken by the sudden appearance of the boars, but not even the powerful charge of the boars could stop the movement of the massive, ragged corpse, as if the limitations of its weight class were inevitable. Crack, the fence that the elves had painstakingly erected fell backward due to the creature's abrupt charge. Graa, the fence had been breached. Although it was a fence deeply embedded in preparation for this very situation, one side collapsed as if it couldn't withstand the attack of the shattered corpses, which were more vicious than any siege weapon. Stop them, they must not get through. Everyone began rushing out to close the gap that was finally forming. In a desperate effort to block the breach, the elves and warriors of the Ruga clan launched themselves into the attack, fiercely brandishing their weapons. But the breach, like a broken dam, couldn't contain the wave surging towards Ossurin. Screech! The dead, who had been held back by the fence, were now slipping through the gap, advancing towards Ossurin. The tide, too strong to be contained, was sweeping away the defenders trying to hold it back. Damn it! Boom! Barates' left eye burned with intensity as he watched the scene unfold. However, the pentagram engraved in his left eye alone wasn't enough to stop the influx of corpses. No! Black waves began to invade the world of the elves after Barates' single cry. The cursed beings advanced, leaving nothing in their wake as they moved towards Ossurin. Lower. At that critical moment, as the venomous fangs of the cursed beings loomed over Ossurin, a green wave spread out silently. Swish. A wave that began to spread gently, like the autumn wind passing through a wheat field. The green wave, which started with someone's sword strike, followed the flowing wind, quietly cutting through the corpses and moving toward the fallen wooden fence. Vlad, what came at the end of the calm waves was only the clear silence that enveloped the forest. Barates, who recognized the person who created the wave, raised his eyes in surprise, but Vlad, with his eyes closed, didn't acknowledge him and was only smiling serenely. Yes, that's it. Now, speaking with the voice of the world tree, audible only in his own world, Vlad was smiling as new inscriptions shone on the blade of his sword, inscriptions that hadn't been there before. Take root once more, rumble. With Vlad's words, the green wave began to paint his world into reality. The world of the world tree, represented through Vlad's sword instead of the young priestess, was all green and all blue. Seeing the color that began to emerge from Vlad's sword, Barates could only stare in awe as the spectacle unfolded before his eyes. What the hell is this? The wooden fence was rising. Though shattered and scarred, the new green leaves emerging were healing the tree's wounds. The resurrected corpses, who had until now advanced relentlessly, stood still, astonished at the sight of the fence rising once again. However, Vlad, who in reality couldn't see the scene, simply nodded and smiled as if he now understood. Ah, so this is the color. A world that could only be understood with closed eyes. Vlad, now in someone else's world, not in reality, clung to a small root and looked at a world full of green light. Do not pull out the sword that I have driven in. Until the children stop starving, until the young tree before me can fully take root. But now Vlad had drawn the sword and taken hold of the world tree's root. And so now it was time to cut down those hungry corpses that were eyeing the children. So what should I draw this time? When Vlad opened his right eye to do so, the world was filled with green. Chapter 241 Night of the World Tree Rumble. With a heavy sound, the wooden fences of Osirin rose again, their massive forms standing tall once more. Count Vitskaya's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the shadows of the trees grow taller and taller, almost reaching the sky. Have they taken root again? When it fell, it was just a felled tree, but when it rose again, it was a tree with proud roots. Not only Count Vitskaya, but also the nearby sorcerers could not hide their confusion as they looked at the wooden fence of Osirin, which had now turned into a small forest. Those fuckers, and there were green eyes watching them with fury. With his sharp sword and his right eye burning intensely, Vlad watched the broken bodies of the elves, feeling his anger flare up fiercely. They killed them. Green energy began to form in the sharp sword, and the same was true for his right eye. The young world tree, which had finally entered this world through Vlad's sword and body, clenched its teeth as if it could not contain its rage when it saw the corpses of the elves who had tried to protect it. They were all good people. Rumble. The young world tree's anger erupted with a borrowed dragon's roar. Recognizing its fury, the green ocean surrounding Osirin began to surge violently. What the hell is this? Seeing the violent movement, Vitskaya's soldiers began to panic greatly. The trees are moving, because the trees around them were writhing and moving. The trees, which could only move with the permission of the forest's owner, were raising their roots that had been buried underground towards the sky, in sympathy with the young world tree's anger. Quah. They were slow but impossible to dodge due to their massive weight. The formation of Vitskaya's army immediately began to disintegrate as the tree whips filled the sky. What the hell is going on? The exploding bodies and the soldiers' resounding screams suddenly began to fill the green forest. The trees that were supposed to stay still were rising on their own. Even Ramasthu, who was watching from afar, lifted her veil and opened her eyes wide at the shocking scene. HMPH. And there was a breath that took advantage of this moment when the enemies were confused. This moment when a single move could gain momentum on a battlefield that had been heavily tilted. Vlad, who had sensed the optimal moment to step forward, shot out like an arrow, his eyes shining. Heya, with a powerful swing of Vlad's sword, the heads of the corpses began to explode in countless numbers. It was a black wave that had seemed unstoppable just a moment ago, but the green world at the tip of Vlad's sword no longer allowed their advance. Screech Arg, the golden beacon that leaped into the Black Sea, began to sway back and forth. The white, vacant eyes of the corpses finally opened, but the forest, in tune with the world tree, was now Vlad's domain. Vlad Baratis urgently raised his bow as he watched Vlad, covered in black, wolf-like corpses, but it was only for a moment. Vlad had already risen into the sky, stepping on the corpses around him. What, Caillou? The knight of the world tree ran down the steps made by the glowing mole. Vlad, riding down the stairs created by the glowing mole, charged towards the giant corpse that had broken through the wooden fence. It was too large to be cut down in a single strike, but it didn't matter, because the world tree's world I now hold is bigger than that. The world of the world tree that he now held was much vaster than that being. The sword he wielded, though just a blade, contained the very essence of Osirin, and it quickly pierced the giant corpse. Crack, crunch. Is this how it would sound if it were crushed by a massive rock? The head of the ragged corpse, pierced by Vlad's sword, began to be miserably crushed. Kuyek, though there were hundreds of corpses piled up, the weight of the sword was impossible to bear. The ragged corpse flailed its ugly arms wildly, as if it hadn't anticipated its weight at all, but Vlad's sword was driven through without the slightest hesitation. Joseph, because he could see Joseph's black eyes watching him from beyond the overflowing corpses. A man who always smiled at me in a room filled with sunlight, but now seeing him among those he hated most, Vlad let out a fierce roar. Joseph Vayezid, crack. The ragged corpse, unable to withstand the presence of the world tree, began to collapse. Vlad charged through the corpses, and although it seemed like a dangerous sight, the sword he held shone with a bright green. Get out of my forest right now. Everyone get out of the way, you bastards. The dragon's roar echoed in unison with the young world tree. With the accumulated fury of the world tree, the star and dragon's sword finally divided the green forest. Rumble, it felt like an enormous mountain-like sword was falling. The presence of the world tree, which could not be contained just in the form of a sword, covered the sky, broke the ground, and split the black, wolf-like sea, and even the revived beings began to scream loudly as if in fear. Good heavens! And from the center of that devastating scene, Ramasthu saw a golden line advancing towards them. It was a sun that could not rise under Frossen's sky, but in his absence, it emerged in a way that no one seemed able to stop. Stop him, he's coming towards us, protect Ramasthu. The headless knights quickly began to build a wall to block Vlad's fierce attack. However, the entity they were trying to stop was not just a swordsman but the will of the forest itself. Crunch, crack, with the blade of Vlad's sword, the headless knights were sent flying. They were struck by an enormous world they could not possibly resist, and were only shattered and thrown aside. Don't stand in my way, destroying the headless knights, cutting down the fleeing sorcerers. Vlad continued forward, offering appropriate sacrifices to the furious world tree. Finally, he found himself facing the woman in mourning black who blocked his path. "Ah, you're here too." Vlad's eyes gleamed ominously as he recognized Ramashtu. The dark circle tainting the green world continued to generate ominous waves, polluting the forest. Seeing Ramashtu, both Vlad and the world tree felt the same growing hostility. "I'm tired of your damn tricks." Boom, bang, bang. Before he realized it, Vlad was moving towards her, breaking the sinister words that appeared before him. Ramashtu's circle with its reversed divine words was as terrifying as it was unsettling, but the young world tree, the master of this land, did not permit its existence. Q-Huke. Even Ramashtu, who was always calm, could not help but frown before Vlad's sharp sword. Even she, standing outside the world created by God, seemed unable to ignore the presence of Vlad roaring right in front of her. "Why are you doing all this damn nonsense?" Vlad remembered the women who died shedding black tears. Also the unfortunate prostitute who closed her eyes in a town covered in fog. They say no one in the world is without a story, but what she did was so cruel that Vlad didn't want to see scenes like that again. "Damn bitch!" Clang. With a furious cry and breaking through Ramashtu's last circle, Vlad finally reached her. Hundreds of corpses were already lined up behind the path with the world tree's anger, and none of them stopped Vlad's advance. For the first time in a long time, Ramashtu felt fear as Vlad's rough hands pulled at her veil. This was because the dragon's wrath, which even Frossen, who had implanted a perfect peace, could not replicate, was right in front of her. "I won't forgive you even in death, Ramashtu." Gah. Anywhere else, Vlad wouldn't have been able to reach her, but this was Osirin. The golden dragon running free on the green canvas had all the space it needed to spread its wings. Vlad, the sight of Vlad holding Ramashtu's hair and raising his sword, was the very vision of an angry forest. Joseph shouted as he saw Vlad trying to thrust all the anger he had accumulated until now into a single point. Damn it! At the moment when the world tree's wrath was about to fall upon Ramashtu's neck, Vlad could feel a very familiar energy stabbing into his side. It was the presence of his master, the man who had guided him into the world of knights. "You damned idiot!" A strong aura flowed from the patch Jaeger wore. His sword stabbing into Vlad's side was truly filled with the ferocity of trying to twist the momentum of the battlefield, just as he had learned. Crack. Jaeger's familiar and furious onslaught found a weak point in Vlad, who hadn't anticipated it. But just as Jaeger's sword was about to strike, a root emerged to block it. Jaeger had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the root that blocked his sword. However, this was the moment when knights were racing against time, and Vlad seized the opportunity once again, and this time the original golden light began to seep from Vlad's left eye. That defiant look hasn't changed. Vlad quickly released Ramashtu's hair, which he had been holding, and quickly gripped the sword with both hands. "The knight I met named Jaeger was not a knight strong enough to be defeated with just one hand. Why are you stopping me?" The tip of Jaeger's sword was sharp as he charged at me. Able to conceal numerous intentions in just one step forward, he managed to stop Vlad, if only for a short time. Because it's still not possible. Jaeger saw Joseph fleeing while supporting Ramashtu and began to advance towards Vlad again. Seeing them moving further and further away, Vlad gritted his teeth and swung his sword, but the man named Jaeger who blocked his way was a master of counterattacks and a swordsman with mysterious steps. Clang, 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 arg, though the momentum far exceeded his expectations. What kind of bastard sword is this? Although Jaeger tried to joke as usual, his arm visibly trembled from the intensity of the combat. Vlad's fury was something he couldn't handle with just one sword, but the reason he had no choice but to endure it was probably because he was also a knight who followed his lord's will. "Move aside. Please, I can't." The few surviving sorcerers began to disappear into thick smoke along with Ramashtu. Seeing Joseph vanish with them, Vlad gritted his teeth and swung his sword, but the knight named Jaeger blocking his way was a master of counterattacks and a swordsman of mysterious steps. "It's not time yet, Vlad, not yet." Jaeger's voice, whispering softly as if only for Vlad to hear, lingered at the edge of his ear. But unfortunately, his words didn't seem to reach Vlad, who was immersed in his own world. Vlad began to scream in fury as he saw Ramashtu and Joseph disappear before him. Though the young world tree did not allow it, the sorcerers who had opened the breach seemed to have found an exit from the forest. "Please move aside." Faced with an inevitable choice, Vlad had to remember the oath he had made. Do what you need to do where you need to be. Even the young will have their potential taken again. He knew he would have to pierce through his respected master to fulfill his duty. Crack! The tip of Vlad's sword, which he could no longer resist, pierced through Jaeger's body. Though his body, unable to control its weight, was thrown against the tree right behind him, Jaeger was still smiling. Though it was only for a short time, Jaeger managed to block the forest's fury with his entire body and finally gave Joseph some precious time. You kid, now I have a nosebleed. The knight who had completed his mission could now only see his disciple crying in front of him. Open your eyes quickly. I don't know, but it seems like a huge burden. Seeing Jaeger hanging from a tree after being pierced by Vlad's sword was pitiful, but even in that situation his only thought was for his disciple. Jaeger, I knew this day would come. Vlad finally opened his left eye, which had been closed, and saw Jaeger growing paler as the blood drained away. As the world, which no human could dare to endure, crumbled, Vlad's entire body felt intense pain, but Vlad still tried to hold Jaeger. You're an insolent kid. You've grown too fast. Vlad, his vision growing blurrier from the pain, saw Jaeger smiling at him. Vlad opened his eyes wide, trying not to lose sight of his master, but even with a dragon's body, the existence of the world tree was not something that could be easily contained. You could have told me. Vlad could only speak those words he had been holding inside all this time before he collapsed. At least to me, I'm sorry. In the darkness that enveloped him, Vlad's last vision was of Jaeger patting his head. Vlad, who was clutching Jaeger's clothes, slowly lowered his head and leaned towards him, as if pleading with him not to leave without saying a word this time. Thank you. The sky was clear and the wind blew gently. Although there were angry elven shouts and someone's screams coming from one side, the only sound Vlad could hear as he collapsed after finishing his task was the whisper of the young world tree telling him to rest. Chapter 242, Between the Cracks Part 1. Warm sunlight filtered through the thick leaves. It was hard to believe that this peaceful and clear forest had been the scene of a fierce battle the day before. Even the corpses that had been wildly rampaging through the quiet forest, where only the birds' songs could now be heard, had fallen into a deep sleep from which they would never awaken, as if they had finally found rest. Are you awake? However, eternal sleep was only reserved for the dead. Unlike them, Vlad, who had just opened his eyes, slowly turned his head at the sound of the young girl's voice resonating in his ears. They said that man didn't die. What a relief, right? The price of embracing the world tree had not been small, and Vlad still felt an unbearable pain throughout his body. For that reason, he could barely articulate a word, but the young priestess kept chattering endlessly as if she already knew what Vlad wanted to say. But he was quite seriously injured, so he might lose the mobility in one of his arms. It was Vlad who had exhausted all his energy from speaking due to yesterday's fierce battle. Even so, he felt uncomfortable being in front of the priestess, so he made an effort to get up and straighten his back. In that case, it could have been worse. The sunlight shone on the priestess' head as she stood by the window. Her silvery blonde hair shimmered dazzlingly, which was hard to bear for Vlad, who had just opened his eyes, but even so he could make out the small picture book she was holding. What's that? Is it a revelation? No. Although the priestess usually received revelations through her drawings, today didn't seem to be the case, and she smiled sweetly. You no longer need any revelations from Vlad. For some reason, the words the priestess had just spoken carried a strange resonance. Vlad, distracted for a moment by her words, suddenly saw a blank sheet of drawing paper resting in her hand. He said to thank you for drawing such a wonderful picture in his place. Really? It was a page torn from the book she was holding. Although the sheet didn't seem particularly elaborate as he looked at it, a faint smile began to form on Vlad's face. But you still don't know how to draw. As always, it was a clumsy, uneven drawing. The drawing looked like it had been done by a small child. In it, there was a smiling tree despite being a tree, and Vlad standing beside it with a sword in his hand. Deep within the elven city, a pitiful cry could be heard from the elven prison, which was completely dark, unlike the sunny exterior. Oh my God, please! An urgent sound came from Count Vitskaya, who was hanging upside down. He seemed to have been severely tortured, as he was covered in blood, but it seemed as though he had been interrogated by a highly skilled expert because there were no fatal wounds. Bishop Pedro, my faith in God has never wavered. Even if you were to ask me to recite a prayer right now, I could do so without making a single mistake. Though the Count pleaded for his innocence with a desperate voice, the priest standing before him seemed to have no intention of listening to his confession. Bishop Pedro, who held a hot iron instead of the Bible, meticulously peeled away the remaining skin with a calm expression and posed a question to the Count. When did you start collaborating with them? 5 years ago. Or perhaps longer. The Count's horrible screams echoed through the cell, so much so that the elves outside the bars turned their faces away, unable to bear the scene. However, as a faithful follower of God's will, Pedro simply did his job silently, seeking the truth even in this hellish scene. You'd better not try to deceive me. The Vatican has had its eye on you as an impure person for a long time. Count Vitskaya's face grew increasingly pale when Pedro said he had been watching him for a long time. Bishop Pedro, an exorcist and inquisitor of heresy of whom the Vatican was proud. Before him, who had claimed to have killed dozens of wicked beings and personally burned hundreds of non-believers, Count Vitskaya was just easy prey. It wasn't exactly collaboration. The elves say that Absilin wasn't created as a poison that could induce suicide. Pedro set down the hot iron and took a small pair of tongs while continuing his questioning. They were a pair of tongs that seemed harmless to anyone, but the Count was actually more afraid of the small tongs, whose purpose he couldn't understand, than of the hot iron. Though it is highly addictive, it wasn't something that couldn't be abandoned. Absilin, the elven drug that had shaken the capital of Brigantes, the number of court nobles who committed suicide after coming into contact with the drug numbered in the dozens, so it must have been a product that could not have been distributed without malicious intent. When was that deadly poison added to the elves' resentment? However, even the elves who created Absilin said it wasn't a drug designed to kill someone. They said that, while they may have intended to slowly sicken the empire, they didn't want such an extreme outcome. The elves knew very well that if they truly did that, Ossurin would be in danger from the empire. From what I see, it seems that this came from your territory. Someone had added poison to the empire, using a shield called the elves before them. Through the Count's trembling eyes, Pedro became convinced that there were beings who incited hatred among each other while borrowing others' names. Was it the work of the Dragon Blood Duke, constantly drawing and dividing lines between each other? There were people smiling amidst the deep conflict that had emerged. A faithful servant of God finally began to shine a small torch on those people who were crouching in every corner of the world. "I'll talk, so please," Pedro, who acted with anger instead of the holy word of God in the righteous path he believed in. However, the appearance of the venomous insects that Pedro heard about through the Count's mouth was far more repugnant than Pedro had expected. Sounds of anger echoed from the damp corridor. They were such eerie sounds that they sent shivers down one's spine, but Joseph, who was secretly hiding behind the door, only focused on listening attentively. "We must scatter again immediately. We've already revealed too much. Disperse after we've gathered with such effort. It could take centuries to reunite." Beyond the door where Joseph stood, dozens of sorcerers were speaking fiercely, their faces filled with bloodlust. Though there were at least 100 of them, counting those who remained silent, the fact that no other noise could be heard only added further tension to the situation. If not now, we'll never have another opportunity. Never in history has the Empire been plunged into such chaos as it is now. With Ramashtu temporarily withdrawn due to the wound inflicted by Vlad, the sorcerers she had summoned began to bare their teeth. Though they belonged to the same world, each had different dreams. They began to raise their voices at each other as if now was their chance to achieve their goals. Now is the time to step forward and rule the Empire. This is truly the birth of a great magical empire. I'm not interested in something so trivial. I'm only here for the world creation art she promised. Let's start with the Vatican and the Northern Orthodox Church. How many of our comrades have we lost at the hands of those damned ones? For some, it was for an ambition they couldn't reach, for others, for a truth they couldn't find, and for others, for a vengeance buried deep in their bones. Joseph could feel that each word they spoke was steeped in a darkness so deep it would turn the world black. But their extreme words reached no one's ears, and so far had only remained in a void, as no one had paid attention to them. First of all, it's true that now is the right time for us to achieve something, until Ramashtu appeared and gathered them all under her command. At that moment, Joseph recognized a familiar voice coming from inside the door. An unknown headless knight who was Ramashtu's loyal follower. When the man who had led Joseph deep into the corridor opened his mouth, the sorcerers who had been heated moments before began to fall silent. For that, the great feat of Ramashtu, something we all agreed upon, must first be accomplished. What feat was Ramashtu trying to achieve first? What tricks had they implemented so far to achieve it? Joseph's ears began to inch closer to the door to listen to what the headless knight was trying to say. Although the Dragon Blood Duke betrayed us, we still have another fragment of the dragon. The army of Radu surrounding the city of Mashium clearly seemed suspicious. Perhaps at that time, Ramashtu and the Dragon Blood Duke had been allies, using a dragon fragment to lure him in. Additionally, we've already collected the essence of the spirits and the potential of the children. All that remains is the root of the world tree. The most perfect fragment of the world, the potential of the young to become anything, and the root of the world tree that rises to the heavens. Once we have all of that, Ramashtu will become the master of her own world. Through them, Ramashtu sought to become a god, even for the sake of the fragile children whom the current world simply ignored. In the world she dreamed of, no child would suffer, but to achieve it she had chosen the path of the worst imaginable blasphemy. Joseph, who finally realized Ramashtu's true purpose, let out a gasp. Her grand plan, which surpassed the imagination of any mortal, caused Joseph to let out a sigh from deep within his heart without even realizing it. Creak. And in a place where no one was breathing, Joseph's breath was something completely foreign. The headless knight, noticing the sound, pushed his chair back with a screeching noise. "Who's there?" The headless knight's steps slowly approached from inside the room, but Joseph, who had nowhere to run, couldn't hide his panic and didn't know which direction to flee. "I knew it could only be you, Joseph of Vayezid." Through the door that slowly creaked open, a blue flower floated, carried by the headless knight. As his eyes, infinitely cold because they held death, swept over him, Joseph felt as if his heart had stopped. However, the headless knight did not approach Joseph any further. He simply stood still, staring over his head as if frozen in place. "Have you returned?" "Yes." Suddenly, Joseph was startled by the voice coming from above his head. "It seems you've gotten lost after I sent you on an errand." Though Joseph was not a knight, he had sharp perception, but now behind him stood a man who had lost all color. The man, whom I don't know how long he had been standing there, opened his mouth while looking at the natural blue flower before him. "Let me take this guy with me." "All right, Lord Frossen." "Oh, and by the way," Frossen, turning Joseph by his stiff shoulders and taking him along with him, added, "you still don't possess the heart of the dragon, right?" Pointing to his heart with a raised finger. "If you want to obtain the legitimate right to it, you'll first have to kill Sarnus as we agreed. You get death and I get the fragment, because that was the contract we made that day in the forest." With those words, the man who returned from the dead and the man headed toward death began to walk down the dark corridor. A hallway they would never leave, yet they continued to advance without stopping. Chapter 243, Between the Cracks, Part 2. The air in the long, narrow hallway was thick with a stale smell. Joseph should have been used to it by now, but the damp stench of the mansion was like poison to him, who needed to breathe. Yet at that moment, Joseph forgot even the pervasive odor, focusing all his attention on the man before him. "You passed through death in an incomplete way. You're so weak that a mere sigh could knock you down." A man who had lost all color. But once he had been the brightest of them all, and now he stood before him. "I don't understand what you mean, Your Majesty." Although he tried not to show it, Joseph couldn't prevent his heart from racing upon hearing Frossen's voice. And the quickened heartbeat wasn't just the result of a sense of danger. The founding king, the man who appeared in the storybooks his mother read to him as a child, was now standing before Joseph's eyes. The existence of the Swordmaster, whom he had vaguely admired since childhood, was like a bubble that Joseph couldn't grasp. "Don't call me Your Majesty." However, Joseph was no longer the child he once was, and the man before him was no longer the glorious knight. They were walking in a place so far removed from what they had once dreamed of, and they simply walked in silence through the damp hallway. Thump, the place where Frossen led Joseph, who was in peril, was his own room. It was a spacious, well-organized room, far larger than any other room Joseph had seen before, and fortunately, the stench that had bothered him did not permeate it. "Sit, yes." As Joseph looked around Frossen's room, not even illuminated by a single candle, his expression hardened as if he had finally regained his senses. Since he had just been called in while eavesdropping on a conversation between sorcerers, there was nothing unusual about what was going to happen next. "Joseph of Vayezid. At some point I had planned to meet you." Was it because he had been in the darkness for too long? It was a room without light, but Joseph felt he could distinguish Frossen standing before him. "I heard you were the one who first hired that Vlad fellow, correct?" His face was stiff as a corpse. However, each time Vlad's name was mentioned, an expression appeared on his face. I don't know what kind of emotion it expressed, but it certainly seemed a little more alive than before. "Yes, good, then tell me." Creak, it was probably just a decorative candle. Since Frossen, not being alive, didn't need even the faintest light. Slowly from the beginning, what was he like? But now Frossen struck a match and lit a candle in the dark room. Perhaps he did it for the guest's sake, but Joseph felt that the light he was seeing wasn't for him. "If you answer sincerely, I'll turn a blind eye." Frossen smiled faintly as he watched the candlelight. However, Joseph couldn't return the smile, because what Frossen held now was a small teacup that Joseph had been hiding. Joseph couldn't help but stiffen his expression as he stared at the dwarf's teacup, completely spotless despite having been filled with tea as black as a wolf's maw. 2 weeks had passed since that terrible battle. Though the graves that filled the vacant spaces still caused sadness, the lush fence that had replaced them was a great comfort to the elves. "Is your arm okay?" And now the green wooden fence of Ossarin was visible from Vlad's room. Vlad, who was looking at Jaeger with the image of the young world tree behind him, made a complicated expression as he saw the bandages around Jaeger's arm. "The arm's fine, but now my leg is bothering me a bit." There were still white bandages wrapped around Jaeger's left arm, where Vlad's sword had pierced through. It was a serious injury that might prevent him from ever wielding a sword again, but Jaeger seemed more bothered by the chains around his ankles than by his limp left arm. "No, I didn't even say anything. Remember that you're a prisoner of war now." For Vlad, he was a close mentor, but to the elves of Ossarin, Jaeger was nothing more than a sinister man who had arrived with malevolent beings. Jaeger, now lying in bed without his eye patch, nodded as if Vlad's words made sense. That's true, I couldn't complain if they killed me right now. Seeing Jaeger laugh heartily as he said that, Vlad let out a brief sigh as if he were exasperated. Jaeger's unique ease allowed him to fool others anytime, anywhere. It was something Vlad had always admired, just like Jaeger's skill with a sword. Now tell me, why the hell did you do it? However, the atmosphere between the two, which had relaxed for a while, began to cool once again with those words. Just a moment ago, Vlad had been concerned about his master's injury, but now Vlad's blue eyes, as he looked at Jaeger, were filled with resolve. I'm telling you in advance, this isn't a request. Vlad's eyes were turning cold, as if this was the end of the consideration that could be given out of simple acknowledgement. After seeing that, Jaeger must have realized he couldn't hide it anymore, so he closed his remaining eye. I'm sorry. An apology is fine. Where is that woman in black now? Squeak, a sharp sound came from the chair Vlad had pulled closer. The sound that pierced Jaeger's ears also showed Vlad's determination not to back down easily from this position. That woman has killed more than 100 people, just among the ones I know. If we count those I don't know about, the number might exceed 1,000. What makes her a true bitch is that she only kills the weakest, like children. If it were just regular warfare, killing indiscriminately, it wouldn't have bothered me so much. Vlad had never considered himself a righteous person. However, he firmly believed there were lines all people should follow. The reason Vlad had been able to avoid losing himself in those alleyways that felt like sewers was because he had fiercely maintained a minimum level of conscience all along. So where is that bitch now? And now Vlad was sitting here trying to uphold the line he had drawn. Vlad's determination to repay all that he had received and to take care of what he owed was as firm as the solid wooden fence visible outside. I don't know where she is. Jaeger, that bitch you're talking about doesn't belong to any place. Jaeger, who had noticed Vlad's determination, had no choice but to tell him. Though it was a bit earlier than expected, Vlad was fully prepared to know the truth. Ramashtu is a woman who lives in memories. I'm not a sorcerer, so I don't know for sure, but at the very least, she's not walking on this earth. The woman known as Ramashtu, as Jaeger recognized her, did not exist in reality. She was merely an existence settled in an illusion that swelled like a bubble and occasionally rose like a nightmare. But I can point you to some places that might lead you to her, though I'm not sure if they still work. However, her dark bubble, which should have been eliminated long ago by those responsible, was already overflowing to the point of threatening reality. Point them out. Jaeger raised his healthy right arm toward Vlad, who was calmly lifting the map. His hands trembled as he marked the map, one place after another, but neither Vlad, who sought an answer, nor Jaeger, who spoke the truth, said a word. Why don't you ask? About what? About Lord Joseph. Jaeger, who had marked the last place he knew, spoke with his dry lips, but Vlad's response was not heard for a long time. I'll ask him in person. All right. Jaeger was about to pass along Joseph's final message, but decided not to after hearing Vlad's response. He believed there would be no need for an intermediary between the two, who would soon meet face to face. Lord Peter, there's a report. In an office in Sturma, a city where the winter's chill still lingered, in a place where there were as many books on the shelves as there were swords, advisor Ragmus approached Peter with several pieces of paper. It is said that the Gaidar family is moving north towards the western gate. Peter, who had been reviewing documents for a while, raised his eyebrows at Ragmus' words. The Gaidar family of the West had returned after suffering a heavy blow in the giant hall of Dermer a few years ago. But now, as if they had recovered from the damage, they were once again rising up, trying to remove the northern shield that blocked the canyon. They're moving faster than expected. It seems there's support from the Golden Duke. To be precise, it may have been the intention of the Dragon Blood Duke. Seeing the Gaidar army advancing northward, along with the Central Army marching from the Heartland, was clearly a smart move, one that would have been difficult to execute without someone pulling the strings from behind. Defending up to that point would stretch our lines too thin. We must pull back. How far do you want us to retreat our forces? Although the Northern Alliance's Olympic Fortress was a stronghold for the 7 northern families, it wouldn't be enough to block the forces of both the Golden Duke and Gaidar at the same time. Peter, who had full authority over the fortress, decided to retreat in order to consolidate their defenses. To Dermer, Peter, who had been studying the map for a while, picked up the pen he was holding and began marking the location of Dermer. Though Dermer was a small city, it was a suitable gathering point for the northern families to establish their base and was also close to their own city, Sora. And Lord Peter. Yes, this is the report from Lord Joseph. Though Peter was focused on the imminent threat, his expression softened at the mention of a note from Joseph handed to him by Ragmus. It's been a while since we've had any news from him. It's an important report. Though carefully folded, the paper on which the report was written was badly worn, as if it had been hastily prepared. As Peter unfolded the note, he recalled his son's hand desperately clutching the paper, and a complex mix of emotions crossed his face. He's done his best. Yes, in the middle of the unfolded note was his son's familiar handwriting. Though the writing was smudged compared to before, it was still readable as it was his son's blood. Prepare a message. Ragmus, we need to inform the Iron Duke and the Northern Church. After reading the note, Peter closely examined the map he had just been studying and picked up a pen. Wouldn't it be better to inform the Court Duke as well? The Iron Duke will inform him. We shouldn't send too many messages from our position. Even in the face of the telegram sent by his troubled son, Peter didn't show the slightest hesitation. He simply made a sensible decision, fulfilling his role as Lord and Commander. I'm revoking my previous order. We will withdraw the Northern Alliance soldiers to Sara. With those words, Peter began drawing a bold cross over the mark of Dermer. From Dermer, they would retreat to Sora. Advisor Ragmus nodded gravely as he watched Peter, who had drawn the defensive line that needed to be fortified as much as possible. Understood, Count. Peter stood in silence, watching Ragmus exit the office with those words. Carefully, he reopened Joseph's note and after pondering for a moment went to the bookshelf, where he pulled out a small book and delicately placed the note between its pages. I'm proud of you, Joseph. On the cover of the book that Peter had taken out was a colorful drawing, likely meant to appeal only to children. It was an old children's storybook, one that had been his youngest son Joseph's favorite during his childhood. On the worn cover, a knight could be seen charging valiantly at a great dragon. Chapter 244, Burn Church Part 1. The Great Mother's eyes, with their heavily drooping eyelids, were fixed on Vlad. So was the sharp needle she held. Sizzle, the dense smell of burning flesh filled the air, mingling with the cigar smoke the Great Mother exhaled. Every time the hot needle she held pierced Vlad's skin, the air in the room grew heavier and the thick smoke became even denser. I'll say it again, this is a curse. Each stitch the Great Mother made left a lightning pattern on Vlad's skin. The pattern that started on the back of Vlad's hand soon climbed up to his shoulder, covering his left arm. A curse that introduces impurities into another's world. Originally, we magicians devised it to fight knights. Although he was trying to stay composed, the pain was already clearly visible on Vlad's face. The tattoo the Great Mother of the Ruga tribe was inscribing wasn't just engraved on his skin, but on his very soul. Vlad's face was already covered in cold sweat, the pain far more intense than he had expected. And I suppose you already know what those impurities are, don't you? Seeing Vlad nod silently, perhaps from the pain, the Great Mother set aside the pipe she held. Well, there's no way you wouldn't know. Because there was already someone within Vlad who had experienced the secret arts of the Ruga clan. Please, don't use this curse to deeply wound another's world. Whoosh. With those words, the Great Mother expelled the mysterious smoke from her lungs onto Vlad's left arm. The smoke, infused with the Great Mother's sincerity, seeped into Vlad's arm, completing the drawing. Because no matter how deeply you stab others, in the end, the world that will be hurt is your own. The tattoo, which at first had only been an outline, began to fill with color. The pattern of black lightning grew sharper and clearer. Long ago, the mystery of the Ruga clan, said to have been used to mark the most perfect dragon, was now entirely black and sharp, like the lightning that first bonded Kahano and Vlad. Numerous soldiers moved, leaving behind the barren land visible in the distance. These were the imperial and central forces gathered in the capital, Brigantes, advancing toward Namarka, the city of outlaws. Unlike when they pursued Vlad, the central army, which had now grown to tens of thousands, continued advancing north without stopping. Commander, it's reported that Count Gaidar has just passed through the western gate. Really? Dragon Blood Duke Sarnas, the commander-in-chief of the Northern Expeditionary Force, widened his eyes in intrigue at Mercia's report from the side. It was a fortress blocking a narrow gorge. Has he already passed through? Well, as Sarnas said, Fort Holland, which blocked the west, was a natural fortress built along a narrow canyon. Naturally, passing through such terrain required many sacrifices, but for some reason, Count Gaidar, worth little more than half a coin, had managed to pass through very easily. It wasn't Count Gaidar who conquered it. Count Vayezid voluntarily withdrew his troops. But the brilliant achievement of Count Gaidar was nothing more than the empty shell Peter had thrown away. Sarnas's gaze deepened upon hearing Mercia's report that Peter had voluntarily relinquished the advantageous position. As expected of the Northern Fox, he was prepared for any eventuality. Vayezid and Baranov, one of the two pillars supporting the North, they were certainly very different from the weaklings wielded by the Blood Dragon. I had thought to cut off their supply lines if necessary, but it seems that option is no longer available. No matter how favorable the terrain, if you don't have the means to hold it, it's useless. And Peter already knew that for the distant northern allies to fully control Fort Holland, they would have to pay more in costs than they would gain in benefits. We'll change course. From now on, we'll move along the eastern route. Clicking his tongue at Peter's refusal to take the bait, Sarnas decided to abandon his original plan and execute his second option. We'll start by taking northern Meringen. After securing that, we'll head directly upwards. Not northwest toward Bayezid, but northeast toward Timur, the Iron Duke. Now that Bayezid was firmly tied down by the Golden Duke and Gaidar, the army led by the Dragon Blood Duke had decided to march straight to Bastapal, the heart of the north, where the Iron Duke resided. But father, no matter how many we are, dividing our forces doesn't seem like a wise choice. Seeing the Dragulia banner suddenly lifted, Mercia began to admonish Sarnas, concerned. Though it was part of the plan, it was obvious that splitting the unified front into two would place a heavy burden on the expeditionary force. There will be great losses. It might be possible to end the war quickly, but it was a choice that inevitably involved significant sacrifices. However, there wasn't the slightest hesitation in Sarnas's voice as he prepared to push tens of thousands of troops into the cold, snowy fields. "I know, son," he simply whispered softly to his son with the voice of a fierce dragon. "Of course, many humans will die. What were these men marching north for? Were they there to subdue the north, which had rebelled against the empire, or were they mere puppets moved by the dragon's breath in his quest for perfection? Don't forget, Mercia, the victory we seek lies elsewhere." Yes, the answer to that was found in the banner now flying in front of Sarnas. The Dragulia banner had a slightly different design from the original flag that depicted the beheading of a dragon. This father wants to show you the world of dragons as it was in its perfect form in ancient times. Behind Sarnas's head, as he smiled kindly at his son, a banner flew. The Dragulia banner, now standing proudly before the imperial standard, was emblazoned not with its former tattered appearance but with the enormous wings of a golden dragon. It was a room filled with pure white sunlight. A room so bright you could feel the softness of the fluffy quilt just by lying in it. However, Vlad, who should have been lying there, was instead sitting at a small desk, intently studying the maps laid out in front of him. "And now, here," Vlad's voice sounded somewhat irritated as an old finger pointed to a spot on the map. As the circle on the map expanded with each indication, Vlad's brows furrowed more and more. "You're not lying this time, are you? I've never lied to you, little brother. Go to hell." Vlad began to smirk sarcastically at the voice of Radu next to him. "How is it that someone like you got caught while trying to escape?" Today's sunlight streaming through the window made Vlad's blonde hair shine intensely. But it was the deep blue of Vlad's eyes that weighed more heavily on Radu than the blonde hair he lacked. Since the battle, the blue in Vlad's eyes had deepened, reminding Radu of their father, whom he had feared so much. "If you were going to leave, you should have done it quietly. Why did you try to steal Noir? Because he's fast." Even thinking about it again, the aged Radu stood helplessly next to Vlad, who laughed as if it were absurd. He had wrinkled skin around his neck, where a black thorn tattoo was marked. Vlad smiled coldly as he looked at Radu, who bore the same golden mark as their father. "We made a promise back then, remember? That you would help until we destroyed the Order of Dragons." In the outlaw city filled with smoke, Radu had drunk Vlad's blood and made that promise. Stop the Dragon Slayer Knights who were currently attacking the Ruga tribe. The oath marked in the blood he swallowed still coursed through Radu's veins, and he still wanted a fair reward for it. "My blood isn't that cheap, is it?" Radu only nodded as he looked at Vlad, who smiled calmly. Indeed, as Vlad had said, the contract they made in Namarka had not yet been fulfilled. The knights led by the oldest dragon still roamed the continent, and Radu's fair price had yet to be properly paid. Drip, drip, bright red drops of blood began to fall from the tip of Vlad's finger, which had been lightly cut with a dagger. Radu swallowed hard, unconsciously, as he watched the vivid colors slowly seep into the teacup. "Where is this? Where? This place you just pointed out," Vlad said as he unfolded the two maps he held. One was a map marked by Jaeger, the other the one Radu had just indicated. Vlad, who had been tracking Ramasthu's whereabouts based on testimonies from knights who had encountered evil beings, had finally found a place where their testimonies overlapped. Achiok, one of the villages under the barony of Salonta. However, this village, now abandoned, was only a week further east of Debrecci, the town he had visited previously. "Yes, I remember. It was there that we met the dark sorcerers." Radu Dragulia, the son of the Dragon Blood Duke, had once been powerful enough to command Dragulia's army in the northern city of Mashium. Even though he was now in such a pitiful state, the information he had dealt with back then would still be etched in his mind. "It was there that we agreed to cooperate. At the time, the alliance was clear. Can you guide me there?" "Why, yes. I've been to that church once." At the mention of the word church, Vlad's eyes began to gleam. However, the bloodthirsty dragon didn't notice the intensity in Vlad's gaze and continued speaking hastily, answering questions that hadn't even been asked. "A ruined church, a completely burned village with the church standing in the middle. It's been uninhabited for decades. Without a guide, it'll be hard to find. A church standing alone in a burned village." Vlad silently folded the map he was holding, remembering a scene that felt familiar even though he hadn't been there. "Drink." The old Radu quickly drank from the cup of tea as soon as Vlad permitted him. Though the mark of the oath on his neck began to fade, Vlad didn't stay to see it as he walked out of the room. I can feel it. I think that's probably the right place. The burned village of Achiuk, now a ruined place where no one lives. As Vlad thought about the scene there, he felt as if he could hear children singing in his ears. Yes, I think so too. Through the window, a bright corridor came into view. The children of Osirin could now run and play freely without worry. Vlad paused for a moment as he watched the elves and Ruga children playing together, unconcerned about their race. This time I will finish this. It was said that the church, long burned down, had been built by a noble nun. The name of the woman who held many orphans with no place to go in her arms was that of a saint recognized by the Vatican. Tramasu, Vlad looked at the tattoo on the back of his hand and softly murmured her name. Chapter 245 Burn Church Part 2. Upon opening my eyes, it felt as though they were still closed. Because all I could see now was total darkness. Joseph, who had awakened in a small, unfamiliar room, sighed as he took in the space devoid of even a single drop of light. Still, I'm glad Jaeger managed to escape. Even though he should have been accustomed to the darkness, Joseph still felt like a blind man within it. His loyal knight, who had always extended his hand to help him, was no longer by his side in the coffin-like darkness. Instead, he was likely in a forest full of green light. Kriok, even though Joseph remained in the dark. Relieved that Jaeger wasn't with him, Joseph dressed with trembling hands and left the room. No matter how many times I see it, it's still strange. The hallway Joseph walked through after leaving the room was as dark and gloomy as it had been the first time he saw it. However, despite the darkness, he had no trouble moving, likely thanks to the magic of that woman named Ramashtu. Joseph, walking alone down the long corridor, began to lower his head each time a sorcerer appeared in front of him. He tried his best not to draw attention to himself. Carefully sidling up to the wall, Joseph could overhear their conversation as though nothing had happened. I heard the Northern Union Army is coming this way now. They couldn't just let the dragon blood continue marching north without acting. If this keeps up, won't you bring us trouble for no reason? They were shadowy figures, the kind normally impossible to encounter. But at that moment, there were so many gathered that Joseph felt a chill run down his spine. I can't believe there are this many. As a nobleman, Joseph knew well how much of his father's budget had been spent searching for these dark entities. Still, despite all the efforts, those hiding in the shadows were numerous, and the endeavors of Vayezid had been in vain, like a captain steering his ship in the wrong direction. If things get difficult, we'll just spread more gold. Baron Salonta is a proud man. If we stoke his hatred toward the north like before, he'll support us without issue. Indeed, sometimes humans are consumed by their own hatred, not realizing they're destroying themselves. With those words, the signs of the dark mages gradually disappeared in the distance. Once Joseph confirmed they had gone, he finally raised his deeply bowed head. So that's how it was. Biting his lips slightly in anger, Joseph struggled to contain the rage igniting inside him as he realized all his efforts had been futile. That's why we couldn't find them. Dark mages hiding in the shadows. They were beings I thought impossible to find because they were buried deep, but Joseph, who had walked into the darkness alone, now realized why they couldn't be located. There were people laughing on the sidelines. Because the ground we walk on is different, the skin color we are born with is different, and the gods we believe in are different, a divide between worlds is inevitable. Those who had constantly fueled hatred and discrimination within that gap were now raising black fingers like wolves' mouths, telling each other to kill. I can't allow this to continue. When I was outside, I didn't know. But now that I had touched the darkness, Joseph could see. In the cracks of the world, skillfully widened by these beings, the insidious poison continued to seep in. Those hiding in the shadows still laughed as they watched the hatred and discrimination they themselves had manipulated. Now it's just me. With those words, Joseph moved forward once more. Now the only person standing where they should be in the darkness with no one around was himself. Though he couldn't swear it to anyone, Joseph ventured deeper into the darkness to do what he needed to do. We of Osirin will never forget your help. The old Geronimo, who had aged even more, smiled at Vlad. But the vigorous handshake that accompanied his gesture conveyed a vitality that belied his appearance. Thank you for accepting the Ruga tribe, great elder. Now that he knew where he needed to go, it was time to leave. Vlad, shaking Geronimo's hand in farewell, glanced at the great mother of the Ruga tribe standing beside him. The children love it here. I suppose they prefer the green forest to dirty alleyways. The great mother of the Ruga tribe nodded as she caught Vlad's gaze. At first, I thought you were a bad connection, but now I see you're a benefactor. Sometimes blessings come disguised. They were wandering people, unwelcome by anyone, but the elves' forest was vast, and the young world tree welcomed them. It was only then that Vlad felt a weight lift from his heart as he watched the small Ruga children, who had walked together along the tunnel opened by the shining mole, wave at him. Wait a moment. At that moment, a small figure squeezed through the gap between the elders. With a small mole on her head, the priestess, her fingers wrapped in bandages, approached Vlad. It's the first time I've done something like this. Does it look strange? The priestess's eyes, staring at Vlad as if embarrassed or regretful, were somehow full of moisture. But Vlad was more focused on the small banner she held in her hands than on her embarrassment. No, from Bayezid in the north to Arnstein in the center. The many family crests that Vlad had collected to prove his identity were placed in the palm of the young priestess. Looking at the numerous inscriptions before him, Vlad couldn't help but think about his own journey up to this point. This is much better than the drawings you've made before. And at the end of that banner, the young priestess had embroidered a tree. It was her first time using a needle. The emblem somewhat resembled the young world tree that could be seen from above. It's full of emblems. I bet half the empire is represented on this banner. Barades placed a hand on the priestess's head, her eyes wide as if she couldn't understand what was being said. Thank you for everything, Barades. The leader of the Rangers, who had endured hardships together regardless of age or race. He continued speaking, clasping Vlad's hand firmly without hesitation. Among us, the concept of giving and receiving doesn't mean much, so if you ever need help, don't hesitate to call me. When they first met, there had been an unbridgeable distance between them, but now there was only connection, with no chasm left to cross. Vlad, aware of this fact, simply turned the reins of Noir as if there was no need for awkward farewells. Don't forget what I told you. Behind Vlad, who was preparing to leave, the great mother of the Ruga tribe softly delivered a final warning. Don't harm the world of others too deeply, because if you do, you will hurt your own. I understand. Clop, clop, clop. After hearing the words of the great mother who had cared for him until the end, a small path began to open in the forest. The trees, firmly rooted, moved aside to create a direct path to the village Vlad was seeking. It seems they're saying goodbye. Indeed, it seems so. Vlad chuckled quietly as he gazed at the forest path, now wider than the one made by humans. He felt as though he could still hear the young tree's voice because he had once held it. Let's go. Nay, when Vlad said it was time to leave, Noir glanced back as if feeling regret. A familiar scene, for they shared the same spirit. When Noir looked back, his eyes filled with the image of the world tree waving its branches toward him, with young spirits sitting atop them. What was visible above the total darkness was not the sky but the surface of the water. No, more precisely, it was the surface of a mass of bubbles. What is that? Joseph, who had finally managed to enter the heart of the dark sorcerer's domain thanks to a small amount of trust, could now see the large courtyard that awaited him there. And in the middle of that vast courtyard, there was a large tree that filled the entire space. That's the tree where it has taken root. Joseph was startled when he suddenly heard a man's voice and quickly turned around. Without Jaeger by his side, the only company he expected to find here were the dark sorcerers. But it's still incomplete. It seems that the core of the spirit tree isn't enough to complete the magic of creation. However, the person behind Joseph was not one of the sorcerers he had just seen, but a man whose colors had completely faded. Leaning against the railing, Frossen stared fixedly at the tree outside without even glancing at Joseph. Sir, how should I explain why I came here secretly? Joseph was trying to remain as composed as possible upon seeing Frossen right beside him, but his voice trembled despite his efforts. Are you Joseph of Bayezid? What? Yes, that's right. Even in the midst of the current tension, it was Frossen who spoke first. Frossen merely opened his mouth without turning his head, as if he had no interest in Joseph's presence, standing there where he shouldn't be. Yes, I've always wanted to call your name someday. Though these were the same words he had said the day before, something about them felt different. Joseph slowly began to lift his stiffened head, feeling an odd sense of unease. Do you have something to ask me, your majesty? But was it the pressure surrounding me, or the strange sight of the tree I had never seen before? Though he tried to respond as politely as possible, Joseph realized he had just made a terrible mistake. He had momentarily forgotten Frossen's words from the day before when he had told him not to call him your majesty. Don't call me your majesty. As if those words had truly been a mistake, the energy emanating from Frossen began to turn hostile. However, instead of feeling overwhelmed by his power, Joseph was simply perplexed by the voice that followed. I was told you were the one who first hired that Vlad, right? And the doubt Joseph had just felt turned into certainty. Joseph finally raised his head and let out a silent expression of astonishment at the man before him. If you give me an honest answer about that man, I'll overlook today's disrespect. The man standing before him was not the same one he had spoken to the day before. A man who barely even remembered the conversation they'd had yesterday. The man Joseph was facing now was like a shattered glass bottle. Do not harm the world of another too deeply, or you will end up hurting yourself as well. In a world that seemed like an overinflated bubble, Joseph was now face to face with a man completely broken. A man who was still slowly losing himself. The man, whose memories were leaking through the cracks, simply looked at Joseph standing before him as if he hadn't forgotten Vlad's name. Chapter 246, Burn Church Part 3. The wind that blew carried the warm energy of spring. However, within the helmets worn by the men, the cold wind of the north still persisted. Numerous soldiers marched southward. Behind their long, endless columns flew the banners of the 7 families that symbolized the Northern Alliance. Did you say the enemy is advancing south? The Allied forces of the North were leaving the north and moving towards the center. After seeing the army commanded by the Iron Duke Timur, the Blood Dragon Duke Sarnas furrowed his brow as if he couldn't understand. That's right, father. According to the scouts' reports, approximately 40,000 soldiers are currently moving near Achiuk. The Northern Alliance forces numbered 40,000. While that was indeed a large number, it wasn't unexpected. However, the reason for Sarnas' confusion was that they were coming towards them, leaving behind the castle, which was a strategic advantage. It's a decision I cannot comprehend. Instead of fortifying themselves in the castle, they had chosen to engage in open battle. If an incompetent commander had made this decision, it would have been easy to ridicule them for their stupidity, but the one leading those 40,000 men south was the formidable Iron Duke Timur. There must be a reason behind this. There had to be a reason. There was no way someone as young as Timur would leave the castle in a fury without cause, yet Sarnas couldn't discern the strategy behind this move. Could it be? A flock of migratory birds flew over Sarnas' tent as he pondered. Migratory birds descend from the north after spring and rest high in the sky. However, among the birds there was one with an unusual color. Grrr, a pure white pigeon flew towards the capital Brigantes, in a direction different from the other migratory birds. Tied to the pigeon's leg was a secret note from Timur meant for someone. A group was racing along the empty eastern road. A flag fluttered behind the black horse that led the way. Vlad and his group, unaware that the Central Army was following just a few days behind, were now moving relentlessly toward the fortress of the dark group Jaeger had mentioned. Achiuk is to the right. I know, to be exact, they were heading further north than that. Vlad shouted back to Pedro, who had cried out that they were going the wrong way. We're heading to the headquarters of the Northern Orthodox Church. Vlad was now moving toward the Northern Orthodox Church, not Achiuk. Though his heart was still anxious for Joseph, Vlad's mind remained equally cold. We need to gather more forces there first. They say there are over 100 sorcerers. Jaeger had said that more than 100 dark sorcerers were hiding in Ramashtu's mansion. It was as if all the sorcerers on the continent had gathered there, so for only 4 people to enter such a dark place would be nothing short of suicide. You've grown a lot. In the past, all you did was tear apart indulgences without thinking. What are you talking about? Though he seemed to burn fiercely, Vlad's blue eyes were steady. The Knight of the North was now trying to think not only of what lay ahead but also what lay behind. Even though their colors were different, there was something in Vlad's gaze that reminded Pedro of Joseph, and it wasn't just an illusion. Stop! However, there was a sharp shout from Radu coming from the group of riders. Look at those crows up ahead. Radu's fingertips pointed toward the sky as if in surprise, and something like a black cloud swirled around. Caw-caw, a large flock of crows noisily descended from the sky. Seeing the black crows like the maw of a wolf land before them without warning, Vlad had no choice but to pull on Noir's reins as they raced forward. This is their blocking our path. Have we already been discovered? As if Radu's prediction was correct, a curtain of crows lined up and began to block the group's way like a dark wall. Just as Vlad was about to place his hand on the hilt of the sword he carried, a familiar voice came from beyond the curtain of crows. I'm glad I'm not too late. The flock of crows that had stopped the group began to beat their wings and rise into the sky once more at the sound of the familiar man's voice. The place where the crows had parted was now filled with men in black cloaks who had never been seen before. We've been waiting for you, Marcus, the hidden blades of Vayezid and their nameless leader. The subjects of the information network that spanned the north now appeared before Vlad. The decision to head to the headquarters of the Northern Church was a wise one, but it wasn't necessary. We've already prepared everything. How did you know I was here? Seeing the group suddenly blocking their path, Vlad showed a brusque attitude, but that too was expected by Marcus. Jaeger told me. He informed us that you had left Ossurin and were heading towards Achiuk. Jaeger, of course, don't ask how we communicated. That's one of the secrets of our organization. Marcus opened his mouth calmly as if it were no big deal, but Vlad's eyes only grew colder as he looked at him. You've been in contact with Jaeger? Yes. So you knew everything from the beginning? Yes. From Jaeger to Marcus. The situation with Joseph that everyone knew about, but I didn't. At Marcus' final nod, casually saying yes, Vlad's blue eyes began to burn with anger. Grrr, then why didn't you tell me, you bastard? Marcus, who always kept his composure, was taken aback for the first time. Because Vlad, who had been across the distance, was now right in front of him, grabbing him by the neck. Though there had been a proper distance between knights, Vlad crossed it in an instant as if it held no meaning. Clang, clang. Let go of Lord Marcus, Sir Vlad. Calm down, we have our reasons too. The crows reacted late and drew their swords with startled expressions, but Vlad's eyes, still glaring at Marcus, were filled with rage. Do you think I'm an idiot? No matter how important safety is, you should have told me, don't you think? It wasn't that he was angry about being deceived all this time. The real reason for Vlad's fury was the fact that he had been standing outside of Joseph's protection all this time. For the boy from the alleyways, Joseph had been a wall that shielded him from the world. He said not to tell you. Who, Lord Joseph? What? Marcus' choked voice came through his squeezed throat, but it wasn't Marcus who truly choked on the answer he heard, it was Vlad who held him by the neck. Everyone was watching you. From our people in the north to the blood dragon duke, the holy see, the imperial family Vlad of Sora. A boy born in the north with the blood of a dragon. A knight who tore apart the indulgences produced by the Vatican and was recognized by the Pope of the Northern Orthodox Church which opposed them. And even a woman named Ramashtu. And the sole successor to the Swordmaster's vow. A being named Vlad, who not only deserved recognition from everyone on the continent but also warranted their hatred, was likely someone who had drawn as much attention across the continent as the great knight Kahano Frossen. The more you raged about Joseph, the deeper he could dive. Huff. At Marcus' words, Vlad let out a deep sigh as if finally understanding. While Joseph moved toward the dark moon, Vlad had been shouting at him. The voice of Vlad, who had yelled at him not to leave while clutching his abdomen pierced by Frossen, must have held a level of sincere fury that no one could doubt. You successfully completed your mission, Vlad. You bastards. It was a mission he didn't even know about. However, Joseph had trusted that Vlad would make the right moves even without specific instructions. Because the person Joseph had seen all this time, Vlad, was someone who always wanted to shine, even if he was in a place where no one could see him. Come on, Lord Joseph is waiting for us. However, Vlad's raised hand only trembled with boundless rage. The reason he couldn't lower the hand that held Marcus was that he knew very well that the true targets of his fury were not Marcus. Lead me? Understood. The only ones worthy of his wrath were Ramashtu and Frossen. Marcus had a bitter expression as he watched Vlad slowly loosen his grip around his neck. I'll take you to the place you want. What the hell is going on? Why are the allied forces of the north rushing to Achiok, Ramashtu's world, a realm of shadows churned like froth? In the midst of that world, held up by a fragile tree, the anxious shouts of the dark sorcerers echoed. What's happening? Their cries, full of fear, could even be heard by Ramashtu, who was lying in bed at the time. Ramashtu, who had exerted himself greatly in Osirin, was extremely uneasy after witnessing the problem that occurred during his purification. The forces of the Northern Alliance are now converging on Achiok. Why is an army that should be facing the Blood Dragon Duke heading there? It seemed obvious that the advancing army was meant to stop Sarnis in his push toward the north. However, the unexpected movement of the Northern Alliance even baffled Ramashtu, who frowned deeply. I don't know, but the numbers surrounding us are unusual. The movement was so precise that it seemed like everything was perfectly coordinated. The Northern Alliance army, storming into Achiok, a deserted ruin, had already completely encircled the village before the sorcerers could make a move. Cut the connection. From now on, we'll close the gates to Achiok. If there had only been soldiers, it wouldn't have been a problem. Achiok village was merely an entrance, not their operational base. The world within the bubble, hidden by strange mysteries, was not only difficult to see but even harder to open. Ramashtu, however, the blue-eyed knight trembled with unease as he looked at Ramashtu. I can't close the gate. What are you saying? Ramashtu's connection to Achiok remained unbroken. Despite their best efforts, something or someone stubbornly clung to that gate. It's not just an army. The Northern Church is with them. Evil darkness must be countered by the light of God. The sword of the Northern Orthodox Church had finally found its place, rising against the cancerous beings it had long harbored. You said they were coming to face Sarnis. With those words, Ramashtu, who had risen from the bed, started floating in the air as if in shock. That's what he said. It was said that it was highly possible the Northern Alliance forces would fall. That it had nothing to do with them. The young man with dark eyes who knew the North well had clearly told her that everything would be fine. Joseph Vayezid. When Ramashtu recalled that name, her lips twisted cruelly as if she had finally figured it out. The name of the man who had assured them that there was nothing to worry about was Joseph Vayezid. The young man from the north, who had shown his confidence by drinking himself to death, had indeed said so. Achiok, a village that had burned down due to an epidemic of plague several decades ago. It was a ruin that no one usually visited, but now it was filled with the tense silence created by tens of thousands of soldiers. A telegram from the Crows, they say they've made secure contact with Lord Vlad. Good, it was worth delaying our advance. The Iron Duke Timur, upon hearing the report, nodded with satisfaction. Although their progress had been slower than expected, the results were good. In the end, all those who needed to join had done so. It seems the timing is right. The Iron Duke Timur, upon hearing that Vlad had arrived, carefully bowed his head toward the elderly man at his side. Though his appearance was that of a kind old man, the red robes he wore indicated that he was no ordinary person. Indeed, with slow, measured movements, the elderly man stood up. Conrad, the Pope of the Northern Orthodox Church, smiled as he picked up an old Bible that clashed with his elegant robes. I'm glad I'm not too late. For a long time, I feared I would have to pass this burden on to the next generation. Even as he was about to enter a fierce battle, Conrad smiled peacefully. At this stage in his life, he was confident that he could free the next generation from a heavy debt before departing. Andreas. Yes, Your Holiness. The Pope stood up slowly and quietly called the Bishop Andreas to his side. If something happens to me, will you take on the role of Pope? Your Holiness. It was a calm voice but firm enough for all to hear. Bishop Andreas, along with the 7 bishops of the Northern Orthodox Church, could not hide their bewilderment at the Pope's words in front of the Iron Duke. What do you mean by this? My time has come to an end. The Pope's wrinkled hands covered Andreas. They were hard years filled with storms. During that time, the young sprouts could not take root. The old Bible, which the Pope always carried with him, conveyed a sense of connection as he placed it in Andreas' hands. However, after the storm passes, recovery takes time, and I've never seen a priest as skilled at nurturing growth as you. God said that by saving others you would also be saved, Vlad of Sora. A name that now stretched beyond the north and across the continent. The person who had directly embraced the name no one had paid attention to was Father Andreas, who had become someone who proved his worth by raising that name. This is where my duty ends. Andreas could not bring himself to speak further as he watched the Pope depart with those words, the image of the old Pope entering a completely burned church. As he walked slowly, the sound of a choir singing began to echo behind him. This is truly the place you were meant to be. Pope Conrad finally entered the dark church, accompanied by the high-ranking priests. There, Pope Conrad, seeing the symbols of the church all reversed, silently made the sign of the cross. Determined and straight, rumble rumble, a bubble-like world began to tremble with him. At the holy call of the Pope to turn the inverted symbol upright, a world that had been hidden beneath the surface began to shift. This place where I stand is his temple. It is my home. The inverted symbol began to shake violently in time with the verses shouted by the Pope. Ah, the building is turning, they're being dragged away. Why is the Pope here? At the same time, the trembling world of bubbles filled with the constant screams of the wicked. The tremors were so intense that even the false roots of the tree created by Ramasthu couldn't bear to hold it up. Because God's temple is holy, so too will this place be. And if anyone tries to defile the temple of God, the sound of the Bible, recited by hundreds of priests, filled the air behind the solemn mass being led by the Pope himself. The sound of their prayers held the door to the hidden world and caused the tree which stood with false roots to shake its head. He will destroy you. Rumble, rumble, like an overturned ship. Each time the Pope's sweat fell to the ground, black foam began to rise from the depths of the church. It was the dark, wolf-like mansion that Ramasthu had been hiding, and it was the world itself rejecting God. What is that? Eh. With a tremendous roar, a new black-toned building appeared from the ground alongside the soldiers' screams. Ding-dong! The building that was ripped from the earth with the mournful toll of a bell was a church entirely covered in black soot as if someone had burned it. Chapter 247, In a Place Where No One Can See, Part 1. The sound of the bell was dismal. From the strange bell tower that rose into the sky, a bell echoed. Ding-dong-dong-dong, a ruined church that instilled fear just by looking at it, and anxiety just by hearing it. In the hearts of the soldiers watching it, a vague sense of unease spread, like black ink diffusing into water. What? Was it because I'm so close to God's embrace? Inside the church, now shaking with tremors, Pope Conrad, his face pale, staggered. While all the high-ranking priests who were with him had collapsed from exhaustion, he was the only one standing, looking at the church in a chiuk that had come to life. It's terrible. From his perspective, the interior of the church was truly miserable. It was a scene so grim that even the Pope, who had followed God's will all his life, was left speechless. In front of the completely charred chapel stood the symbol of the one he served. It was constructed properly but badly burned. However, Pope Conrad's eyes didn't rest on the emblem of the church. My God, numerous white handprints just below. The handprints, painful to look at, screamed beneath the church emblem as if they had waited for God's salvation until their final burning moments. What in God's name is happening? Pope Conrad slowly walked toward the pattern and carefully extended his palm to a handprint there. The handprint that met his own was extremely small. Dozens of tiny handprints which his old hand could have encompassed. As he followed the handprints with his gaze, Conrad looked up, observing the symbol of God that the children must have desperately called out to in their final moments. God have mercy. With Conrad's lament, a ray of sunlight filtered through a broken window. However, the sunlight that entered stopped only in front of the symbol of God and couldn't reach the traces of the children beneath it. Drip drip, a cold, dark space that no one in the world had ever visited. The children, unable to enter God's embrace or the warm sunlight, remained seated in the darkness for so long. Pope, now that the Pope had finally found those poor children, he was crying. As the symbol of the church began to turn upside down, Pope, crack crack, black tears began to flow from various points in the church, accompanied by the shouts of an unknown priest. The tears that ran across the ground, mixed with black ash, were the tears shed by the lone woman who held her children in her arms. Get the Pope out of here now. Her tears, stagnant with nowhere to go, had become corrupted. Her anger, which had slowly bloomed because no one cared, might have been justified. Quaia. A massive door began to emerge from the symbol of God, exploding with a loud noise as if someone had shattered it. Behind that door, which rose like a bubble with an ugly creaking sound, it was still full of the screams of fierce, malevolent beings. Grrr, roar. Above the head of Pope Conrad, who continued sobbing, a cascade of black water began to flow. The waves were so strong that even the noble Pope could not contain them with his hands. The army of the dead poured out as if they had finally found a place to escape, trampling over the exhausted priests and rushing out of the church like a flood. Grrr, stop them, push them back, damn it, there are too many. The sound of spears and shields clashing, the shouts of soldiers, and the chilling sound of something being pierced. There was noise at the foot of the hill that sounded like something straight out of a battlefield. The group riding down the hill halted at the sound that shook the earth and turned their heads. And what the hell is that? Along with Radu's astonishment was the sight of a chiuk below, a ruined village with only a black, wolf-like bell tower piercing the sky. However, what the group was witnessing at this moment was an incredibly strange sight in the field. What bastard? What they saw were soldiers of the Northern Alliance army fighting against a tide of reanimated corpses. No, to be more exact, it was soldiers stabbing the reanimated corpses. The army of the dead was so dense that it was impossible to pull back the spears they had thrust, given the sheer number of corpses they were facing. The situation is bad, they're being pushed back. Just as Keahano had said, the Iron Duke's army was slowly being forced backward, as if they couldn't withstand the waves bursting from the dam. Although the Iron Duke's army had formed their maximum force to face the advancing army of the Blood Dragon Duke, the efforts of the largest gathering of dark sorcerers in the Empire's history were just as formidable. Let's go down. The flags of the North were swaying precariously in the black, wolf-like waves that surged forward. Vlad saw this and tried to charge down the hill, but stopped when he heard Marcus' voice behind him. Not that way, Marcus urgently blocked Noir's path as if to prevent him from falling. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Vlad. Those soldiers don't need your sword, they can handle it. Your sword must reach another place. I'll guide you. In the middle of the ruined village, there was a dark, wolf-like church that continued to spew corpses. The Iron Duke's army was fighting on the front line to destroy it, but if they continued to face it head-on, they would give the hidden sorcerers inside too much time. Understood? As if understanding Marcus' words, Vlad silently sheathed the sword he had drawn. The group ran quietly up the hill, leaving behind the fighting soldiers, and finally found the men hidden behind a shallow bush. Pleasure to see you again, Vlad Oreo. The Holy Knights were secretly hiding behind the church, waiting for the right moment. Among them, one of the men wearing the brightest armor recognized Vlad, who had just arrived, and smiled warmly. Sir Gunther, I'm glad it's not too late. The second in command of the Templar Knights, pride of the Northern Orthodox Church, Gunther, the man who had fought alongside Vlad against the Black Woman in the city of Mashium, had been waiting for him all along. I insisted on waiting for you. I knew facing this would be easier with someone who's already done it. Behind Gunther, who shrugged, were xperrif whispering prayers softly. They were searching for the right path while cloaked in the darkness, looking for another way to secretly enter without being detected by the sorcerers, instead of using the visible entrance ahead. Are you tired? No. Are you hurt anywhere? No. The voices of the xperrif grew louder as they realized that Vlad had arrived. The air around them began to stir slowly with it. Finally, having found another passage to the world inside the bubble, the paladins with Gunther slowly stood up. Then I, Gunther, would like to formally request your help on behalf of the Northern Orthodox Church. Crack crack, with a sharp sound like paper tearing, a black hole was forming behind Gunther's back. The hole, like a dark well, was too small for an adult man to pass through, making it doubtful whether anyone could get back out again. Please, join us this time as well. And now Gunther was asking him to step into that darkness where nothing was certain. Towards Vlad Oreo, the Pope's knight who had banished the darkness of Mashium. After hearing Gunther's words, Vlad quietly looked back to see the three men who were watching him, a wizard pursuing mysteries, a heretic inquisitor who practices the word of God, and a dragon bound by a vow. All nodded their heads silently. Let's go. Though one gaze was challenging, Vlad knew that his group was ready. I'll finally be able to fulfill what the Pope entrusted to me. With those words, Vlad, his left eye closed, carefully touched his left chest. Feeling those words with his fingertips, Vlad raised his own world like a torch toward the darkest place in the world. I was hoping you'd say that, Vlad. A knight who saved the lives of children. Vlad recalled the children he couldn't save from the darkness of Mashium, where he had entered through a dream to rescue Jean. At that time he had no choice but to leave them behind because his skills weren't enough, but this time Vlad planned to shine a bit of light for those children. Cough, the world inside the bubble created by Ramashtu. The sound of someone vomiting echoed through the dark hallway. It was a violent cough, but the way he tried to suppress it was pitiful. Fearing that someone might hear him, Joseph, leaning against the hallway wall, smiled faintly as he sat down. It's finally spreading. The tips of Joseph's fingers were slowly turning black, just like the countless corpses running rampant out there. Realizing that his time was running out, Joseph picked up the bag that had fallen at his feet with trembling fingers. Is this even the limit of dwarven craftsmanship? From the bag Joseph had picked up, a gentle warmth radiated. It was a bag containing tea items from the dwarves, said to have been baked with a breath that would never fade away. It was a sacred item of the dwarves, known to purify everything in the world because their breath was warm and pure, but even that seemed insufficient to block the poisonous tea of death. I suppose I can't return it either. Though he had promised to return that precious dwarven treasure, it seemed he no longer had the chance to do so. Even if it ended up as a betrayal of trust, Joseph was determined to do whatever he could to fulfill his cause. Where are you going? A golden opportunity to expose the evil groups that had long taken root. Joseph was trying to burn everything he had for that chance that would never come again, but suddenly shivered at the cold energy he felt behind him. You always appear behind me, Lord Frossen. The tip of a sword pressing against his back slowly rose to his shoulder. When the blade of the sword, now resting on his shoulder, grazed the side of his neck, Joseph felt as though he couldn't breathe. That army outside, did you bring them? However, for Joseph, Frossen's voice from behind was even more chilling than the silver sword pressed against his neck. Yes, you don't even deny it. As Joseph swallowed hard, dark veins began to form around his neck. Frossen, who knew exactly what those veins meant, looked at Joseph in front of him with interest. Death is just around the corner. That's why I have things to do. Although the person standing before him wasn't a dragon, Frossen slowly began to see his colors return. Joseph's voice, calm and truthful, neither deceptive nor false, gradually started to fill something that had long been broken inside Frossen. Do you seek honor even in your final moments? Joseph slowly began to turn around in response to Frossen's question. The blade of the sword grazed the back of his neck, cold as it was, but Joseph seemed unbothered by it. Honor is what knights seek. Unfortunately, I have not sworn my loyalty to you. Though his life was on the line, Joseph's voice did not falter in the slightest. Instead, his voice, tinged with subtle anger, was gradually drawing Frossen's full attention. Then why do you do it? For your family? To drink? Drink what? The blue blood of nobility had to be cold. That was because it existed solely for the glory and survival of the family. Frossen knew this well, but the young man with dark eyes standing before him was not driven by such things. To drink the poison you left behind. Joseph Vayezid had been freed from his duties as a noble after losing the competition to become head of the family. Thus, the world he was free to explore was already a place filled with poison. I understand that the previous generation focused on prosperity and glory just as your majesty did, but what you ignored left a legacy of poison for generations. There had once been a shining empire. An empire that someone had built, someone had protected, and someone had made flourish. However, the current empire was torn and groaning, and it was likely the fault of those who had neglected the darkness that needed to be swept away in pursuit of mere brilliance. Look out there, in the end, these evil poisons that you left behind have become the responsibility of our generation. As such, the deep-rooted evil was spilling out along with the black tears shed by the woman. The flower of darkness, which had grown silently while everyone sought only prosperity, could pass through a chiuk and spread across the entire continent. That's why we have to drink the poison. It's that kind of generation. Even now, there were those who laughed amid their mirth, among the nobles of the center who ignored the north, among the servants of God who disregarded the non-believers. Among the countless desires of the beast folk who had lost their home, the elves hiding in the forest, and the dwarves who controlled fire. Among the countless worlds that were so different from each other, evil people spat venom and stuck out their wolf-like black tongues. So do you want to eliminate these poisons? In the midst of a dark and venom-filled hallway, the emperor who had ushered in the era of glory looked at the now ragged young man of the age. For the next generation, this was a generation born to drink poison, even though they hadn't asked for it. Unlike those who had pursued bright things, the children of today were a generation forced to gather the scraps of fallen stars. That's a funny story. Tap, tap, tap. Frossen's sword tapped Joseph's shoulder as if the tale amused him, once, twice, and 3 times. Each tap reminded Joseph of the obligations he had yet to fulfill. Then go ahead, what? With a sarcastic laugh, the silver sword turned and returned to its sheath. Though its gleam had faded, the sword that still belonged to Frossen left Joseph's shoulder and returned to its scabbard. Do what you can until your death arrives. Frossen, standing in front of him, had a faint smile on his face, but Joseph, standing in the dark hallway, couldn't tell whether Frossen's smile was mocking him or held some other meaning. Thank you. It wasn't clear why he was letting him go, but Joseph turned around to seize the last opportunity given to him, running through the dark hallway with a small bag. Frossen, whose colors were slowly fading again, watched his back for the next generation so that the young may have the potential to build their own world. He's the last one left. If you're where you need to be, do what you have to do. I probably won't have a good death, a person who only receives and pays the fair price. Now he ran alone through the dark hallway, trying to ignore the taste of death rising in his throat. I have no choice but to let you go since you have the right qualifications. There was a young man who wanted to become a knight, a boy with dark eyes who longed to be a knight and dreamed of becoming the knight from the fairy tales his mother used to tell him. However, the honor of knighthood, which he had considered an unattainable dream, now rested on Joseph's shoulders. A faded silver sword tapped his shoulder. Joseph Vayezid, the last knight named by the first emperor of the revived empire. Now he was running through total darkness to drink the poison he had been given. Chapter 248. In a place where no one can see. Part 2. More than 10 men were running, yet the narrow, dark hallway remained in complete silence. If it weren't for the occasional sound of their armor, no one would have noticed their stealthy movements. Where are we going now? I don't know. This was Ramashtu's world, secretly hidden within the cracks of the world. The group that had entered through the passage opened by the exorcist priests was now wandering through an unfamiliar hallway. We have no idea where we are. We need to find a landmark first. Behind Vlad, who was leading the way, Gunter studied an open map. It was a small map with large concentric circles drawn on it. However, even though the overall shape was a circle, the dense markings of the hallways on the map made it clear just how complicated this place was. The only thing we know for certain is that we need to move towards the center. What's in the center? At Vlad's question, Gunter, who was looking ahead, carefully scratched his dry lips as if he was uncomfortable speaking. They said there was a tree. This place, unknown to anyone in the world, was Ramashtu's hidden world, nestled in the cracks of the world. However, Vlad, who had caught a glimpse of this world for a brief moment in the mist-filled city, seemed to understand what tree Gunter was referring to. It might be something familiar to us. Roots growing towards the sky, branches pointing towards the ground. The tree, representing everything inverted, emerged in Vlad's mind, and it was no coincidence. Crash. There was a loud noise and dark red blood splattered. It was blood from a corpse that had been split like firewood. Damn it, no matter how many I kill, they never stop coming. Droplets of dark red blood scattered like mist from the tip of the axe wielded by the lanky man. However, the gap he had worked so hard to create was swept away by another wave, leaving him just enough room to catch his breath. Damn bastards, they've been gathering these corpses all this time. Behind the man who was fiercely shouting, a large banner with the symbol of an axe fluttered in the wind. Carry of Harkita, one of the knights representing the north. He, who had dealt with Mercia alongside Vlad in the city of Bastapal, was now constantly expressing his wild fury towards the endless army of the dead. The front line is slowly retreating, Duke. In the middle of this battlefield where the dead killed and were killed, beneath the 7 flags of the north that flew over the battlefield, Timur, the Iron Duke, stood resolutely. Thousands of corpses have already risen. The problem is we don't know how many more are coming. In the Dragonblood Duke's army, the latest reports say they are about 2.5 days away. Valkov's voice grew weaker as he spoke. And for good reason, the Dragonblood Duke's army seemed to be increasing its pace, as if they were aware of the situation they were facing. If we don't act quickly, they might catch us. Now, in front of the Northern Union army stood the army of the dead, and behind them, the Dragonblood Duke's army was rapidly advancing north. Although it appeared precarious, like a moth flying into a flame, the Iron Duke Timur had a good reason for moving this way. We need to finish this before that happens. Ruar. Just as Timur finished speaking, a deafening roar erupted from within the dark church. It was such a powerful scream that it made the legs of those who heard it tremble. Hey, what is that? It's a monster, a monster. A body so large and heavy that it could be compared to a siege weapon used to destroy castle walls. The creature, with twisted muscles as fierce as its raised fangs, glared at the soldiers, blocking its path with its wide, blood-red eyes that were difficult to face. An ogre, my god, but why does it have 2 heads? The ogre was a monster as difficult to face as a dragon, said to be no different from a natural disaster. But this one had a second head roughly sewn onto its shoulder. Ruar. It wasn't just the resurrected ones. Witches were beings that created things that should not exist in this world. For them, creating an ogre with an extra head would have been nothing. Damn it, Carrie swallowed hard as he saw the enormous shadow looming over his head. 2 pairs of eyes stared at him. The Knight of Harkita, who was facing those grotesque eyes, gripped his axe tightly, unlike the others. Come on, come at me. men of the north who had survived the harsh cold winds of the north rarely retreated, even when faced with a two-headed ogre. Asa, a knight charging headlong into a wave of corpses towards a deadly predator. Seeing that bravery, even the other knights of Harkita began shouting loudly, their morale soaring. Bastard, Kara, whose enormous body made the large club he wielded seem to fill the sky, quickly slashed at the beast's thigh. Ruar. The pressure of the roar that echoed in response weighed on his chest, but it didn't harm Kara, who was already ablaze with fury. Damn giant, Kara grabbed onto the wound he had made and step by step began climbing up the ogre. His bravery, which didn't waver even in the face of a colossal giant, reignited the fire in the hearts of the soldiers who had been exhausted just moments ago. What are you looking at, bastard? Though he looked like a pile of dust, Kara managed to climb onto the ogre and reach one of its heads at the top. The head reached out its arm towards Kara, but the lumberjack had already swung his axe with all his might, having found his target. Die, bastard! The blade of Kara's axe, lifted with all his strength, gleamed in the sunlight. A fierce smile spread across Kara's face as he soon felt the impact, but his axe had merely cut through the air in vain. One of the heads had already fallen and was tumbling back the way it had come. Unable to withstand a single powerful blow, it rolled away. Thanks for the hard work, Lord Kara. With a perplexed expression, Kara turned to see a tall man with slick-back hair. The man standing on the ogre's other shoulder was Guillermo of Romney. Another knight representing the north. Guillermo smiled at Kara. I knew you'd catch its attention. Guillermo, you bastard. Kara's curse rang out loudly, but Guillermo's laughter didn't stop. Now he was determined not only to become a knight representing the north, but also an ogre slayer. I'll leave the other head as a gift for you. The tip of his sword swung violently towards the remaining ogre's head. My masterpiece. In a dark room, a cry of sorrow echoed from the space where several men were gathered. It was an ogre, those damn lunatics. The crystal ball they had been watching with great anticipation showed the image of the ogre slowly collapsing. Did we mess up? It doesn't seem as strong as we expected. No, it wasn't that. Maybe it's because of the priests chanting in the background. Besides, it faced Guillermo and Carrie. For its first time, it had really bad luck. Some people were mourning, others analyzing. As they watched the scene outside and engaged in a heated discussion about the creatures they had created, they were all sorcerers who had dedicated their lives to creating new life. They had gathered here and there, depending on how they dealt with the mystery, and now their eyes gleamed intensely as they watched someone's creation fall. Boom, boom, but their attention couldn't stay on the crystal ball for long. What's that sound? Bang, 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 a deafening noise like something was being smashed apart. Even the pitch-black wall began to tremble. With an ominous sound, the desk they were sitting at started to shake slightly. As the sound grew closer with each passing moment, several sorcerers quickly pointed towards the beast. Crash, what the hell is that? The wall exploded, it's caved in. Before the figure they were pointing at could even finish, a loud, deafening noise assaulted them. It was an explosion that felt as if they had been chanting a spell. Looks like I came to the right place. An eerie silence settled between the thick stone dust that rose from the wall being torn down. However, the sorcerer's attention was more focused on the glowing golden eyes shining through the dust than on the stone debris blocking their view. So Vlad of Sora, the world created by Ramasthu was too complicated and disadvantageous for me. So Vlad decided to reject the path she had laid out, and now there were walls full of holes behind him. The path was too confusing. The fastest way to reach your goal is a straight line. The former pickpocket who once climbed the rooftops of alleyways to steal wallets already knew this well. So, will someone tell me what to do? I'll let one of you live. The rules you impose don't bind me. Therefore, behind the path freshly carved out by Vlad, a straight road gradually led towards a strange tree. Joseph, who was running through the hallway, saw the headless knights ahead and quickly hid in a nearby corner. I'm almost there. Joseph, panting silently, looked at the large garden before him and frowned in sorrow. Ramasthu's garden, the center of the concentric circle and the only place where one could gaze upon the bubbles. In that ugly garden, a tree with strange roots reached up towards the sky. There are too many of them. If I get rid of that, I can change a lot about this place. However, there were too many knights guarding the area for him to get close. Joseph, who was neither a swordsman nor a mysterious sorcerer, had no choice but to stop and stare at the target in front of him. My weak body won't make it. The goal was visible right in front of him. The target was so close that, if he ran with all his might, he could reach it within a few breaths. However, Joseph knew full well that with his weak body he wouldn't even make it a few steps before being caught. Haha, that's why for Joseph the desired goal was always far away, no matter how close it seemed. Even though he was born a noble, he had always fought against illness, and though born into a family of knights, he was the one who could never swear allegiance to the Swordmaster's blade. Still, this last step seems like it will be worth it. But Joseph smiled as he looked at the target in front of him, because Joseph could feel that he had surpassed one of the limits that had always held him back. I've never pushed this hard before. Joseph pulled out a small teacup from his bag with a faint smile and took a deep breath, silently feeling the small warmth emanating from it. Huff, he directed his gaze towards the cursed tree ahead of him. Joseph's trembling shoulders were suddenly covered with black marks of death. I'm sorry. Crack. Joseph's fingertips, gripping the teacup, exerted a strength that would normally be hard to muster. His grip strength, far exceeding that of an average adult man, went beyond the limits of his frail body and slowly began to dent the dwarven-made teacup. Instead, I'll burn it all with everything I have. Now the black form of death extended beyond his fingers up to his shoulders. Thus, Joseph's shoulders, freed from the constraints of his body, began to bend significantly backward. HMPH, the teacup burned in the hands of a man tainted by death, the magic of the dwarves refined with an eternal flame. The teacup, which had purified all the evils, began to ignite a purifying fire in Joseph's darkened hands. With all his might, he aimed it towards the world he saw before him. Now, with his fingertips beyond his frail body, Joseph's sling, which he wielded with all his strength for the first time in his life, began to fly towards the cursed tree. Crash, the sound was small, so faint it was barely audible. But Joseph's world, thrown with all his might, was already ablaze, creating a small crack in Ramashtu's bubble-like world. Chapter 249, The Woman Who Cried Black Tears. Ramashtu Part 1. A dense cloud of suffocating smoke filled the air as if something were burning. The cries of children could be heard on the other side of the blood-red flames. Those sinister presences carried by the wind wrapped around her heart, filling it with an indescribable anxiety. No, a nun ran towards the black smoke in the distance. A small rosary trembled on her chest as she felt anxious and desperate. It was somewhat crudely polished, small and cute, as if made by a child. Now the tiny hands that had intertwined it would soon be reduced to ashes by the voracious fire. Ah, no, ding-dong, the sound of bells echoed as the entire village burned. Corpses were piled everywhere. And beneath the ringing of those distant bells, the cries of the children who sought her filled the air. No, the wind blew towards her as she hurriedly fled, pushing back the flames. The wind, mixed with the children's last breaths, began to caress her tearful face and leave its mark. Her headscarf fluttered high in the strong wind. Her burned fingers opened the door glowing red-hot. Even her tears mixed with the ashes and turned completely black. God, please! However, despite her fervent prayers, when she opened the door, the sight before her was a scene of hell. Because there were images of children desperately stretching out their hands beneath the symbol of God. And in her tears, now stained black, remained only the final desperate effort of the children, abandoned even by God. The laboratory of a sorcerer filled with strange-looking specimens. Normally, the place would be full of gloomy voices, but now it was filled only with swords, blood, and the cries of wicked people. Don't give them time to cast spells. With a sharp warning echoing in his mind, Vlad's sword pierced the head of the sorcerer. Og, Vlad's sword, which had been pulled from the sorcerer's mouth to prevent him from casting a spell, pierced through the back of the wicked man's head and gleamed fiercely. Don't let them make signs. When facing a mage, time and distance are what matter. How dare you, Kahak? Vlad's eyes began to shine at the strange hand gesture seen just in front of him. When dealing with mages who manipulate mysteries, all you need is a quick movement. In the flow of a lethal strike, someone's severed wrist began to bounce noisily. One is enough. Knights cut down sorcerers without giving them time or space. With every strike, they put the will of God and their own world first, erasing the shadows of the wicked one by one. We only need one to guide us, and even a dragon roared over the gleaming blade of a sword. Vlad, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, appeared so fierce that even the sorcerers who had escaped death trembled in fear. Repent, damned ones. This is vengeance for a comrade killed by you. There was a glimmer of madness hidden in the righteousness exercised by the knights, but today it was justifiable. Because today was the only chance to rid the world of the poisons that had accumulated over hundreds of years. It was truly inevitable that the paladins, who had waited so long, harbored a little selfish desire at the tips of their swords. Save me, is there anything more amusing than someone who's already dead begging for help? But now, a voice pleading for life flowed from the mouth of the last remaining sorcerer, and the tip of Vlad's sword trembled before that weak voice. Where is it? Though he was a bit late, the blade still pierced his body. As if the sword he had just swung had punctured his lungs, the sigh he let out was filled with empty air. Where is that damn tree? Bang. The sound of the wall shaking was loud and cruel. It was the sound made when the back of the sorcerer's neck, held by Vlad, slammed into the wall. In the central garden, the back of his head, now completely shattered by the impact, dripped sticky blood that was hard to control. However, the sorcerer felt more terror from the sight of Vlad's eyes right in front of him than from the unpleasant sensation soaking his neck. Over there, the fingers of the dark sorcerer, overwhelmed by Vlad's momentum, began to point towards a location. Behind all the oddly dissected corpses, beside specimens that resembled people, There, a door that hadn't been visible until a moment ago slowly began to emerge like a mirage. QA. Ki, what's going on? At that moment, a strange scream came from the group that found the door. Upon hearing that vaguely familiar sound, the engraving of the world tree on Vlad's sword shone quietly. What the hell is that presence? Rumble, the paladins covered their ears and began to suffer from the immense sound. What they heard was noise, but what followed was vibration. A massive roar from something shook Ramasthu's world and spread its pain in all directions. Vlad, the men who heard that sound stood still. Gunter and Vlad exchanged glances and nodded. They could feel that the sound they were hearing now was the same as what came from Mashium, the fog-covered city. I'll go first. Everyone prepare, we're moving now, protect the bishop and the mage. Boom, another darkness began to creep ahead of Vlad, who kicked the door open with all his might as if secrets were a luxury. The darkness of the hallway, where nothing could be seen more than an inch ahead, resembled a black, wolf-like sea. But there was no hesitation in Vlad's steps as he moved forward. When the paladins, having braced themselves, charged out, all that remained was the sorcerer pinned to the wall. He felt relieved that the will of God was not upon him, but it wasn't just his will present here. Puff. We have something left to settle, too. An ominous sensation came with a chilling voice, bright red hair reflected in the wide-open eyes of the sorcerer. This is my reward for teaching my father to drink blood. Bastard, Kug. A cold sneer appeared on Radu's smiling face. An indescribable rage flared in the eyes of the sorcerer staring at that smile, but it only lasted a moment, and Pedro's blessing on Radu's sword began to pierce the heart of the wicked man. I never said I'd spare your life. Radu spat as he watched the sorcerer crumble slowly and started to leave the room. Now that even the bound dragon was gone, the only thing left in the completely disheveled room was the sorcerer, suffering from the karma he had finally faced. There's an intruder here. Where the hell? Stop them, don't let them get through. The spiraling corridor remained dark and the path ahead was unknowably complex. Rumble, however, there was no hesitation in Vlad's steps, as he could sense the presence of the world tree through the hand that held it. Get out of the way. The closer they got to the center of the world, the more malicious figures began to appear. Many corpses had already fallen to block the northern allied forces, but the ferocity of the spirits that stood in their way was still formidable. I suppose this is the right path. Stop talking and do something. As they advanced, the corridor widened. This was proof that there was a large space ahead, but it was also a warning that more enemies might be lying in wait. I was getting ready. The knight's movement swayed back and forth amidst the black waves crashing in from all sides. As the situation grew more dangerous, Nibelung rummaged through his backpack as if it was finally his turn to act. What is that? Dandelion seeds. Contrary to Vlad's expectations, what Nibelung revealed wasn't some grand and awe-inspiring mystery. It was merely a tiny dandelion seed, perhaps no bigger than a fingertip. Seeing the cute, fluffy head of the seed, Vlad let out a sigh of exasperation without even realizing it. What are we supposed to do with that now? Please clear the way for a moment. However, while the dandelion seed may have seemed insignificant, the magic within it was something Nibelung had cherished greatly. Everyone hold on tight. Nibelung took a deep breath as he spoke. It looked rather ridiculous, but the determination reflected in his puffed cheeks and his eyes was unmistakably sincere. Return home, children of the wind. Fuu, in the gap that Vlad and the knights had opened, Nibelung exhaled a powerful breath along with an incantation. Tiny dandelion seeds scattered into the black wolf-like sea. The small spores, blown into the oppressive blackness with no clear hope, appeared to be a futile effort. Oh, if they hadn't been infused with magic, it would have been nothing more than an insignificant gesture. But under the blue sky, the Halsey, who had embraced all the winds of the world, now began to soar powerfully on the breeze, returning home. Whoosh, what is this again? Along with the shouts of the knights, a fresh breeze began to blow through the dark corridors where even the air had felt heavy. And with terrifying force, it seemed as though it might tear apart everything in its path. Graya, Kayak. It was a gust of wind that shouldn't have been possible in such an enclosed passageway. But the wind carried by the Halsey had no intention of stopping until it returned to its homeland. Soon, the wind summoned by Nibelung became a fierce gale, sweeping away the evil hordes in front of them. Now's the time. The path is clear. Run, taking advantage of the momentary gap created, Vlad began to run. It was hard to even keep his eyes open in the howling wind, but this wasn't a world where one relied on sight to make decisions. Bzz, the further he ran, the more Vlad's sword vibrated. Vlad's sword, born of the stars, forged with a dragon's fragment, and now inscribed with the mark of the world tree. The engraving on the sword now showed Vlad the way toward another tree. Light, just a bit more, the end is right ahead. The group charged forward, trampling over the bodies that had been swept aside. Wherever they went, they were greeted by a scene very different from what they'd seen before. It was really a garden. As they exited the corridor, the first thing they encountered was the sky. A purple sky with soft waves rippling like the surface of a lake, and beneath that sky a vast floating garden like an island awaited Vlad. Keha, we need to get there. A picturesque landscape, entirely different from the horrid sights they'd witnessed earlier. However, the group couldn't afford to be mesmerized by the view before them. To the bridge quickly. With Gunter's shout, the knights began running again, toward the bridge that led to the island. The most central place in Ramasthu's world, a secret and precious location, could only be reached via several aerial bridges. This is as far as you go, humans. Stop disturbing Lady Ramasthu's world. However, headless knights blocked the bridge. The aerial bridge, made of pure white marble, was already lined with black-toned headless knights. SHT, we need to change bridges, hurry. Noticing the unusually large number of headless knights blocking the path, Gunter quickly directed the group to change course. Yet even though they could avoid the knights, there seemed to be no way to avoid the endless stream of corpses emerging from everywhere. Don't you have more dandelions? No. That was a treasure of my tribe. As the group ran along the perimeter of the circle, another aerial bridge appeared in front of them. Fortunately, fewer knights awaited them there than at the previous bridge, but the problem now wasn't just those ahead. This is insane, why are there so many? Oh Lord, have mercy. An army of the dead was approaching like an enormous tidal wave. Even if they crossed the bridge and broke through the line of headless knights, the massive wave of enemies threatened to reach them soon. Vlad, you go first. Gunter, seeing the scene, showed a determined look in his eyes. The Holy Knights of the Northern Orthodox Church, having confirmed the resolve in his gaze, exchanged signals and nodded. You need to run and don't look back. Gunter, Vlad, realizing their decision, turned back in surprise, but the swords that followed God's will had already made their choice. Please cut down that tree as you did last time, knight who protected the children's breath. With a barely audible voice, Gunter turned around, with the other paladins on the bridge. Grea, Arg, the knights had resolved to become the prey that blocked the black tide. With the recitation of God's words, they began to form a protective stance that only the holy knights could perform. SHT. Damn it all, Vlad heard the cries of the corpses behind him, but he and his group had to run across the white bridge, leaving those cries behind. Aha, destroying the headless knights that stood in their way. The roar of a golden dragon echoed, its power insufficient to change the fate of those left behind. I'll kill you, every last one of you. A dragon roared with rising fury, alongside an old heretical inquisitor and a mage with a backpack. They were running toward the enormous tree ahead of them. Huff huff, with its roots stretching toward the sky and its branches hanging toward the ground, a completely twisted tree stood alone on the island, forming its own world. Huyua, and right in front of that black tree, a woman with her feet on the ground was dancing. She was shedding dark tears that she couldn't control. I'll kill them all. Ramasthu twisted from side to side as though she were dancing. But now, instead of dancing, she was merely contorting her entire body in agonizing pain. My children, again, a black smoke rose before her as she continued to weep, the magic of the dwarves which purifies everything. Ramasthu was going mad again as she watched the flames, created by the fragments, purify the evil tree. It's burning, rumble at her cry, the purple sky began to tremble. But despite her wails, the flames that would never extinguish continued to incinerate the inverted tree little by little. Kaya, her children, whom she couldn't save when they were alive and whom she couldn't save when they were dead. A root rose toward the sky above the head of the woman who wept for her children. It was like the black wolf-like handprints of children who had cried out beneath the symbol of God in the church. And at the end of that root hung a man lifeless. His black hair fluttered weakly, his heart pierced. The color of his hair, gently swaying, was the black of Vayezid that Vlad had been searching for, his heart now impaled. Under the purple sky where both had sworn to kill each other, Joseph's black hair floated silently. Chapter 250, The Woman Who Cried Black Tears, Ramasthu Part 2, It was a space of complete darkness. A place where I couldn't even see my own hand when I looked down. Yet even in this seemingly empty space, a faint singing could be heard. Singing, Joseph, who was alone in the darkness, wore a confused expression at the sound of the song being sung in front of him. I don't know where I am now nor why I'm here, but the voice singing in front of me was undeniably clear. Spin, spin, round and round. It sounded like a song sung by children. Joseph, who was drawn toward the faint sound as if enchanted, soon found the light of a small bonfire before him, until the song they were singing ended, until all who had been called fall. Spin, spin. Ahead, small children played beside the bonfire, accompanied by cheerful singing. Watching the children running joyfully, unaware of who was with them, seemed peaceful, yet it also filled him with a strange discomfort in the current situation. They never rest, and so Joseph watched the children from afar for a long time. In total darkness, he had no idea how much time had passed. However, it was undoubtedly strange to see the children never stop, even during that incomprehensible span of time. They just kept spinning endlessly. The children, who had stopped because they found no place to move forward, continued to remain in place, turning and turning. You can't keep doing that. Joseph began to walk toward the scene, step by step, feeling that someone needed to make it stop. Toward the children whom no one had ever come to find. As Joseph's footsteps drew closer, the heads of the children playing around the bonfire began to turn one by one. Someone's coming. Who is it? Although only empty hollows remained where their eyes should have been. That wounded gaze had also been blocked by the woman in black, telling you not to look at the dark places in the world. What's that? Is it shining? Yet even through their vacant stares, light was visible. The light was faint, but in this dark place it shone brighter than anything else. In a place where only the bonfire lit by Ramashtu had been burning, the new shining light was enough to pique the children's interest. It's silver, pretty, where it should be, for the just price of death. On Joseph's shoulder as he walked through the darkness toward the children shone a faded silver object, something that someone had once struck against him. Crash. Vlad ran beneath the brilliant purple sky, mercilessly cutting down the headless knights who stood in his way. Another false dead fell onto the white bridge that connected life and death. Q. The natural blue flower quivered as if it couldn't believe Vlad was passing by, but life is about moving forward. Vlad, who had already paid the price in full, simply advanced, leaving death behind him. Vlad. Ahead of us, the group ran toward death, stepping over the sacrifices of the knights left behind them. After paying the price to cross the bridge, the tree they were aiming for soon came into view. It's bigger than in Mashiam. Beyond Nibelun's fingertips pointing skyward, a towering tree rose high above. Its grotesque roots, writhing as if warning people not to approach, were, as Nibelun said, larger and more imposing than the tree in Mashiam. However, Vlad's eyes could no longer register the grandeur of the tree before him. Thump, all he could see was someone pierced by towering roots. The black hair, recognizable even from a distance, was unmistakably the color Vlad had been searching for. "Ah, are you here now?" When I opened the door and entered, there was always a young man with black eyes waiting to greet me. With his back to the bright sunlight, he always rested his chin on his clasped hands. "Come and have some tea. I can't drink whiskey anymore." Even though his sunken eyes were filled with deep fatigue, he was one of the few people in this world who welcomed me. His appearance, seemingly unchanged by time, had been one of the few comforts for Vlad. Now I will never see him again. A man with black hair, head hanging low, pierced by roots reaching toward the sky. Seeing Joseph in such a wretched state, red veins began to form in Vlad's blue eyes. Ramashtu, toward the woman in black who had created the scene, a mother shedding black tears. Children suffocating as they died, the unfortunate prostitute whose eyes I had closed myself, and the paladin who showed me the way. And now the great wall that once confined me. "I will definitely kill you." Thud, a dragon unable to protect them all, roared fiercely as it charged toward death. Kug stopped them. The golden horizon began to speed up from the edge of the bridge. Today's sun, having stepped over someone's life, crossed the pure white border and now plunged toward death, rising from Ramashtu's world. Vlad. Vlad of Sara, to erase the world I'm running toward now. The woman with black tears recognized the light and began to wail beneath the tree. "It's your fault, all of this. It's because of you." It was a bright light, but in the end, it was a light that couldn't shine on everyone in this world. She who had struggled in the shadows cast by that light now threw everything aside and extended her black wolf-like fingers. Boom, to die, to kill. Thus, two worlds that cannot coexist in the same place. The black night sky, suppressing the sun that was about to rise, was filled only with sorrowful rain clouds without a single star or bright moon. "Leave my children alone. Those damned children, I'm sick of it now." Vlad raised his sword toward Ramashtu. The headless knights who had returned from the bridge charged toward Vlad. "Why did they drag me to this place?" Suddenly, red flames erupted from the dragon's left eye. Radu's world is one filled with inferiority complexes half-formed. His world, burning endlessly because it could never be perfect, was now creating a great wall of fire, accompanied by the Inquisitor's staff strike. "Do you know how many people died because of those children you speak of?" Between the border of life and death that had been created, Vlad cried, clutching the collar of his shirt. And Ramashtu's eyes, gazing at the weeping Vlad, were also filled with dark moisture. "You killed him. You killed Joseph." Boom, bang, bang. Even though they cried out in the same grief, the two clashing worlds could never understand each other. "Because I lost, you must lose, and because I suffered, you too must suffer. Save me." Thus, Vlad's world and Ramashtu's world collided. Vlad's fist, striking Ramashtu as though even the sword he wielded was unnecessary, was filled with the black blood that poured from her. Save me, but no matter how hard they tried, the two people now facing each other could not let go of what they had lost. Their empty hearts were now filled with the fury they exchanged between them. "I wish everyone would die." The branches of the black, wolf-like tree began to twist between the two worlds, which broke further with each clash. Upon seeing the signal that only she could recognize, Ramashtu knew the moment had come. "So I'll kill them all." her smile unseen by the enraged Vlad, but as soon as Kahano sensed her suspicious presence, it began to darken, along with her sinister, twisting fingers. I told you not to give her time, wham. The leader of the warlocks of this era. A great tremor began to rise from the beast that Ramasthu, weeping black tears, had secretly pointed to. What is this? Legs. Behind Radu, who was startled by the sudden quake, the bridge he had been crossing began to collapse. Countless white bridges had spanned a small circle. As the bridges connecting the border of life and death crumbled, the place where Vlad stood became a world filled only with death. Vlad, realizing too late what was happening, drove his sword into Ramasthu's chest, but she was already gone, as if she had never existed in the first place. Did you really think I didn't know? Though she seemed a bit weary, Ramasthu smiled, for the dragon, who was now right before her, had fallen into her trap just as she intended. And the bait for that trap was none other than Joseph Vayezid. Is that Joseph Vayezid the spy you sent? Vlad began to feel a creeping unease as he stared at Ramasthu, who stood there smiling serenely as if nothing had happened. The woman who had been weeping before him just moments ago was now grinning so brightly. The deep instincts of the dragon told him that this sudden change in demeanor was not a mere hallucination brought on by madness. Though I never thought I'd burn my precious children. Beneath the floating island, now stripped of its supports, lay a black-toned lake that he had never seen before. The lake, seemingly so deep that once you entered you couldn't leave, was filled with the black tears Ramasthu had shed. But now that we've gathered 3, it's enough. What? Ramasthu chuckled for a moment as she glanced at the young dragon who knew nothing, then raised her black finger and pointed toward the turbulent purple sky, 1 towards the top, 2 behind, and 3 toward Vlad standing right in front of her, even though there were only 2 pieces promised. The most perfect piece, able to become anything, to be whatever you wished. The 3 pieces gathered here were visible in her eyes, now smiling through black tears. At this rate my children will breathe again. Ramasthu's world, shedding black tears, was a world of death devoid of any suffering. Ramasthu, having lifted her world to the sky, gazed at the dragons ensnared in her trap through a madness that had already quieted. Achiuk, a town now in ruins, an army was rushing towards it. The banner of the Northern Union Army is just ahead. It looks like we're locked in a long battle now. The Golden Dragon's banner led the Emperor's standard. Now Sarnis, the Dragon Blood Duke, smiled beneath the flag of the dragon with its fully spread wings. It was worth running fast. In front of him, smiling, were the soldiers of the Northern Union Army, who had been fighting for a long time. They had been battling the undead army for over a full day and seemed utterly baffled when Sarnis's army suddenly appeared. There's all sorts of things here. Communication wasn't easy between completely divided worlds. The same goes for time. Although little time had passed for the group that had entered, the Northern Union Army outside had been at a standstill for over half a day. It would be difficult if this ended too quickly. Sarnis's army had gained a full day's time through a grueling forced march. Of course, the number of soldiers who had deserted was as large as the time gained, but Sarnis didn't care, for winning or losing the war wasn't important to him. From now on, we attacked the Northern Union Army. The only thing that mattered was that many people die. The banner of the oldest dragon, which had transcended the era of the Empire and was now once again pointing toward the era of the dragons, slowly began to tilt forward. You're a little late, Sarnis. However, the dragon's banner, which had begun to lower, couldn't point to where it intended in the end. Well, you were always late to your appointments. Frossen, a man whose colors had faded. He, standing among the central forces unnoticed by anyone, slowly began to remove the hood he wore. Yes, I'm back, you stupid dragon, his face now visible through the hood he had taken off. His face, recognizable only to the oldest dragon, was unmistakably Frossen's, the first emperor who had slain the most perfect dragon. A foolish dragon who broke his oath to the emperor. Sarnis Dragulia. Rumbly, the earth began to tremble at the calm words of the founding king. Amidst the tremendous shaking which shocked both the living and the dead, the only person who remained calm was the returning emperor. Today you die with me, Kerr, the army of the dead and the Northern Union Army, and even the Central Army that had arrived late. There was an enormous tree root trying to trap them all. It emerged from the roots, not the branches, burrowing into the ground without anyone noticing, and soon began to reveal itself, enclosing a vast battlefield. With the fragments of the dragon that we carry, a tree began to grow, destroying the dark, wolf-like church. The inverted sky tree, which had awoken from the world of Ramasthu and finally appeared in this world. It began to manifest, overshadowing everything on the battlefield. Frossen, to devour the death of everyone here. The name of the new world that would rise with their deaths was the world of black tears. For a world where no children would die, grotesque roots began to move like tongues. Chapter 251, Children's Song Part 1. Ramasthu's world was rising with a dizzying sensation of floating, like a bubble trying to break the surface of the water. Each time the bubble rose, deep cracks were carved into Ramashtu's purple sky, and the false concentric circles beneath it collapsed helplessly from the outside. It's rising into reality. Soon this world will completely fall apart. In the collapsing world of Ramashtu, only this island where the trees were rooted stood firmly. Watching the concentric circles outside collapsing as if they had been waiting, Vlad could tell that this entire scene had been planned from the start. She planned to throw it all away from the beginning. It seemed that Ramashtu only cared about the safety of the children. The warlocks who followed her were also being cast aside with dark screams, as if they were nothing more than tools for her to achieve her goal. Thud, watch out, reality is approaching. Vlad looked up in response to Nibelun's loud warning, and his eyes widened as he saw the scene above him. What is that? The strange sight of the sky crumbling above me. However, Vlad was even more startled by the enormous shadow coming closer and closer from beyond the shattered sky. A bell tower, a completely dark church in Achiuk he had seen before coming here. The bell tower of the church that hung at the highest point was approaching from beyond the purple sky. Like a landscape beyond a window toward this world that was collapsing. This is madness. Ding, dang, amidst the borders of colliding worlds, the sky crumbles and the bell tower falls. In this surreal situation, the only thing that made sense was the loud ringing of the bell echoing in his ears. In the middle of the clash between the two worlds, something over which Vlad had no control, the only thing he could do was bow his head. Quack-quacking, oh, damn it, why the hell did I come all this way? A heavy sound emerged from the gap between reality and the world that had crashed together so violently. It was like a hard acknowledgement of worlds that had no choice but to move apart because they couldn't exist together. But this time, what was rejected wasn't the black tears that Ramashtu had shed but the real world. Ugh. Cough, cough, Vlad lowered his head as debris from the church rained down on him. The only things visible amidst the thick, suffocating dust were the church bells ringing here and there. Seeing the bell from Achiuk lying helplessly, having fulfilled its duty, Vlad finally realized that he had escaped into the real world. Vlad, snap out of it. Wake up, bastard. In the thick dust that hung in the air, voices were calling out to Vlad. Vlad regained his senses when he heard a voice inside him. Turning his head toward a voice behind him, he could see the old priest calling out to him. Look over there. We don't have time. In front of the group, who had risen in the midst of the battlefield, stood an army of dark-toned undead, who had been battling the northern allied forces just moments ago. However, Pedro wasn't pointing at an immediate threat but at something writhing above. What is that? The tree branches were rising and the roots were floating. A woman standing high above raised both hands, reciting something aloud. It was her last attempt to reject this world, her great rebellion against God. It's the world creation spell, the worst kind of magic where she wants to become a god. An apostate trying to create her own world, not the one created by God. Ramashtu, there were black drops of water rising from the spell she was chanting. The wolf-black-colored drop of water, starting from a small point, gradually grew as it consumed the black tears gathered by Ramashtu. I never imagined I'd witness something like this in my life. The sight of the black water drops made both the living and the dead look up in silence. However, even with this distant scene in front of him, for some reason, only a strange smile appeared on the face of Bishop Peer. Pedro, even in moments of despair, his smiling face was like that of a fanatic, an exorcist priest and heretic inquisitor who had wandered through the darkness all his life. Bishop Pedro. He smiled as if he had finally found the reason for his birth amid a crisis that felt like a revelation. Standing here under the darkest sky, isn't this God's true desire, the torch that lights up in moments like this? Pedro's face was twisted in an indescribable way, as if he were both laughing and crying. Why does the blind joy on his face overlap with the smile of Ramashtu that I just saw? Perhaps God prepared me as a person for this moment, don't you think, Vlad? With those words, a white light began to emit from Pedro's staff. That was the faith and will Pedro had carried throughout his life. Though it was bright and mixed with madness, the light now visible was also the will of God reaching the darkest places. This must be my destiny given by God. Let it burn with the greatest intensity. Tang, Pedro's divinity remained unshaken, even when he had burned countless unbelievers. That divinity was now spreading through the sword the dragon currently held. So go and cut those damn things down. Vlad Oreo. The mystery and divinity were alive and breathing between the swords that embraced my world. However, despite the brilliant sword he held, Vlad's face showed only deep annoyance. You're obsessed with God until the end. What? A blonde knight who somehow seemed unholy despite carrying the will of God. Vlad, with his left eye closed, slowly stood up and began to point in the direction of the tree in the sky. Can you only see God above and not the people dying around you? The places Vlad pointed to were filled with black death, soldiers dying from the undead army and ugly roots. And from the lake where the trees were rooted to the fragments of white bones from the women emerging, all of these were dull worlds that died in places where no one cared. If this is truly God's will, then both are the same. All causes are justifiable. But in the end, extreme ends did not discriminate between means. And to Vlad, both Ramashtu, who killed women for her children, and Pedro, who said Ramashtu was an opportunity to prove God's will, seemed the same. Nibelin, I think I have to go up there, so if no one else will, I will. The black tears shed by the women, the images of the children playing by the bonfire. If God wills it, then I'll do it. Even now, Ramashtu's black water drops continued to grow, blocking out the sun. Vlad, who knew very well the kind of sadness from which the drops came, silently raised his head and gazed at the writhing evil roots coming toward him. Boom, 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 Duke. The roots are rising from beneath the ground. The allied soldiers shouted as suddenly wolf-black roots pierced through the ground. But instead of the pain the soldiers emitted, Timur the Iron Duke merely looked up at the Dragulia banner above. Hold the formation. But Duke, I said don't break the formation. In front of them was the undead army and behind them were the forces of the Central Army. The Iron Duke Timur, trapped in the middle, knew very well that the current formation must not collapse under any circumstances. Don't leave any gaps, fall back slowly, very slowly. Even now, soldiers were dying from the rising roots, but Timur did not waver at all, because the Iron Duke, who represented the North, had a great duty to fulfill. A small loss is inevitable. If the army breaks here, the North is finished. For my cause and not for the screams of another. It was a very reasonable decision, but the price of that decision had to be paid by the soldiers still crying out. Boom, 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 ah, roots, roots, save me, Frossen. The tree roots swayed over the Dragulia banner. The Emperor and the oldest dragon, who had come back to life after leaving behind the deaths of soldiers devoured by the roots, were now staring at each other. You've lost your strength since last time. Where is the glory you displayed when you split the most perfect dragon? Frossen and Sarnis finally locked eyes, with countless roots still writhing behind their backs. These were the roots of Ramashtu, hungry for fragments to create a new world. You've finally consumed the fragments of the imperial family, Sarnis. The fragment of the most perfect dragon also belongs to me rightfully. With their swords crossed, Sarnis smiled while Frossen stood firm. However, it seemed that the resurrected emperor, despite having returned to life, was struggling to face the oldest dragon who only grew stronger. Little by little, his sword began to be pushed back, driven by Sarnis's strength. I knew you would do this. But Frossen remained calm, even as the balance increasingly shifted against him. It was because he knew he still had one chance left. That's why I left that fragment with the imperial family. So you'd consume it. What? The mastery of a killing strike lies in surprise. However, the unexpected did not necessarily start with the sword he held. You must remember how I killed the most perfect dragon, Sarnis. A drop of dark red blood began to flow down the swords they had clashed. It was the Emperor's blood, one of the proofs of the alliance. Sarnis's eyes widened as he saw Frossen's blood gradually dripping toward him. Among the many memories I lost, I still cling to that one. Already shattered, but the Emperor's pieces that had shattered once more flowed along with the drops of blood. As if he couldn't hear the countless screams behind him, Frossen merely smiled as he watched the drops of his own blood seep into the dragon. Watching as his world spread over the dragon who dreamed of perfection. Frossen, a woman trying to create a new world for her children. A priest who only sees the wicked beings for the love of God. A monarch willing to make sacrifices for his land. A dragon striving to become the most perfect being, and even an emperor revived to stop the dragon. Run, Nibelin, run now. They all had just noble causes, but to achieve them they had to accept inevitable sacrifices. Like the soldiers who were dying at that very moment, or the already dead women being so unseen, shining so dimly that everyone ignored them. Run faster. I can't. This is my limit. But Vlad, as he climbed the tree riding the magic carpet, was the only one who saw their pain. The boy from the alleyways, who had once fallen into the mud, understood the suffering of those trapped in misery better than anyone. Everyone's going to die at this speed. Neither a dragon, nor a servant of God, nor a noble, nor a successor to the emperor, just a boy from the alley. Yet at that moment, it was the insignificant boy who rushed toward the sky to stop the pain that everyone else felt. This carpet was one of my grandmother's most precious things. Dodging the roots that surged at him, he climbed the enormous, terrifying tree, so high that it was difficult even to look up at it. Thus, riding his tattered carpet, a star ascended toward the sky. While continuing to slash through the horrible roots attacking him, that star pressed on toward the dark night sky before him. The moon. There, waiting for him in the sky, was a black moon, covering Vlad like an ominous eclipse that blocked out the sun. That moon, arrogant, cast its shadow over the entire battlefield. I don't like the moon. What? Like the blue moon that once destroyed my home. Though the color was different, Vlad recalled that old scene as he looked at the moon still floating above him. That place was the smile of a rose. The guts were completely filled with blood, and it was where the boy's world had shattered. I hate the moon. And even now, as he watched Ramashtu's world devour someone else's world, the blue moon from back then surfaced in Vlad's closed eyes. The blue moon he had promised to destroy but could never reach. But this time, sensing that he might finally reach it, Vlad raised his sword, imbued with his own world, toward that moon. So this time I'll destroy it. For all the stars the heroes here had ignored, the name of the star rising in their place was Vlad of Sora. Vlad's world, shining alone in the dark night sky, suddenly merged with the blue light of the moon he had been staring at. Chapter 252 Children's Song Part 2. The world inside the tree was so warm and comforting. It was a world one truly wouldn't want to leave, like the arms of a mother embracing you. Where should we go now? However, some of the children who had been sitting by the campfire were now following Joseph. No matter how small they were, they knew they couldn't stay there forever. Mister, where are we going now? Didn't you know the way? But this world they were wandering through was a world of trees without an exit. Joseph, who had been unwillingly dragged here by a root that had pierced him, had no idea where to go. It seems that way. He thought that if there was a way to enter, there must also be a way to leave, but all he could see was darkness. Only the campfire behind them lit up the place, and as they moved forward and everything grew darker, the children began to cling to Joseph's clothing one by one. Crash, crack, Suddenly, above Joseph's head came the sound of something breaking. A sharp noise echoed for the first time in this place where there had only been a comfortable silence. Joseph looked up toward the light that appeared along with the noise. Stop already, Vlad, the voice of someone who seemed far away like an echo. I'm telling you to stop already. However, the voice that was clearly audible, no matter how distant it seemed, was unmistakably that of the knight who had been by his side. They've got us. Along with Nibelun's screams, pieces of the carpet, which had been torn apart, flew through the air. Vlad and Nibelun swayed back and forth as if their flight was an illusion. They barely managed to stay standing on the mysterious piece of fabric, but stumbled precariously as the carpet began to fall apart. Good job, what? Even as they fell, Vlad's eyes were fixed on the tree ahead of him, more precisely on the woman chanting a spell from the highest point of the tree. Even if it's broken, I'm sure you can get down by yourself, right? Vlad. Sir Vlad, then go safely. No, you're not really going to, are you, Shueya? The world in Vlad's eyes now was the true path as August had taught him. That path led him straight toward a route speeding towards him. As if there was no other way but this. I don't want to do this either. Vlad began jumping off the carpet, barely avoiding the roots. The wingless dragon clenched his teeth at the dizzying sensation of falling, but now this was truly the only way. Ag, crunch, crack. Just as he was about to fall, Vlad seized the moment and drove his sword into a passing root. The overwhelming shock that surged through his fingertips was painful, but Vlad didn't loosen his grip until the very end. I did it. Vlad climbed onto the root, using his sword as a handle, and began running toward the tree ahead, riding on vicious roots that snarled like snakes. The headless knights in the tree began murmuring about Vlad, who was climbing the roots. He's coming, Vlad of Sora, that madman. Stop him, cut the roots. The roots began to shake violently as if they hadn't expected anyone to use them to climb. But a swordsman must never lose his balance, no matter the situation. The heir to the one-strike technique, who must claim the battlefield as his own at any time and in any place, didn't lose sight of his goal despite the tremors. They're right in front of you. What did I teach you? How did I tell you to take the lead? With Kahano's voice ringing in his ears, Vlad's magnificent horizon sliced through the black roots like a wolf's maw. From the end of that golden horizon, a brilliant world began to rise. Though it was smaller than the moon above, it was definitely a light that everyone there could see. If you want to stop me, be prepared to pay the price. The golden world shone as Vlad leapt over the headless knights. Ramashtu's limbs could only stare in disbelief as Vlad soared above them. They didn't even see the golden wind of his sword approaching. Thwack, crack, crack. Wherever the wind of his sword reached, black roses bloomed. This beautiful painting, drawn with rotten black paint, reminded me of the night of the blue moon seen in the smile of the rose. Excellent, you've recreated it perfectly. Following the light of the blue moon, not revealed but deeply rooted in my world. Vlad, who had recreated Godin's swordsmanship, began charging toward Ramashtu, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the knights. Ramashtu, to reach the moon, this time to destroy it. The path he wanted was clearly etched in Vlad's steps as he ran. Get out of my way, you bastards. Crash, he rolled to dodge the roots flying at him, breaking through the headless knights blocking his way. Though the space inside the tree was filled with darkness and enemies, Vlad began to accelerate, his advance growing fiercer. Stop, Ramashtu. To fly, those who fall to the ground need a platform from which to leap. Even if the ground beneath their feet is filled with mud. I told you to stop immediately. Vroom, vroom. And so Vlad leaped toward the sky, toward the woman who had created this entire tragedy, stepping on the countless swords beneath his feet. Vlad Oreo, the brilliance of his attack was undeniable. Ramashtu halted her spell and hastily erected a barrier, but it was as fragile as glass. Crash, crack, kaya, ayag. Ramashtu's altar stood tall like an obelisk. The small altar was now filled with shards of broken barriers, but despite rolling over the sharp debris, Vlad's advance did not falter. I won't give you time this time. The blonde knight charged forward as if he wouldn't repeat the mistake he made before. Crack ha! Ramashtu's spell, incomplete due to Vlad's speed, had no time to finish. Crash crack, stop, damn it, I said stop. The brutal strike of Vlad's sword reached the woman, slicing through her delicate fingers. Faced with the fierce fangs of the dragon, Ramashtu let out a cry of pain. Ick, SSSSS. Though she tried to keep fighting, her malevolent hand clung to Vlad's armor. Through that touch, sadness, pain, and all manner of curses clung to Vlad. But the dwarf armor, forged with the breath of a young dragon, burned fiercely, refusing to tolerate a single impurity. How many more people are you going to kill, you crazy bitch? My children, I'm asking you, how many more are you going to kill for them? Grabbing Ramashtu by the hair, Vlad dragged her and forced her to witness the scene below. The world below, where the black-toned trees took root, was quite like hell. Now, in a place where you couldn't even trust the ground beneath your feet, it was filled with countless screams, with no distinction between the north and the center. Do you see those people? What's the point of killing more of them? The knight's voice was filled with a rage even he couldn't control, but the eyes of the woman, darkened by her purpose, didn't see the screams, only a means to achieve her world. It's too filthy, isn't it? No one can live there. Ramashtu, I won't allow my children to live in such a horrendous place. The woman was shedding tears. She cried for her dead children. The tears the woman shed were clearly the same light as the black moon above. My children will live in a pure world, free from all this filth. Madness for her children and madness for God. Vlad, who was watching both of them, was speechless as he witnessed the pure madness. Fanatics who couldn't relate to each other because it wasn't their world. Looking at them like that, the knight of this era felt as though he were going insane. Do as you wish, I'll do what I have to do too. However, unlike these people, the world that sustains Vlad is no one else's world but my own world, which I created myself. My world, filled only with what I've seen, heard, and learned, kept Vlad standing even amidst all the madness. I won't go crazy, I'll never be like you. I hope that in this mad world I don't lose the color of the star I first embraced. In the midst of a chiuk filled with madness and pain, Vlad raised his silver sword with that promise. Crash, no. With Ramashtu's scream, Vlad's sword plunged into the sinister altar. It was a sharp cry that felt as if his soul were being torn apart, but Vlad gritted his teeth and didn't show the slightest hesitation in his movements. This ends now. Jet black tears began to flow from the tip of the blade, violently opening the wound. Vlad's eyes, noticing those tears, filled with an unhidden sadness. I feel sorry for the children, stop this now. Crash, Vlad's sword pierced through the black, wolf-like altar. Every time the sword flashed, the black moon above began to let out a silent scream. Q, a woman, a disaster, crying, and a black moon falling. As if it couldn't leave those poor beings alone, the tree in the sky raised its roots, but Vlad was no longer there. Crash, Vlad. Ag, the altar crumbled beneath his feet. An altar that fed off the countless deaths below and raised the black moon above my head. Don't be fooled, this altar is the connection between the worlds. The world of trees began to appear beneath my feet. In that world filled with nothing but black, wolf-like space, only an endless abyss awaited Vlad with its mouth open. Shit. Vlad fell alone into a dark world without a mage to explain the mysteries. No matter how much he moved, Vlad was slowly sinking into a world without a place to hold on to. But Vlad didn't know. Even if you're falling into this dark place, you're like a shining star to those watching from below. Got it? There was a hand reaching out to Vlad who was endlessly falling. The hand, unusually pale and thin, was clearly the hand of someone Vlad knew well. Joseph, the small hands that reached out countless times beside him. The hands of the children emerging from the unseen darkness along with Joseph were clearly extended toward Vlad. I'm sorry. Andreas took the hand of the young deacon and looked up at the black moon above. The current sight of the moon was clearly too harsh for the young ones, so Andreas had no choice but to apologize. Even so, I hope you don't stop. But even so, the boy's song must continue. No matter how hard the world in front of you may seem, you are the children who will have to live in this world from now on. If you don't sing, who will speak of hope in this world? Bishop. The current scene was surely too gruesome and terrifying for the children of the next generation to witness. However, Andreas was someone who understood well that there was hope only for the children. We will carry all of this, so please keep singing, to encourage those marching ahead, to comfort those who had already died. With those words, Andrea's rosary glowed. Yes, a woman wept beneath the moon that was falling from above. It was so tragic that the world was sinking into this dirty world. Yet even in this world that the woman called filthy, a song resonated. I really searched everywhere for you, why are you here? I'm sorry, everything happened for a reason. The song the children sang echoed throughout the battlefield. And a star began to rise upon hearing it. Now let's go home. Vlad, who had been saved by someone who lifted him up, smiled grimly as he looked at Joseph standing right in front of him, as all the children here were smiling too. Chapter 253 Children's Song Part 3. Hands reached out to catch the falling star. They were the small, fragile hands of children who had not yet had the chance to fully bloom. Those hands in the darkness, extended purely by their own will, not by anyone's orders or coercion, held onto Vlad alongside Joseph. It's been a while. I suppose it has. Joseph's face, seen beyond their interlocked hands, looked paler than ever, perhaps due to the surrounding darkness. However, the smile he gave as he looked at Vlad hadn't changed at all from the one he had seen in the sunlit office. Kyug, a world of trees turned upside down, seemingly never to fall. Vlad, barely lifted by the hands that held him, finally noticed the countless eyes watching him. It's you kids. In the total darkness he had entered, there were children holding their breath as they watched Vlad. Children whose eyes were painted completely black, yet Vlad was left speechless as he gazed at the bowed heads, recognizing the person standing before them. I have a lot to say, but let's leave it for later. Yes. Joseph flashed a faint smile at Vlad's words, suggesting they postpone explanations. However, Vlad, focused on the place where he had fallen, didn't notice the slightly sorrowful expression on Joseph's face. It's starting to close. In the dimmed eyes of the children shrouded by the darkness, Vlad was no longer visible. There was only the bright light of a star. As the fallen star turned its gaze upward once more, the children around it looked up as well. There was no other way, was there? It doesn't seem like it. However, the light shining from where you gaze only grows darker as time passes. Watching as the path to the outside world closed more and more, Vlad realized that time was running out. Then I guess I'll have to find a way to reach it. Is there a way to get to the top? Zum at that moment, Vlad's sword began to hum as if it had been waiting. A sword born of the stars and engraved with the inscription of the world tree. Realizing what the sword he held was telling him, Vlad looked at Joseph with determination in his eyes. I'm going to try and make a path. He didn't know if he could do it again, but it was something he had to try. Listening to the hum of his sword, Vlad tightly shut his left eye. To rescue the children wandering in this dreamlike world. With that goal in mind, Vlad began to recall the emotions he had felt in Osirin. All right, let's try again. Crash. With a deep, tense breath, a faint light began to seep from the sword he gripped tightly. The same color as Vlad's left eye. The light now seen was the same color as the young world tree that had been lent to him back then. What's that? Is it green? Crack, crack, crack. In the still world of Ramashtu, cracks created by Vlad began to appear. Is that a sprout? The crack was also a sign of a powerful change in this world that had remained stagnant for so long. What is a swordmaster? It means someone who knows how to draw their own world. And the knight standing here now was the only successor of the swordmaster. He was Vlad of Sora. Vlad. A bright green light began to radiate from the sword Vlad had thrust into the ground. That color was the light of the world that Vlad wished to create now. The bright light reached not only the children nearby, but also those wandering by the campfire. Quoa, in Ramashtu's world, where no color existed, the image drawn by Vlad began to bloom little by little. It started as a small sprout, but before anyone realized, it had grown, shooting upward toward the sky. Is that? Born a dragon, but what he wanted to paint was a bright flower. And so, the sword master of this era was now painting a staircase for the children. Rumble, 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 the blooming roots were green, recognizing me. The ascending stem was white, growing with me, and the flower petals reaching toward the sky were the blue of the moon I had always dreamed of. Let's go for a walk. In this dark world, a flower was blooming toward the sky. It was a world of children, one that Joseph had seen as well. Because I'll support you, the name of the flower that always bloomed where it needed to was Vlad of Sora. The flower of this generation, blooming for the young potential, was shouting at us to step on it and climb up. Kreia, the trembling eyes of the dragon were now filled with red, angry veins. Frossen, rage and pain, all reflected in the dragon's blue eyes. The person those eyes were aimed at was the resurrected Emperor Frossen. Sarnus, you foolish dragon. Behind Frossen, horrific roots began sprouting from the ground, yet those roots ignored him, heading toward Sarnus, extending their black tongues. Curse you. Until the bitter end, a drop of poison had spread through the world that Sarnus dreamed of being perfect. A discolored world, hidden within the fragments of the Empire, now fiercely pierced through Sarnus's heart. You will die with me today. As the dragon roared in his direction, Frossen advanced. He walked over the dying soldiers, and behind him the cursed tree swayed. The chants of the children, heard faintly in the distance, didn't seem to matter to him at all. Frossen continued his march toward death. This is all I have left, my final duty. He was desperately clinging to fulfilling that last duty, and the silver sword he now raised had taken on a discolored tone. Do you really think it will end like this? Over the head of the ancient dragon, filled with pain, monstrous roots began to descend. Roots sharper than a sword, heavier than a castle. Looking at the roots, Sarnus was foaming with angry blood. Do you know how much it cost me to get here? At that moment, sharp fangs began to sprout from the corners of Sarnas's tightly shut mouth. The dragon's blue eyes rose with him. The remnants of perfection reflected in those eyes made Frossen take a step back without realizing it. I am a dragon that can dream of perfection, Ash. When the massive roots the size of houses finally crashed down on Sarnas, the piled-up corpses on the ground were flung in all directions. Along with the thick dust that rose, unable to overcome the weight of the roots. Sarnas, creak, crack, there were glowing eyes in the red mist mixed with blood. Amid the blood-filled mist, a pair of bright eyes shone. This will never end like this. Sarnas's right arm, lifting the enormous root like the wall of a castle, was covered in golden scales. Frossen grew increasingly nervous at the sight of the perfect form that only a pure-blooded dragon could recreate. I have not survived for hundreds of years just for someone like you to stop me, Frossen. The fierce gaze of Sarnas grew sharper as he looked at the sword Frossen had raised against him. But the gaze of the ancient dragon wasn't fixed on Frossen or the monstrous roots. It was directed at a distant, shimmering world, gleaming like a jewel watching from afar. And you weren't the only one with a plan. Frossen noticed where Sarnas was looking and turned his head with a confused expression. There, before him, stood a dragon of this era. Frossen, realizing Sarnas's intent, quickly gestured toward the roots, but Sarnas, who had already abandoned his human form, charged faster than anyone on the battlefield. Father, crack. With a hungry smile chasing perfection, droplets of blood sprayed through the air. Bright red dragon blood splattered onto the flag of Dragulia. Mercia's blue eyes widened in shock, almost tearing as he looked at the dragon of the previous generation, one he could never oppose. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ugh! Above the dark, black space, fragments scattered everywhere like broken shells. However, for Vlad, the weight of the children walking on him felt heavier than the debris falling onto his head. What's so heavy about these children? Leaning on the sword he had driven into the ground, Vlad bent forward as the small hands of the children climbed the large flower. Like ants, those small movements continued upwards, heading toward the light above, following the children's song that echoed in his ears. Hold on, each one of these children climbing is a world in itself. Although the physical weight of the children was as light as feathers, the weight of their souls was not. Yet Vlad gritted his teeth to the very end for the children trying to climb their way up. This is really going to break my back. He couldn't give them wings to fly, but at least he was building them a staircase to climb. However, the noble resolve Vlad was displaying wasn't born simply from oaths or promises. Do you think everyone's had such a hard time? What drove him was the knowledge that he, too, had climbed on the shoulders of others. Each step the children took over him brought to mind the faces of those who had helped him along the way. The faces that began in a small forge in Sora, faces of people who had willingly given him their backs, creating the Vlad who stood here now. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be doing all of this. From a child in the alleyways to the successor of the Swordmaster, from an empty sword to one that could slay dragons. All that growth was made possible because there were people who believed in Vlad's potential and pushed him forward. The knights of this era, who had blossomed thanks to those sacrifices, were people who bore the responsibility of paying the price fairly. And why aren't they climbing? Wait a moment. But behind the children climbing on his shoulders, there were still many more huddling by the fire. Children too afraid to move forward, even as they watched this world being violently destroyed. The children simply closed their eyes as if this world were the comforting embrace of a mother. If you don't leave now, you'll be trapped in this world forever. Is that really what you want? Joseph's calm voice tried to persuade them, but the children didn't budge. Even with their eyes closed, they could see the flickering of the starlight. But instead of following that light, the children huddled as if waiting for someone else. Damn it. Climb up already. For those whose hope had already shattered, a sword could do nothing. Vlad knew this all too well, and with his head lowered, he exhaled heavily. Please, at that moment a voice rose from the ground. What, please? I beg of you. It was the woman rising with black tears, but her body was so broken and distorted that she no longer looked like a living person. Ramasthu, the woman who had used up her last strength to hold up the black moon. She appeared before Vlad, her body exhausted, for the children who still awaited her. Please, at least for the sake of those children, for the final chance to hold up the black moon. For the children that neither the resurrected emperor nor the ancient dragon would protect, the woman shed black tears, kneeling before the flower that had just bloomed. Please share with me the fragments you possess. Ramasthu, the woman full of sin. But the children she protected bore no guilt. I beg of you. The black moon was descending. It descended onto this hellish battlefield. But in this hell where everyone was killing one another, only one woman shedding black tears wept for the children. Chapter 254, To the Moon. Goodbye. The alleys of Sora have always been dark and dirty places. However, Vlad always kept the memory of that landscape close to his heart. Perhaps it wasn't so much out of nostalgia for the alley, but because of the few memories he still had of his mother. Your mother is fine. one of the few memories from his childhood. On that occasion, his mother had come through the door with her face completely swollen. Her face, which could be considered the final outcome of her line of work, was swollen and red, but at least she smiled at her son as brightly as she could. "Eat quickly, it's going to get cold." The bowl of soup she offered contained thick chunks of meat. Judging by the madames shouting outside, she had probably stolen the meat to give it to her son. "Did you steal this?" Yes, a mother who stole meat for her son, but in the soup she offered there was only warmth. "It doesn't matter, it's to feed my son." To some, she might be a filthy prostitute and a thief, but to me, in that moment, she was the only person in the world who mattered. Young Vlad sat there in that tiny room, staring at the soup she was offering. "Thank you, I'll eat well." The soup she brought was made of sin, but also of love, yet the young Vlad, knowing nothing, only felt pity for his mother's pale face. "Someone has to give it to me." In the total darkness, a woman who was losing her shape reached out toward Vlad. That hand gesture, which seemed somehow futile, felt like the last struggle she could show to the world at that moment. "They promised to give me something." It wasn't the dragon in front of her, but the oldest dragon and the resurrected emperor who had promised her something. They had promised to give her a fragment since, having been separated from perfection, it could become anything. "So someone in this world has to give me something." But in her hand, there was only the black moon fading, a murderer and heretic, the founder of evil who spread a poison that the world could not bear for long and dragged countless people into hell. "Don't you think so too, Vlad Oreo?" But now, the face of Ramashtu that Vlad saw wasn't that of a madwoman corrupted by evil, but of a mother concerned for the children. Seeing the small hands reaching toward her, still crying, Vlad clenched his teeth. "Why are you crying, sister?" Cry. In this dark space where no one else looked at her, Ramashtu was someone's mother. However, Vlad was someone who had already witnessed her countless sins. No, the aspects that make up each world are all colorful. Although every person has their own side that others cannot see, the world of Ramashtu had already committed too many sins. "No matter how much you cry, I won't change my mind." There were children now climbing up the right path, the one that the night of this era had created for them. But in this dark place there were still many children left, trapped in pain and unaware of where to go. If he left them with her, they would surely sink into a hell they could never escape. "That's why you'll stay here, Ramashtu." Ramashtu's face, which had been falling, froze at Vlad's firm words. "You'll stay here to pay for what you've done." Zum zum zum, the sword was vibrating. As he drew the dragon fragment that resided in his world, the most perfect world that had been his foundation but was no longer needed. The oldest dragon, the world that not even the resurrected emperor had handed over, suddenly shone like a star in Vlad's hands. Boom boom boom, a moon was falling toward Achiuk, a town filled with tragedy. The moon, which had been lifted with great effort and collected tears, was simply falling toward the ground despite someone's futile wishes. Ha ha ha, and one of the oldest dragons under the shadow of the moon. The face of Sarnas, smiling with his helpless roots scattered behind him, was filled with a joy he had waited hundreds of years for. "Though it hurts, this is the dagger prepared by the finest duelist." Cough. Sarnas was still clutching his heart as if in pain, but his face was filled with a joy that was hard to hide. "Finally, I have you at my feet, Frossen." Because beneath him lay the knight he had hated the most in his time, Frossen. Though his light, envied even by the most perfect dragons, had faded, the feeling of conquest still persisted, even in his decaying body. "You've sucked the blood of your own son, you've become a monster, not a dragon. As if you, returning from death, are any better." Crunch. As if those words were unpleasant, Sarnas' sword pierced through Frossen's abdomen. "Look, you don't even feel pain." However, Frossen's severe wounds were filled only with thick, rotting blood, a dragon who had killed his son to survive, an emperor who had abandoned his beliefs to return. Knights of an era who had fallen for their purposes now looked at each other with eyes full of madness. "I'm going to extract the fragment lodged in your heart, then you'll just be a rotting corpse." However, no matter how enraged he was, Sarnas was now stomping on Frossen, and as the victor of this battlefield, he deserved to enjoy the spoils. "After that, I'll fly to Bastapal to collect the fragment from that ridiculous duke. And I'll also retrieve the Vayezid fragment from Sturma, that damned Revnoma who stole it, grrr, and once I have them all, finally." The sword piercing Frossen's abdomen began inching closer to his heart with every word Sarnas spoke. And as the coldness of the blade reached the heart encasing death, Sarnas laughed, savoring the sensation. "I'll take the potential of my most beloved son." The oldest dragon smiled, a dragon closer than ever to his most perfect potential. Frossen had done everything in his power to stop that smile, but he had failed in his attempt to use a dragon fragment to stop another dragon. "Thank you, Frossen, for taking such good care of my son." Sarnas' final words seemed directed at Kahano, not Frossen. However, Frossen, lying there, had no energy left to correct him, and simply stared at Sarnas' sword hanging high in the sky with vacant eyes. "Let's end our wretched relationship with this." With a laugh filled with madness, Sarnas raised his sword for the final blow toward Frossen's heart. The sound of his laughter, heavy and viscous, was darker than any of the debris left on that battlefield. Boom, but suddenly a tremor caused Sarnis' sword to waver. What now? Sarnis glared furiously at Frosin as the ground began to shake, but the resurrected emperor was only looking at the sky. Ha ha, with an empty laugh. Because in the sky he was looking at now, the red rays of light he had wanted to hide were flying. I lost, but so did you, Sarnis. What? The fallen tree unleashed its final, brightest red beam of light. Seeing the possibility he had never believed in, Frosin began to laugh. Boom. There was a thunderous sound that seemed to split the world, and a red light shot toward the black moon that was gradually collapsing. Everyone on the ground lifted their heads toward the light shooting from a place no one could see. That's also a good option. The black moon, which once ascended, would disappear from this world forever. Watching the perfect fragment that the moon would consume, Frosin smiled. Thud, the tree from the inverted lands was collapsing, because there were no more tears left to absorb from its branches. The evidence of sin, created through the sacrifice not only of Ramashtu but of countless others, was falling toward a Chiuk which now lay in ruins. Now let's go as well. And Vlad was leaving this precarious space where everything was falling apart. Vlad, walking through his own world with Joseph on his shoulder, finally spotted the group of lights visible above. They are children. There was a reflection in the corner of Joseph's eye, growing paler as they ascended. Tiny fireflies glimmered above the two of them, as if signaling the exit. The souls of the children who had been waiting for them shone, as if they had finally arrived. I can hear a song too. Upon seeing the two of them approach from below, the fireflies seemed relieved and began to flutter, carried by the children's song from afar. God's voice now understandable. Joseph began to smile as he watched the children flying toward her. Thud. Still, it seems like we are headed into the arms of God in the end. Vlad, who had ascended into a world growing increasingly chaotic, could grasp the boundary between life and death. So let's go home now. He supported Joseph along that dark path, one that was hard to climb alone. And as they ascended, above their heads shone a black moon, though it looked somewhat different from before. Yes, we should go. However, even in this place beyond death, Joseph's hand still felt cold. But the smile Joseph gave Vlad, who had found him at last, did not fade. I'm sorry for dragging you here. I told you we'd talk about that later. Boom. The tree where Vlad and Joseph stood was collapsing. It was a tree that fell because it could not bear the weight of the accumulated sins. From the moment I matured, I always wondered how my end would come. But even as everything crumbled around him, Joseph's face remained calm. The young man, with the shadow of eyes that had always lived intensely, now smiled as if he had finally found total peace. Though I didn't choose to be born weak nor to live this way, I at least wanted to imagine my final moment. Let's talk about that later. Vlad clenched his teeth amid the falling debris. Even though it was dark, there was something beside him now that he could no longer ignore. Perhaps that's why I always thought the culmination of my life would be death. The further Vlad moved from the edge of death, the colder Joseph became. The hand that held his shoulder, the smile he gave. Vlad gently stroked Joseph's hand, which was slowly growing rigid, until finally he lowered his head. But now I see that wasn't right. With an open wound in his abdomen, Joseph kept smiling at Vlad. A few fireflies still floated above his head as if to tell him it was time to go. You made the moon shine for the children. We did it together. Yes, together. Joseph spoke as he looked at the black moon they had raised one last time together. Yes, we did it together. Sharing the sword I could not possess and the stars I always wanted. Now that they had shared everything, it was time to say goodbye to the moon in the sky. Thank you, Vlad, Joseph Vayezid, the man who couldn't live the life he always desired. You completed the end of my life. But the man who at least had achieved the death he had always wanted smiled at Vlad, leaving behind a farewell that Vlad would have to hear one last time. Thank you too, Joseph. With those words, Vlad held Joseph tightly, whose body was slowly stiffening. As he shielded him with all his strength from the dust that was closing in on his death. Thank you for finding me in that garbage heap. A small light began to drift away from above Joseph's head, who slowly closed his eyes as if satisfied. In the final moment of his death, Joseph's world finally glowed with a radiant black. Though it was black, the light shone as intensely as the shadows in his eyes, now rising slowly toward the sky. Truly, thank you so much. The black moon ascended, along with the small, bright lights. Worlds that could no longer reach each other said their eternal goodbyes as they watched one another. Goodbye, like a woman waving at the children as the tree crumbled around her. Like a knight crying while murmuring a prayer he couldn't even remember. Like a dragon roaring at a perfect peace that would disappear forever. Goodbye, Joseph. Everyone said goodbye to the moon that was leaving this world. A radiant blue star bid a final farewell to that moon as it drifted away along with the fluttering fireflies. Chapter 255. This time our way part 1. The wide roads were completely filled with soldiers. At first glance, it seemed there were tens of thousands of them. On the left, they carried the imperial flag, and on the right, the flag with the emblem of a beautiful garden. They were the army that Duke Armand had sent with his last remaining forces. Stop. Halt the army. Following the signal from the Iron Duke sent by a white dove, the Duke of the Court's army was marching north along the eastern road. Although they were in a hurry to reach the north, chasing the army led by Duke Sarnas, the Blood Dragon army, there was a reason they had to stop. What the hell is that? Count Arnstein, who had been appointed commander of this expedition, swallowed hard, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing before his eyes. He always tried to assess situations based on reason, but what he was witnessing now was beyond explanation or common sense. Could that be the moon? Over the sun, which was slowly fading, something was rising. A small black moon shining like a black pearl. Not only Count Arnstein but everyone present remained silent, staring at the sky in awe at the appearance of this anomaly. What the hell is happening? Although the moon was born in a dark place, it rose with the potential it contained, shining intensely. The moon, which seemed as if someone had drawn it, gleamed in the sky for all to see. However, though no one could explain it, the light from this moon, appearing for the first time today, seemed tragic and sorrowful to everyone who saw it. It's a moon that will never return. A cruel battlefield with tens of thousands of corpses piled up. There a man stood smiling as he looked at the rising moon. That moon which has appeared along with the perfect peace will never return. It was an excellent choice. The bodies were heaped high and the tall tree had collapsed. Under the ruins of the distant church, priests were busy trying to locate the Pope, but aside from them, everyone else on the ground lay motionless, unable to lift even a finger. If it was such an excellent choice, why didn't you do it sooner? Everyone was utterly exhausted, like the man currently lying at Vlad's feet. I didn't do it because I couldn't believe in it. She was already mad. Frosin, a fated emperor, remained still with a massive hole in his heart. He now looked at Vlad, enduring the terrible wounds left by the dragon. Perhaps I couldn't trust anyone. Not her, not you, not even myself. The light from the black moon shining down paused momentarily on the body that was slowly disintegrating. A small beam of moonlight that had never existed in this world before. Frosin's gaze, which had been fixed on the moonlight, suddenly shifted to the man with black hair being carried by Vlad. Although the events of this era should have been left in the hands of the current knights. Only now, with everything over, could Frosin understand. In the end, the people who needed to remain where they belonged were the young ones who would lead this land into the future, not those already dead. The oldest dragon has gone in search of the pieces in the north. Unable to trust in the possibilities he had sown, how was he any different from the oldest dragon who coveted those young possibilities? However, there was a small consolation. The other part of him, residing within this knight, had followed the right path. He has dragon wings, so you won't be able to catch up. Thus, raising his crumbling body one last time, the resurrected emperor pointed toward the city of Bastapal, the Iron Duke's stronghold. It may not be perfect, but it will be stronger than anything else. You must stop him from now on. Vlad turned his head to follow the direction Frosin was pointing. His fingers, directing toward the land of the north where I was born, gradually dispersed and disappeared. No matter where he goes. However, the place Vlad was looking toward wasn't where Frosin had pointed. I already knew that the world of dragons wouldn't be enough to face him. Vlad, who had already encountered Sarnas in Namarka, had realized that the world of dragons alone could not stand against him. That's why Vlad was looking toward the distant city of Sara in the far north. So this time I'll settle it my way, not yours. There, in that northern land, was the city where he was born, the companions who believed in him, and the possibilities he had saved. The many colors that awaited him there could be the only way to fight the dragon who was closer to perfection. Yes. Frosin laughed as he looked at the knight of this era, who gazed in a completely different direction than the one he had pointed to. It may be an attempt that could end in another failure, but even that failure was a right that belonged to the owners of this era. The moon shines. Frosin's fingers, illuminated by the moonlight, scattered like fleeting dust. Watching as the emperor's body slowly disintegrated, as if he had been waiting for this all along, Vlad silently lifted a faded sword from within himself. The distant western sea, where the moon that had risen in the east could not yet be seen. In that place which should have been calm, the waves were being violently stirred by enormous ships. Boom, 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 the cries of sailors echoed alongside the booming cannons. However, even among the golden flags, a red rose flag fluttered vigorously. Otter, prepare the third shot. Load the cannons, focus. Amidst the golden fleet which had regained its strength, the northern ships fought valiantly. Though they were few in number compared to the relentless assault of the golden ships, the northern ships, with water wheels on either side, maneuvered evasively to overcome their numerical disadvantage. Still scurrying like a rat, Red Rose, there was a person laughing heartily beneath the golden flag at the sight of the northern ships. Why don't you charge at me like you did last time, you insolent brat? It was Kazan Barbosa, the Duke of Gold. Another wave was heading toward the north, now aimed at the city of Nassau. These were strong waves coming to invade the last sea route the North had left. This time I'll make you pay for that debt. The ships you sank here are worth exactly 34,564 gold coins, so don't worry, I'll make you pay for every coin. After suffering astronomical losses in the Western Sea, his eyes were as red as the red beard he was currently growing out. There was only one place he was focused on, the flag of the Red Rose. However, the one-legged captain standing beneath the flag was also watching Barbossa. I'm not a brat, I'm Captain Harvin, and with his ship turning to the side, something no wind-powered ship could achieve, Barbossa was left completely baffled. And sorry, but it seems I owe you even more. Numerous cannons were lined up along the ship's sides, but to Barbossa, the one-legged captain holding his old captain's hat seemed more menacing than the cannons aimed at him. Firing from that distance, boom, 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 the northern cannons aimed directly at Barbossa, who muttered in disbelief. The cannons, glinting faintly, had been crafted by dwarves. Fire with pent-up fury, the cannonballs flew in the direction of the wind Harvin had caught. Fire, fire, those damn southern bastards, let's kill them all. Cannonballs capable of reaching the longest distance in the world. Bang, boom. The cannonballs, fired by the dwarves of Nidavellir, flew toward Barbossa. However, the wind that pushed behind those cannonballs was likely not due to the dwarves' skills, but to the sea spirits that had arisen, following the persistent scent of Vlad. Father, the western troops that departed from the city of Nassau have reached the nearby villages. A heavy silence filled Alicia's office in the city of Dermer. This was because the walls of Dermer alone could not withstand the forces of Gaidar and the Duke of Gold, who were now advancing here. They managed to regroup, despite Barbossa's siege. The western lords who had once declared they would not follow Gaidar were now arriving at the port near Dermer via Nassau. They had joined the northern front under Charlotte Revnoma's banner and were valuable allies for the looming war. The northern captains gave it their all. Peter nodded silently at Rudiger's earlier report. Though he said they had done their best, what had occurred was nothing short of a miracle. There had likely been a desperate battle that could not be summed up in just a few words. Good. Even unexpected troops have joined. Peter nodded, stood up, and walked to the window looking outside. Though it was a small territory, there were dozens of flags standing tall, but among them certain flags caught Peter's attention. Even in truly unexpected places. They weren't imperial flags, but those expressing themselves with colorful threads. Though everyone had wanted to drive them away, Joseph had insisted on welcoming the northern barbarians, who now stood on this battlefield. What's the situation with the dragon fragment? Following the mage Ragmus's guidance, they have arrived near Sora. We must regroup soon. However, even if all these people gathered together, it was clear that they would still be outmatched against the allied forces of the West and South. According to an urgent telegram sent by the Iron Duke, even the Blood Dragon Duke, Sarnus, was after the dragon fragment. To overcome this disadvantage, Peter needed a castle wall higher than Dermer's. How are the evacuation preparations, Baroness Alicia? At that moment, everyone's eyes in the office focused on one woman following Peter's words. Baroness Alicia Hainel was the rightful owner of this land, but in the end she had no choice but to relinquish it due to her lack of power. She opened her mouth, unable to lift her head, seething with anger over her own shortcomings. I've sent the elderly and children in the first wave of the evacuation. Then, Baroness, you should head to Sora as well since it was such a sensitive issue. Rudiger stepped forward instead of Peter, but he fell silent when he saw Alicia's bloodshot eyes. I will stay here until the very end. Though she lacked the power to defend it, she was determined to fulfill her final duty by seeing her territory off. Even Rudiger had no choice but to nod at her resolute spirit. I will stay until my territory has fully departed. Dermer had finally found hope, but there was nothing she could do against the devastating waves of war. The waves were too much even for Vayezid, the Pillar of the North, so her decision to abandon the territory she was supposed to protect felt like the pain of having her arm ripped off. The landscape behind her, in the lemon-scented hills of Dermer, a white serpent peeked its head. Its eyes, which seemed somehow worried, were fixed on the golden dragon still flying in the far north. Caillou. At that moment, a cute sound was heard, one that didn't match the tense atmosphere. It was such a carefree sound that it drew not only the attention of the white serpent but also the small spirits atop it. Caillou. From a small hole, the head of a mole peeked out. Unlike common moles, this one shimmered as it gazed at the white serpent, tilting its head curiously. It would have been better to head directly to Sturma. There was no choice. The mark I made only reached here. The poor thing needed to know the way, didn't he? From the hole the mole had dug, familiar voices could be heard. They were the voices of the young blonde who had first recognized it and Barades, who had followed him from the world tree to this place. But we made it here safely. Numerous men emerged one by one from the dark cave as if they had been waiting, elves, beastmen, and even humans. The men, regardless of race, were all mixed together, their faces covered in black dust, as if they had hurriedly marched through. There's Peter, The white serpent, the guardian deity of Dermer, blinked its small eyes as if it couldn't comprehend the sudden sight before it. However, what caught the white serpent's attention even more than the people emerging was a small root waving at it. A familiar root, another world tree that had been born from the same mother as her. Recognizing that tree, bright tears began to well up in the white serpent's eyes. "I'll take you to our father." Finally, the worlds had reunited. However, Joseph, who was being carried on someone's back, kept his head down without saying a word. "We can finally go home." The oldest dragon, wandering in search of fragments, and the countless armies sinking their teeth into the north. As the oldest dragon sought the fragment and the numerous armies sharpened their blades against the north, black twilight descended upon Dermer, filled with every color imaginable. Like a field of flowers in full bloom, each color shone brightly, standing tall against the impending threat. Chapter 256. This time our way Part 2. Arriving alongside the fading twilight, it came along with the fading twilight, silent and stealthy, hidden within the reddening sky. That is, by the time the guards stationed at Bastapal noticed the small dot rising against the sun, it was already too late. Because that small flutter, which began as a dot, had suddenly grown into an enormous shadow, casting itself over the Iron City. "What is that, Roar?" It approached at such an astonishing speed that it was almost impossible to follow with the eye. As fast as light, it was already hovering above the castle walls, its red breath looming. "It's an attack, sound the alarm, damn it, it's too fast. The ballistas can't reach it." The Iron City, Bastapal, awoke abruptly under the golden radiance descending from the sky. However, the city's aerial defense system, designed to combat wyverns, was no match for a dragon. By the heavens! A massive world against which a city's walls, now without their ruler, could not stand alone. Yet by the time the soldiers realized the enormity of what they faced, the dragon's breath had already been unleashed violently. "It's its breath. Run for your lives." Crash. The breath released was so powerful it seemed capable of toppling the city walls with sheer force. The heat accompanying it was even hotter than the twilight descending on the horizon. "Ah, it's burning, save me." The sun was setting alongside the soldiers' screams. But today the setting sun didn't descend in the west but in the north along the city's walls. Ruar, the terrifying sight of molten red-hot steel melting along with all manner of corpses. It was a scene reminiscent of countless worlds long ago, trampled by the most perfect dragon. "Bastapal, I will finally burn this city to the ground." Bastapal, the city that had held out until the end alongside the first emperor of the empire. But now this rusted city could no longer be the last hope of humanity. "We've just received a report that Bastapal has fallen." At Peter's softly spoken words, a heavy silence began to fill the hall in Dermer. It was a place where numerous knights had gathered, not only from the north but from all regions and races, but the silence was so thick that none could find the words to speak. "It has only been 5 days. 5 days since Sarnas left the battlefield at Achiuk." It had taken only 5 days to travel from the central city of Achiuk to Bastapal, the northernmost city of the empire. Some of the knights let out barely contained gasps of astonishment at the news that the distance, which should have taken more than a month, even for winged beings, had been crossed in just 5 days. Such speed defies all logic. Perhaps we have gravely underestimated the remnants of the fallen dragon. The most perfect remnants of the dragon that the master of the sword, the emperor of the empire, and the pinnacle of swordsmanship had personally divided. However, the dragon that had survived the longest among the broken pieces was now attempting to recreate the nightmare by piecing together perfection. With this, 3 of the 5 fragments the emperor divided have fallen into Sarnas's hands. 1 piece belonging to the imperial family. 1 piece Frossen had hidden from the world along with his retired self, and the fragment of the Lord of Iron that had just been seized. So now only 1 remains in this land, the fragment of Vayezid that I possess. Excluding the fragment of the Black Moon floating in the sky, there was now only 1 fragment left that Sarnas could target. It once belonged to Ravnoma, but now it was the only piece held by Vayezid. Then, where is the fragment the Count guards now? A tense silence began to form among the knights at the question someone asked. This fragment was humanity's last hope, and its fate would determine the outcome of the battle. The fragment has left Sturma. Peter's command baton, which had pointed at Bastapal, slowly slid toward another city. Passing through the snowy plains, crossing the Lindworm Nest, and traversing the eastern north until it reached a city known as the Lighthouse of the North. It is currently passing through Sara. Sara, the city of Vayezid's county. A trade hub in the northwest and a place of dark alleys that never sleep, and the city where the boy was born. A quiet tension began to form in Vlad's blue eyes as he gazed at Peter's baton pointing toward the city of his birth. The problem is that Sarnas is closer to that fragment than we are. However, there wasn't enough time for the piece to fully descend and reach Dermer, where the knights were gathered. Because the distance between Bastapal and Sora was much shorter than that between Bastapal and Achiuk, so someone here will have to meet it. To secure the fragment, someone had to go and meet it. Only then could we obtain it faster than the speed of the oldest dragon's flight. The knights' eyes all began to focus on one spot as they heard that someone would need to meet the descending fragment. Vlad of Sora. A name now known across the entire continent. All the representatives of the continent focused their attention on the knight who carried such illustrious names on his small banner. A man was walking alone through a long, narrow corridor. He had walked that path so many times now that he knew his way without needing guidance in the Dermer mansion. However, Vlad hadn't forgotten that the first time he entered this mansion, he had been accompanied by a young man with somber eyes. Count Peter's judgment is correct. The allied northern forces should not move from here right now. Although the threat of the dragon loomed dangerously close, no one could stop the war that had already begun. Since it was no longer easy to trust them, their worlds were so divided that it was safer to eliminate each other. A true dead end. It seems this had been planned all along. As Kahano had said, someone was laughing between the cracks. Seeing how the divided worlds clashed and yelled at one another, an old knight could not help but feel disheartened by the current era's inability to stop the dragon. What can I do? A golden army was advancing northward, and an ancient dragon was heading for Sora. However, the allied northern forces, unable to abandon either of them, had no choice but to accept the flying swords as they offered themselves to all sides. We can only do our best. A small light shone before Vlad as he exited the narrow corridor. The exit to the low hill of Dermer now felt like a familiar alley to Vlad. Are you here now? But there, waiting for him, was someone who had arrived before him. The man leaning casually against the entrance to the outside was someone with a color that felt both familiar and nostalgic to Vlad. Sir Rudiger, yes, it's me. A man with the same hair color as Joseph, the one he missed dearly. Though his appearance was different, the person smiling from afar bore a striking resemblance to Joseph's smile, the one Vlad had longed for. Do you really plan to come with me? Who else would go if not a dragon hunter to hunt a dragon, a northern knight who felled the toughest of dragons? The name Rudiger, also inscribed on the list of dragon slayer knights, was probably enough to represent the north. We made a good team, or was that just my imagination? But Vlad hesitated for a moment, seeing Rudiger shrug as if nothing had happened, but Rudiger wasn't the only one waiting for Vlad on Dermer's hill. We meet again in a familiar place. Lord Pablo, Count Arnstein sent me ahead. Luckily, I'm not too late. The man who first awakened the world of the children, Pablo of Arnstein. Seeing his imposing figure, Vlad's face softened with a smile. I'm glad to see you well, Lord Rodrigo. I'd prefer to be called Captain of the Imperial Guard now. I've been promoted, you know. The men who extended their hands to Vlad were all knights sent by Count Arnstein. We saw each other in Bastapol. I'm Ralph of Meringen. I'm Ernst of Podmills. And the knights representing the north, those he had fought with in the Iron City, were also there. Land sickness is terrible after so long at sea. Sora holds a special meaning for me too. What was that drink called? Even the dwarves from the Nidavalier Liberation Front, whom Vlad had helped, had joined. It is our custom as elves to extend our hand first before asking for help. Even the elves of Ossurin, born in the same place as the sword he wielded. With so many knights leaving this place, who will protect Dermer? Waiting for Vlad as he exited the long, narrow corridor were so many knights that they filled the hills of Dermer. All those he had seen, helped, and fought were knights who volunteered to join Vlad against the legendary Golden Dragon. My father has summoned the Old Riders. Old Riders, retired knights. Dermer, where the elites of the allied forces were escaping, would literally be like a wall with holes. However, despite Vlad's concerns, Rudiger simply opened his mouth and crossed his arms as if there were no problem. We're relying on the strength of the previous generation. I'm sure that if they have working arms and legs, they're rushing here as we speak. But that post was reserved for knights who had already retired. The knights of the previous generation, thirsty for forgotten glory, gathered under Vayezid's banner to prove they were still useful. Lord Raymond will likely come as well. Yes, that old man will probably be the first to arrive. It was a corridor Vlad had walked alone, but in the end there were countless knights waiting for him. The young spirits in the tree who had been watching this waved their small hands at Vlad, asking him to look their way. It's snowing. That's not snow. The hills of Dermer had always been filled with loneliness. But seeing the countless worlds gathered there, only then could Vlad smile. Where in the world does snow fall in spring? The white serpent singing and the crackling roots of the world tree. And the blessings of the young spirits dancing to the rhythm fell like white snowflakes and seeped into the knight's armor. Why does it snow in spring? It's a good omen. They say snow during a departure brings luck. However, only Vlad with his left eye could see the small spirits in the tree bowing toward him. Let's go to Sora. That's why Vlad waved his arms as hard as he could toward the tree above. The gesture of Vlad's arm, which made the knights around him seem puzzled, was an expression of gratitude on behalf of all the knights here. The expedition has departed, Count. I understand. Behind Peter, who kept his hands behind his back, a black crow landed. A nameless crow with a face full of scars silently bowed its head toward the small coffin that Peter was gazing at from above. Are you really sure? With only the retired knights in the walls of Damer, it will be difficult to stop the Duke of Gold's army. Even so, we must try. Inside the coffin lay a young man with somber eyes. Watching over the coffin, Peter, with a trembling hand, gently stroked his son's face. Someone has to watch our backs. Joseph Vayezid had finally found a peaceful rest. A father who, despite knowing his son would die, had sent him to the front. Now Peter tenderly caressed his son's face, his body lying cold. He had to fulfill his duty in his place. My son who did what was right. The blood of nobles is blue, yet cold blood from birth doesn't exist in this world. I'm proud of you, my son. Joseph's hands were carefully placed on his chest, holding a sword. It was the knight's sword his son had longed for since he was young. With the father's tears, the knights departed in silence. They were seen off by the Lord of Damer, the sleeping knight, and the young dancing spirits. Gathered from across the continent, crossing regions and races, their destination was the northern city of Sora. The golden hair of the young man returning to his hometown fluttered in the wind as he ran. Chapter 257, The Last Piece, Part 1. A road in the north, still covered in snow which was just beginning to melt. There was a carriage traveling along the road, where they say spring is the last to arrive on the continent. Giddy up, knights in gleaming armor escorted a dark brown carriage. At first glance, the group seemed extraordinary, but they were now rushing along the frozen northern road as if something was chasing them. Sir Gregory. We must hurry. The breath of the exhausted horses grew thicker, and the sweat of the men, frozen by the cold wind, was already sticking to their beards. However, there was a reason why they couldn't stop, despite their exhausting march. They've just spotted the shadow of a dragon over Sora. That's because the being following them now was a dragon, one only spoken of in legends. It was neither an ordinary enemy nor a cunning trap, but the pursuit of a dragon which made this convoy sent from Sturma under Peter's command, unable to stop. Shit, it's too fast. Gregory, the knight in charge of the convoy, pressed his lips together at the sound of Ragmus's voice coming from inside the carriage. The shadow of the ancient dragon spotted over the skies of Sora. It was likely after the dragon piece they were transporting. I knew from the beginning this wouldn't work. Today marked the 14th day since they began transporting the dragon piece from Sturma. Gregory had never run this far in his life, but the dragon chasing them had already crossed the northern part of the country and had arrived at the white, pure snowfield. Maxim. How much farther to Damer? We still have at least 12 hours to go, sir. Damn it, not much was left, but the distance seemed impossible to cover. Realizing that the mission would be impossible to accomplish even without calculating, Gregory looked at Ragmus, who was running alongside him. Do it, just as the rising sun cannot be stopped, a flying dragon is also something that humans cannot stop. The dragon was like a calamity, but that didn't mean he could simply sit back and watch the impending destruction. We'll proceed with the second plan. Seeing Ragmus nod as if he was ready, Gregory's finger pointing at the knights became busy. Maxim, Cade. Gregory's fingers selected the fastest knights, not the strongest. As he pointed, the knights galloped closer, their horses running at full speed. And Knight Cade, son of a hunter, and Knight Maxim, an expert horseman, were natural choices. However, unlike before, Gregory's last finger hesitated slightly. Will you help us? Because where Gregory's finger now pointed stood a barbarian warrior with colorful cloths tied around his head. Ag, a warrior of the Budart tribe who called themselves the Children of the Plains. In the past, their relationship was one of plundering and pillaging, but among the men present now, none were likely as fast as Ag. You finally acknowledge me, Imperial Knight. It was a somewhat nervous question, but Ag's face remained calm as he answered. Don't worry, I've been planning to repay the debt for losing the inner wall. The Budart tribe, which had lost their home to the Dragon Slayer Knights in Lindworm. However, thanks to the wall provided by the young man with dark eyes, they managed to escape the deadly cold. In essence, the price of life can only be paid with life. The Northerners and the barbarians had been divided by the line drawn by the ancient dragon. However, the dragon fragment that Gregory was transporting clearly passed through that divide. Vlad and the knights were heading towards Sora along the northern road that was gradually thawing. Dressed in varied attire and carrying different banners, they rode hard toward the northern city. I see it, what is it? At that moment, Nibelun's urgent voice echoed among those riding without pause. A golden dragon. Nibelun's vision, cupping his rounded palms over his eyes, looked rather comical. However, no one could easily mock the mystery of Nibelun when they saw the eyes drawn on his palms moving wildly. Over there, Sora. No, the concentration is too strong. Nibelun quickly raised a few fingers as if it wasn't the case, and began to recite the scene before him in detail as though he could see it this time. It looks like it's already past Sora. It's flying toward us on the road. Though he didn't shout loudly, everyone heard his voice. The ancient dragon, flying in the opposite direction, was approaching rapidly, causing several knights to swallow nervously in anticipation of the imminent encounter. Is that so? However, unlike the other knights, Vlad, who was riding ahead, seemed a little relieved. I guess we're not too late. Having to be where one needs to be also means arriving at the right moment. The fact that the dragon was descending from the sky to the ground meant that it hadn't found what it was looking for. However, the urgency in Nibelung's voice now told Vlad that there wasn't much time left. It's descending. It's descending to where? It was a sight only he could see, but Nibelung was gasping nervously, raising his voice as if he'd forgotten even that. To the carriage. Through his cupped hands, Nibelung could see the terrifying vision of an enormous dragon descending from the sky, rapidly approaching the dark brown carriage. The carriage has been destroyed. The Knights of Vayezid, who tried to fend off the dragon with their auras, were useless against its hard golden scales. Hurry, everyone. We're out of time. The fragments of the carriage flew noisily from the dragon's claws. Nibelung felt as if his screams could be heard even in the terrible scene he witnessed through his mysterious sight. Red blood was splattered across the snow that had yet to melt. The mangled bodies of horses and the scattered corpses of knights painted a horrifying scene. Under Bayezid's tattered banner, Knight Gregory lay unconscious as if dead. You ran quite far. Isn't it the duty of a mage to find a way anytime and anywhere? The roof was shattered, and the mage Ragmus laughed weakly from within the remains of the carriage, which now only retained its shape. Don't you realize it's a futile effort? The more you struggle, the more you'll suffer. However, the Dragonblood Duke Sarnus merely scowled as if displeased by his laughter. You should have been content with crawling on the ground as you were born to. Insignificant humans who, despite being crawling creatures, had caused so much trouble for the Northern Knights. Even after crushing them, Sarnus's blue eyes were still filled with insatiable anger, as if he wasn't yet satisfied. Where's the peace? Cough cough ugh. With a rough yank, Sarnus lifted Ragmus by the collar of his robe and uncovered a black box. It was a black box that the old man, covered in blood, refused to relinquish until the end. However, in the box Sarnus examined, the silver chains that should have been wrapped around it were missing. No matter how lowly a creature may be, there's always room to escape. Where the chains should have been, there were only symbols drawn in blood. Looking at Ragmus's wrist, stained red, Sarnus, the Dragonblood Duke, felt he could tell where the blood came from. It seems age has finally caught up with you. Can't you even recognize a dragon's tracks hidden by an old man? Ragmus, who had hidden the dragon's tracks with his magic, smiled. His aged face, full of wrinkles, showed the final smile of his life. Damn barbarians crack. With a chilling sound, Ragmus's body, his neck broken, collapsed lifelessly. Still interfering to the end. At the same time, Sarnus's blue eyes turned toward a pure white forest. Now, without the magic blocking his sight, he could clearly sense the presence of the peace hidden in the snowy woods. Gra. The roar of an enraged dragon echoed in the distance, and snowflakes gently fell from the branches of the trees. Even the forest seemed terrified by the fury of the ancient dragon, and that fury was directed at three knights. Get up on the road, a hunter's path somewhere between the road and the forest. The trio Maxim, Cade, and Ag, who were running along a hunter's trail between the road and the forest, realized they could no longer hide. In a hurry, they began to climb up to the wider road. Have all the others fallen? I don't know either. Cade shook his head, saying he didn't know, but in his arms was a piece glowing crimson. The piece, wrapped in paper imbued with blood-red magic, had been handed to them by the mage Ragmus, who had cast his final spell over it. Either way, it's just the three of us left now. The piece, a manifestation of the most perfect possibility, continued whispering temptations even now. However, to Cade, who was not a dragon, it was merely an annoying, sparkling jewel. Still, the whispers of the piece kept calling out to the ancient dragon in the sky. I see it. Finally, a green field became visible ahead of the knights on horseback. Unlike the northern road, which had yet to thaw, it was a field full of spring just beginning to bloom. It's coming, Graha, but before they could reach the spring, the shadow of a colossal dragon loomed over them. The shadow of a beast that sought to put all the world's possibilities beneath its feet. Yet, even beneath that enormous presence, Ag managed to spot a small flag waving ahead. I found it. A flag that seemed vaguely like a mirage. However, the flag was clearly moving toward them. Give me the piece. What? Give me the piece. The cool breath of the dragon could already be felt behind them, yet despite the overwhelming force, Ag calmly placed the glowing red piece into his sling without hesitation. I'll tell you this for sure. After winter, spring has finally come, but as he calculated the distance that still seemed unreachable, Ag began to spin the sling. Roar. The shadow closing in on him grew darker, but it was probably not as dark as the black horse in front of him, the descendant of the unicorn he had longed to possess. Yet Ag smiled as he looked at the blonde knight ahead of him, appearing far better suited for the task. Yes, I heard he likes the color red. Roar. The ground on which the son of the plains trod was already filled with bright green shoots. A red light fired by Ag in the direction where the shoots had started to grow. The light flew beyond the dragon's claws toward the gleaming red rains of Noir, visible in the distance. Boom. No, along with the loud crash from the dragon, a massive cloud of dust began to rise over the northern road. The dust cloud, mixed with many snowflakes, came with a cool breeze that ruffled Vlad's hair. Damn it, in dust so thick that it was truly hard to see even an inch ahead, but what pained Vlad more was the last vision of the knights running toward him. Vlad, look out! But the piece they had sent was undoubtedly aimed at Vlad. Thump. Look out! The beating of his heart pointed in one direction. Lifting his head in that direction, Vlad could make out a familiar red light amidst the thick dust. Noir, stop. Amid the dragon's roar and the commotion, a red light hovered. The dragon and the black horse began to race across the green field toward the sculpture floating at the boundary between winter and spring. Greta. The majesty of the golden dragon before them was truly awe-inspiring, but Noir's eyes, as he ran, were filled only with the bright red fragment. Heezying, as the horse raced toward the dragon fragment, a white horn began to form on its head. That horn belonged to the unicorn, a creature that could only be born in the green meadow. Go faster! A red light lingered for a moment between the dragon's claws and the boy's hand, which barely passed by. It was the last fragment of the dragon, lost among the scales of the same color and the golden hair, unsure where it belonged. I've got it, the fragment of the dragon, shot by the knights who had endured the winter. And the one who caught that fragment was the hand of the boy, reaching out at the end of spring. Vlad's hand, arriving just in time, managed to grasp the last fragment of the dragon. Chapter 258, The Last Piece, Part 2. The knights were gathering on the green meadows brought by spring. The allied knights who couldn't keep up with Vlad had arrived late. The first thing they discovered in this field was the sight of a massive dragon gliding across the sky. My God, a golden-bodied creature that dazzled anyone who looked at it. The appearance of the dragon, shining brighter than the rising sun, was literally the closest thing to the most perfect image created by God. Vlad. This was not the remnant of a fallen dragon, but a truly noble being, Sarnis. However, Rudiger's gaze was more focused on the blonde knight racing below the dragon than on the power radiating from it. Ruar, there was a dragon roaring furiously from the sky above. Noir, and beneath it, galloping across the field, was the golden-haired knight riding a black horse. Two worlds charging toward each other without slowing down, as if neither was willing to yield an inch. The intensity of these colors overwhelmed Rudiger, who unknowingly shut his eyes tightly. I got it. A voice came from behind those tightly shut eyes. It was the voice of a boy who always looked to the stars despite being born in the mud. I caught it. As if drawn by the sound, Rudiger opened his eyes again and found Vlad smiling at him. The last piece. Vlad raised his hand high, seemingly indifferent to the roaring dragon above him. That man was shouting loudly to the knights who had finally caught up with him. Now it's our turn. After being torn apart countless times by the vast world, it's our turn to move forward. Everyone, raise your banners. As if Rudiger had finally regained his senses with those shouts, the banners of the continent began to rise one by one. A group of people dreaming of becoming dragon hunters started charging vigorously alongside him. The green pastures began to tremble with the Feast of Nights, something only seen in territorial battles. Ruar, the powerful roar echoing in his ears made Vlad stagger for a moment, you wretch, until the very end. The dragon's presence was enormous, and the pressure it exerted was like a mountain. However, more than the fury of Sarnis roaring from above, what bothered Vlad at that moment was the whisper of the piece he held in his hand. Hurry and take me, if you do you will be perfect. It was a voice he had heard before in the iron city of Bastapal, but this time the dragon piece glowed even more intensely in red, relentlessly trying to invade Vlad's world. Vlad. Vlad, stay focused. Gah, the threat from the sky and the temptation from his hand. In the midst of those intense cries, a huge shadow began to appear once more above Vlad's head as he vigorously shook his head, handed over already. The bright white horn of the unicorn began to tremble in urgency. However, the movements of the black horse to evade the opponent ultimately only make sense if coordinated with the rider. Crash. But the sharp claws of the dragon didn't strike Noir, they hit another target that had intervened. Pablo, Arg, the world of that night was like the wall of a castle. But before the most ancient dragon, his world could only buy a brief moment for Vlad as he shouted, "Go quickly!" As soon as he finished speaking, the horse Pablo rode began to collapse. However, Noir, who had started running, left them behind and charged toward the knights in front. Good work, Vlad. Reform the lines. There were two flags waving as Vlad fled. Execute the plan. Hold your formation. The time to avenge Lord August has come for the Imperial Guard. The banner of Vayezid surrounding the walls of Sturma, and the banner of the Imperial Guard symbolizing the Black Lightning. Behind the standard-bearers holding the flags were the knights who had chosen their respective worlds. Cursed humans, The elite forces from the north and the center charged at the ancient dragon. The numbers alone totaled roughly dozens. Seeing this, Sarnas couldn't forgive these inferior beings who dared to challenge him. Let them all perish. One from the brilliant piece Vlad held emerged a phrase full of the dragon's rage. It was Sarnas's wrath and his teaching to these ignorant knights who didn't understand a dragon's fury. Boom! The green fields began to collapse under the dragon's immense will. The cracks spreading across the ground were so wide they could even swallow the galloping horses. These abyssal fissures marked the divide between the dragon and the knights, showing them their true place. What the hell? It's the power of the dragon's language. Terrified, the knights forced their horses to turn and search for another route. I didn't think he had already reached such perfection. The dragon's language, a power that allowed him to impose his own truth upon the world. Confronted with the possibility of the dragon, which until now had only existed in texts, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Rodrigo, bit his tongue. How dare you humans, Ruhar? The dragon's roar reverberated with a force no one had anticipated. It wasn't fear or doubt, but pure willpower, capable of crushing the spirit of any warrior. Only those who had built their own world could withstand the dragon's roar. Arg, I can't take it. Along with the black blood flowing from their ears, desertion began to spread even among the knights who were considered the elite of the continent. Damn it! Time was not on their side, and the battlefield belonged to the dragon. Sarnas's blue eyes began to gleam as he looked at the small worlds fleeing from him. I don't reflect like a perfect dragon would, but despite his smile, the back of his neck swelled with intense red energy. I just want to destroy it all. The dragon closest to perfection in this era was gathering fury in his lungs. It was the dragon's breath capable of burning everything in this world. The dragon's fury, which had even melted the walls of Bastapal, now stared directly at Vayezid and the Imperial Guard's banner. Damn it, these humans think everything can be done just because they say so. A bit farther from the battlefield, where the knights and the dragon were fiercely fighting. Here, where a very pale Vlad was taking a moment to catch his breath, a large group of Nidavellir dwarves was gathering and assembling a single siege weapon. They don't understand that perfection comes with time and guaranteed budget. Sigurd's grumbling was almost a shout, but in contrast, the weapon that was slowly coming together was gaining its own value. The weapon, slowly taking shape, was a ballista similar to the one seen in Bastapal. However, the tension in the bowstring, created by its gigantic size, made it seem as though it could snare not only a wyvern but something even bigger. Captain, look at that! However, the time given to them was cruelly short for the dwarves, because the fury of the oldest dragon was about to be unleashed through its throat straight towards the knights. Damn it. Fire now, but we haven't finished aiming. Just fire, you bastards. This would be their first real attempt in a combat situation. However, Sigurd chose the most necessary moment rather than the most precise one, and he began forcefully turning the ballista, which wasn't fully assembled, to aim at the dragon before him. It's now or never. A huge dragon appeared before Sigurd, who stood alone at the aiming post. A golden dragon glaring down at Vayezid and the Imperial Guard as if it hadn't yet noticed their position. For our ancestors. Bang. The giant arrow fired by Nidavellir tore through the air, heading straight for the dragon's gleaming scales. Everyone scatter! Rudiger's shout rang out strongly, but the Vayezid knights couldn't obey that command. Rumble. The ground was still shaking violently, and the horses were so terrified they couldn't move a step. The knights, overwhelmed by the enormous presence of the ancient dragon, swallowed their awe, unable to release it as they watched the red flames now visible before them. Whoosh! It was a battlefield so tense that it felt like time had stopped. The difference between life and death was just one breath away from a dragon's exhalation. At that moment, the world of the dwarves came flying behind the knights. A spear tip made of an eternal flame that no longer existed, one of the few possibilities that the most perfect dragon Sarnas feared was now heading toward him. We did it! Though it was a forced shot, it was a direct one. For that reason, Sarnas had no choice but to redirect his breath toward the dwarf's spear, which was flying to a spot he couldn't ignore. Roar! A red beam of light shot forth as though it would pierce the sky. The clouds began to split apart at the contact with the dragon's breath, proof that this energy was not in vain. How brutal! Though the dwarf's spear didn't reach the dragon, it saved the knights but disintegrated without a trace, flying towards the sky. However, Sigurd didn't have time to lament the failed shot. I had a feeling we were running low on spearheads in the warehouse, because the dragon's enraged gaze was now fixed on where he stood. The dragon's destructive breath was now descending upon the ballista Sigurd was manning. No longer aimed at the knights at the front, but at the dwarves' weapon that had just posed a significant threat. It must have been when the perfect dragon burned everything. Boom! A great wave of heat surrounded Sigurd's back as he jumped hastily. Sigurd froze, imagining his own death in the intense heat as though hundreds of bombs had exploded at once, but a hand grabbed him from behind. You're small in stature, but what you handle is quite large. What? a man with deep navy blue hair caught the dwarf who had rolled into a mess. A magic circle drawn by water spirits suddenly emerged from Baradiz's fingertips, who raised a large pentagram above his left eye. Boom, take me quickly, don't you want to soar like the dragon you see there? You don't know the joy of keeping the world underfoot. Little dragon, don't think that the world you've seen and experienced is all there is. Vlad, who had hastily escaped, was still holding the blood-red dragon piece in his hand. That piece, which seemed to be stuck to him like glue, clung obsessively to Vlad more than any other part. It seems the last dragons have gathered and become even stronger. Two dragons, close to being the most perfect. The red piece, inspired by the world of dragons they represented, whispered to Vlad to claim it at once. Because it knew that no matter who took it in the end, only one dragon would survive. Vlad, it seemed as though it couldn't bear to see this, and the Ruga tribe tattoo engraved on Vlad's left arm began to twist. It was a mystery like a curse, representing a black lightning bolt. However, Kahano, who was trying to activate the mystery, paused for a moment when he saw Vlad suddenly stagger. I can't see. Vlad's hands wandered as if searching for something. That action, which resembled that of a blind man, caused the dragon piece that kept whispering in Kahano to fall silent for a moment. Kraya. Because of that, his inner world grew a little quieter, but this place, still a battlefield, was filled with someone's shouts and cheers. Push it, break it off. Aim for the wings. Knights of the continent were fighting beneath the ancient dragon. We're out of ballisti, we don't have any more spare parts. The dwarves kept bringing pieces, unaware that their beards were burning in the fierce flames. Awaken the spirits, we must block the dragon's wings first. And the elves kept shooting arrows at the knights, who desperately tried to shield themselves from the dragon. I can't see anything. Vlad dove deeper into his inner world, trying to resist the temptation of the piece. The battlefield Vlad saw through that world was filled with tiny stars, losing their light under the pressure of a brighter world. Is that perfection, Kahano? Yes. There were screams that could not be seen but were heard. They were the screams of the worlds that had been with me. The world of Vlad, which had slowly started to emerge at the sound of their last words, began to take shape in his blue eyes. It's too high. No one can reach that. All the worlds in this world are precious things that cannot be replaced, but under the great sun they were like stars' lights that cannot be seen beneath its radiance. Thus, watching the worlds cooling beneath the golden sun that soared through the sky, a golden horizon began to rise from his left eye, which had been closed. I should bring down perfection. How? Kahano always provided answers, but this time he asked questions. Because my correct answer didn't make sense to Vlad, who found his own path by summoning the night sky. He didn't need the most perfect possibility, nor that great sun floating above. To bring down the star that extinguishes all other stars because it shines alone, a calm night sky was needed where all could shine. This piece could be anything. If you wish it, I can do anything, if you wish it. Hearing Kahano's response, Vlad looked at the dragon piece he held. A dragon piece that could be anything and do anything like me, who had originated from a dragon. Vlad, who remembered the appearance of the black moon through another piece, realized it was time to get the canvas he wanted. The piece that Vlad had carelessly tossed rolled across the green meadow. Shining under the sunlight, it was the most perfect piece that anyone would covet. However, the dragon of this era didn't surrender to perfection and simply sought to evoke his own world. Imagine intensely the landscape you desire. It would be even better if it exists in your memories. In my memories, Vlad sought to create a sky without dragons using a dragon fragment. A night sky began to emerge from his mind. I want a world without dragons. This was a conversation with his sword, a spell to bring his world into reality. I do not wish for perfection. One who could bring the world he envisioned into reality could be called a master of the sword. In the world I draw, I hope no one will look down on others. Something began to stir in Vlad's blue eyes as his world took form. It was the night sky he was trying to draw today, a sky where all stars could shine. This is the world I desire. Crack. From the tip of Vlad's sword, which had struck with great force, the red piece began to crack. A piece that had the potential to become the most perfect being in the world. However, the destiny of the last piece was not the most perfect world, but the dark night sky envisioned by Vlad. You raised the moon, you did it. We did it together. Yes, together. For the stars of this era that could not reach the high night sky. What the dragon, who had given up even on his own perfection, wanted was a night sky where everyone could shine. What is this? There was a dragon falling into a world no one could see. There were also red fragments floating like dust on the dragon's wings. The place where the dust was heading hovered above the sky, where another dragon sculpture existed. Yes, we did it together. A black moon rose alone in the night sky where no one could fly. The moon in the night sky embraced the man with dark eyes and said its farewell. This place where the light of the moon descended was the world Vlad had drawn. Chapter 259, Stars in the Night Sky Part 1. The sky was blue, but the ground beneath was filled with pain. The bright sun suffered alone, but the cries of the knights below were equally agonizing. Lo Lord Rudiger, a world of its own with no regard for the beings below, but now a night sky was descending upon those who suffered beneath it. Hey, look over there! Rudiger urgently lifted his head, following the direction pointed out by his aide. A strange scene, one he had never seen or heard of before, was unfolding in the sky. That is, a dark shadow began to spread across the green meadow. The shadow was cast by the black moon, which had already obscured the sun. I want a world without dragons. The moon of the children, granted by a young man with dark eyes and a knight with golden hair. And now a black tear began to fall slowly from that moon, descending into the blue sky. I don't even want perfection. There was a knight who turned his back for the lost children, and the tears of the children who answered the knight's call. The tears began to slowly unravel the black canvas, causing small ripples in the blue sky. I hope that in the world I draw, no one will look down on others. From the sky where the dragon once soared to the deep blue night sky that the boy gazed upon. Under that sky, a dragon that had lost its world in the blink of an eye was falling, letting out a rough roar. Roar, Sarnus, now stripped of his wings, reverted to his human form. The sky, which no longer allowed dragons, had fully turned to night. My God! The night sky seemed as if someone had painted it. The knights couldn't hide their expressions of awe as they gazed at the darkness that looked both beautiful and comforting, like a black silk cloth unfurling. No way a strange spectacle, neither a mystery nor a divine force could create. However, the knights who had their own worlds knew of only one being capable of producing the current situation. Master of the Sword, a being who could bring their own world into reality. Master of the Sword. When the knights naturally turned around, Vlad stood there. Vlad raised his sword to the sky as if he were offering a prayer. Magnificent, the current battlefield drawn with the last piece that could become anything. The tip of the sword, representing the battlefield, was filled with a haze of red dust that still rose like a mist. This is enough to call him a master of the sword. The crescent moon and the falling dragon. And the master of the sword who had drawn his own night sky. The night sky of today, created by the master of the sword of this era, was a world that allowed no being to gaze upon other worlds. After falling into a world without dragons, Sarnus no longer had wings. Are you blocking my path again, Kahano Frosane? However, even without wings, Sarnus still held the title of Dragulia, Duke of Dragon's Blood Dragulia. The last Dragulia, who had proven his worth by surviving the longest, roared his fury at Vlad standing before him. It won't end like this, not this time. What I saw with my eyes was my son, but what I felt in my soul was that night. Once more, the being who came closest to perfection in this era drew his sword toward the master of the sword. Enough, Vayezid, all of you before me. Although he was struck down by the world drawn by the master of the sword, Sarnus still remained the greatest force of this era. No matter how many elites were gathered, no knight here could handle his once perfect world. Insignificant beings. Having lost perfection, each step he took was as heavy as a mountain, and every swing of his sword was filled with blood-red fury. As he advanced toward Vlad, a path formed behind him, paved with someone's blood. You keep getting in my way until the very end. Sarnus's world grew larger the more you looked up. Born a noble dragon, he was prepared to accept all the respect and fear of the world and had no intention of forgiving the knights who dared challenge him. Bow down, scum! The dragon of this era, with the right to rule, commanded the knights with a sword that flashed like lightning. Bow your heads and look at me. Crash! What the hell? The dragon's command, laden with authority, fear, and his inherent grandeur, began weighing down on the knights, as though the very laws of the world were pressing them into the earth. It's too heavy, it felt as if the world itself was crushing them. SHT! The weight of the dragon's words was so violent that even the ground beneath them seemed to give way. Though the knights tried to deploy their own worlds to resist, Sarnus's world, built up over centuries, crushed them with its vastness. Pathetic, you're fighting just like before. Only then did Sarnus's face slowly straighten as he watched the knights of this era lower their heads. The higher my world rises, the more these knights bow their heads. I who grew stronger by forcing my enemies into submission was a being born to rule. Do not bow. However, this world where the knights stood now was one where no one could look down on another. Raise your swords, remember why we are here. At that moment, someone was running toward the knights who had been crushed by the enormous world. A man glowing with a golden aura, running like lightning. At the end of the golden horizon created by this man was Sarnus Dragulia, the last dragon of this era. Vlad, curse you! Boom! It was a terrifying speed, like lightning striking the ground. The golden world rushing forward began to howl fiercely, biting into the bloody aura of Sarnus. You were born as a dragon and destroyed perfection. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Two worlds shone beneath the night sky. Finally, father and son met each other's gaze through their blue eyes. Crack! Through their clashing swords, their blue eyes locked. Seeing clearly where it came from, uncontrollable rage began to stir in Vlad's heart. So you planted the seed only to devour me later. Despite inheriting the blood of the noble dragon, Vlad had grown up in the darkest alleys. But the secret of his birth was far more terrifying and disgusting than he had ever imagined as a child. I don't think there's anyone else in the world who would bring a child into being for such a reason. It wasn't for love, nor for a fleeting moment of pleasure. It was for a cold, calculated purpose that I was born. Vlad smiled coldly as he stared at the roots of his existence that had never truly been there from the moment of his birth. Still, thank you for giving me life, Father. What? Despite everything, I'm grateful to have been born into this world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see the light of the stars shining as they do now. Sarnis froze for a moment at Vlad's unexpected words, but those words, filled with sincerity, were another trick by Vlad, who held the sword. I've tricked him. The secret to a killing blow lies in the unexpected, and sometimes the unexpected comes not from the tip of a sword but from the tip of the tongue. Damn it! For a brief moment the flow of air stopped. It all began at the tip of Vlad's sword, firmly positioned. Fu, the possibility of seizing the initiative through an unexpected move. The blue eyes of Vlad, fixed on the space he had created, suddenly gleamed with flashes of light. Tuck your elbows in. This strike will be decisive. Vlad's sword began to tremble as the certainty of a conclusion flowed from the will of the world. Hey ha! The pressure emanating from his sword started slicing through the still air. Hearing the wind's tearing scream, Sarnis, without realizing it, hurriedly shut his left eye. Crack! A fierce gust swept through the air, sending pieces of armor flying in all directions, but Vlad's face was filled with frustration. SHT, the sword had been launched and it had struck Sarnis. Sarnis's armor had shattered, proving the strike had landed. However, unlike Vlad, Sarnis, born with pure blood, was covered in golden scales that suddenly sprouted from his chest. Damn you! Sarnis's anger rose as he saw Vlad's sword pierce through his world, even that cursed swordsmanship, but his fury wasn't just directed at Vlad's strength. Don't let him recover. You can't give up the advantage. From Vlad's eyes, so close, Sarnis could see the figure of Kahano, the knight he could never forget, even in his dreams, pushing him forward with force. Kahano, damn bastard. There had been a noble knight who had split himself to prevent the resurrection of the most perfect dragon. Using his divided soul to traverse eras, he had finally succeeded in erasing the possibility of the perfect dragon from the world, as he had desired. Well done, you're doing great, and not with a sharp sword but with faith and care for the child. A world where the perfect dragon no longer existed. The master of the sword from the previous era, who had succeeded in depicting that world, smiled as he watched the dragon roar. Bang boom bang, ah, a ferocity that never ceased once it gained momentum. Noticing that Vlad shared his relentless spirit, Sarnis swung his sword with all his might, buying himself a brief respite. It's coming. Be ready. The ongoing battle was clearly fierce, but for Sarnis, who had regained his composure, it was enough time to take a deep breath once more. You destroyed everything, Kahano. Kahano and Frosin divided. Among them, the one who inflicted the deepest wound on Sarnis wasn't Emperor Frosin, but the honorable knight Kahano. A fierce breath toward him began to form in Sarnis's lungs. Disappear, a word, a single utterance could kill someone in one swift motion. Sarnis's breath, filled with the dragon's power, shot out red beneath the deep blue night sky. Boom. Though he looked human, what Sarnis exhaled was unmistakably the breath of a dragon. Vlad paused for a moment, seeing the breath rapidly approach, but the decision he made in that brief instant wasn't to evade, it was to defend. The direct red breath of Sarnis clashed with Vlad's sword. The force was strong enough to consume him entirely if not diverted by his own strength. Avoid it, you can't hold out much longer. As Kahano's words proved true, Vlad's sword began to glow red-hot. However, Vlad continued to fight to stop Sarnis until the very end. No, there stood Vlad, being pushed forward, holding his breath as though in hell. There are still knights behind me. Behind Vlad, many knights were still bound by the chains of Sarnis. The knights, overwhelmed by the vast world, shouted for Vlad to retreat, but the man before them only clenched his teeth harder. Then create your own world. Now, I am a master of the sword of this era, trying to embrace not only myself but others. The masters of the sword from previous eras shouted loudly at him. You can do anything, even if you're not a dragon, because you're a knight who already has his own world. A knight standing where he should, beneath the tears shed by young potentials. However, as the pressure mounted, the deep blue night sky began to light up with a gray star, as if telling him to look there. Draw the world you embraced. What Vlad held in his hands wasn't just a sword, it was a brush. A truth that anyone who fights in this world not with a sword must now realize. When Vlad grasped that truth, a star in the night sky began to shine above his head. I've never seen a wall as strong as yours. What I want now is a world where I can stop the dragon's breath, and that world already shone like a star in Vlad's soul. So just this once, lend me your strength. This is a conversation with the sword and a spell that brings my world into reality. Following the spell, Vlad shouted with all his might, a world emerged from the green meadows. Thump. An enormous castle gleaming in the starlight, a scene the boy, awed by its greatness, had filled his world with, now recreated beneath the night sky. What? A spectacle that made both the knights who had lowered their heads and the dragon who sighed lift their heads. Suddenly the fortress rose, showcasing its grandeur and steel walls. Bastapal, boom, crack. Long ago it was said that the walls of Bastapal, alongside the master of swords from a previous era, were what stopped the breath of the most perfect dragon. And now, the walls Vlad had recreated within his own world stood tall and firm, blocking the breath exhaled by Sarnas. Heya, heya, the vast night sky and the stars adorning it belonged to the world I had drawn myself. Vlad lifted his head and he could see the many stars watching him from above. I am not a dragon. One of those stars shone directly above Vlad's head. The starlight it cast was a bright, multicolored light that seemed to pass through stained glass. The light was the same as the one the boy saw when he received his name for the first time. I am Vlad of Sora. That was the name given to me by a devout priest when I was born for the first time in my life. Seeing that light again, Vlad reaffirmed his potential and slowly extended his sword, drawing the next scene. I vouch for the honor of this knight. A small, ancient mansion. However, there stood a knight who always opened the door for Vlad. He quietly walked up to the battlefield, holding the shield that had been broken before. Then lend me your shield. Despite being born in an unworthy place, this young knight now walked toward a brilliant destiny. And in the dueling arena of Dermer that Vlad had drawn stood Pablo of Arnstein, with the same appearance as before, ready to face Sarnas. Chapter 260, Stars in the Night Sky Part 2. This is an illusion. Because the Bastapal wall that I see now I destroyed with my own hands just a few days ago. However, the glow of the wall visible now is much brighter than reality. Swordmaster, someone's world painted over reality. This world, drawn by a person firmly aware of their existence, becomes as real as you believe in it. And there's only one being who can draw such a world. The only master of the sword, known as the pinnacle of swords. Give me a shield. There in the dueling arena stood the knight who blocked my claws. His name was Pablo of Arnstein, a man who chose duty over honor for the sake of a young man. So I can protect your potential. Possibility is something beautiful, and young beings who can express it in their own world are precious. Thus, the light of a single star in the night sky began to persist from the knight's shield, protecting that moment. Face me, Sarnas, damn insects, a being that normally you wouldn't even dare look at, but in Vlad's world he was equal to him. Raising his shield, Sarnas, unable to bear it any longer, began to charge forward. Boom, crash. A tremendous impact. Pablo began to be pushed back by the force, which would have shattered his limbs if he had taken it in real life. What he had just felt was the world of Sarnas, a being closer to perfection than any other. However, the weight of Pablo carrying the duty he had sworn to was just a little heavier than Sarnas's world. You have the right. The same blonde hair and the same blue eyes. And Pablo, standing on the same battlefield as before, saw Sarnas charging toward him and thought of the boy from that day. This battlefield is honorable enough. Bang, crash, boom, boom. The shield that Pablo held shattered with a single blow from Sarnas's sword. However, the shield he held was not a reality, but a world created by willpower. If his will to hold the shield didn't break, that star in the night sky would forever belong to Pablo. So that you can say your name. Amidst the fragments of the broken shield, Pablo pushed forward with his shoulder. The knight, who normally focused on defense, created a single moment by throwing away his shield. Sarnas's eyes widened as he saw Pablo charging toward him. The cunning of a knight, enough to surprise even the oldest dragon. However, Sarnas's astonishment wasn't because of Pablo but the man charging from behind. Who up, the name of the knight charging behind Pablo like a wall, was Vlad of Sora. His aura, which Pablo had been concealing until now, brushed Sarnas's shoulder like lightning. Golden scales that couldn't manifest due to the unexpected nature of the attack. Thus, a single stream of red blood rose from the wound carved into the deep blue night sky. Vlad. Damn you, a greedy dragon that craved the blood of others but refused to give up his own. Enraged by the threat of blood, Sarnas turned his head, but Vlad had already disappeared. What is that? What he saw instead was a young world tree rising toward the sky. Sarnas, now standing in the elven forest instead of the dueling arena of Dermer, saw an elf with navy blue hair in front of him, aiming a weapon at him. Our vitality began with the tears of our ancestors. Barades, with a shining five-pointed star in his left eye, so it's time to receive some of it back. The elves had to abandon their burning forest after losing their mother world tree. Their rage, which had accumulated over generations, began to form at the tips of the arrows held by the elves of this era. Just a little. Whoosh, by the time you heard it, it had already been shot, and by the time you saw it, it was already in front of you. Barades' arrow, as fast as the elves' resentment, was filled with spirits and headed straight for the oldest dragon. Crack, snap, just like the dragon's breath he had exhaled. All red, blue, and dark green, it shone as it began to gnaw at Sarnas's sword. Vlad, However, even in this feast of bright colors, Sarnas could clearly recognize the one color that was rushing toward him. It was the blonde hair of the knight shining just like his own. Ha! Baradiz's arrow was fired like an arrow but suddenly took the shape of a sword. The person it was aimed at was Vlad, the guardian of the World Tree. Damn trickery! A knight of the World Tree who stopped the most cunning dragon and drove away the evil beings. The starlight of the spirits who remembered him was already forming at the tip of Vlad's sword. Does this seem like just a trick? Clang, clang, both swords clashed violently and Sarnas began to be pushed back. Sarnas, a pure-blood dragon who would never be defeated in terms of physical strength, now had many spirits at Vlad's side lending their small hands to him. You underestimated yourself, which is why you fell before this unfailing sword. Swordsmanship that anticipates possibilities with unexpected moves and controls the battlefield with a vision that's always a step ahead. The swordsmanship created by the honorable duelist was now being perfectly executed in Vlad's world. It's now, what, ting, the spirits holding Sarnas, and Vlad, who was stopping him with his sword, heard a sharp sound from behind them. Finally, it's my turn, a sound as if someone had snapped their fingers. With that sound, what was once a forest transformed into a green meadow. As expected, you are the best dragon slayer, Vlad. The star that now shone was a volcano erupting. Rudiger's sword, capable of piercing even the toughest dragon, was suddenly unleashing a massive bolt of rage from the depths of his own world. Rumble, the ground trembled more violently as he raised his sword. And seeing the red lava surging forth, Sarnas's eyes widened in shock. My name is Rudiger of Vayezid, where once lay the tracks of dragons that ravaged the north. And at the end of those tracks, a multitude of northerners met their death. Rudiger Vayezid claiming the blood of the north, a world where only knights who can deeply reflect upon themselves can leave their mark. Red lava, seeming capable of devouring even a dragon, surged from the tip of Rudiger's sword. SHT, Sarnas, with wings he couldn't spread and feet that felt bound. Before he realized it, Rudiger's blazing, fiery world was falling upon him like an inferno. Crash! The golden dragon was engulfed by the cascading lava, and the once perfect golden scales began to crack. Rudiger's world, sharper than any sword and hotter than any flame, slowly began to carve fissures into Sarnas's flawless gold. Ah! Was it from the heat that I can finally feel? Sarnas, who had recklessly pushed Vlad ahead of him, had now entered another world. And now where am I? There was no world tree, no volcano in this new place. The world Vlad had drawn this time was a snowy northern field covered in pure white snow. The place where the fastest dragon was killed. The fastest dragon, the snowfield that killed Lindworm, a fitting place for your end, don't you think? Vlad, you bastard. Sarnas gritted his teeth as he watched Vlad standing alone in the snowfield. You're the one responsible for all of this. Pablo of Arnstein, Rudiger of Vayezid, and even Barades of Ossurin. They were all exceptional knights, but none strong enough to face Sarnas. I'll put an end to this cursed world right now. Yet they were knights shaped like stars, shining as brightly as they wished in Vlad's world. And in the night sky above the white snowy plain, another star shone. I'll kill you! A fierce snowstorm began to howl behind Sarnas as he charged toward Vlad. A perfect advance, even faster than the swiftest dragon Lindworm. If you wait and watch, it'll be too late. Strong, fast, sharp, and immense. The traits that were divided among the fallen remnants originally belonged to the most perfect dragon. Anticipate to counterattack. The dragon charging at Vlad now was Sarnas, the closest to perfection in this era. Die filled with fury, Sarnas's world roared fiercely toward Vlad. Boom, reha, fast, precise, at an impossible speed to dodge. Vlad barely managed to predict the attack, but blocking it didn't mean he could strike back. Born a dragon and became a swordmaster. Once you gain the upper hand, never let it go. That should be the predator's attitude toward its prey. Bang, 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 Sarnas's overwhelming fury attacked Vlad relentlessly, pushing him back. The bloody aura pouring from Sarnas's sword began to envelop and overheat the starlit blade Vlad wielded. I raised you among the scum just to see what would happen, and you dare try to catch me. More painful than a sharp sword and colder than the northern wind were the words Sarnas spat out at that moment. Who do you think you are to stand in the way of my perfection? The start of my existence was mere curiosity. The purpose of my life was to be devoured by another. Thus, a child was born and his father shouted at him to die quickly. I should never have sired you. Arg, you're a failure. Sarnas's sword reached Vlad's neck, who had already been driven against a wall of pure white ice. Vlad was cornered with nowhere left to escape. The sword Sarnas held toward him seemed to say that both giving life and taking it were his rights. Who do you think you are? A child born in a place where no one could see him. Vlad, raised in a mire where you would sink if you stayed still, perhaps truly was a failure. You call me a failure. Crunch, however, the boy standing in the alley was always looking up at the stars. That star is the only guide for me, someone who is lost. And the girl who also gazed at those stars was the only support that held him up. You have no idea who I am. A red thread began to unravel from Vlad's left hand, which he stretched out with all his strength. The thread, which resembled a woman's hair, began to merge into a single form with the starlight shining from above. I promised I would definitely return. A ray of starlight illuminated the field of pure white snow. That light was created from an old man's dream, purchased with a young girl's tears, and wielded as an unadorned sword by a boy's will. I will kill you here and return to Sara. In his right hand he held a sword of stars, and in his left an unadorned sword. Vlad's world, wielding both swords, grazed Sarnas's eyes, causing a pale blue tear to flow like a stream. "Ah!" Sarnas's scream echoed as the unadorned sword slashed him. The place where the scream originated was from Sarnas's world, where he lost one of his eyes. "Damn you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you!" Boom! Watching Sarnas in his frenzy, Vlad swiftly swung his sword bathed in starlight. The path of the sword created a long line in the white snow, drawing the outline of another world. "If you want to kill me, come here." The ancient dragon slowly crossed the line in response to Vlad's taunt. But he didn't realize, blinded by his burning rage. Roar! With every step he took toward Vlad, he sank deeper and deeper into a world far more profound. He was advancing into the deepest part of Vlad's world, the place where the starlight shone the brightest. "Come here if you dare." This was a world where the meaning of existence could change with a single line. A place where two lives that could never be mixed were divided by a border that ran across the city. "Come here and see who I really am." This place was the smile of a rose, a brothel filled with red, and it was the home of a boy who had promised to return. The starlight of Sora, shining under Vlad's night sky, was now guiding the ancient dragon. 238. Star-embracing Swordmaster crossing the avenue that runs through the city, filled with brilliant lights, Sarnas arrived at a dark alley after passing a modest blacksmith shop where a star rested. This place is exactly what I'd expect from a cesspool. Ahead of him stood a four-story building in the shadowy alley. It was the Beacon of the Rose, a brothel established by the Night of Prostitutes and the Rose of Sora. A deep sneer lingered on Sarnas's lips as he saw the imposing structure of the rose, seemingly waiting for him with its smile. Growing up in a place like this, you've probably forgotten that you're a dragon. What might have been a safe and welcoming refuge for a child was nothing but a miserable brothel to Sarnas. But blinded by rage, he failed to notice the many anguished stares that followed his path. The fact that countless children watched him anxiously as he walked by, a child exhausted from hunger, a child caught stealing and beaten, and even the child crying relentlessly, unable to bury his dead mother in the frozen ground. That destroyed potential. My son will reclaim it. So many tears shed because he hadn't been where he should have been. Yet as Sarnas entered this place, he still refused to accept the child's sorrow, seeking only what he desired. Creek, a dragon of this era who only wants his son, who carries his blood to become what he wants. The smile of the rose began to open its arms toward the dragon. "Vlad, come forward." This is the smile of the rose and the home of the boy, a place that welcomed Vlad in place of his father who wasn't there when he should have been. "Let's end this now." The city alleys glowed brightly in the night. With Vlad's eyes raised, the light from the window began to burn intensely. "My name is Vlad of Sora." Beyond the stairs, Sarnas ascended slowly while Vlad unsheathed his sword. Glowing like a star even without any decoration, it was unmistakably Vlad's sword. Behind Vlad, who had drawn his sword, numerous candles watched him, illuminating his colors. "Now state your name." "You damned fool, this is my deepest world. Before you enter, you must prove your existence to me. You dare face me without even knowing the honor of being born of my blood." The final confrontation between dragon and human, duke and knight, father and son. At Vlad's words to leave everything else behind and speak only with swords, the last thread of reason that Sarnas clung to snapped. "You dare challenge Sarnas Dragulia, Greya." With a thunderous roar, the ancient dragon charged at Vlad. An aura of blood built from the fangs of a dragon, Sarnas's eyes, no longer human, glared at him. "This is the final showdown of this journey, Vlad." Both Vlad and Kahano, who watched those eyes, knew. They both understood that this was the last act of their long journey. Show him everything you have without regret. Seize the initiative with brilliance and end the duel without remorse. The duel began with both names exchanged under the gaze of many stars. Boom! Og! The roar shook the entire building. Even though it was his own world, Vlad couldn't help but be displaced by the sheer force of the shockwave. Vlad, having taken the full brunt of the sound, was being relentlessly pushed back. "Try saying that again." Sarnas let out a harsh growl when he saw Vlad stagger from the force, but the dialogue of the sword wasn't dictated solely by power. Counterattack, Sarnas's sword came forward again, but it was caught in Vlad's focused gaze. Vlad's eyes were sharper than ever. Clang! Sarnas's sword, struck with incredible force, recoiled in an instant. A magical technique that alters the balance at a pinpoint moment. Vlad's eyes gleamed coldly as he applied this skill, not just against any knight but at the pinnacle of the era. Creak! Sarnas struggled to hold onto his sword. But Vlad was no longer there, his figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it, from a point to a line. Vlad, who had been still, suddenly became a golden line, slicing the ground and the wall, moving in every direction. Heya. His movements were impossible to predict, a deadly style of attack based purely on speed. A motion that could only be performed in one stroke, for the essence of the sword was rooted in speed. The sight overlapped with the image of the Swordmaster Sarnis had seen long ago. Crack, unpredictable movements to gain the advantage. Vlad faithfully followed the instructions and appeared like lightning, striking Sarnis's side. You bastard, but the instincts of a dragon were sharp, and though he didn't see it, he anticipated the attack. Vlad's movements, which might have been predictable but unseen, were suddenly blocked by the blood-red aura, reducing them back to mere points. How dare you deceive me with Kahano's swordsmanship? The swordsmanship of Dragulia, which pursues perfection, seeks a weight that cannot be easily shaken. And now, Sarnis's heavy sword was coming down on Vlad, who had just revealed himself. You carry my blood and yet you dare, with the weight of an enormous mountain. Thus, Sarnis's world, trying to crush Vlad, began to loom overhead. Bang, bang, boom, With each sword strike, Vlad's entire body shook violently. It wasn't sharp, but the weight was unbearable. Watching Vlad sway back and forth with every swing was proof of its power. You need to get out of there, don't let him gain momentum. Grrr, Vlad knew it, but it was difficult to escape from Sarnis's siege. Realizing he was losing control, Vlad gritted his teeth. Sarnis's world continued to press down on him. The only way to avoid being crushed by that world was to push forward. Damn it, Vlad charged toward the immense force that seemed to erase everything with just a glance. It was certainly a reckless action, but it was necessary to shift the course of the duel with a powerful force. Crack. The dwarven armor was shattered by Sarnis's sword, which dug deep into Vlad's shoulder. The excruciating pain, which not even the armor enchantment learned from Justia could mitigate. However, the current pain and loss were clearly necessary to bring Vlad one step closer to Sarnis. The distance was now close enough for their eyes to meet. As Sarnis glared at him like that, Vlad's blow exploded within his blue eyes. Crack, Sarnis's breastplate exploded and the dragon's bright golden scales flew. It was a fragment created from a dragon scale that had deeply cracked in Rudiger's world. I am not your son, nor a failure, The sharp, glimmering sword strikes from Vlad continued to slash at Sarnis. I am none of the names you've given me. Each step forward was firm and every sword strike was fierce. The speed was almost unbelievable, coming from someone already wounded. This current attack, which felt like lightning, had reached a far-off state that could only be imagined, not achieved in reality. This world that Vlad created was one made possible by the belief that he could do it. No matter how talented he was, the child born in the mud needed his precious imagination to become a knight. Sarnis, who quickly distanced himself from Vlad's attack, barely managed to reset his stance, but even that brief moment was something Vlad had chosen to grant him. Rumble, the ground shook. No, the world that Vlad had created was trembling. You've killed too many people. Vlad's breath came out as white mist, not because the place was cold, but because his breath was burning hot. All for an ideal of perfection you can't even attain. His heart was aflame, and all that anger and conviction was directed at Sarnis. Vlad's body, fully tense, was like a drawn bow ready to release. Come on. Dare to face me? A swordsmanship that kills with a single blow, seizing opportunities with unpredictable movements. But now, Vlad was trying to slice through Sarnis at a speed that surpassed even those expectations. Go ahead. Walk the path you've chosen. This wasn't something learned from another. It was a path uniquely his own, one that he had mastered. Vlad was trying to show Kahano the way only he could see. I demand just compensation from you, Sarnis. Someday, I too hope to shine like the stars in the sky. The dream of the boy, once as bright as a star, now watched the nightmare of an era that stood in his way. Now it's your turn to give up. Boom, a powerful wind blew behind Vlad, who was running like a flash of light. It was the final gift from the rose's smile for the bird leaving the nest. There is no place for dragons in my era. Graarg, a bolt of light, an electric charge spreading, a firm and fierce strike that maybe only I could unleash after 10 years. I've decided to do it this way. Gra, Vlad's blow, carrying the pains of the past, the duties of the present, and the possibilities of the future, began to slowly pierce through the heart of Sarnis. Vlad, you bastard, so die already, against the perfect fragments that the ancient dragon held. However, to destroy those fragments, Vlad's strength alone was not enough. Don't stop now. At that moment, another hand appeared, pushing on Vlad's hilt. You're almost there. A brilliant knight with chestnut hair. It wasn't the faded Frossen, but the honorable gladiator Kahano, who, without Vlad noticing, stood beside him, pushing the sword with him. Kahano, you damn bastards. A blow delivered by both the Swordmaster of the previous era and the Swordmaster of the current era. At the end of this strike, transcending eras, the dragon's desire for perfection began to crumble bit by bit. Even a single piece, let alone three, is too much to handle. Finally, locking eyes with Kahano, Vlad's deep blue eyes began to tremble. It was like the feeling of finally meeting the person you'd longed for. Crack, crack. A piece of the dragon started to break apart slowly, along with Sarnas's scream. But Vlad was more surprised by the black lightning crawling up his left arm than by the sensation of the fragment shattering. Kahano, the mysterious power of the Ruga tribe, which had severed the most perfect dragon. That mystery was about to be activated again by the Swordmaster who appeared in this era. These things are easier for someone who has done it before. I don't want to sever your bright soul just to break these perfect pieces, because the pieces tormenting you now are something our generation couldn't destroy. You've done well, Kahano, for the unfulfilled duty to stop the tragedy that couldn't be avoided. The sword master who returned delivered the final strike before the cry of perfection. Crack, the star shattered. The star that had shone with crimson perfection. No, the only star that found me when I was nothing. Kahano, who called me a knight though I was born a dragon, now with a smile on his face he was leaving me behind. Rumble. With a roar, the sky of reality began to tear apart. Today's sun started to slowly appear behind the night sky, which was gradually fading along with the setting black moon. A ray of sunlight broke through under the night sky, slowly clearing. And the first beam of light that filtered through the brightening sky fell on the back of Vlad, who sat exhausted. You did well. In front of Vlad, Sarnas lay dying with his heart pierced. However, his eyes were no longer the original blue but shone with a clear chestnut color, reminiscent of someone else. Kahano had taken over the body of Sarnas, who was already dead, but the pale tone of his face indicated that there was little time left. I'm proud of you. You really did well. Kahano, with the demeanor of a father, spoke the words that Vlad had always longed to hear. Finding you was a stroke of luck. You were born a dragon, but you walked your own path, Vlad. And the words that came from him now were words that Vlad had probably never heard in his entire life. What will I do if everyone leaves, if I'm the only one left? A boy crying in front of his father, whom he was meeting for the first time in his life. Kahano smiled peacefully as he looked at the boy. Goodbyes are both an end and a promise. The color of both of their hair under the sunlight was so similar that anyone would have recognized it. So come here and see. The light in Kahano's eyes was slowly fading. But with a smile, he used his last strength to open his arms to Vlad. Still, I'm glad I could embrace you in the end. Though they had been in the same world until now, they hadn't been able to share each other's warmth. However, Kahano and Vlad, who could now embraced. Thank you, Kahano. Yes, this is how we say goodbye. Here ends our journey, which began on a winter's day, and the ending we found is without regret. The sun began to shine in the night sky over the two people who embraced each other. The child who embraced a star, the star that embraced the child. That's why both are sword masters who embrace the stars. Their farewell, witnessed by the vast night sky, shone like a star for all to see. End of the main story of star-embracing Swordmaster. Author's note: the main story has come to an end. After a short break, I will return with a side story. To all of you who have accompanied Vlad's journey from winter to spring, I sincerely thank you. 239. Extra 1. The beginning of summer, the spring of that year, had been a very hard time. Although the air was warm, the ground beneath their feet was soaked with blood, and the farmers, who should have been tilling their fields, were forced to wield spears instead of plows. It was a time of calamities brought on by the oldest dragon. However, even though the land was stained with blood, nature continued to bloom, and now, after a year had passed, summer was approaching. This place hasn't changed at all. The western city of Trinova. A person was walking through the mansion, their voice resonating through the air. The girl, clad in a large cloak she seemed to have picked up somewhere, let it billow behind her as she walked. Her hair was green, the color of summer. Has it been 3 years? The girl's height had grown significantly since she left, and she raised her gaze. But unlike her, the mansion's landscape remained unchanged, momentarily turning Charlotte back into the child she had been when she left. In the garden visible in the distance, her mother was tending to the plants. If she turned the corner ahead, there would be the training grounds where her brothers practiced. And if she walked along the path she was currently on, she would reach the Ravnoma Hall where her father had always been. Remove it? Yes, where her father, the ruler of these lands, used to sit. However, what now adorned the entrance to the hall was the faded emblem of Gaidar, Creek. The door to the mansion opened behind the flag that the soldiers quickly removed. The inside was completely dark, contrasting with the bright summer outside, and it was filled with dust and the foul stench of death. So you've finally arrived, brat. Sitting in the spot where her father had once sat was an unfamiliar man. The corners of his mouth, where even the noonday sun couldn't bear to shine, were drenched in dark red blood that flowed ceaselessly. Sigmund Gaidar, the enemy of her father and her family. And Sigmund Gaidar, who would become the final loser of the continental war waged by the oldest dragon. As Charlotte looked at him, there was a coldness in her eyes that seemed beyond her young age. Is my son dead? Not yet. Huh. That boy never listens to me. A long sigh escaped his deeply bent figure. With his back hunched over, he let out a heavy, deep sigh, like the last breath of life in the twilight of his existence. I told him he wouldn't die well and that he should take his own life. Stephen's whereabouts have already been secured by Nidavalier Sigmund. Charlotte Ravnoma walked along the long carpet and ascended the steps of the hall, steps that only the ruler could climb. Before she knew it, she held a sword with a black blade in her hand. So now it's just you left. For Gaydar, the girl who had become the last of the Ravnomas might have been the last remaining obstacle. The tip of the sword extended abruptly, stopping at the back of Sigmund's neck, harshly connecting their worlds. A cowardly traitor who deceived my father, cough, cough, and a coward who refuses to pay the proper price until the very end. The usurper of the West, who had bathed Charlotte's mansion in blood with his treacherous ambush, now refused to accept his final defeat, swallowing poison. Charlotte frowned as she watched Sigmund. Any last words? But even so, Charlotte sought to fulfill her duty as the victor. The cold, gleaming tip of the sword trembled as if it wanted to pierce Sigmund right then, but she still attempted to uphold her duty because she wanted to show that she and he were different. He swallowed poison to avoid dying in servitude, but in the end he was cast aside by the victor in his final moments. At that moment, Sigmund was thinking of one man. The knight from that day who hid the frightened dwarves behind his towering presence. Jorge. He had been confident that he would win, but in the end he became the loser and lost everything. When had it all started? Was it when his soldiers failed to cross Dermer, or when they burned the Ravnoma flag? In the end, you stabbed me in the back. No, it probably began when I met a boy named Vlad. From the moment I met the Knight of the North, born in the cold alleyways, you rose with the sword. A blue sword raced toward Sigmund's head as he spat his final words filled with regret. The name of the sword now rushing toward me is Charlotte Ravnoma. The name of the knight who brought this sword here is Vlad Oreo, and the one who raised the sword was Jorge, a knight of the courtesans who preferred mercy over duty. Swoosh. From sword to sword, from world to world. The girl's sword was bringing an end to a long and painful war, with Sigmund's head tumbling down the stairs, spring after winter, and now the beginning of a new summer. Oh Lord, this never ends, no matter how many times I pull them. The scene was of a small rural village filled with vast fields of green wheat and rows of cottages behind them. It was a peaceful place with only the sound of cows mooing in the distance, but it was also filled with the grumbling of someone who didn't quite belong. Will this ever be done? The summer wheat fields, not yet ripe, were still green. However, the blonde hair peeking out from above had the color of ripe wheat. You idiot, if you used your hands instead of talking, this would have been done ages ago. Why is it over already? There's still a lot left. A man without armor but with a sword sheath strapped to his back, as if unable to part from his blade. Aside from that, Vlad, dressed like an ordinary farmer, lifted his head and began to look around the wide wheat field. No, I heard you're supposed to use people for work like this. If you use people, it costs money. You've made plenty of money. I know I got a big share this time too. Beside Vlad, who continued to grumble, was Ramond with a straw hat pulled low over his head. He looked the part as if he had been a farmer since birth, but until last year he had been a ruthless man, constantly eliminating enemies at the front of Dermer. If you spend blindly what you've earned, you can't avoid becoming a beggar. Anyway, today's youth don't know the virtue of thrift. Seeing Ramond click his tongue as he said those words, Vlad started frowning as if he had had enough. Save what you save and your old body starts to wither. You're so noisy. Anyway, keep your mouth shut before someone calls me a city type. Ramond yelled as if he couldn't take it any longer. However, as if what Vlad said was true, the sun was slowly setting behind him. Even though I was born in the city, I know that days in the countryside are short, right? Ramond's estate was bathed in the red light of the setting sun as it slowly sank behind the horizon. Vlad, standing beneath it, grinned contentedly as the surroundings grew darker and darker. So let's stop pulling weeds and go have dinner. Yes, it was my mistake asking a guy like you to help with farming. It was probably natural to ask this of a city man who had never worked in agriculture. In the end, it was a day that ended without finishing the planned routine, only accepting Vlad's complaints. Let's go. Even though I couldn't pay you with bread, I'll at least give you some soup. Haha. The food here is so delicious. However, Ramond didn't particularly regret having let Vlad handle the plow, because Vlad's expression looked a bit relaxed as he set down his sword for a moment. How old are you? 4 years old. But why are you showing 5 fingers? Underneath a table full of food, a young girl proudly stretched out her hands, showing 5 fingers. Are you turning 5 soon? No. It's been less than a month since I turned 4. Even though she gave the wrong answer, her chubby cheeks made anyone want to pinch them. Ramond took his youngest granddaughter, sat her on his lap and spoke. She's still young and can't fold her fingers the way she wants. Aha, her clenched fists looked as chubby as her cheeks. It was clear that she had been well fed and was growing strong. A small smile appeared on Vlad's face as he watched the child. Anyway, I'm glad the war ended quickly. Unlike last year, it seems like we can look forward to a good harvest this year. Before anyone realized, the table was filled with freshly baked white bread brought in by Ramon's daughters-in-law. It was the first time Vlad had tasted freshly baked white bread since meeting Father Andreas. I didn't expect the Golden Duke to surrender so quickly. They say he's a man who prioritizes losses and gains like a businessman rather than duty or honor. I suppose he quickly calculated that victory would be hard to achieve. The Continental War, which had started with the call to arms by Sarnas, the Dragonblood Duke, was now in its second year and the war itself was nearing its end. At the beginning of the war, the Central Army had such a strong momentum that it seemed as if they would devour the North. But now that momentum was fading like a dying fire. Of course, the impact of losing focus in the early stages of the war must have been significant, thanks to you. Well, maybe there was a reason for that. Various races had begun to rise up in different parts of the land, alongside the fierce resistance in the north. And though the forces of the empire, who had long been oppressed by the central nobles, had joined the resistance, the greatest variable was undoubtedly the duel between Vlad and Sarnas. But that's no longer important. A war that could have drowned the entire continent in blood had ended with minimal sacrifice, thanks to the man sitting across the table, who was now merely offering breadcrumbs to a dirt-covered little girl. At least this year there won't be many children going hungry, isn't that right? Yes, a hero of the continent praised by all, a new swordmaster of this era, a figure that emerged after the founding of the nation. But now he was just an ordinary-looking young man handing bread to a little girl. So when do you plan on attending Rudiger's succession ceremony? If it were me, I would have wanted you to be there early. I have to go. Vlad, now eating his share of the bread, replied with a smile to Ramond. There's already plenty of people going to see it. What are you going to do? Should we go together? Ramond's mansion was situated right next to the city of Varna. Therefore, he was in a position to travel directly to Sturma, where the succession ceremony was to be held, but Vlad simply shook his head. I have to pass through Sora before going there. Why? Is there really a need to go? Sora was the southernmost city in the county of Vayezid. Ramond was puzzled by Vlad's words, but after hearing the final explanation, he had no choice but to nod. Every time I go somewhere, I have to say goodbye. I promised I would do it. Tusk, 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 you live such a tight life. From a cunning boy to a young man who now knew how to smile. That might have been possible because he had a home he created for himself, rather than the small home he had once been forced to abandon. But make sure you come before it's too late. If your name is worth it, it'll be easier to prepare if you arrive at least a month in advance. Understood. Vlad nodded at Ramon's words, lifted his head for a moment, and began to take in the current scene. Bread, steaming soup, and even a child smiling at him. These were peaceful sights that he would never have dared to dream of before, yet as his eyes absorbed the scene, Vlad couldn't shake the inexplicable feeling of lingering loneliness nestled deep in his heart. 240. Extra 2 marble game one morning, while leaving Ramon's estate and heading towards Sora, despite it being summer, the cool air of the northern plains spread a light mist across the grasslands. What's going on? What's happening? Only in the northern plains could you feel such refreshing summer air. But Noir stood still, gazing quietly at the hill in front of him. What's happening? Seeing Noir frozen, Vlad narrowed his eyes, looking towards the distant hill. On a hill in the plains where a black horse and a blonde knight were staring together, a herd of wild horses, who had silently followed them, stood watching, rising like a wave of green. Aren't those your old friends? Snort. At Vlad's words, Noir, visibly uneasy, began pawing at the ground. Now he was known as the Black Horse Noir, but before Vlad had named him, he was a wild horse, a son of the plains. The surviving members of the herd from the time of the strongest dragon Deathworm were now roaming the Varna plains, watching their former leader. Do they want you to follow them? Hearing Vlad's words from behind, Noir lifted his head silently. Except for the herd of wild horses visible in the distance, it was just the two of them in the vast green sea. At that moment, Noir seemed to contemplate the world he had once belonged to, as if reminiscing. Jingle, jingle. Behind Vlad and Noir, who stood still, the sound of small bells echoed. Caravans laden with goods began to appear, moving through the morning mist that was slowly dissipating. Whoa, who goes there? The merchants leading a long line of caravans emerged. They were traders from a large trading company carrying dozens of wagons in a single convoy. We are from the Canner family. If you have no business here, kindly move aside. In the deserted plains, it was natural to be wary of strangers. Although things had changed now a few years ago, these merchants had suffered great losses due to the barbarians roaming the plains. Canner, However, Vlad didn't respond to the sharp question from the merchants. He only looked silently at the familiar banner flying at the center of the caravan. I wonder if he's here. Vlad murmured to himself as he pulled out a small flag he had stowed behind his saddle. A small banner with a white background filled with various crests. Pointing to one of the crests which seemed to have been carved a long time ago, Vlad smiled and spoke. Do you know Portly Canner? What? The merchants were surprised to suddenly hear the name of their employer's son. No, more precisely, they were startled to see the flag raised by the blonde knight. That guy was my companion back when I was a squire. Among the many crests engraved densely on the banner, the Canner family's crest was prominently placed, as if it had been one of the first to be carved. If he's here, tell him that Vlad from Sora is looking for him. Now, many families would vouch for his name, but just a few years ago, he had been a scrawny boy, thrilled by any sausage offered to him. The boy who could barely ride a horse was now calling out for his old friend by name. Wow, I didn't expect to find you here. A young man poked his head out of the carriage, beaming with a wide smile. He was well-fed, his round cheeks gleaming with fullness. Where have you been all this time, in Sturma or Varna? At Lord Ramon's estate, I went to learn a bit about farming. Portly's voice boomed loudly, echoing through the caravan. Though they were walking side by side, one riding the carriage, the other on horseback, Portly's voice, as loud as his joy, broke the stillness of the morning. Anyway, I've been wanting to see you, but as they moved along, Portly's demeanor toward Vlad seemed somewhat reserved, despite both of them heading in the same direction. Come visit me, I'll be staying at the Inn of the Smiling Rose for a while. Vlad spoke first, understanding Portly's cautious attitude. It was true that there was now a huge gap between the swordmaster known across the continent and the son of a merchant family, something that couldn't be easily compared. However, Vlad acted as if nothing had changed from their days as squires, biting into a sausage as he responded. There are a lot of people wanting to see me, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it. I'll tell the innkeeper to let you in. Come whenever you want. Can I really? It seems you haven't changed much. Is someone still bothering you? Though their time together hadn't been long, they had helped each other with whatever they needed. Perhaps Vlad's remarkable growth from his days as a squire could be credited to the provisions given by the Canner family. And what's all this? Does Sora need so much meat? Oh, this, Vlad shifted the conversation, marveling at the long line of Canner's wagons. The caravan stretched so far that one had to crane their neck to see the end of it. Though the Canner Trading Company, which had conquered the Black Bear territory, was impressive, Sora wasn't large enough to require such an abundance of supplies. We're leaving half in Sora and the other half we're shipping west by boat. West, yes, to the west, to be precise, to Nidavellir. Nidavellir, once the name of the Dwarf Liberation Front, now referred to a city instead of an organization. It had replaced the island of Lemnos, which was sunk by the mightiest dragon, and became a new home for the dwarves. I've heard a new dwarf city has risen near Trinova. But the dwarves sure love their alcohol and meat. That's true, the dwarves had found their roots and established themselves again. However, it would take time before the land, still filled with sand, returned to its former state. But I've heard that the dwarves are requesting a drink called Captain Q. I've never heard of it before. Do you know what it is? No. Though Vlad clearly remembered the name, a sticky dark brown drink, he pretended ignorance as the city walls appeared in the distance. There it is, Sora, from Sturma to Sora. At the end of the expansive northern plains, Vlad began to see his hometown. What's that? The boy's hometown, the city he had promised to return to. However, though the wall of the castle was familiar, the sight of the gate below was something he had never seen before. Hey, don't cut in line. I'm not cutting in. The gates of Sora were always crowded as it was the logistics hub of the north. I've been waiting here for 3 days. When can I get in? Is it true that Lord Vlad is here? But now, countless people were camped out, turning the gate into a bustling marketplace with no room to pass through. Why are there so many people? The war just ended, and what does that have to do with anything? What does it have to do with it? Portly shrugged, looking at Vlad with a puzzled expression. The knights, now without wars to fight, where do you think they'll go? Before heading home, they want to see the famous Swordmaster at least once. Golden coins were a reality, but the Swordmaster was a legend. A title every knight held in their heart had finally come to life in this era, so it was only natural that knights from across the continent flocked to Sora. What am I supposed to do? But the Swordmaster that everyone wanted to meet was simply overwhelmed by the horde of knights in front of him. At a glance, there were hundreds of knights gathered at the city gates. Not all of them had come just to shake his hand. So, have you become an emperor, a Swordmaster of this era, free from all allegiances? Yet the freedom he sought came with a price. The tall, wide church in the city of Sora, sued as a grand structure with only the distant city hall comparable in size. However, instead of the usual solemnity, it was filled with the sounds of children running about. Don't run in the hallways. Yes. In front of the bishop, dressed in a red robe, stood several children nervously fidgeting with their fingers. Just moments ago, they had been running as if the world were ending, but upon seeing the tall figure with cold, gray eyes, anyone would lower their head in submission. If you understand, go now. Yes, despite their agreement, the children resumed running almost immediately. As Pedro watched them, a vein throbbed helplessly on his forehead. Damn city. Pedro, the bishop of the city of Sora, was now the head of the Orthodox Church here, yet inwardly he was furious at the state the church had fallen into in just a few years. Bang, what a shock! Pedro, with long strides resembling those of an angry stork, stormed into his office. Inside, in his private space, an uninvited guest awaited him. "What are you doing here?" A man with striking red hair gleaming under the sunlight. However, the elegant armor beneath his uniquely colored hair clearly marked him as an Orthodox holy knight. "I was waiting, Bishop. Waiting. More like wasting time, as always." Frustrated by the man's words, Pedro slumped heavily into his chair, running a hand through his hair as he sighed. "Why are there so many children in the church lately? That's because you called them here, isn't it?" "Me." Pedro's gaze sharpened as he caught the mocking smile on Radu's face, but the man before him wasn't easily intimidated. A city that birthed a swordmaster and a bishop who outlawed pedophilia, where else would the war orphans wandering about go? "I'd come here too. The world is a dangerous place. Terrible things happen if you sit idle." Perhaps, as Radu had just said, the northern city of Sora might indeed be the only refuge for war orphans who had lost their parents and were now wandering aimlessly. Besides, Madame Marcella even opened an orphanage, so this seems to be the right thing to do. Get out. Though Radu's words were not without reason, they were all the more infuriating because of it. Even now, knights and orphans continued to flock to Sora in droves. Pedro, whether he liked it or not, was the bishop of this city, responsible for managing the numerous incidents caused by these new arrivals. "Should I leave?" "Yes, get out." "I can't. If I leave." "Why?" Despite the elderly bishop's outburst of rage, Radu responded only with a smile. "If I leave, there will be dozens of knights challenging me to duels. If Vlad of Sora is not around, then the next in line is Radu of Dragulia. Although I've already discarded that surname. In any case, if I leave, the city's security will be in real jeopardy." Radu's words, spoken almost provocatively, weren't wrong from the start. "I told you to leave. However, just because something is right doesn't mean it's always welcome." Pedro's anger finally boiled over, seeing Radu speaking only about himself during this busy time when the bishop had to deal with endless chaos. "Take the children with you and get out too." "Ah," the deep, booming voice of the old bishop echoed powerfully through the halls of the church, resonating even in his old age. Unlike the commotion at the city gates, there was an eerie silence in a back alley of Sora. In a small, hidden tunnel, a man poked his head out. This hole is even smaller now. It was a narrow opening in the city wall, known only to the children who roamed the alleyways. Standing in the shadow of the wall, Vlad straightened up, brushing the dirt off his body. Noir will know how to get in on his own. He had left Noir in the care of the Canner Company. The horse would enter the city with Portly. Being as intelligent as he was, Noir would find his way to the Inn of the Smiling Rose. Clap, clap, huh. Vlad had snuck into Sora to avoid the mass of knights gathered outside. Taking a moment to catch his breath while looking at the familiar scenery, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar sound. "What's that?" Though the scenery was familiar, the atmosphere in Sora's alleyways had completely changed. As he walked through the streets, now filled with sunlight rather than the darkness of old, Vlad stopped when he saw a group of children gathered ahead. "Wow, this guy really is bad at this. How do you expect to win playing like that?" Children in the back alleys gathered during the day, no longer at night. These were the same children who used to beg and steal on the streets, but now they were laughing, their hands filled with shiny marbles. "Can we play one more round, please?" Amidst the children, a beastman stood, wearing a worried expression. "One more round of marbles, just one more." The man trying to convince the children while clutching his marbles was none other than Nibelun, the wizard. Seeing him in such a ridiculous situation, Vlad couldn't help but laugh. 241. Extra 3. The War of the Roses. Vlad followed the familiar path toward the Smile of the Rose. However, despite being on his way home, there was a sense of discomfort in Vlad's expression. "Try to make sure those kids don't follow us," he said. "And how am I supposed to do that?" Nibelun replied. "Aren't you friends with them?" Behind Vlad, the children from the alley were sticking to him like glue. Vlad sighed deeply, wanting to avoid the constant challenges from the children playing at being knights as he tried to return quietly to the Smile of the Rose. "By the way, how old are you now to still be playing marbles with them?" The children's eyes shone as brightly as the marbles in their hands. Unable to bring himself to dismiss those envious gazes, Vlad started expressing his frustration toward the calm Nibelun. "If you wanted to play marbles, you should have done it with the kids from uptown. Do you know how cunning these alley kids are?" Really, these were alley kids who had learned about the world far too early because no one was there to protect them. Given that he was dealing with children who thought everything was about survival, it was only natural that Nibelun's win rate was dismal. "But I specifically wanted to play with these kids." Why? Still, the mystery-seeking wizard was eager to win the children's marbles, because the marbles these kids have are the brightest. "Huh, of all the marbles I've seen, the ones rolling around here are the most radiant." The eyes of the children, looking at the brightest star in the darkest place, embodied the mystery Nibelun was searching for. "Either way, you're not going to win. You've already become an easy target." Then help me this time. Play marbles with me, please. This is absurd. A wizard pleading with the sword master of this era to play marbles with him. After hearing that, Vlad laughed in disbelief and began to touch the rear wall of the building they had already reached. Have all the kids left? This is my territory now. The children who had been following Vlad closely stopped right at the entrance of the alley, not daring to cross. Perhaps it was an act of respect toward the deeply ingrained territorial rules of the alleys. Why are you pushing the wall? This isn't a wall. In the silent alley, Vlad began pushing hard against what seemed like a wall but was, in fact, a concealed backdoor. I guess no one's used this in a while. Only members of Jorge's gang knew about the secret entrance to the Smile of the Rose. It was a backdoor that had constantly been used when the back alleys were dark. However, the hidden hinges were now covered in rust, as if no one had used them since Godin's last visit. Creak, the secret door opened with difficulty, as if even one had forgotten it was a door at all. As the door opened, old dust fell onto Vlad's head, and what greeted him was a dark-skinned boy with wide, startled eyes. What? The first person to greet Vlad upon his return was Ned, who stood atop a large barrel holding a bottle of liquor. However, his surprised appearance was highly suspicious, as if he had been caught doing something he shouldn't have. Vlad, when did you get here? Though unspoken, it was a scene that was easily recognized. Because it was something Vlad himself had often done as a child. Make sure you replenish the liquor you took. I'll tell your brother if there's anything missing from that barrel. Wait. I can explain. You better refill it before Otter comes and beats you for what's missing. Ned hurriedly climbed down from the barrel as if he had finally realized the situation, but Vlad and Nibelun were already at the bottom of the stairs leading to the first-floor lobby. I told you only the smart ones can steal. Vlad, hold on a second. Vlad opened the door as if he couldn't even hear Ned's desperate cries from behind him. Suddenly, bright lights flickered in the corner of his eye. Vlad frowned for a moment at the glow of the chandelier hanging above him. Nothing's changed here. But soon, the corners of Vlad's eyes softened as he heard the familiar noise of the inn and the scent of food filled his nose. Though time had passed and people had changed, the Smile of the Rose still welcomed him. Finally back where he belonged, Vlad began to take familiar steps with a faint smile. Now the Smile of the Rose, which had once been a brothel, had transformed into the only luxury inn in the north. Vlad and Nibelun walked through the slightly altered halls of the place. This room is small, Nibelun remarked. It's large compared to the others, Vlad responded. Vlad had entered his room on the fourth floor, a modest space compared to the decorated halls they had walked through. He began to unpack his belongings there. Why is it so hidden? It seems like you're the only one who uses this floor, Nibelun asked. Back then I wasn't supposed to be found. The fourth-floor hallway, which only one customer could enter, was eerily quiet, unlike the bustling atmosphere below. I used to talk to myself. I had conversations with Kahano, Vlad explained. Oh, that's how it was. The atmosphere on the fourth floor seemed somewhat lonely. It was a larger space than needed, and since Vlad had no one to exchange words with anymore, it made the space feel even emptier. You're back already? Though Kahana was no longer there, someone was still waiting for Vlad in that place. Zemina, this time you returned quite quickly. A red-haired woman rested her arm on the banister, quietly observing Vlad. Zemina, wearing a dress as striking as her appearance, stared intently at Vlad. Well, considering how in the past you'd be gone for over a year to end a war, 6 months is a decent time. However, despite Zemina's beauty, her eyes held the sharp thorns of a rose, piercing and direct, difficult for even Vlad to ignore. How long do you plan to stay this time? A week. Lady Zemina, may I excuse myself now? Of course you can go, cat. Nibelun, sensing the unusual tension in the air, quickly began to exit the scene. Vlad discreetly gestured behind his back, asking him not to leave, but knowing when to make oneself scarce was a valuable trait for a member of society. Oh, it smells so good. I quite like that meat stew. That's potato stew. You hate potatoes? I decided I'd start liking them today. The potato stew looks truly delicious. Nibelun floated along like water despite Vlad's silent efforts to dissuade him. Vlad lowered his head in exasperation as he watched Nibelun disappear down the hallway Zemina had created. The guests keep arriving, but there's no space left. It seems they'll open the fourth floor soon as well. This time I had no other choice. You know the Orthodox Church requested it. Yes, I know. I went after the witches at Andreas' request, to quell the embers of the war and at times to hunt down surviving witches. For 2 years Vlad had traveled the world, never putting down his sword. But don't you think it's time to rest a little? Back then I spent nearly several months bedridden. Of course I'd like to rest too. You don't realize it because you're still young. But Zemina, who had been watching from the sidelines, knew well. The current Vlad was moving to fill the void in his heart rather than doing what he needed to. Later, when you grow older, all of this will return to you as bone disease. You know what happens to mercenaries who act recklessly, right? Take a long break this time. I heard Harvin returned as well. People around me praise me every time I swing my sword. But Vlad gave a bitter smile to the only person who told him it was time to rest. Hey, Vlad hesitated as he opened his mouth toward Zemina, who had turned her back as if she had already seen it coming. What? I'm going somewhere again right now. Really? When Vlad said he had to leave as soon as he returned, Zemina's eyes began to cool again. Go, I'm busy. A stubborn boy who always tried to follow his own path, no matter what others said. Zemina, who knew there was nothing she could do because she understood him better than anyone else, let out a soft sigh and began to descend the stairs. Shall we go together this time? However, even Zemina couldn't help but freeze in shock at the words she had just heard, this time not alone but together. Zemina was surprised by those words and turned to see Vlad holding out a letter from Vayezid in front of her. Would you like to come with me to the Rudiger succession ceremony? Together, the succession ceremony of the Rudiger family, where all the nobles of the north would gather. Zemina was well aware that asking her to go there with him had a deeper meaning than just companionship. Can I go? Of course, I can't take anyone but you. Really? As she saw Zemina's face gradually soften, Vlad began to smile along with her. However, even his smiling face couldn't help but harden when Zemina opened the letter she had taken out. I don't think so. Zemina pulled out a letter as if to review it. On the outside of the letter was a white tree emblem that Vlad was very familiar with. I was going to give it to you tomorrow so you could rest today, but I have no choice. For some reason, Zemina's smile while holding that letter seemed cold. I have to decide, Vlad, who will I take with me to the succession ceremony? A letter filled with the scent of lemons, sent with a rose's smile. The person who sent the letter was Baroness Alicia Hainel, another one of Vlad's ladies. This year's crop has been excellent, my lady. Everyone is pleased with the good harvest. The city of Dermer filled with the sense of summer. Through the window behind her, the trees of Dermer, greener than ever this year, greeted Alicia. Really, this year was a good harvest. Thanks to trade with the elves, the city prospered, and the faces of the people in Dermer, the territory of Hainel, were full of smiles. And what good is that? Pardon? However, on Alicia's face, the lady of the city, there was no smile of joy but rather a deep shadow. What good is it that the harvest is bountiful and the territory thrives? Everything was going well, but within Alicia's heart there was an unease she could not shake. What good is it for the territory to flourish when Hainel itself is withering? Lady Alicia, even though her face was shadowed, the lady of Hainel was still beautiful. But Alicia felt sorrowful, for there was no one to appreciate that beauty. Have any marriage proposals come for me, whether from a noble or even a knight of no status? That. In response to Alicia's question, the old knight Duncan lowered his head as if unsure of what to say. Not a single one this year, not a single one. Yes, not a single one. In the past, marriage proposals that would have come in abundance had recently ceased altogether. Baroness Alicia had wealth, fame, and even a territory. However, though she had everything, there was a clear reason why no young man dared to propose to her. It's all because of Vlad. Watching Alicia shake her head and shout seemed quite odd. However, Duncan simply nodded as if he understood her feelings. Why did he have to become so famous and ruin all my chances of marriage? Lady Alicia's knight, Vlad Oreo. Now that everyone across the continent knew of their relationship, with even rumors of exchanged handkerchiefs, no one dared propose to the lady of the Swordmaster. Will this be the end of the Hainel line? Will I be remembered as the ungrateful daughter who let her family die? Oh, Lady Alicia, if this was how it was going to end, she wished she had never started anything with Vlad. Alicia regretted that because of Vlad, her legacy and her family's treasure were destined to fade away. No, this can't be. I can't let Hainel, which I've protected for so long, be lost. Alicia's eyes, as she gazed out the window, grew colder. It was like the last stand of the Hainel line, shaped by noble blood. At this point, I just need to secure his seed. Somehow, I must continue the lineage. Blonde hair and blue eyes. And furthermore, the bloodline of a sword master of this era, guaranteed. Alicia's eyes sparkled strangely as she dreamed of that possibility. As if supporting Alicia's decision, the trees of Dermer swayed gently. The small spirits dancing beneath the green trees and a white snake moving along the branches seemed to encourage her. What's gotten into them? What, are they celebrating something? Even the elves sent to the city seemed confused by the spirits celebrating joyfully, as if calling out to Alicia to secure the seed quickly. 242. Extra 4. The liquor bottle in the light of sunset in the eastern forest, where lush green vegetation flourished, lay Ossarin. In that place, surrounded by trees that grew as if they were walls, the laughter of children playing could be heard. This isn't right. Beneath the world tree, swaying as if delighting in the sound of children, sat a girl with platinum blonde hair, basking in the summer sunlight. Her eyebrows, furrowed in concentration, showed a remarkable seriousness. Something was clearly bothering her. She lifted her pencil, measuring the angle like a professional. However, the paper in front of her was covered only in childlike drawings, a stark contrast to the seriousness on her face. I don't think lips look like that. Even the world tree, which leaned over to take a curious look, shook its branches in reaction to her clumsy artistic attempts. Although the girl was known as the most sensitive priestess to date, it seemed her artistic skills left much to be desired. Priestess. Yes, Barades appeared behind the priestess, who had been deep in thought trying to figure out what was wrong. He was dressed in light clothing, suited for a scout accustomed to roaming the forest, but the bright emblem on his shoulder confirmed that he was a member of the Elder Council. No matter how much it's summer, staying outside too long isn't good for your health. No, it's just the girl, who had abandoned her original name to become a priestess, seemed annoyed that her brother was speaking to her so formally. However, the affectionate smile Barades directed at his sister pleased her, so she decided to let it slide. When will you go to Sturma? Oh, I mean Lord Barades. To Sturma, there will be a succession ceremony. I think the name was Vayezid. The priestess of the World Tree was intelligent, but she was still not well versed in the continent's political situation. Her mentioning something related to the north so suddenly left Barades slightly puzzled. Why bring that up out of nowhere? The Vayezid family, one of the victors of the Continental War. The succession ceremony for the family's new head to be held there was an event closely watched by not just the north but the entire continent, and Ossarin was planning to send a delegation. I would like you to go, Lord Barades. Why? The girl's face looked somewhat uncomfortable as she scratched her chin. With her head lowered as though embarrassed, the priestess looked around to ensure no one was nearby and gestured for Barades to come closer. I want you to go there, brother. Just this once, not as the priestess of the World Tree, but as her true self. Then, with a smile, the girl whispered into Barades's ear. Because then I could go with you. It was her fate to spend her entire life by the World Tree, but this time she wanted to venture out. As if to justify herself, the girl lifted the drawing she had been working on and showed it to Barades. It's not just that I want to see the outside world, I want to show this to Vlad. The paper the girl held was full of awkward, messy drawings. It was a difficult drawing to interpret like the old prophecies, but this time it didn't seem to require complex interpretation. Because even Barades could immediately grasp the meaning behind that drawing. Is it a prophecy? Although the drawing style was the same, this time it didn't need much effort to understand it. Because even Barades could decipher it just by looking. I think Vlad would like it, don't you? Even though the children's ears were different, it was clear they were half-human and elven children playing under the same tree. Seeing the girl smiling among those children, Barades couldn't help but feel momentarily confused, caught between reality and fiction. The highest hill in the city of Sora. A man walked toward the convent on that hill carrying various items. Wow, why is this so heavy? Thud, a heavy sound echoed on the ground as pieces of red meat scattered, showing their vibrant color. Each of those pieces bore the emblem of the Canner family, a clear sign that they were high-quality meats, expensive in anyone's eyes. Who's there? Marcella, it's me. Thanks to the noise he made, a woman emerged from the kitchen. The scarf tightly wrapped around her head concealed her thick black hair. Her skirt was stained, as if she had been working until just a moment ago. Vlad, is that you, Vlad? It's been a while, maybe half a year. Despite her simple appearance, her smile at Vlad was still as beautiful as ever. Well, look who it is, such an honor to have someone so distinguished in such a humble place. Where should I put this? Oh my, look at all this meat. I was just wondering what to feed the children today. Madame Marcella, once known as the Rose of Sora. But her smile now was far warmer than in those days of splendor, and Vlad found it more comforting than ever. I brought meat that's easy to boil. Roasting each piece would be too much work. Yes, yes. Always so thoughtful. With the meat in his arms, Vlad followed Marcella's instructions and entered the kitchen. The same kitchen where years ago a red-haired girl cried while washing the dishes. Oh, Vlad, it's been so long. Look who's here. How broad his shoulders are now. Don't touch him like that, he's a swordmaster now. The kitchen was filled with women greeting Vlad enthusiastically. Every hand that reached out to him was familiar, as if the smiles from the past still lingered in this place. So this is where you all ended up. We retired and we didn't have anywhere else to go. It's better to take care of children than to deal with men. They were women who once sold laughter and drinks for a gleaming coin. But now their smiles were warm and welcoming, something money couldn't buy. I'm glad to see you're all well. Come visit us more often, Vlad. Yes, stay a bit at home. Stop giving Zemina headaches. For every word he spoke, he received 10 joyful responses. The kitchen grew louder with the arrival of their old friend until Marcella hurried Vlad out, pulling him by the arm. How did you manage to keep the convent? Didn't the church object? The church. I don't know much about that. Following Marcella, Vlad stopped before a door on the second floor with a sign that read Director's Office. I just told the mayor I wanted to use the empty building. It was empty. Yes, it's been vacant for a long time. It used to be the Mother Superior's office, but now it was the office of the orphanage director. Vlad remembered the place where he had once issued threats to the Mother Superior, and he looked at the old church symbol while pressing his lips together. I suppose everyone fled. Naturally, facing a swordmaster is no easy task. Marcella laughed, saying she'd never expected the nuns to run away in the middle of the night. And if they ever complain, who cares? I've donated enough to this place. That's true. The former house of nuns who sold the name of God to the daughters of Sora's rich. Now transformed into a haven for lost children, Vlad smiled nostalgically as he looked at the place. You're amazing, Marcella. No one else in the north has done anything similar outside the church. I do it because I want to, not because it's easy. Though she had saved money, taking care of orphan children wasn't something anyone could do, let alone a woman on her own. So why don't you leave a donation before you go, Master Vlad? Marcella had accomplished what no one else could. She had built the highest building in the backstreets that no gang leader could have constructed. You're incredible, Marcella. Enough flattery, leave some money. Marcella extended her hands toward Vlad, suggesting he leave something for the orphanage. From the office window, a few children peeked, timidly watching the Swordmaster, a prostitute who once brought innocent girls to the convent in a harsh winter. Some said she didn't deserve divine forgiveness, but the place where Marcella smiled was, without a doubt, the closest to God's will. Perhaps this winter no one would be sitting at the convent entrance. Why don't you stay for dinner? No thanks. Has Zemina told you to come back soon? It's not that, really. Despite Marcella's efforts to keep him there for dinner, Vlad, who already had other plans, left the orphanage quietly. I'll be back soon, I'll still be here in Sora after all. All right, come back soon. Behind Vlad, the children crowded around to say goodbye. Seeing their bright eyes, so similar to those of the children who used to roam the alleyways, Vlad scratched his chin, thoughtful. For now, use this place however you like. I'll speak with the mayor to make it official. All right, and take this. After a brief hesitation, Vlad took a small pouch from his pocket and handed it to Marcella. What's this? A seed. Marcella opened the bag, curious, and found an unfamiliar fruit inside. It gleamed like a jewel, and anyone who saw it would know it was something extraordinary. What kind of seed is it? I don't know. It won't be clear until it's grown. Vlad smiled faintly as he continued speaking. Still, I think those seeds will do well here. Really? A small seed from Ossarin. Vlad didn't truly know what the seed Marcella held would become, but he knew that after a long time, it would likely grow into something like the trees of Debrecci or Dermer. I'll be on my way now. All right, someone has to plant these green seeds to nurture young potential, like the sword master of a previous age who secretly journeyed across the world, or like the woman before me now. It's been a day since I've done something meaningful. Vlad departed, waving as he gazed at the red sunset descending over the hill. I said it was time to come here. Vlad walked down from Sora's highest hill toward the pier, now filled with the scent of fish. Perhaps because the night's chill was setting in, a fog began to gather slowly along the river running through Sora. Nothing here has changed either. It was a quiet dock, empty even of workers, as there were no ships coming or going. Standing alone in this deserted place, Vlad raised his hand to the ever-redder sunset. But we can still have dinner together. Today's sunset dipped beneath the riverbed. There was a boat making its way upriver, silhouetted against the sunset. The boat, with peculiar-looking water wheels on either side of its hull, flew the now familiar flag of the Red Rose. It's a little late, shelter. Vlad walked along the dock as the sunset deepened, with a boat gliding alongside him. In Vlad's right hand, as he walked this way, a bottle of liquor he'd brought especially for his friend was now stained with the colors of the setting sun. 243. xperrif, the children who became adults. The alley lights reflected clearly on the river's water, tinted red by the sunset. Until recently, that shadowy corner of the city had seemed peaceful, but now it was alive with unexpected noise and vibrant activity. So you've been at odds with Barbosa all this time, more like a tense balance rather than an outright conflict. With Vlad and Harvin's arrival, the smile of a rose was busier than ever, though a tense atmosphere hung over the lobby on the first floor. People dressed elegantly occupied the tables. Their clean and orderly appearance clashed with the usual feel of the place. Watching those patrons holding empty glasses and casting furtive glances upstairs, Zemina pursed her lips in displeasure. Good thing you managed to reach a truce, otherwise we would have been stuck here until winter. Yeah, winter at sea is brutally cold. While Harvin took a sip, Vlad watched him out of the corner of his eye. His face was now suntanned, and he wore a sailor's hat crusted with sea salt, a completely different image from the refined man once buried in piles of paperwork in closed rooms. Hey, here you go. Oh. Thanks, Ned. Just then their food arrived, and Harvin reached for a coin in his pocket, but Ned quickly left without accepting the tip, a rare move for him. What's gotten into him? He's always looking for a tip. He must have his reasons. Otter eyed his brother suspiciously at the unexpected change, but Vlad merely shrugged. Someday they'd have that conversation, but tonight he preferred not to hear complaints. So have you finished your work? Are you going back to your old post? Yes. Harvin and his sailors had initially been a modest merchant company navigating the northern seas. If not for the war, they would have solidified their influence by leveraging Vlad's connections. Perfect timing. The Ravnoma family just asked me to find a company to open a trade route. Now that the war had ended with the Golden Duke Barbossa's surrender, it was time for everyone to return to their previous roles. Vlad, excited by the idea of seeing his friends return, took a bite of the sausage he was holding. If it's in Trinova, it's close to Nidavellir. Maybe they could even share a port. Exactly. Then with trade routes open, they'll start bringing in steady income, not small amounts either, but sizable ones. Although Vlad had risen to the position of Swordmaster out of honor, it didn't mean he didn't need money. Unlike Kahano, the Swordmaster of the previous generation, Vlad didn't have a stable foundation. While he wished to remain free, unbound to any one place, he had decided to build his fortune through a merchant company. How about we go big this time, buy a new ship, hire more people? Talking about money might sound self-serving, but Vlad's enthusiasm was unmistakable. Go big, we could form a fleet like Barbossa's. Admiral sounds better than captain, don't you think? Harvin smiled, recalling the dreams they had shared in the alleyway as children, talking about their futures. With the money we earn, we could help the orphanage kids, or better yet, recruit kids and train them to become sailors. Back then, alone and with no one to look after them, the only way to comfort themselves was by imagining a shared future. Those tales of a better tomorrow gave them the strength to endure the present with all its hardship and hunger. Vlad, yes, I have something to tell you. But no matter how much they shared as brothers, sooner or later, each had to find his own path. Because children always grow up into adults, I received a request. A request, children only dream of the stars, but adults chase after them. Even if their paths were different, Vlad and Harvin had walked together in the past. But now each would follow the road they had chosen. Count Arnstein asked me to open an Arctic route. An Arctic route? Yes, a route through the Arctic beyond the northern border. The blue-eyed boy looked at the starry sky, while the limping boy dreamed of crossing the narrow river and venturing into the open sea. The young men who once shared those dreams now looked at each other as adults. It seems that the higher-ups want an alternative to the southern route dominated by Barbossa. Vlad's voice was calm, perhaps out of consideration for the eager Harvin. It's as if he wouldn't go if I held him back. That request, I'd like to take it on, what do you think? Yet Vlad could recognize the excitement in Harvin's eyes hidden beneath his calm exterior. Even as he casually swirled his drink, Harvin's brown eyes already sparkled with a determination he couldn't hide. I see. Harvin, who was born by the river, wanted to venture out to the sea. To the vast ocean that didn't care about my limping steps. Because this was a friend who had finally said he wanted to find his own way, Vlad could only smile. Ugh, what a headache. Now it was time for even the lively alleyways to close their eyes. After sharing endless rounds of liquor, Vlad climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, his head throbbing. Maybe I should have drunk more, being half drunk is worse. Harvin, Otter, and later Zemina, who had joined them, lay slumped over the table. The blame lay with Harvin, who, after discovering the authentic way to enjoy Captain Q, had mixed all kinds of drinks with that horrid liquor. As he climbed the stairs, Vlad noticed a faint light flickering in the hallway on the 4th floor, reserved exclusively for guests. It was coming from Nibelun's room. What are you doing up? Haven't you gone to sleep yet? Normally, Vlad wouldn't have gone in, but curiosity, fueled by the alcohol, led him to approach unsteadily. Nibelun's room was a complete mess, a chaos that anyone would consider extreme. What's all this? The room was filled with knickknacks from who knows where. Among them were strange gadgets and carpets Vlad vaguely recognized. I'm organizing my pack. I haven't done it in 5 years. Your pack? Yes, the one I always carry with me. Vlad's gaze landed on a backpack in the corner, the same magical backpack from which Nibelun always seemed to pull out exactly what he needed in moments of danger. Now the enormous bag was surprisingly empty. I've always wondered how much can you actually fit in that thing. In my pack, well, Nibelun scratched his head as he replied, surrounded by his belongings. There's no fixed limit. I can store as much as I can remember. How much can you remember? If I forget something I put in, the pack simply swallows it up. Oh, Nibelun mentioned that since he wasn't especially good at remembering, he couldn't store as much as previous users. However, the objects that filled the room and even spilled into the hallway were enough that anyone could easily forget what was in there. Why are you organizing it in the middle of the night? Because I'm leaving with Harvin. To where? Beastfolk of this era had plenty of places to go, even if nowhere truly welcomed them. You could say that Nibelun, also a mage in search of mysteries, was a natural-born wanderer. I'm going with Harvin. It looks like he's going to explore an Arctic route. A beastfolk mage who could travel anywhere with just a pack. But this time it wasn't a journey without aim, it was an expedition with a clear purpose. And why do you want to explore the Arctic route? It's a place no one's been before. Nibelun's eyes curved into a wide smile, and Vlad couldn't help feeling somewhat bitter over that assured resolve. Besides, they say the climate's warming up lately, good for lemon cultivation. When dragons ruled, there had been a land of beastfolk that sank. Maybe now with the ice melting, there could be habitable land. If we found a place like that, the scattered tribes could gather in one place. The elves and dwarves now had their own territories, but only the beast folk remained scattered, unable to find land to call their own. Tribes like the Ruga, who found a place to settle, could be considered truly fortunate. It would be wonderful if the children of our tribe had a place where they could run and play freely, like the ones here. Nibelun was determined to leave, both for his life's purpose as a mage who pursued the mystical and for the well-being of his people. His words were logical, but to Vlad, somewhat drunk, there was only a deep feeling of sorrow. Yes, you should go then. Vlad had returned hoping to be welcomed by everyone, but now those children who had grown up into adults were setting off on their own paths. As with all the friendships he had lost over the years, each of his friends was also leaving. I suppose I should keep drinking. You're going to drink more? I'm in the mood for it today. Vlad turned and began descending the stairs, leaving Nibelun as he packed his belongings. He passed through the darkened hallway, past the table where his friends lay sprawled out. With a bottle of liquor in hand, Vlad stepped out into the streets of early morning, still cloaked in shadows. Who would have put a fence here? Vlad pushed through a neatly kept hedge and opened the gate in a fence. This does look better now. In that chaotic neighborhood of overlapping buildings, the only spot with a bit of green was the cemetery. Vlad walked among the graves, better tended than before, and stopped in front of one that looked familiar. How have you been, Kahano? The cemetery was filled with simple headstones, with colorful flowers growing here and there as if embracing the graves of the dead. I brought a drink for you too. Smiling at the flowers, Vlad poured some liquor onto the surrounding graves. Before him lay an unknown old blacksmith, and behind him a nameless noble knight. Between them, Vlad sat down and raised the bottle as if it were now his turn to take a drink. Everyone's leaving. It hasn't even been that long since I saw them again. Although he disliked showing weakness here in this quiet place, Vlad allowed himself to express his true feelings. If they all go, who will stay by my side? Kahano, Joseph, and so many others he had crossed paths with. Now he had more broken bonds than those still intact, and feeling the hollow ache in his chest, Vlad lifted the bottle again. But I've given them proper farewells. Isn't that something good? He understood that he was able to say goodbye to his friends because back then others had also shown him how to do it. He knew that if those who now lay here resting hadn't pushed him forward, he wouldn't be who he was. Well, it seems everyone here is silent. No matter how much he talked, the nameless graves couldn't answer him. Already in their eternal silence, they had no more words to offer Vlad. Only the sunrise, slowly peeking over the horizon, touched Vlad's back with its warmth. Enjoying that gentle light, Vlad decided to stay a little longer than he'd planned. It felt as if Kahano from behind were giving him one final parting touch. 244. Extra 6 preparations for farewell. The green spreading up from the south was coloring the continent, though it seemed it hadn't reached this place yet. Sturma, the northernmost city in Vayezid territory. In one of its rooms, the sound of coughing still lingered, a remnant of winter. Are you all right? The faint candlelight beside the bed illuminated Peter's face. But Peter's expression remained shadowed, as if that small light wasn't enough to dispel the darkness within. Peter Vayezid, who had defended the north against the invasions of the Golden Duke and Gaidar, was now praised as the Northern Wall. Yet even he bore deep wrinkles on his face, traces of the hardships of the past 2 years. Don't worry. Where Peter looked, a woman lay, her color slowly fading. Her hair had grown brittle and her lips were chapped. Watching Oksana as she lay weakly, Peter's gaze could not hide his concern. I'll at least try to stand for Rudiger's succession ceremony. Yet Oksana's vacant eyes were not on Peter but on the window beside her. Peter, seeing that she didn't even seem to have the strength to turn her head toward him, spoke gently. That's not what I meant. Though she was withering away, losing her will to live, Oksana clung to her sense of duty. Seeing her like this, Peter felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he were looking at someone who no longer belonged to this world. Is the wind making you cold? Would you like me to close the curtains? The window was shut, but a chill seeped in through the frames. Even with summer approaching, the northern night air still held a touch of cold. Peter rose to close the curtains, worried about the draft, but Oksana's voice stopped him. Leave them open. Though closing them would be better for her frail body, Oksana's determined voice, wanting to see outside, made Peter let go of the curtain's edge. Keep them open. If I can't see the outside, I feel trapped. All right. After that, silence settled between them. It wasn't a silence born from a lack of words, but a calm born from caution, making the air in the room feel dense. The moonlight is bright. Night was advancing, and soon it would be time for Peter to leave. Yet his feet remained planted, drawn to the view outside. Something in the landscape had captured his attention. Perhaps it would be better to open the window a bit. There, under the moonlight, a small gravestone stood. It didn't seem like much time had passed since it was placed, and it was close enough that even Oksana could see it from her bed. Peter knew it. He knew that the curtains he held had likely never been closed, not even in the depths of winter. For in silent longing, this mother still yearned for her son and didn't want to look away from him. In the deep night, beneath the pale light of the moon, a father, a mother, and their son looked quietly outside. That night the wind felt colder than usual. The tea is too sweet. Sunlight filled the mayor's office in Sora, and Vlad, sitting at the visitor's table, grimaced as he lowered his cup. Really? I put less sugar in yours on purpose. I've told you before, if you keep drinking tea this sweet, you're going to die young. Much had changed over the past 2 years, but the mayor's office in Sora seemed unchanged. Although some faces were now absent, the cozy atmosphere and sweet scent of tea remained the same. Die young, look at the pile of papers here. With or without sugar, I'll be gone sooner rather than later. In response to Vlad's scolding about the sugar, Borden waved his hands as if to draw his attention to the towering stacks of documents around the mayor's seat. Vlad, looking at the piles of papers, took another sip from his cup without a word. I cleared everything yesterday, but today there's already another mountain. Why is this city so exhausting? Between post-war reconstruction efforts, the never-ending stream of orphans arriving, and the knights drawn to the fame of the Swordmaster, Borden, the new mayor of Sora, had more work than hours in the day. If I die early, it'll be half your fault. I've already noted it in my will. Just drink your tea before it gets cold. Like a boiling cauldron, Sora continued to function thanks to Borden, a capable and dedicated mayor. Although he wasn't a knight skilled with a sword, Joseph had trusted him for his remarkable administrative talents. So what brings you here? I need a favor. What kind of favor? Vlad, somewhat reluctant to interrupt Borden in the middle of his work, began to speak cautiously. The convent up the hill. What about it? The ownership seems a bit unclear, and I'd like it to be officially endorsed. Even a renowned swordmaster had to respect certain principles, especially in Vayezid territory. Also, Harvin is about to embark on a long journey. I'd appreciate it if you could support him with personnel for repairs to the ship and some supplies. Borden, while reviewing some papers, massaged his temples, visibly overwhelmed. It's funny, really, you somehow manage to ask for things that push the limits of what I can grant. Borden frowned as he looked at Vlad, though a faint smile played on his lips. You ask for things I can't easily refuse but are also difficult to grant. It was hard to ignore the request of a renowned sword master, and Vlad's favors seemed precisely calculated, making Borden agree despite his packed schedule. No matter how busy you are, I learned this here. Yes, I see you've learned well. The boy from the alleyways, once ignorant of worldly matters, was gone. Now before Borden stood a young man with vision and insight, someone who had learned from experience. Joseph would have loved to see you like this. Really? Hearing that familiar name on Borden's lips, Vlad couldn't help but give a faint, bitter smile, that man whose shadow had always provided him shelter. Joseph, with his presence so vivid in his memories, was an image Vlad could never erase from his mind. Well, I'll take that as a yes. Yes, go easy. As he stood up, Vlad took one last look at Borden, who had returned to his paperwork. The mayor's office was still familiar, though something about it was subtly different. Vlad averted his gaze, feeling strangely unsettled by those small changes. He's going to feel hurt. If he's human, he can't help it. As Vlad exited the mayor's office and walked down the corridor, the town hall staff quickly bowed their heads in respect. How can everyone think only of themselves? Don't they realize who's responsible for getting them to this position? Can't you shut up already? Shut up, of course I can. I would do anything the captain asked me to do. For most people, the annoyance of a sword master would be alarming, but Goth simply answered with a sly grin. Just like that time I held the captain up drunk beside the grave, always right there for Sir Vlad while all those important wizards and captains drift away. Goth will never abandon him. You said you'd shut up. Vlad grumbled at Goth, who kept talking as if he'd only been waiting to be interrupted. Yet the most loyal squire in all the land merely stepped back, chuckling. By the way, Captain, when do we leave for Sturma? Stop following me. I've already prepared everything, the servants and the carriage. And why would we need a carriage? Though Vlad found his audacity irritating, he knew Goth was someone who often proved useful. Are we not bringing Miss Zemina as well, or did you plan to seat her on a single horse? One can't bring a lady without a proper carriage. I've arranged for an elegant one already. Goth had stood by Vlad's side ever since he had disguised himself as Rimmon in his prayers, and after Vlad's banishment from Sora, continued to watch over him. He was one of the few who could anticipate Vlad's thoughts without a word spoken. I haven't decided that Zemina will go with us. Regardless, we should depart within a week. Though there are no longer bandits in the north, the roads remain dangerous. As if he hadn't heard Vlad's reply, Goth insisted they should leave in a week. The timing seemed to align with Vlad's own plan, so he closed his mouth without further objection. Oh, Noir, long time no see, do you remember me? Nay, reaching the stable, Goth greeted Noir, putting on a display of exaggerated warmth. That was the essential trait of a rogue, charm. Watching Goth pour on his unreserved friendliness, Noir only snorted, unable to resist. Come along, Captain, all you have to do is show up. Damn it. Despite his smile, Vlad couldn't suppress a curse, frustrated by Goth's persistence. But what Vlad didn't realize was that his somber expression had already begun to ease, though he was unaware of it himself. Following the setting sun, Vlad returned with a smile like a blooming rose and headed straight to Nibelung's room. "Have you finished packing?" "Huh, yes, I've got everything ready." Nibelung's room, which had been a mess the day before, was now spotless as if chaos had never touched it. Only an overstuffed backpack betrayed the rush. "Then follow me. Where are we going? Even if I told you, would you know where it is?" Nibelung recalled the sorrowful look on Vlad's face when he'd been drinking the previous night. But today, Vlad seemed to have left behind the melancholy that had recently clung to him. "Are you missing anything aside from what you packed? Emergency medicine, motion sickness tools. Miss Zemina is preparing those things. And why didn't you tell me?" "Because you don't have much money left, Lord Vlad." Now that he no longer served Vayezid, Vlad had no steady income. Aware of Vlad's situation, Nibelung was already receiving some assistance from Zemina. "Is that so?" Unable to argue about the money, Vlad led Nibelung to a quiet corner of an alleyway. Though it was now a bit better lit, only a local could navigate through the complicated passageways. "Have you recharged your magical artifacts well? For a rugged journey like the Arctic, they'll come in handy." "Hee, not yet. It's been years of constant use." The mage Vlad knew Nibelung wielded magic through enchanted items. At first glance, he might appear harmless, but he used objects that held special meaning according to the traditions of his tribe. "Yes, true, you haven't had a break to recharge them with all the use." Vlad knew well that since they met, Nibelung hadn't had time to recharge his artifacts. Only he had seen dozens of his magical tools so far. "Is it them? Huh, I'm asking if they're the ones who stole your spheres." Deep in the alley, Nibelung noticed the watchful eyes of a group of kids surrounding him. Among them, some faces looked familiar, and he nodded slightly. "Yes, it's them." "All right." Identifying his target, Vlad stepped forward. In his hand, he held a pouch filled with spheres, their soft texture stirring nostalgic memories from his childhood. "Tell them to send out the leader." The feel of the spheres in his palm brought back simpler times. For his mage friend who would soon set off on a long journey, it was the best farewell gift he could offer. Vlad, the boy who now understood how to handle farewells, tossed the glowing spheres toward the kids, leaving behind a gesture that spoke louder than words. 245. Extra 7, the path leading to starlight. No matter how hard they tried, the people of the North had always been burdened by the discriminatory gazes of others. To many, they were faithless souls who did not believe in God, or a vile race with the blood of barbarians coursing through their veins. For years, this was the prevailing perception of Northerners. "Congratulations on becoming the new head of the family, Lord Rudiger Vayezid." However, in front of the gates of Castle Sturma, it seemed that this discrimination was fading into the past. Nobles from across the continent lined up to offer their congratulations. Not just northern nobles, but representatives of families from the far south had also attended the event. Flags bearing unfamiliar emblems fluttered in the wind, and even the reserved inhabitants of Sturma lifted their heads to catch a glimpse. Rudiger, not yet officially the head of the family but already sitting in the leader's seat, welcomed the guests one by one. At that moment, he noticed an unfamiliar flag approaching. "That's the emblem of the House of Baron Dalmatia. It seems they recently redesigned it," Dorothea explained from his side. Rudiger nodded at her explanation, but the surprise was still evident on his face. He knew he shouldn't show such an expression in front of a guest, but anyone would have reacted the same way upon seeing Dalmatia's new emblem. "Congratulations, Lord Rudiger. Thank you for coming from so far. The Vayezid family welcomes you." The territory of Debrecci, located in the northern part of the central region, had been too impoverished to participate in high society. However, they used Rudiger's succession ceremony as an opportunity to proudly display their flag. "If I may, I have a question." "Yes." Rudiger, breaking formal protocol, spoke after exchanging the customary greetings with Dalmatia's envoy. Even after the usual pleasantries were exchanged, Rudiger still held the envoy back. The exception drew the attention of all the nobles in the hall, who immediately directed their gazes toward Rudiger and the envoy. "The emblem on your flag, could it be?" "Ah, you mean this, right?" Dalmatia's envoy, uncomfortable under the unfamiliar attention, straightened his back with pride and unfurled the flag. Though his reaction was not particularly elegant, it elicited smiles from those present. "It's a great source of pride for our territory. This design is based on a sacred beast approved by the Orthodox Church." The Orthodox Church? The words "approved by the Orthodox Church" brought a hush to the hall. Worshipping idols other than God was considered heretical, so the church was known for its strict standards when approving symbols. "So that creature?" "Yes, that's correct. It's a mole." While other noble houses adorned their flags with walls, spears, or other prestigious symbols, the House of Baron Dalmatia had chosen something entirely different. It represents the spirit of the earth, which brings prosperity. The flag depicted a small, adorable mole with a friendly expression giving a thumbs up. It was impossible not to smile at such an emblem. Caillou. From Osserin to Dermer, the mole had dug paths that connected the east, center, and north. This creature, which had once worked alongside the Swordmaster and earned the blessing of the Orthodox Church, was now revered with great devotion in its homeland of Debrecci. There was a rumor spreading throughout the town. Shame on you, really, of all the things you could do, you get to play marbles with kids. On the docks of Sora, where the summer breeze was growing stronger, Zemina repeatedly poked Vlad in the side with her finger, her eyes narrowed in disapproval. Didn't you get to play as a child? Is this your idea of making up for lost time? That's not it. Well, it would have been less embarrassing if you'd gotten drunk and caused a scene. Isn't this just childish? Zemina murmured in a low voice, likely aware of the crowd around them, ensuring only Vlad could hear her. From a distance, anyone watching might have assumed the two were closer than they actually were. That's not it. Nibelin said he needed it. They say life from afar is a comedy, but up close it's a tragedy. Perhaps anyone who got close enough would have noticed Vlad's slightly worn expression. Nibelin needed children's marbles. Why would a cat need that? Well, it's magic, okay. Magic is something you can't believe unless you see it, nor understand unless you experience it. Explaining it to someone like Zemina, who had never encountered anything mystical, was almost impossible for Vlad. Even until the last moment, they're bickering as always. Watching the pair, a man descended from the dock. It was Captain Harvin, who had become an admired figure among the children of the alleyways. He walked, followed by a diverse group of robust men, including beastmen and dwarves. Harvin, now an object of envy for the children in the alleys, approached the two bickering figures. Yes, this is what one calls a homely scene. Is everything ready? Harvin, whose gait reflected his experience, wore a new captain's hat Zemina had prepared for him. To any observer, he was the perfect archetype of a seasoned sailor. Everything's ready. I even modified the cargo hold for the expedition and stocked the ship with enough liquor to keep the crew happy. With a grin, Harvin winked at Vlad. It seems someone pulled a few strings. Even in peak season, the shipyard prioritized us. This journey was entirely dependent on the season when the northern glaciers began to melt. Without luck, they could have lost an entire year, but thanks to Vlad, everything was ready for departure. Perhaps around this time next year we'll already be in Osserin. I'll write to you then. Agreed. The goal of this expedition was to discover a new maritime route through the Arctic. For that reason, Harvin's final destination was to circumnavigate half the continent and reach the elven city of Osserin. Well, you all have things to do too, so we'll depart now. In front of Harvin, who bid farewell with a smile, Goth yawned indifferently. The captain would head out to sea while the knight journeyed north. Dragging along even a carriage for emphasis, Goth seemed to be saying, it's time for us to leave as well. Take care. You too. With a simple bump of their shoulders, the two parted ways. They knew there was no need for elaborate goodbyes. Both now grown men understood that farewells were easier when kept natural. Sniff hic. As Harvin climbed back onto the ship following his brief words of farewell, Vlad silently watched him. Suddenly, a sob echoed beside him. Sniff, that Harvin sniff, look at how he doesn't even glance back, hic. The day was radiant and the wind, brushing through their hair, blew briskly. It was without a doubt the perfect day to set sail. However, Zemina, her eyes filled with tears, didn't seem to share the excitement. That cold-hearted bastard. Let's go now, you're all so heartless. With an order echoing across the dock, the ropes anchoring the ship were released. Following the river's current, Harvin's ship, the Zemina of red hair, drifted away slowly. He said he'd write to you next year, you'll see him then. The people of Sora waved vigorously at the ship receding into the distance. Harvin, who had been born in the humblest corners of an alley, was now heading to the farthest reaches of the world. They weren't bidding him farewell because he was off to make a living, they were sending him off because he was chasing a dream. While everyone waved at the ship, Vlad's gaze was fixed in a completely different direction. He was looking toward an old building by the dock, one that had once served as Captain Hoover's refuge. Feeling better now that you're out of there? From the carriage, Vlad directed his final farewell to the Harvin he once found trapped in a dark, suffocating room, his face pale. Raise the sails, set them halfway up. Confirm our position. Explorers, check the constellations. The salty scent of the sea was beginning to overpower the metallic tang of the river water. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, Harvin's ship sailed northward. While the crew moved quickly to prepare for the night, one figure stood still beside the captain. What are you doing here? Nibelin, standing next to Harvin at the helm, a spot reserved only for the captain, seemed entirely unaware of the rules. He stared intently at the twilight sky, indifferent to the inquisitive glances of the passing sailors or their awkward throat clearing. If you don't have anything to do, I can find something for you. I'm not here because I've nothing to do. To the left, the sea reflected a red sunset that had yet to meet the horizon. However, Nibelin seemed to already be gazing at stars in the night sky, holding a small magical sphere to his eye. There. After a long while, he finally found the star he was searching for. It was the North Star, the guide for all sailors navigating the night sea. What's going on? I just saw it. What? Harvin continued to ask questions as though still unaccustomed to speaking with a mage. But over time, Harvin would learn, just as Vlad had, mysteries cannot be explained, they must be experienced. The North Star, it's seen us. The glow of a star in the sky reflected its light onto the sphere Nibelun held, which contained the sparkles collected from the children. I knew this sphere would attract the star's attention. Two lights connected, one in the sky and one at sea, tracing a path northward, from the ocean to the night sky towards some place in the north where they were headed. What is this line? There would always be someone, a child like Vlad or Nibelun, who looked upward to find the way. The light of the two connected stars seemed to split the sea, carving out a line. As if to lead them, as if to ensure no one got lost. Looks like we won't be needing a compass, will we? And so, following the path marked by the stars, Harvin's ship continued its course toward the world's edge, beyond the boundaries of known seas. 246. Extra 8. A new era. The bright midday sun illuminated Brigantes, the capital of the empire. A city founded by Kahano Frossen, the founding king and master of the sword, symbolizing the end of the age of dragons and the dawn of the age of humans. However, Brigantes, which should have shone with glory, was steeped in deep silence. The young emperor has been sent back to his homeland. In one of the opulent rooms of the imperial palace, decorated with great splendor, the courtier Armand stared at the teacup in front of him. The room, seemingly dimly lit, remained dark save for a faint ray of light filtering through the window, landing on the cup. I wonder if that boy will live long enough to fulfill his destiny. Timur, the Iron Duke, who stood by the window holding a teacup, paused at those words. The imperial palace in its solemn stillness seemed frozen in time. The sound of Armand's voice echoing in that silence wasn't just unsettling, it carried something deeply disturbing, something Timur couldn't ignore. It would be proper to leave matters concerning the palace to the royal court. With those words, Timur tacitly seemed to approve of Armand's plans, prompting the courtier to nod slowly. The war is over and the false emperor has been dethroned. Now all that remains is an empty imperial palace. Armand's voice was weathered by the years, rusted by the weight of time. Yet his eyes, fixed on Timur's back, gleamed with an almost feverish intensity. Restoring the rightful sun to the sky, that is my final duty as a courtier in this era. Armand, tasked with protecting the throne and maintaining court order, had succeeded in expelling the false emperor. However, the bloodshed that ensued instilled fear among the empire's citizens. Even so, the old man's gaze was now focused on a knight of the north, as if his mission was far from over. I beg you to help me. We cannot allow the line of the empire to end here. The empire, which marked the beginning of the age of humans, had begun with one man, and the legitimacy of its lineage could only endure through the blood of House Frossen and the will of the sword passed down by the Silver Knight. With your mastery of the sword and having earned the title of Master of the Sword, no one else in the continent holds greater legitimacy. Even if descended from the blood of the dragons you so despise, Timur cast a cold glance at the aged Armand. Though the dragon's breath had corrupted the empire, the courtier, worn down by time, had been powerless to protect anything on his own. The mixture of disdain and pity in Timur's eyes toward Armand was almost instinctual. That makes it even better. Being the child of a dragon, he chose to kill his own father for the sake of the empire. For the sake of the empire, you say? Timur let out a bitter smile as he placed the teacup back on the table at Armand's words. So that's what you saw in that duel. It is natural for the same scene to be perceived differently depending on who views it, but Timur disliked how Armand interpreted Vlad's duel to suit his own interests. Will you help me? The empire's glorious continuity had to be preserved. Even if its roots were rotten and its branches grew twisted, countless lives depended on the shelter the empire provided. No, Timur's response was clear and direct. Why? Timur took a step back away from the window. Because this isn't a matter we can decide between the two of us. As Timur stepped back, the hidden light began to fill the room. Little by little, the darkness receded, revealing an object that had been concealed, a white table. It was round, designed so that all present could look directly at one another. Count Peter has decided to hand over the leadership of House Vayezid to his son. If that young man takes charge, the Iron Duke could easily. The next imperial meeting will include representatives from Ossurin and Nidavellir. Timur pulled the curtains wide open, letting sunlight flood the room. The bright light forced Armand to shield his eyes as Timur offered a faint smile. We are transitioning from the age of dragons to the age of the empire, and now we may be on the brink of a new era. Armand opened his eyes and turned his head, but Timur was already at the door, his hand on the knob. Let the decisions of this new era be made by new people. A new era, new people, and a new master of the sword. Timur, who had opened the door for them, walked out of the room without looking back. It was as though there was no place for him at this new round table that had been prepared. Iron Duke. As the cold northern wind faded, only Armand remained, unsure of where to turn. With trembling hands, he looked toward the open door, feeling the breeze slowly filling the room. Finally, he bowed his head in silence. Now that the weather seemed to soften, the road to Sturma was completely filled with mud. Goth, seated at the coachman's perch, grumbled that they should have departed earlier. However, Zemina, gazing out the window, seemed to enjoy the journey, smiling constantly. So that thing that looks like a tower, is it a dragon? Yes. Technically, it's a deathworm. It lives in the west. In the distant plains, Zemina observed something towering into the sky like a spire. That enormous creature, visible even from afar, was a western deathworm that had surfaced to breathe. When there was that tremor a little while ago, I got a real scare. It's the first time I've ever felt an earthquake. Really? Vlad smiled at Zemina's excited voice, still filled with awe. Her reaction reminded Vlad of the first time he had seen a death worm years ago. They usually come north to bask in the sun at this time of year. But something that big must eat a ton. Doesn't it attack people? They don't do things like that. They feed on minerals they find underground. Except for the one that Vlad and Rudiger had to confront, death worms rarely attacked humans. Perhaps that one too would have avoided disturbing the north if it hadn't been cursed with dark magic. You've learned a lot, Vlad. Where did you pick all this up? Zemina, leaning on the carriage windowsill, turned her gaze to Vlad. Today, she seemed especially impressed by the way he answered everything calmly and precisely, projecting a maturity she hadn't noticed before. It's not something you learn. Walking alongside the carriage with Noir by his side, Vlad let out a small chuckle at Zemina's comment. I just heard it in passing. In truth, he hadn't formally studied it but vividly recalled someone telling him about death worms. Thinking that, if not for that man, he wouldn't now be seeing Zemina's bright, amazed eyes, Vlad couldn't help scratching his nose. Ah, I wish I had some whiskey. Don't even think about it, that's a special order for gifting. A sip wouldn't hurt, even Rudiger would probably forgive that. Are you crazy? Absolutely not. Zemina reacted with alarm to Vlad's words, though he had no actual intention of drinking. He only wanted to relive memories of times when he'd traveled that same path before, thinking of how whiskey had been a companion on those journeys. A sunny day like this would be perfect with a glass of whiskey. The green plains and blue skies, with the majestic death worm in the middle. Recalling the days when he barely knew how to ride a horse, Vlad felt nostalgic for the whiskey Joseph had given him back then. Whoa, wait, what the hell is this? Traveling by carriage from Sora to Sturma, Vlad and his group finally reached their destination. However, upon arriving at the city, Goth halted the carriage, unable to go any further. Captain, this is why I said we should have come earlier. Look at all these carriages. Even after all these years, Sturma's walls remained imposing, but what caught Vlad's attention was the long line of carriages stretching out from the city gates. Vlad, look at that. What thing? Apart from the carriages, they've brought loads of carts full of stuff. If each noble house had only sent one carriage, the congestion wouldn't have been so severe. But the people arriving were here to celebrate the succession of the new leader of House Vayezid. Evidently, no one had come empty-handed. They had brought carts loaded with gifts and expensive belongings, crowding the area outside Sturma. Maybe we should have brought more gifts. We're looking a bit humble here. Humble? What are you talking about? Surrounded by luxurious carriages, Zemina began to hunch her shoulders slightly. Though Goth had made an effort to secure a decent carriage, it was a borrowed one. And compared to the extravagant offerings from others, their gifts seemed modest, making Zemina feel self-conscious. Now that I think about it, all these people are nobles, right? Is it okay for me to be here? Of course it is, your Lady Zemina. It was Zemina's first time experiencing the world of high nobility, and her insecurity was clear. Noticing her discomfort, Vlad began searching for a way to escape the endless line of carriages. Captain, what is it? Someone's coming from the front, the carriages are making noise. Before Vlad could come up with a solution, something began to stir in the line. The carriages and their occupants appeared agitated. Could it be someone important? Everyone's stepping out to look. Who could it be? Hearing that someone significant was approaching, Zemina quickly slid into the corner of the carriage as if trying to avoid being seen. Noticing her nervousness, Vlad remained silent, though unfortunately the person everyone was anticipating seemed to have business directly with them. Get out. Huh? Dressed in elegant clothing but with a brazen attitude, a man knocked on the carriage door with brusque force. I said get out, don't draw too much attention here. The man wore a black patch over his left eye, making him appear even more intimidating. Though Zemina swallowed nervously, the man simply gave her a smile when their eyes met. Jaeger, you're late as always, still someone who needs to be watched over. It was Jaeger, the new captain of the Knights of House Vayezid. Known for training the most honorable knights, Jaeger was renowned across the continent. But as usual, he regarded his former pupil with a stern and distant expression. 247. Extra 9. The mansion that remained unchanged. The halls of the mansion, which Vlad had not visited in a long time, carried an air of familiarity. This was the Vayezid residence, the place he had arrived at following Joseph, carrying only a sword during those frigid winter days. However, unlike back then when everything felt foreign, this mansion now felt like a second home. Nothing has changed in this mansion. There's no reason for it to change, although it's been a little livelier lately. Following Jaeger, Vlad turned his head from side to side, taking in the sights of the mansion. The scene was nostalgic, bringing back memories as Vlad retraced the same paths he had walked as a squire. I didn't know you'd become the captain of the knights. They passed the dining hall where he had recently shared sausages with Portly. Further ahead, he could see the training field where he had once been humiliated for not knowing how to ride a horse. But among all the unchanging sights, what struck him the most was the figure of Jaeger walking ahead of him. You used to say you hated hassle, yet you accepted the position of captain. That's not what I expected. I had no intention of taking it. If it weren't for Lady Oksana's request, I would have refused outright. Jaeger despised inconveniences, even more so those that brought additional burdens. Knowing Jaeger's personality well, Vlad found it surprising that he had accepted the role. It seemed even Jaeger had his reasons. Lady Oksana, because of you my name gained unexpected prestige. I suppose Lady Oksana wanted to capitalize on that in some way. The continent was captivated by the emergence of the new Swordmaster. Vlad, who had recreated a legendary scene by defeating the oldest dragon, was the first Swordmaster since the founder King Frosin. It made sense that the Vayezid family would want to leverage his fame. In the end, having a good disciple has helped you rise. Keep living in your little bubble of self-satisfaction. Without further response, Jaeger led him down a hallway unfamiliar to Vlad. It was a central part of the mansion Vlad had never accessed during his days as a squire. This is my first time here, and it would have been a problem if you had come here before. A squire has no business here. Jaeger chuckled mockingly, but it wasn't bothersome. Perhaps it was because he still saw Vlad as someone under his care. Go ahead, enter. Understood. The room that had once belonged to Peter now belonged to Rudiger. Jaeger knocked softly on the door, and as if they had been waiting, it opened with a low creak. Oh, a mystery protected by Ragmus that had now found peace. A place accessible only to those authorized by the leader of the Vayezid family located deep within the mansion. You're later than I expected, Vlad. Despite the unfamiliar setting, there was something familiar waiting for him, a welcoming smile. Since this morning, the crows have been circling. They said you'd be coming. A man with black hair smiled at him under the sunlight that illuminated the office filled with symbols of authority. Yet even within this formal atmosphere, the presence of Rudiger Vayezid made the space feel warm and inviting. Here it must have been an exhausting journey. Rudiger, the next leader of the Vayezid family, tossed something toward Vlad with a wide grin. You're not going to refuse this time, are you? How spiteful you are. Vlad couldn't help but smile as he caught a small peanut that Rudiger had thrown at him. Lately, I feel like each day helps me understand my own abilities a little better. Rudiger, seemingly at ease, was sitting in a relaxed manner. His legs were spread out and his long size indicated his comfort, a posture not just anyone could take in front of another. I always thought I'd be good at this, but leading a family is much harder than I imagined. So it seems. Vlad, holding a cup of tea that Dorothea had served, observed Rudiger out of the corner of his eye. His skin was paler than usual, as if he hadn't seen the sun in a long time, and the dark circles under his eyes were deep, evidence of the toll taken by the weight of his responsibilities. Although Vlad had always thought Rudiger and Joseph were dissimilar, seeing him now, he couldn't help but notice a resemblance in Rudiger's face to that of his late brother. And amidst all these challenges, you are a significant part of the problem. Me, Vlad shrugged incredulously as if he genuinely didn't understand, but Rudiger, irritated by his indifferent attitude, frowned. You have an influence that transcends any single family, yet you live in an inn. Do you know how many complaints I have to deal with because of you? This is the first time I'm hearing of it. It's the third time I've had to convince Mayor Borden not to resign. Even the Duke of Iron has offered you land. Why do you refuse to settle down? The first Swordmaster had founded an empire, but the new Swordmaster didn't even want his own territory, leaving everyone baffled. What about Mashiam? It's still ownerless. It's a place I have no connection to and don't like. What if we turn a slum into an autonomous zone? There's no need, they manage fine without me. Rudiger let out a long sigh, frustrated by Vlad's firm refusals. Is it so uncomfortable for you to stay in Sora? Isn't it advantageous? Yes, it is, but that doesn't mean it doesn't cause me problems. With the fall of imperial authority, Vlad's presence in Sora had turned the city into a place of great interest. While this brought benefits, it also placed enormous pressure on Rudiger as the leader of the Vayezid family. But no matter who it is, everyone keeps pressing me. Honestly, it's a headache. However, to wield a brilliant sword, one must bear its weight. The person who stirred things up in Vlad's name while receiving no clear answers was none other than Rudiger, who was most closely tied to him. So you won't be emperor? The casually thrown question made the atmosphere in the office tense. Even Dorothea, who was serving tea, paused for a moment. Perhaps it's better to start something new for everyone. To break free from the tragedy of an era, sometimes one must destroy it entirely. Just as Kahano broke away from the Age of Dragons, Vlad now had to break away from the Age of the Empire. I see. Rudiger smiled, as if Vlad's response was exactly what he had expected. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Rest for now, understood. When they had arrived in Sturma, it had been midday, but now the sun was beginning to paint the sky red. Oh, before you rest, there are some guests who want to see you, understood, and if you have time, you should take a look at the new squires. They're your subordinates, give them some attention. Although phrased as a request, his tone was unusually firm, almost making it seem like an obligation. Vlad could only nod reluctantly. And also, what now? Rudiger's voice stopped him, and Vlad looked at him with exasperation, but Rudiger's next words silenced him. You should visit our mother. I'm sure seeing you will make her happy. Sturma was bustling with celebrations for the upcoming festival, but the place where that woman resided remained eerily quiet. A woman who, day by day, lingered in front of a gravestone, consumed by sorrow. Remembering the smile she had always given him as a mother, Vlad slowly nodded before leaving the room in silence. When is he supposed to arrive? In a dark hallway where night had already fallen, a door opened silently. From inside the room, the faint light of a candle illuminated a shock of red hair sticking out. Zemina, timidly peeking her head through the door and glancing down the hallway, quickly shrank back, intimidated by the oppressive silence surrounding her. I'm supposed to be a lady. Is it okay to leave a lady alone like this? Vlad, who had left saying he was going to meet the new count, had yet to return. Goth, who claimed he was off to see some acquaintances, had also not come back, likely enjoying drinks somewhere. At that moment, Zemina was the only one left in the room. Those idiots, when they come back, they're going to get an earful from me. Though her words were harsh, her voice trembled slightly. In familiar Sara, she would never have felt like this. But here in the unfamiliar Sturma, the encroaching darkness filled her with unease. Hello, Kaya. As Zemina peeked into the hallway, hoping someone would finally arrive, a voice sounded beside her. It was a clear, refreshing voice, but to Zemina, already on edge, it was terrifying. I just wanted to address White. Maybe you're looking for Vlad. Kaya, a pale, unfamiliar figure floated alone in the dark hallway. Barely visible, the faint figure appeared to be a little girl who seemed utterly out of place in the mansion, making the scene even more frightening for Zemina. Should I come back later? Hiyik. The World Tree Priestess halted, seemingly confused as she watched Zemina collapse to the floor. She had rushed over excitedly, eager to meet the red-haired figure she had seen in her dreams, but it seemed her enthusiasm had been a mistake. Who are you? When Zemina finally managed to form a question, the priestess scratched her head awkwardly. Lacking a proper name, she appeared to be thinking about how to introduce herself without scaring Zemina further. I just wanted to give you this. Not skilled with words, the priestess decided to act instead. She extended a piece of paper, offering the painting she had brought with her, her apologetic expression clear. What is this? It's something I saw in a dream. Zemina, still trying to calm herself, took the sheet of paper the girl offered and tried to examine the drawing on it. But the faint moonlight streaming in through the window wasn't enough to clearly make out what was depicted. I think Vlad will like this. To Vlad, hearing a familiar name, some color returned to Zemina's face. But by then, the World Tree Priestess had already begun retreating slowly into the hallway. I think it's going to take a bit longer for you to smile at me. Huh. In her dreams, the priestess had seen the red-haired woman smiling warmly at her. However, during this first encounter, the distance between them was still too vast for that connection to form. We'll meet again, Zemina. With those words, the World Tree Priestess left the painting in Zemina's hands and turned to leave. Zemina, still in a daze, remained sitting on the floor, watching as the girl's platinum blonde hair vanished into the dark hallway. 248 extra 10 in the sky. I observed this mansion is haunted. It was early morning, a time when the sun had not yet risen and everything was shrouded in a dim twilight. Vlad, barely able to keep his eyes open, was awakened by Zemina's voice from beside him. What? I'm telling you, this place has ghosts. I saw them last night. As his vision gradually came into focus, Zemina appeared in front of him, hands clawed like a cat, trying to convey something eerie. To Vlad, who didn't understand the context, it was just another of her peculiar antics. What on earth did you eat? I knew you'd say that. Breaking into his room so early in the morning to talk about ghosts seemed absurd to Vlad, who sighed and laid back down. But Zemina pulled the blankets away with determination. What's wrong with you this early? Look at this, I have proof. While Vlad, still groggy, tried to ignore her, Zemina waved a piece of paper in front of his face. It was the drawing the World Tree Priestess had handed her the night before. The ghost I saw left me this drawing. What do you think? Don't you feel a chill just looking at it? Look at this messy stroke. It's obviously cursed. As Zemina claimed, the drawing was utterly chaotic. However, its vibrant colors made it hard to determine the artist's age or intent. A ghost gave you this. I swear it did. Did this ghost have platinum blonde hair and wear a white dress? "Oh, for heaven's sake," hearing Vlad describe the supposed ghost exactly, Zemina gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her wide eyes grew even rounder as she stared at Vlad. "I've got goosebumps." Her large eyes, now even more rounded, seemed to confirm Vlad's accuracy. Vlad scratched his head as he began to study the drawing she had given him. As dawn broke over Sturma, the faint light filtering through the windows slowly illuminated the room. Vlad furrowed his brows as he tried to decipher the drawing's message. At the same time, the Vayezid mansion was bustling with guests, transformed into a social hub. Nobles and envoys from across the continent had gathered. For many, this rare chance to mingle was the perfect opportunity to form new connections. Oh, Lord Vlad Oreo among all the guests, the one they most sought to meet was Vlad, the new swordmaster. However, Vlad paid no attention to the countless individuals approaching him and instead strode confidently up the stairs. "You should visit our mother, I'm sure it would make her happy to see you." He passed the noise of the first and second floors, heading to the third, a quieter area closed to guests. Reaching the hushed hallway, Vlad paused and glanced around. The sun shines just as brightly as ever. When he had been a squire, this hallway was always alive with the bustle of servants and activity. Now the stillness was so profound that he could hear the birds singing outside. Sniff, sniff. Before stepping further, Vlad sniffed at his clothes discreetly, checking if he smelled unpleasant. It was an old habit from his days in the slums, when he still hadn't shaken. But even in winter, when he wore heavy layers, the lady of this house had always greeted him with a warm smile. "Lord Vlad, it's a pleasure to see you again after so long." Outside Oksana's room, Vlad greeted the maid stationed there with a polite nod. She was a middle-aged woman who had come to the household from Oksana's family. "I've come to visit Lady Oksana." "Oh, of course." The maid immediately recognized Vlad and smiled warmly. "It's hard to believe how elegant you've become. Thank you." Though her smile was bright, the somber atmosphere of the room seemed to weigh even on the maid, whose tone was more subdued than usual. Perhaps after so long without laughter, she had forgotten how to truly smile. "Please wait a moment, I'll let her know you're here." Even though Vlad had announced his visit beforehand, he understood that ladies always needed time to prepare. Waiting in the reception room, he sat quietly, taking in his surroundings. They say a room reflects its owner. Although the room was spacious, the furnishings and decorations were modest. It didn't feel empty, though, as warm orange sunlight filled the space. Vlad, ah yes. In that sunlight was someone who had always smiled at him. Seeing that smile made the damp, moldy corners of his heart feel just a little warmer. "You must be tired from your journey, Vlad." But today the smile Oksana offered him was heavy with sorrow, like a storm cloud ready to burst. "Forgive me, I should have come sooner." "It's all right, don't worry." "Come closer." Sitting on the bed, Oksana gestured for him to approach. Her outstretched hands were dry and frail like brittle twigs. She hadn't been eating well, she was ill, worn down like the last time Vlad had seen his own birth mother. Seeing her state, Vlad couldn't help but nervously wet his lips. "I know how busy you've been. I know you've worked hard to accomplish what my son could not." It had been 2 years since Joseph's death, but Oksana spoke of him as if it had happened just yesterday. "Have you taken care of the rogue dark mages? In the north, most of them. And those who sowed discord under the Blood Dragon, there's a meeting in Brigantes. I plan to close the divisions there. Every era bears its burdens, and the living must endure them." A man had once said that this generation must drink the poison that had seeped across the world to cleanse it. "You've done so much, Vlad." Joseph, who had sacrificed the last of his days trying to burn away that poison, had left the task to Vlad. And as Oksana watched his efforts, she gave him a faint, weary smile. "It's a relief. Maybe the next generation won't have to endure what you have." Though Vlad didn't physically resemble Joseph, Oksana looked at him with the same warmth she had shown her own son. "As expected, it's good to see you well fed. Those broad shoulders, you're every bit a man now." "Thank you." But Vlad, sitting beside the bed, couldn't meet her gaze, because he knew that while she might have been like a mother to him, he could never truly be her son. The only one who could comfort this woman, fading a little more each day, was Joseph, who now lay beneath the gravestone visible through the window. And Vlad was all too aware of that fact. At times like this, it feels so unfair. Beneath a sky blanketed in clouds, Vlad quietly uncorked a bottle of whiskey. Behind him, the mansion bustled with the sounds of celebration, but in the small garden it seemed like another world, serene and removed from the commotion. Standing before Joseph's gravestone, Vlad poured out a portion of the liquor in silence, sighing as his gaze drifted toward the commemorative tower for fallen knights visible in the distance. "It seems like those who left first have it easy. The ones left behind are the ones still carrying the weight of it all." Gregory, Ragmus, Ag, and many others, knights whose names he hadn't even known, who had fought alongside him against Sarnis on that day. Vlad raised his glass of whiskey in tribute to the freshly engraved names on the tower, but then he felt the presence of someone behind him and turned his head. "Still, finishing what they couldn't is the duty of those who remain." "Marcus." From a spot that had seemed empty a moment ago, a man stepped forward. His face was marred with deep scars, a testament to the trials he must have endured in the past. At least the knights who rest here are fortunate. There are those in this world who vanish without even leaving their name behind. Vlad nodded silently in agreement with Marcus's words. No one is born without purpose, but that doesn't guarantee their purpose will endure to the end. The Pope Andreas wanted me to relay his gratitude. It seems the ones you dealt with this time caused him quite a bit of trouble. Did they? Over the past 2 years, Vlad had traversed the continent, stamping out the remnants of lingering threats. Sometimes he faced dark mages who manipulated others. Other times, he hunted down the last of Dragulia's followers. His relentless pursuit was his way of ensuring that the names now etched before him had not been sacrificed in vain. Is there anyone else left? Once this ceremony is over, I could head out again. But Marcus didn't answer Vlad's question about his next target. Instead, he uncorked a bottle of liquor and poured it silently onto the grass nearby. You're still young, and I think you've done more than enough. Marcus, who had been pouring out the liquor for the nameless dead like himself, raised his head and nodded toward Vlad, who now wore a puzzled expression. By the last order of Count Peter, the ravens will no longer provide you with information. The Count wanted you to stop living for others and start living for yourself. That was his final request. There are stars that shine brightly because they have a dream, a goal they wish to achieve. But now that star was losing its light, unable to release the bonds it should have left behind. It was time to raise its gaze to a new sky. It seems we won't see each other for a while. It appears so. Then let me ask you just one thing. As Marcus turned to leave after delivering his message, Vlad stopped him with a single question. What is your real name? The nameless raven, the man who introduced himself differently each time they met. Vlad had always been curious about the true identity of this enigmatic figure. But Marcus, without looking back, simply gestured toward the commemorative tower. I don't know, I buried my old name there. A man who had laid to rest the name that defined him to meld seamlessly into the shadows. And with that, Marcus disappeared without a trace, just as he had when Vlad first met him. Looks like I'm unemployed now. Standing alone in the garden, Vlad muttered a dry reflection after Marcus's departure. Adrift and unsure of what path to follow, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and stared at it intently. What am I supposed to do now, Joseph? It was the drawing the World Tree Priestess had given Zemina. Vlad studied the drawing for a long time, but beside him Joseph remained silent, unable to respond. Swaa from the overcast sky, rain finally began to fall. Looking up toward the heavens, Vlad felt the rain drench him, as if it were urging him forward, leaving a bitter weight in his heart. 249. Extra 11 continuation. With the sunset behind him, Vlad stood alone in a wheat field, striking the frozen ground with a hoe. Going back in time a bit to the spring days, Vlad had been learning to work on Ramon's farm. This is truly a curious sight. It was an empty field, without even seeds planted, just freshly tilled earth. The only sound was that of Vlad's hoe striking the soil. Despite the persistent noise, Vlad displayed absolute clumsiness, a novice struggling with farm work. You traded your sword for a simple hoe and you still managed to look this stupid. Am I really that bad? Vlad scratched his cheek awkwardly, glancing at Ramond, who stood nearby making caustic remarks. Vlad already suspected as much. It was clear he had no aptitude for farming. No matter how hard you try, you weren't born for this. It's not about adapting or learning. You simply lack the talent. Born and raised in the city, Vlad had never been close to the earth. Even taking that into account, his natural inclination for agriculture was non-existent. Why the hell are you doing this? With a sword, Vlad was the swordmaster admired across the continent, but with a hoe, he was a fumbling beginner. To Ramond, the disparity was so stark he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What made you suddenly want to take up farming? A strong smell of alcohol wafted from the wineskin Ramond held. There was no need to ask what it contained, it was obvious. Are you exhausted? Want to take a break? It's not that. Vlad noticed Ramond's growing frustration. He set the hoe aside, sat down on the ground, and began to speak. I've just been thinking about what? That the only things I know how to do are steal, pickpocket, or wield a sword. Ramond flinched slightly at Vlad's words. As a child, Vlad had roamed dark alleyways, parentless and homeless. His path had been filled with cold, sharp things, a reflection of the life he had led just to survive. Isn't it a little shameful to live a life that only knows those things? Vlad felt ashamed to be someone who only knew how to harm others. Even if the world hailed him as a glorious swordmaster, he knew better. Kihano, the previous swordmaster, had not guided him solely with swordsmanship. What's so shameful about a swordmaster only knowing how to wield a sword? That's exactly the problem. Ramond's mildly chiding tone made Vlad smile faintly. I don't want to always be the swordmaster. Though the world saw him as a shining figure, to others, Vlad was something entirely different. To some, he was an irreplaceable friend. To others, a savior in desperate times. And to Ramond, at this moment, he was merely a clumsy farmer. Who knows, maybe one day someone will ask me about something other than my sword. Kahano, the swordmaster, had been more than just that. Vlad remembered most vividly the nameless voice that had guided him onto the right path. Perhaps the most valuable thing Vlad had learned from Kahano wasn't his flawless swordsmanship, but his approach to life. That's why I'm learning. So I'll have something to say if someone asks me in the future. Vlad also wanted to emulate that side of Kahano, not as an emperor or knight, but as the adult who had guided him. That's why Vlad was now trying to gather the experiences he had overlooked, broadening his understanding of the world. The succession ceremony was grand. Knights clad in gleaming armor stood in formation, and dignitaries from across the continent offered their congratulations. It was perhaps the most magnificent event ever held in the North. Observing it, Vlad felt a strange sense of euphoria he couldn't quite put into words. I've never seen so many nobles gathered in one place before. Oh yes, this is only my second time. The first was when I received my knighthood, and now this. Seeing Vlad slightly excited, Jaeger began to tense up. Vlad's behavior was a warning sign to someone who knew him well. Jaeger, recalling the trouble Vlad had caused as a squire, knew this was the time to be most vigilant. But why is Baroness Alicia seated over there? The event, meticulously planned by the Vayezid family, was drawing attention from across the continent. The seating arrangement was carefully organized by rank and title, yet Vlad couldn't help but feel curious seeing Alicia seated so close to Zemina. You seem anxious. I'm not, please try to stay calm, I've never felt better. But that wasn't true. Even his breathing carried a trace of tension. Each time the two women in front of him whispered to each other, the rapid beating of his heart seemed to echo loudly in Jaeger's ears. Now entering Lord Rudiger Vayezid. At the sound of the steward's announcement, the hall doors began to open. The doors, designed to resemble Sturma's fortified walls, were massive and imposing. As they swung open, the chatter in the hall died down into absolute silence. A tall man with broad shoulders, clad in an ornate ceremonial armor, entered with steady steps. It was Rudiger, looking far more solemn than usual. He looks different, it's natural. At the highest point of the hall, Peter Vayezid, the current head of the family, made a gesture with his hand. It was the signal to commence the succession ceremony. He's no longer the Rudiger you knew. From now on, he will be Count Vayezid. Bearing the weight of his family's name on his shoulders and the burden of their lands on his back, Rudiger could no longer be who he once was. With every step forward carrying the responsibilities of his new role, Vlad's gaze grew more complex. Please come forward, son of Vayezid. With each step Rudiger took ascending the stairs, he drew closer to Peter. At the same time, Peter Vayezid slowly rose from his seat. Holding the Lord's mantle in his left hand and the ceremonial sword in his right, Peter opened his arms as if to say, "Come." His gaze remained fixed on his son as he ascended toward him. When Rudiger reached the highest point, Peter, holding both the mantle and sword, extended them toward him. Wear this mantle. Finally, Rudiger reached the pinnacle of Vayezid, and in front of him, Peter carefully draped the mantle over his shoulders. This mantle symbolizes duty. Do not forget that you now bear the responsibility for countless lives who depend on you. A lord is not just someone who rules over land, but one who protects their people. That immense responsibility now weighed heavily on Rudiger's shoulders. Raise your sword. Solemnly, Rudiger reached for the object Peter offered him, the sword of the Vayezid family. The sword, passed down through generations, was a reminder that Rudiger must now wield it not for his personal honor, but for that of his family. This sword symbolizes your responsibility as the head of the family. From this moment on, you will not wield this blade for your own honor, but for the honor of the Vayezid name. He was no longer merely Rudiger the Knight. From this moment, he would live as the heir and representative of the Vayezid family. As the ceremony concluded, Peter Vayezid addressed those gathered with a powerful voice. I, Peter Vayezid, declare before all present that Rudiger Vayezid is the new head of the family. Having handed over everything he needed to, Peter raised his voice, addressing the hall filled with guests. Rudiger Vayezid has assumed the title of head of the family. Until then, the only sound in the vast hall had been Peter's voice speaking to his son. But as soon as he finished, thunderous applause erupted, threatening to shake the very walls. Clap, 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 clap. The cheers and applause of those present filled the space, showing no sign of abating anytime soon. It was a sound of celebration, a tribute to the Vayezid dynasty, which had endured even in the darkest times when the mightiest and oldest dragon had brought chaos. Yet amid the deafening ovation, Vlad caught a faint voice that seemed to come from above. You've done well. It was a barely audible whisper, perceptible only to someone like Vlad, whose dragon blood granted him acute senses. The voice came from Peter, who embraced his son with a blend of solemnity and warmth. Truly, you've done well to make it this far. Having relinquished the mantle of leadership and the family sword, Peter was no longer a leader but fully a father. As he held Rudiger close, he whispered with genuine affection, "Thank you for all your effort to reach this place." That was truly a moving spectacle. The night following the succession ceremony, an elegant banquet was being held at the Vayezid mansion. However, while the guests laughed and mingled, Vlad walked through a dark, empty hallway far removed from the nobles and their revelry. What does it feel like to inherit something? I can't even imagine. He was accompanied by Jaeger, who walked ahead of him. Both carried bottles of liquor in their hands as they made their way to what had once been Joseph's office. Well, I suppose inheriting something from Dragulia would have been impressive. Too bad you missed out on that. That's not what I mean. Jaeger's sudden mention of Dragulia caused Vlad's expression to stiffen awkwardly. I mean something like what a father passes down to his son. It was difficult to put into words, and Vlad gestured clumsily in an attempt to explain. Jaeger, however, didn't even glance back. That's not something everyone gets to experience, even if their parents are alive. In this world, if you don't inherit debts, you're already lucky. Really. And if you want to know how it feels, just make sure someone inherits something from you. Creak, the door handle emitted a harsh, grating sound as it turned, rusty from years of disuse. You can't inherit something, but you can leave something behind for others to inherit. Kriak, though he expected the office to be shrouded in darkness, the room was bathed in the soft, bluish glow of moonlight. Yet despite the light, the space felt entirely different from how Vlad remembered it. Nothing here has changed. Nothing has changed, you say, but all the furniture is covered with cloth. The office, now devoid of its owner, had become a cold, dust-laden space. However, with these two unexpected visitors, the room seemed to regain a faint warmth from the past. Are we going to drink here? Yes, originally I planned to do it alone. Though it wasn't planned, Vlad and Jaeger naturally took up the positions they used to occupy. Vlad sat across from the guest table, and Jaeger stood by Joseph's desk, just as he always had. Jaeger couldn't help but chuckle watching Vlad behave as if it were the old days. A boy who didn't even know how to ride a horse. It's because I didn't know I was a dragon, a brat who only knew how to brawl with the other squires and get into trouble. Well, that was because, reminiscing about the past, Jaeger shook his head in amusement while Vlad fumbled to justify himself. Perhaps because he had known Vlad since he was a boy, Jaeger still found it hard to believe how much he had grown. From that troublesome kid to becoming a swordmaster, and yet you still have so much to envy. Here, take this. Liquor, it's expensive. Over 50 years old. The bottle Jaeger handed to Vlad was one he had been saving for years. It was a special bottle that had belonged to his father, back when Jaeger had first come to Vayezid from the Oscar family. Are you sure it's all right to give me something so valuable? You said you wanted to inherit something, didn't you? Even so, enough already, just open the bottle. Jaeger pulled a cloth off a piece of furniture and retrieved some glasses, holding them out to Vlad. It was a clear invitation to pour the liquor, but Vlad, with a sly smile, tucked the bottle behind his back. This liquor is too valuable to drink right now. Then give the bottle back. How about we start with the one I brought? I've been waiting 20 years to drink that. Jaeger sighed in defeat as Vlad poured a different liquor he had brought along. By the way, Jaeger, do you know how to fish? Fish? Why are you asking that out of nowhere? I thought it might be nice to learn. Jaeger, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window, let out a small sigh. If you want to learn something basic, come back in winter. Vlad smiled as he watched Jaeger's back. He had spoken about inheritance, but what he truly desired was to continue the connections forged in his life. 250. Extra 12, the child and the woman, the red carpet that adorned the hallways had been removed. Only a few withered flower petals remained on the decorations, along with an empty pitcher. The Vayezid mansion, which had been the setting for a splendid celebration, was now calm. The guests had left, and the only thing breaking the silence was the singing of the birds. Vlad walked alone through that tranquil space. He wore a light cloak as if he were already prepared to leave. Early that morning, as the bluish colors of dawn stretched across the sky, Vlad made his way to the room where the lady of the house, Oksana Vayezid, was. "Are you feeling better?" Though the sun had yet to rise, Oksana was already awake. Or perhaps, due to her persistent cough, she hadn't been able to sleep all night. Nevertheless, she greeted Vlad with the same warm smile as always. "Are you leaving already?" Although she could have remained lying down, Oksana made an effort to sit up with the help of a few cushions. She didn't want Vlad, who was about to leave, to worry unnecessarily. "Yes. I think it's time to return." However, she couldn't entirely hide the illness that afflicted her. Oksana's lips, pale as if covered in wax, left Vlad with a strained smile. "That's the right choice. If you're going to leave, it's best to do it early. You know how unpredictable the northern weather is." The rays of the morning sun began to filter through the window, bathing Oksana's bed in a warm orange glow, similar to the one Vlad had seen the day he met her. Under that light, Oksana's figure resembled a painting. It wasn't ostentatious or dazzling, but it offered the serenity of a picture one would want to gaze upon every day. "It looks like the sun is rising. You'd better hurry." That painting, which he had always wanted to keep, was now telling him it was time to leave. Oksana caressed the small package she had placed beside her bed. Are you wearing clothes suited for the season now? Vlad had been a child who wore winter clothes even in the height of summer, huddled up as if he still felt cold beneath the warm summer breezes. The clothes that aren't seen are the most important. True elegance is shown in the least visible details. Inside the package that Oksana held, there were surely undergarments and socks for Vlad. A seemingly trivial gift, but one that only a mother could prepare with such attention to detail. That girl is very pretty. What was her name? Zemina. When you were together, you looked very good. Thank you. They had already said everything they needed to say. It was time to go. Oksana nodded silently to her last guest, but Vlad still couldn't take the first step toward the door. I plan to come back in winter. Huh, he turned back toward Oksana, speaking somewhat awkwardly, as if it were difficult to reopen a closed conversation. I want to learn how to fish. I've heard that ice fishing can only be done in winter. Fishing, though the topic had nothing to do with what they had just been discussing, Vlad was trying to keep it going. Because he wanted to see Oksana move, smile, because he knew he would miss her more if she remained still, like a lifeless painting. It's something that, if one had a father, they would learn naturally. I don't know anything about those things, so lately I've been trying to learn. Last time Lord Raman taught me how to farm the land, and well, Vlad's world was diverse. The boy who once dreamed of becoming the perfect dragon now sought to become a star that radiated light. A young man who didn't want to be defined solely by a title. Even so, there are many things I don't understand. To some, he was the dragon born of perfection. To others, the master swordsman who wielded a brilliant blade, but before Oksana, he was just an uncertain child without answers. And that child with a shy gaze now looked at Oksana. So, if I have more questions, can I come to ask you? Vlad held the package against his chest, shrinking slightly without looking out of place at all. At least not to Oksana. A child who had grown up wild, like an orchid left uncared for. Looking at him, Oksana, whose world was painted in muted tones, felt a faint hint of color. Of course, a child without a mother and a mother who had lost her son looked at each other. Though the broken pieces of their hearts didn't fit perfectly, together they could withstand the blowing wind. Come back whenever you want. I'll be waiting for you. At those words, the young man before her began to smile. He no longer wore the old winter coat he once had, but the summer clothes Oksana had given him. Thank you for staying until the end. Although it was the host's duty to see off the guests, reaching the main door was unusual. However, behind Vlad, who was about to leave, stood Rudiger, now the head of the Vayezid family, and his knights, all ready to bid him farewell. Thanks to you, my succession ceremony was splendid. It will likely go down as the most magnificent in our family's history. Thank you for saying that. Behind Rudiger, some of Vlad's familiar knights waved to him. Cade Maxim and those who had fought alongside him against the Deathsworm and Lindworm. So you're returning to Sora, that's right. And what will you do afterward? Will you let yourself get dragged from place to place again like before? Prestige always demands a price. And that price was something that Vlad, as a master swordsman, had to pay. But now Vlad shook his head in silent denial in response to Rudiger's question. No, this time I plan to rest a bit. With those words, Vlad looked at the carriage beside him. Inside, Zemina was quietly hiding, afraid someone might speak to her. I suppose it's time for you to take a break. Rudiger smiled broadly, understanding perfectly what Vlad was saying. I think it's better if I leave now. Yes, go. Rudiger nodded as he watched Vlad mount Noir's back with a brief salute. The squire of the Master of the Sword, who shrugged his shoulders while bidding farewell to the knights, pulled the reins, and soon the gates of Sturma began to open. Today, the weather is beautiful. As the gates opened, Rudiger watched the morning light fill the horizon. Vlad's shadow followed the rising east toward the green meadows. Come back whenever you want, Vlad. You will always be welcome as Vayezid's greatest dragon slayer. Though he didn't say it to be heard, Vlad raised a hand in farewell. He didn't look back, but in that gesture one could feel both gratitude and the promise of return. From Sturma to Sora, the carriage headed toward Sora, leaving Sturma behind. As it traversed the summer meadows, the sunset began to color the horizon around them. Captain, it looks like we'll have to camp outdoors. That's fine. Crossing the vast northern plains in a single day to reach a village was an impossible task. That's why both Vlad and Zemina nodded at Goth's words, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The sun sets quickly on the prairie. It seems to get dark faster than in Sora, Zemina said as she gathered some nearby dry branches. The stars will come out soon. In the narrow alleys of Sora, the modest buildings always blocked the sky. The glow of the lamps meant to attract customers devoured the stars, and the night sky always appeared fragmented and weak. Finding stars in that broken sky was a difficult task. Wow. But now, the night sky of the prairie stretched out before Zemina's eyes, filled with so many twinkling stars that it was hard to believe they had always been there. Fascinated by their radiance, she couldn't bring herself to lower her gaze. Zemina, come here for a moment. Lost in her own world, Zemina turned her head when she heard Vlad's voice. Why? The campfire that Goth had lit crackled softly. Following the sound, Zemina saw Vlad holding Noir's reins. He wants to say goodbye. Huh, Noir wants to say goodbye before he leaves. He was a black horse that blended perfectly with the starry sky that night. So much so that it seemed he might dissolve into the distant stars as he approached Zemina. Say goodbye, what does that mean? Zemina asked as she stroked Noir, who was nuzzling her gently, but Vlad didn't answer. Instead, he nodded toward a distant hill. It means it's time for Noir to return. On the hill illuminated by the stars, a herd of wild horses could be seen as if they were waiting for his return. You're letting him go. Just like that, now is the right time. Zemina felt confused by the sudden farewell, but Vlad, without hesitation, began to remove Noir's harness. He took off the saddle, the bridle around his face, and unloaded the luggage he had been carrying. Thank you for everything. And so, Vlad said goodbye to the child of the prairies, who had now returned to his original form. Are you done saying goodbye? Huh, yes, then go now. At the edge of the world where their paths had briefly intersected, they had extended a little further. However, Noir's world was on the prairie while Vlad's was in the city. It was time to part ways. Don't look back. Noir seemed to want to turn around again and again, but Vlad just crossed his arms and watched him. Goodbyes are better when they are simple. Seeing Vlad apply that philosophy, Noir neighed softly as if bidding farewell. There he goes. At first, his steps were hesitant, but the closer he got to the hill, the longer his strides became. Watching the black horse run toward the starry sky, Zemina began to shed tears. Is it because he resembles his owner? He doesn't look back even once. Feeling the emptiness of the farewell, Zemina instinctively moved closer to Vlad. Don't be so sad. Together, they watched Noir disappear into the distance. The image of the two of them, side by side, was identical to that of the children who used to stand in front of the smithy. It's not like we'll be apart forever. Vlad took a piece of paper from his coat as he watched Noir leave. It was the drawing the priestess of the world tree had given them, one that Zemina immediately recognized. Now that I look at it, this sunflower, its color resembles your hair. Really? In the childish drawing, there was a blonde man and a red-haired girl. Between them was a small, smiling flower. Why would someone draw a smiling face on that flower? Thank you, Zemina. Huh, Vlad wrapped an arm around Zemina's shoulders as if the night wind felt cold. Surprised by the sudden gesture, Zemina looked at him, but Vlad continued watching the sky where Noir had vanished. Just like that time when he looked at the undecorated sword hanging in the smithy. For believing in me back then. The winter in which he was born, the spring in which he said goodbye, and now, the summer in which he awaited new encounters. The journey of that boy began with the sword the red-haired girl had given him. Let's go back to Sora together. Their feet were still in the mud, but they gazed at the stars together. Now they looked at each other as a shooting star streaked across the prairie sky. Even if we are not in the highest sky, even if we fall to a place where no one sees us, if we wish to shine, we can recognize each other. Because we are stars, because we can all shine like stars. So until we meet again, goodbye, star-embracing Swordmaster complete, early in the morning when everyone was deeply asleep. In the depths of the night, when even the stars in the sky were slumbering under that night sky, a voice tried to wake a man who slept without a care in the world. Sir, sir. It was the voice of a child, a young voice that had not yet reached puberty. For that reason, it didn't have enough strength to wake the man from his deep sleep. Ow, that hurt, I said, wake up. Was this what a bee sting felt like? A sharp pain jolted the man awake, and with his eyes still unfocused, he looked around. What's going on? What's happening? Shhh. The child motioned for him to be quiet and glanced outside the stable, holding a small frog in his hands. I've been looking everywhere for you. Why are you sleeping in a stable when there are decent rooms? This is a stable. The man, having no idea where he had been sleeping, looked utterly confused. If not for his good looks, his expression would have been sigh-worthy. That's why it felt so comfortable. Unlike the worried child, the still drowsy man began to gather the straw around him to lie down again, hunching his shoulders as if he were cold. Even the frog in the child's hands puffed out its cheeks as if it couldn't believe what it was seeing. This is no time for sleeping, we have to escape right now. What are you saying? Can't we talk about this later? The smell of alcohol still lingered around him as he lay down again. Frustrated, the child pounded his chest desperately, but soon held his breath upon noticing the commotion around them. We know you're hiding here, come out now. The voices were clearly aggressive, and the sound of doors being kicked down signaled their determination to find someone. Unlike the child, the man only blinked, confused by the hostile tone. Kahano Frossen, you damned libertine. The smell of oil-soaked torches filled the air, and the furious barking of hunting dogs echoed around them. But what truly confused the man was hearing the word libertine alongside his name. Crash. Finally understanding the gravity of the situation, the man hurriedly stood up, but it was already too late to prepare. There you are, a bald man with a malicious grin and yellow teeth found him just as he was getting up and adjusting his clothes. I found you, Kahano Frossen. The man, still bewildered, looked wide-eyed, while the child at his side seemed on the verge of tears. Even the frog with the hat let out a resigned sigh. May I ask why you're looking for me? This is a story from long ago, a story that is neither legendary nor grand. Yet this story, the beginning of it all, started here in the stable of a nameless, signless in 251. Extra 13, The Bastard of the Frossen Family Part 1. In a cell within a mansion surrounded by somber gray bricks. On the damp floor of that place, Kahano was sitting, tied up with ropes, his gaze vacant. Keiki Hano, sir. Yes, the treatment he had received while being dragged there had been rough enough that his appearance was disheveled. But that disheveled appearance was preferable compared to the situation of the boy who called to him with a weak voice. But why am I the only one hanging upside down? Well, that's because it's a tradition of the Turek family, isn't it? Then why are you perfectly fine? That's because I'm a noble. The boy was wrapped in ropes as if he were a cocoon. Even so, despite the boy's voice, Kahano only stared at the ground in worry, biting his nails. See, could you at least lift me up for a moment? The blood is rushing to my head. Oh no, this is a problem. This time I don't think I'll get out of this unscathed. Just for a moment, really, I'm going to faint. If my brothers find out about this, I doubt they'll let me die peacefully. Sir Kahano. Sir Kahano. Despite the boy's desperate calls, Kahano did not raise his head easily. In fact, his anxiety was so intense that he was now standing, pacing back and forth. Old man, don't you have a solution? You're a mage, right? Although there were only two people in the cell, Kahano began to speak as if there were someone else there. Haven't you recharged yet? If you have, let's break the cell wall and get out of here. He spoke toward an empty corner of the cell. He seemed to be completely out of his mind, but fortunately there was a voice that responded to Kahano. Tisk, that's why knights are such a problem. Do you think magic is as easy to use as drawing a sword? An old voice emerged from the empty corner of the cell. Along with it, a small figure leapt out from the shadows with tiny hops. Why the hell did you get involved with the Baron's daughter? I told you not to do it. It was a frog smaller than the palm of a child's hand. Green on its back and white on its belly, it wore a tiny wizard's hat and hopped toward them while clicking its tongue. No wonder they say the Frossen lose their heads over women. This is really unfair. It was a mutual agreement. Could either of you please lower me down? A tall man with brown hair, a freckled boy tied up with ropes begging to be lowered, and a small frog with a wizard's hat and a pipe in its mouth. In any case, we need to get out of here before my brothers find out. Sir Keiki Hano, hurry up and recharge. Let's get out of here with a boom. What's that boom? That thing you showed me last time, that swoosh followed by a slash. Sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. You're definitely a Frossen, explaining everything so badly. Though there were three in the cell, none seemed to understand the others. Each one said whatever came to mind. However, the boy, seeing this absurd situation, finally couldn't hold back and shouted with all his strength. They're here, I don't know who, but someone's here. Huh, hearing the boy's screams, Kahano finally turned around. And there, outside the bars, stood a man he didn't recognize, looking at him with a stern expression as he slowly removed his hood. Brother, the man was tall, with his hair slicked back and glistening from the oil he wore. He was the epitome of noble elegance. But what stood out the most was his sharp, penetrating gaze. Damn libertine! It was the fifth son of the Frossen family, Perez Frossen. Now, with his left eye narrowed, he looked at his younger brother, known as the greatest libertine in the family's history. Brother, don't use that. I can explain everything. With one eye closed, he saw his own world. With the other, he saw the world where he stood. A skill available only to knights who had reached a high level. Don't bother explaining. Just prepare to die. There's no need to use aura. Don't you feel sorry for your little brother who can't even use aura? I feel more sorry for myself for having a brother like you. Creak. Perez turned the key handed to him by the jailer and slowly opened the cell door. Perez's presence filled the space, making Kahano prepare nervously, but Perez Frossen only looked coldly at his brother's desperate attempts. Should I leave you half dead first? Crash. Before he finished smiling, a deafening sound shook the entire cell as if a wall were collapsing. The man's scream echoed alongside the crash. Even the jailers froze, confused by the dust falling from the ceiling, but they remembered their orders and held their positions. Gentlemen, are you really going to leave me hanging here? The cell trembled with each of Perez's blows. The boy, dangling like a cocoon, flailed wildly. But in the middle of all that, no one had the time to respond to his plea. Ugh, if you took rice cakes and threw them, would they look like this? Kahano, hunched and stuck to the floor of the cell, looked exactly like that. Perez, seeing him, exhaled a sigh of resignation. Remember what our father told you when you left. Chiik, the match struck by Perez, produced a flame that lit his cigarette, and the scent of tobacco began to spread through the air. He told you to keep quiet, to stay as unnoticed as possible. As he inhaled deeply, the tip of the cigarette glowed red. In the dark cell, it was the only light visible in the deep night. You're 20 years old now. You should understand why our father sent you away from the family. I don't know, damn it. Perez frowned slightly at seeing his younger brother still lying on the floor, unmoving from resentment, but he understood his defiance. For as cold as he seemed, even he could imagine how his brother felt crashing into an impossible wall. I understand you want to vent, but don't forget that the Dragulia family's anger hasn't subsided. At the mention of Dragulia, Kahano began to stir slightly. But Perez pretended not to notice and continued speaking. So go farther away until they forget you. Thud, with those words, Perez stood up and tossed a small bag toward Kahano, who was still lying on the floor. The bag fell with a familiar clinking sound. It was unmistakably the sound of coins. I don't need this, take it, it's from our mother. After throwing the bag of gold, Perez tucked a small piece of paper into the ropes binding the boy hanging from the ceiling. Agreement or not, you caused trouble for the Turek family, so handle this. The boy, exhausted, had fallen asleep and didn't even wake when Perez untied him and gently laid him on the floor. Without another word, Perez left the cell. Kahano, still lying powerless on the floor, slowly began to rise as he watched his brother's back disappear. It must be difficult for you, Sir Perez Frossen. Perez, who had planned to leave silently, was stopped by an unexpected voice. Clearly, as a member of the Frossen family, the problems he causes are of great magnitude. The man's bald head gleamed under the moonlight. Smiling maliciously, the man approached. He was the knight of the Turek family who had brought Kahano here. What do you want? Nothing in particular, there is just an outstanding debt with Senor Kahano. Feigning politeness, the man extended his hand toward Perez. As I said before, it must be the Frossen blood that makes the problems they cause so large. Your brother owes me a considerable amount of money. Upon hearing this, Perez's brow furrowed slightly. How much? About 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins. His brother's reputation as the libertine of the Frossen family was well known. But Perez, who had watched him for a long time, knew that Kahano would not borrow 20 gold coins without a good reason. Well, the boy who accompanies your brother, right? His name is Yan. The man was embellishing his story, but the situation was simple. There was a boy who worked alone on a farm. His parents had left him with a huge debt before they died. And coincidentally, the owner of the farm was the creditor of that debt. It was a situation that, by coincidence or not, often occurred in this world. So my brother paid 20 gold coins to buy the boy's freedom. Exactly. And I lent him that money. Perez smiled slightly, understanding why there was a boy hanging in the cell. He calmly approached the man. Then the 20 gold coins must be paid. The Frossen family always paid their debts justly. Rewarding kindness and repaying grudges was an unbreakable rule of their family. Sir Perez, however, instead of handing over coins, Perez grabbed the man's outstretched hand. He squeezed it so tightly that the bald knight's eyes widened, unable to utter a sound. From what I saw on the way here, it seems you treated my younger brother quite harshly. Instead of coins, the man now felt the crushing grip of Perez on his hand. The bald knight's eyes were wide open, unable to scream, while Perez's grip threatened to crush his bones. Let's see how much your life is worth. Ag-ugh. Even though Kahano was considered a libertine, he was still a Frossen. Not even the Turek family could touch a family that shone among humans, even in the world of dragons. Surely it's worth more than 20 gold coins. Gwah! To defend the honor of his younger brother, whom no one acknowledged, Perez squeezed the man's hand forcefully. Meanwhile, his younger brother had been beaten mercilessly. Consugra, Part 1. Even in the dark cell, the moon shone brightly that night. On the white paper illuminated by the moonlight, the name of a city was written. A city at the edge of Baron Turek's territory. Consugra. From Kahano's cracked lips, the name of his next destination slipped out softly. 252, Extra 14, the Bastard of the Frossen Family, Part 2. Consugra, an ordinary town within the Baron of Turek's territory. However, although it was a commonplace, even this town had a special landscape. Windmills lined up on top of a hill. Uug, on the hill where spring had arrived, sheep wandered around grazing, spreading out like white clouds. Additionally, flowers of various colors were beginning to bloom. Seen from afar, it was a peaceful scene, as though it were part of a painting. But on the face of the young woman standing there was only an expression of displeasure. Why has the wind been so strong lately? The fact that there were windmills in the town meant that it was a windy area. However, compared to previous years, the wind was so sharp that the young woman had to hold her hat tightly so it wouldn't blow away. Huh. After the strong wind subsided and Consugra calmed down again, the young woman opened her eyes and stared intently at one of the windmills, as if she had discovered something. What is that? There was a flickering light like a candle glowing faintly from a small window in the tall windmill. A light that seemed to be calling for attention with its intermittent flashes. But by the time the girl noticed that light, the strong wind was once again whipping the hill. Is this supposed to be a path for walking? A group of travelers was making their way along a trail that wound through the forest. They were holding the reins of an old horse and a small donkey, struggling to move forward. One of them was Kahano Frossen. His face covered with bruises, as if he had been beaten, Kahano struggled to pull his horse out of the mud it was stuck in. Honestly, I don't get it. How is it possible to charge a toll for something that doesn't even look like a road? Perhaps because it was spring, the wind carried a warm scent. But on the other hand, that same weather had turned the path into pure mud. In other words, it was a difficult road for any traveler. Damn dragons, they only care about their own matters up there and never bother to check these things. Sir Kahano, what if someone hears you? Alarmed by Kahano's words, Yan looked around nervously. In my town in the past, someone was arrested for saying things like that. It's true, Yan waved his hands, visibly scared while Kahano frowned. Indeed, that was how this world worked. Even if they were on a lonely forest path, it wasn't wise to speak ill of the dragons. In this era ruled by them, survival meant submitting and continuing to pull the reins, step by step. All I'm saying is that it would be great if the roads were well built. If it were up to me, I'd build great roads from the capital going north, south, east, and west. The dragons ruled this perfect world. Complaining meant rebelling against them. However, for a young man like Kahano, imagining a better future was inevitable. Idiot, saying nonsense like that is why you got kicked out of the family, but imagining a better future was a right reserved only for the dragons. So Kahano's dreams were nothing more than an unrealizable fantasy. If you still have the energy to talk nonsense, focus on getting to the town. Young people these days. Tusk, tusk, the frog sitting on Yan's head waved a paw as it spoke. Kahano sighed deeply. His dreams were big, but his reality was being stuck in the mud, pulling the reins of an old horse. If he didn't want to sink like the animal, he would have to adapt to the world the dragons had created. Well, at least the scenery isn't bad. As they climbed the hill with effort, a green open meadow of Consugra stretched out before them. A wave of green that seemed to soothe Kahano's burning chest. He took a deep breath as he admired the view. Name: Kahano, age 20. Why have you come here? Although it seemed like an insignificant town, the strict attitude of the guards watching over it was quite irritating. It says right there, I've been sent by your feudal lord, don't you see? Even after showing them the order with the lord's seal, the guard's attitude didn't change. Kahano's frustration grew as he found no solution. They say there's been a witch around here lately. I've come to capture her. Although his appearance covered in mud didn't inspire much confidence, the feudal lord's order was authentic. Moreover, since he had a squire with him, he fulfilled the appearance of a knight. There was no reason to hold him any longer, though the frog he carried as a pet aroused suspicion. Welcome to Consugra, Sir Kahano. So, can I go in now, gentlemen? Yes, go ahead. When the spear blocking his way was lifted, the palisade granting access to Consugra appeared. However, as he was about to enter, a voice from the guards made him stop. Once inside the town, please report immediately to the tax collector. The tax collector, isn't that usually the mayor? In small towns like this, it was usually the mayor who handled everything. The presence of a tax collector sent directly by the Lord piqued Kahano's curiosity. Yes, and if possible, please maintain discretion. Well, what an expensive town. Hard to enter and complicated to move around in. With an enigmatic smile, Kahano turned toward the guards. It really seems like there's a witch here, doesn't it? Witch. Unlike mages who used magic through mysteries, witches performed all sorts of illicit acts by dark means. The possibility that one was here sparked a glimmer of interest on Kahano's face. Kahano, sir, this is not the right way. Yan's voice sounded desperate from behind, but he didn't dare stop him. The guard said we should go directly to the tax collector, I know. Because the place they were standing in front of was not the tax collector's office, but inexplicably a tavern. Yan could only hop anxiously while Kahano, with complete ease, entered the place. Yan, don't you know, before meeting someone important, it's good manners to shake off the dust and freshen up with a bit of liquor. Really? What other choice do you have? Just follow me. Although Yan frowned in doubt, Kahano had already opened the tavern door and entered. Not bad. It was the typical tavern of a small town. The ground floor served food and drinks, and the upper floor functioned as an inn. The smell of food was enough for Kahano to decide that it wasn't a bad place. I'd like to order something. What's the most popular thing here? We only sell one thing. Then bring me that and a beer. Kahano, sir, better make it 2 of those and a beer. After placing the order with the tavern owner, Kahano looked around and spoke to Yan. There are a lot of people. Yes, it seems the food is really good. In the tavern in our village, there was never this many people. For a large city, this was normal, but this was a small town on the outskirts of the territory. It was odd that so many people were gathered in the tavern. How good can it be for them to leave their work and come here? He estimated there were about 30 people, all men of working age. Here you go. Oh, that was quick. The stew is always ready. The stew came out shortly after ordering. It was a thick mixture of meat and vegetables. Yan, seeing the hot food, smiled from ear to ear. Thank you, Sir Kahano. Yes, eat up. This will be added to the 20 gold you owe. Understood. Yan hung his head dejected while Kahano took a spoonful of stew to his mouth. It's good. The stew, cooked for a long time, had a thick and comforting flavor typical of rural towns, but I don't think it's so good that people would crowd in like this. It wasn't delicious enough to abandon work and pack the tavern. On my farm, the sheep were torn apart. At first, I didn't even know what it was. At night, the children get so scared they have fits. This is the work of a witch. What else could it be? Kahano chewed slowly as he listened to the conversations in the tavern. He had gone there on purpose to hear the town's rumors before carrying out the feudal lord's mission. What an honor to have such a distinguished person in such a humble place in the city of Eners, near Consugra. Tension filled the mayor's office as the sun set. If you had informed us, we would have come to greet you. The mayor bowed deeply with a pathetic expression. He could barely breathe from the effort of holding in his belly. I received the report from the mages. They say the investigation is about to conclude. That's right, they told me so themselves. The mayor, ignoring his shortness of breath, rubbed his hands as he spoke to the man before him. I made sure to assist them in everything and gave them the best possible treatment. I did everything I could to contribute to their goal. In a way, he seemed servile. It wasn't a look befitting a mayor responsible for a city, but the reason he did his utmost to bow his head was because the man in front of him was naturally in a position to demand it. Good work. The man's golden hair gleamed in the light of the setting sun. Even in twilight, his hair maintained its golden luster. If this succeeds, I will remember your name. The man's eyes, a cold blue, reflected pure perfection. The mayor bowed even deeper. Thank you, Lord Sarnas Dragulia, a young dragon who was beginning to stand out in his family. He smiled as he looked at the mayor bowed before him. 253. Extra 15, The Suspicious Town Part 1. The child's round cheeks were adorable. His eyes moved from side to side following the movements of Kahano's hand. Even Kahano, who was trying to attract the boy's attention by waving a candy, couldn't help but laugh at that innocent expression. So you say that lately you've been hearing strange noises at night? Yes. Noises that the adults can't hear but you and your friends can. The boy's eyes remained fixed on the candy Kahano was holding, but his outstretched fingers pointed toward the hill. With his arm extended, he indicated the windmills that stood on the town's hill. That windmill, someone cries from there. Cries? Yes, cries. The windmill cries every night. When the boy said that the windmills cried, Yan, standing beside him, began tilting his head as if he couldn't understand. However, Kahano's eyes remained calm and serious. I've told you everything. Can I have the candy now? After finishing his story, the boy held out both hands toward Kahano as if asking for a reward. Moved by the endearing gesture, Kahano gave him the candy. The boy smiled broadly upon seeing the sweet in his hand while Kahano slowly stood up. A windmill that cries. The rumor that a windmill cried at night. Only the children had heard it, so the adults dismissed it as nonsense. But now Kahano's eyes reflected a different kind of seriousness. 5 children have said the same thing. It was strange for 5 children to give the exact same testimony. Even coming from children, hearing the same account 5 times deserved to be taken seriously. And that mage told me not to go near the windmill. Yesterday, the grim-looking mage had warned him not to go near the windmill. It wasn't clear whether it was a warning or a threat. Recalling that moment, Kahano chewed the last candy with a thoughtful expression. In any case, I would prefer you not to go near the windmill. For a quiet town, the mayor's house was surprisingly luxurious. Building a house of that size could only mean the mayor had a good reputation or had embezzled a lot of money. Investigating the witch is fine, but it would be better to avoid that place. However, the one receiving him wasn't the mayor, but a completely different man. A middle-aged man in an embroidered robe with a stern expression. His refined demeanor and expensive robe made it clear that he was a mage. I am conducting experiments that require a certain degree of privacy. I hope you understand. His tone reflected a distinguished education, and with that robe that looked so expensive, no one would doubt his position. If it weren't for his feet on the table, Kahano would have thought he was a respectable person. Well, as long as you let me investigate without interference, I don't mind. Although the man's behavior was disrespectful, the tax collector beside him seemed too nervous to say anything. The man who had introduced himself as Samont acted as if the place belonged to him. It's an experiment supervised directly by the Dragulia family. It can't be helped. A very understanding young man. No matter how disrespectful Samont was, the name Dragulia demanded respect. Even if he wasn't a dragon, no one dared challenge someone who represented that family. I wonder what kind of experiment is being conducted in this small town, but that's all I need to cooperate with. Yes. However, the man now standing in front of Samont was the infamous bastard of the Frossen family. Perhaps if he had been careful with his actions until now, the word bastard wouldn't have been attached to Kahano's name. It's curious, isn't it, that in a town supervised by the Dragulia family, a witch appears, something so rare to see. If this is all just a coincidence, it would truly be something curious. Kahano was smiling, but his eyes showed no joy. Samont maintained his serious expression. The tension between them made Yan feel suffocated. I think I shouldn't have followed Kahano on the way back to the inn from the mayor's house. Yan was pulling a small donkey while speaking with a worried voice. When I end up being marked too, after all, he's someone from the Dragulia family. Yan seemed quite nervous about what had happened recently. For a boy who had lived his whole life in a rural village, what he had seen was something completely out of the ordinary. Yes, the Dragulia family. Huh, but why would the Dragulia family use an expelled mage? However, Kahano, walking ahead, didn't seem to hear Yan's voice. He was lost in his own thoughts. And besides, a mage from a fallen family in the south. Were they that desperate for someone? Kahano, what are you saying now? Kahano's tone was unusual, murmuring non-stop as if trapped in another world. Yan found his behavior strange. He had never seen Kahano like this. From the south and from a fallen family, what does all that mean? What? I mean what you just mentioned. You said something about someone being expelled. Kahano, who was absorbed in his thoughts, seemed to snap back to reality when he saw Yan's wide eyes. His expression finally regained some vitality. It was Samont who was expelled. Huh, Yan was visibly confused by Kahano's unexpected words. That guy was expelled. Did someone mention that before? Does it need to be said? Just looking at him you can tell. Yan was perplexed. How could Kahano gather all that information just by looking? That Samont was from the south, from a fallen family, and expelled seemed impossible to deduce without being told. I don't understand anything you're saying, Kahano. You saw it too, the robe Samont was wearing. What about his robe? Yan still didn't understand, which made Kahano frown, as if wondering why he couldn't see something so obvious. It had elaborate embroidery. Those patterns are typical of the south. Ah, also did you see his shiny boots? That means they were treated to be waterproof. Only people from the swampy regions of the south care that much about their boots. Oh, although they had been in the same place and seen the same person, the information they gathered was very different. That was the difference made by Kahano's sharp powers of observation. So, it seems he's from the south, but what does it mean that he's from a fallen family? He was wearing a ring with a noble family seal. But the emblem was unknown to me, so it must be from a family that fell at least a generation ago. Yan was amazed. When had Kahano found time to notice the ring during that brief meeting? Yan only remembered cowering before Samont's intimidating presence. And besides, his clothes were worn. It looks like he takes care of his clothing carefully, but even so, it was worn out. That means he doesn't have much money. Then why do you say he's an expelled mage? Each of Kahano's deductions seemed to fit perfectly, and Yan's eyes shone with admiration. Now he was curious to know how Kahano had concluded that Samont was expelled. Kahano shrugged as if he didn't have a clear answer. I didn't know that. Huh. Even though he had claimed Samont was an expelled mage, he now admitted he didn't know the reason. Yan looked at him confused, but the answer came from another source. He smelled horrible. A coarse, old voice came from inside Kahano's coat. It was a frog blinking impatiently, as if it felt uncomfortable after being hidden. There were many forbidden energies clustered around him. The stench was so strong it made me dizzy. The small frog, which wore a pointed hat, climbed onto Kahano's shoulder. When he was still human, he had been named Andrew. Now he scratched his head with a hind leg, clearly disgusted. It must be black magic, the kind spreading among mages lately. If his powers are that rotten, he was surely expelled a long time ago. Yan had never heard of black magic, but the term gave him chills. The word black alone was enough to convey something sinister. What's going on in this town? I hope I haven't gotten into something dangerous. At first, the journey's goal had only been to atone for a mistake. But now they were in a town where witches appeared and suspicious mages roamed. As he walked through the town, Kahano looked at the darkening sky of Consugra and clicked his tongue softly. Night had fallen completely, and the hill where the windmill stood was shrouded in shadows. In the newest windmill, a faint light filtered through the window while more than a dozen mages worked hurriedly. It seems Baron Turek made a mistake in selecting the staff. In the highest level of the windmill, in the room just below the blades, Samont reflected on what had happened while frowning. The insolent attitude of that young man called Kahano still bothered him. Or maybe the Frossen family sent him here by force. The situation was frustrating. An unknown woman was constantly interfering, delaying the experiment. They had requested a competent knight to capture her, but instead an irresponsible brat from the Frossen family had arrived. This is a headache. There's still so much work to do. Pressing his temples with his fingers, Samont let out a small groan. He had received support from the Dragulia family to restore his fallen family and complete his experiment. But the moment to show results was approaching, and anxiety was starting to weigh on him. Come on, cry already, you cursed creature. His only hope left was the small snake in the jar he was holding. Inside the jar Samont held, a tiny snake hissed incessantly, showing its small, sharp fangs. A snake so small it wouldn't even fit in the palm of an adult's hand. The snake kept hissing as if telling Samont to release it while staring at him. The The young snake, which had not yet grown and had sharp teeth, was entirely white like the moon rising in the night sky. 254, Extra 16, The Suspicious Town Part 2. Under the glow of the white moonlight at the point where the green meadow ended, a shadow emerged silently from the forest. Beyond the pastures, the dense foliage turned into a thick grove. Even under the moonlight, the darkness surrounding the shadow did not dissipate. It was as if the surrounding trees were deliberately concealing it, leaving no gaps. The only part that shone was a pair of fierce eyes like those of a predator. Damn humans! The voice that came out softly carried a rage that could not be hidden, like water in a kettle that had begun to boil. The anger in that voice was directed toward the windmill that the humans had built below. "I will definitely save you." With those words, an unknown figure faded back into the shadows. That presence watched the town from the darkness created by the trees in the forest. The moon, which had finally revealed that figure, illuminated its bright platinum blonde hair. Kahano, who had entered the windmill, opened his eyes in astonishment. Unlike the gloomy atmosphere outside, the inside of Samont's workshop was perfectly organized, which surprised him. Crackle, crackle. Furthermore, a lightning bolt suddenly appeared inside an empty glass tube. It was impossible not to open his eyes wide at such a phenomenon. On the top floor of the windmill, where Samont was, the lightning that appeared out of nowhere made Kahano flinch without realizing it. Is that also magic? Samont's workshop was filled with strangely shaped gears and pipes tangled like spiderwebs. As he wandered around, Kahano noticed several glass tubes similar to the one that had produced the lightning. I don't know what kind of experiment they're conducting, but it's quite noisy. They were apparently empty glass tubes. However, in some, cold dew accumulated, while in others, red flames burned. It was a sight that could only be explained by magic. "Have you completed your investigation, Sir Kahano?" A young voice spoke from behind Kahano. It was Samont's apprentice, who had come out to attend to him while his master remained busy with his experiments. "Investigation? Yes, I think I've seen everything there is to see." Kahano discreetly touched the inner pocket of his coat. He felt a small vibration in response. That vibration seemed to tell him that everything was ready. Kahano smiled as he looked at Samont's apprentice. "It's really fascinating. There's nothing inside, yet things appear." "Ha ha, naturally it seems fascinating if you're seeing it for the first time." Unlike Samont, who had a stern expression, the young apprentice had a friendly smile. However, Kahano could clearly see the mockery hidden in that smile. "Perhaps what you're seeing now is the process of creating something from nothing." "What?" In the windmill, the mages continued moving busily with their tasks. But between Kahano and the young mage, there was only an awkward tension. "In fact, our experiments are related to that, making the useless useful." After saying that, Samont's apprentice playfully waved his palm, as if explaining further would be a headache. "Anyway, it's an experiment closely supervised by the Dragulia family, but there's something that's been hindering it." With those words, Samont's apprentice nodded, as if encouraging Kahano to look in that direction. Following that gesture, Kahano approached the window and observed the landscape. From there, the town, its pastures, and the forest beyond were clearly visible. "Lately, our barriers have been damaged. At first, we thought it was wild animals, but upon investigating, we discovered there was human interference." The apprentice took a small stone out of his pocket. Although it looked like an ordinary rock, its surface was covered in intricate magical symbols. "It definitely seems to have been broken with a sword." "That's right, someone is trying to interfere with us." The reason Kahano had come was to capture the witch that was supposedly appearing in the area. In the broken stone the apprentice showed him had marks suggesting dark magic. Breaking a barrier stone means that person knows how to handle the supernatural. Brutally slaughtered animals, sabotaged dragon experiments, and now evidence of forbidden magic. Perhaps it really was a witch just as they said. "Please, we leave this to you, Sir Kahano." "Yes, I'll do my best. Who knows, maybe if you solve this problem, the Dragulia's anger toward you will dissipate." Although he didn't care about the town's fate, capturing the witch was his job. However, those last words made Kahano tense for a moment. "Oh my, I think I've gone too far, forgive me." Although he apologized, his tone was insolent and seemed to enjoy it. It was evident that his words weren't a slip, but a small revenge for Kahano's attitude towards Samont the day before. "Anyway, we trust that a member of the Frossen family like you will help us successfully." The apprentice smiled as he looked at Kahano, the infamous bastard of the Frossen family, known for earning the dragon's disapproval. "Of course, I'll do my best." However, Kahano also smiled in response despite the mockery. In a world of perfection, the only thing he could do was return the smiles. Yet he couldn't help but let a bitter expression slip onto his face. Sir Kahano, you should get up now, the sun is setting." It was a hill in the town where the sun was slowly sinking. From a distance, it looked like a scene worthy of a painting, but at that moment only Yan's voice echoed as he tried to wake Kahano. "I told you to wake me up at sunset. Don't you see it's sunset now? The sun will set completely soon." At Yan's words, Kahano began to look around as if just realizing it. Indeed, the green grass of the meadow was tinged with the reddish waves of the sunset. Where are the sheep? Huh, the sheep. They were here a while ago. Maybe he was still a bit drowsy as Kahano suddenly asked about the sheep. However, his eyes were scanning the surroundings with an unusual seriousness. There they are. So they moved from here to there. Saying this, Kahano took a piece of paper from his pocket and began marking something on it. It was a small map that seemed to represent the town's surroundings. But now that map had unknown marks that Kahano had made previously. What is that, Sir Kahano? The path the shepherds follow. Why are you marking that? To figure something out. I want to know which pasture the sheep are taken to today. Yan watched Kahano with curiosity as he meticulously made his marks. It was strange to see something so detailed, considering how careless Kahano usually seemed. Typically, shepherds rotate the pastures so they don't get depleted, otherwise the grass withers quickly. I didn't say anything. I'm telling you before you ask. Looking at Yan, whose eyes trembled as if wondering why he was doing this, Kahano scratched his head as if it hurt. Anyway, if the shepherds rotate the pastures, there will be one where they take a break. The shepherd's job was to care for the sheep, but they also served as the town's watchmen. If there were intruders or monsters nearby, the shepherds would be the first to notice. And today, that place is empty. Therefore, the unknown intruder lurking in the forest would try to avoid the shepherd's watchful eyes. So by studying the flock's movements, Kahano deduced that tonight would be the ideal time for the being called the witch to move. It's toward the windmill, right? The one we went to before. Yes, the only pasture without shepherds or sheep that could raise the alarm. Thus, Kahano's finger pointed to the most direct path to Samont's windmill. That's why I asked you to wake me up at sunset. It seems we won't sleep well tonight. Kahano finished speaking and clicked his tongue as if still sleepy. Yan, however, couldn't find words to reply as he watched Kahano yawn calmly. Do you want dinner? I brought a lunchbox from the inn. Oh, that sounds good. Get it out quickly. A scoundrel of the Frossen family, always flirting with women and getting beaten by his older brother. Although everyone considered him a lost cause, Yan felt there was something more to Kahano that no one else saw. What's this? Lemon? Yes. Why did you bring this? You don't eat lemon like this. It's for squeezing over the meat. In my village, everyone eats it that way. The night was falling deeply. There would be no moon that night, yet as they waited, Yan's heart pounded heavily. Because more than the mysterious witch, he was intrigued to see an unknown side of Kahano. In the darkness where the moon did not shine, a shadow moved stealthily. From the distant forest to the wide meadow, the shadow ran with a speed that could be described as shot out. It did not make even the slightest sound. It had been worth watching carefully from the forest. In the direction it was moving, there were no sharp-eyed shepherds or alert sheep. Only the sinister windmill that the humans had built was visible. The shadow's golden eyes shone fiercely. Grrrr, but a faint cry in the wind made the shadow stop. It hurts, it hurts. Stop, wee. It was the cry of little spirits born from the world tree. Little ones who had once left with smiles, but now their cries were too painful to ignore. Damn humans! The cries were more vivid than ever. They were close enough to hear those heartbreaking screams. The shadow began to feel anxious due to the spirit's pleas. I have to hurry, so with more hurried steps the unknown entity lunged forward. Now its movements were no longer careful but desperate. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Frogs, that's why it didn't realize that the meadow had turned into a mist-covered pond. By the build, it seems like a woman. Swish. A blade appeared suddenly and the shadow retreated urgently. But it was no longer a meadow but a damp mire. The muddy ground trapped its feet. Who are you? It had managed to dodge the attack just barely, but it was a lethal blow. If it hadn't heard that voice, its neck would have been cut. If I tell you who I am, will you tell me your name too? Beyond the mist it was staring into, a man emerged, tall and with reddish-brown hair. However, what stood out most was his relaxed, smiling expression. My name is Kahano. Kahano Frossen. One of his teachers had once told him, controlling the battlefield is the fastest path to victory, and now they were in the pond that the old toad had created for Kahano. Now that I've said my name, tell me yours. His stance, crouched and ready to strike, was like a sharp sword, as if he were ready to cut her down in one blow. Tell me your name before my sword touches your neck. The bastard of the Frossen family. Kahano Frossen. However, once the name used to refer to him in the past was the prodigious genius of the Frossen family, Kahano Frossen. 255 extra 17 Kahano for the Young Possibilities Part 1. It was a deep night in which everyone in the village slept. In the quiet Kinsugra, where only the sounds of insects could be heard, a soft sob echoed. I'm sorry. A ray of moonlight filtered through the coarse wooden planks. The priestess of the world tree was locked in some storage shed, as there wasn't even a proper prison in the village. Sitting with her knees together and her head bowed, the gentle blue moonlight enveloped her as if trying to console her. I tried to save them truly. She had traveled a long way from the elven forest Ulfheim to reach Consugra. However, now she was trapped in a cage built by the mages. Tomorrow, Sarnis would arrive and she would be taken to the capital, but she wasn't crying because of the uncertain future that awaited her. It hurts so much, please stop already, I'm sorry, please get me out of here. What truly tormented her were the cries of the young spirits that still echoed in her ears. From Samont's mill, which still gleamed with lights, the heart-wrenching screams of the little spirits could be heard without end. Why do you abandon those children, mother? Those fragile and pitiful sounds made her doubt the message of the world tree which had sent her here alone. But unable to do anything, the priestess could only hide her tear-soaked face between her knees. Her shoulders trembled helplessly. The young spirits suffered and cried out because of the mage's cruel experiments. However, there was no one there to hear those sobs. Except for one person, it was a night when only the wounded remained awake. That's why the knight who was alone in his room at the inn touched his left eye silently while glaring furiously at Samont's mill. Although normally in Consugra only the bleating of sheep could be heard today, for some reason it felt more bustling. The children wore clean clothes and the adults were sweeping with brooms here and there. Today, someone very important from the Dragulia family is coming. They say it's a dragon. And one of pure blood, no less. They say he has golden hair and blue eyes. I can't believe I'll see a dragon before I die. The villagers were excited about the news that a dragon would arrive in Consugra. Born in perfection, as beautiful as jewels, just seeing a dragon was an honor and everyone was hurriedly preparing to welcome him. They're coming, they've already reached the entrance to the village. Form a line. Make sure the children don't run ahead. With the firm shout of the mayor, the villagers quickly stepped aside from the path. Although they seemed nervous about seeing a dragon for the first time, they couldn't hide the excitement coursing through their bodies. Soon, a luxurious golden carriage approached from the distance. That immutable gold was a color reserved solely for dragons born in perfection. Upon recognizing that color, the villagers began bowing their heads one by one. Welcome, Sarnis Dragulia. The carriage passed through the crowd and came to a stop. Samont, the mage, hurriedly approached with an extremely respectful posture, very different from his usual demeanor in the village. It is an honor to have you in this humble place. Finally, a noble dragon began to step out through the open door. His golden hair shone under the sunlight and his blue eyes observed everything coldly. However, what was most imposing about his presence was the perfection he had borne since birth. Well done, Samont, you finally found a useful energy source, haven't you? Why yes, Sarnis. Everyone present bowed their heads before him. Therefore, Sarnis's eyes, which could freely look down on others, began to slowly scan the surroundings. Good thing I didn't arrive too late. The reason a noble dragon had come to this remote village was to oversee Samont's experiment. But beyond that, Sarnis wanted to see something in particular, Kahano Frossen, the young possibility they had crushed in the past. But I don't see him. What? He looked around, but he didn't see the brown hair he was searching for. The youngest son of the Frossen family, who had shown such a brilliant potential that he had surprised even the dragons. A spark of potential that needed to be verified. However, Kahano was not where he was supposed to be. Kuwung, in Samont's mill, which had been left empty to receive the noble dragon, someone was carefully climbing up. Why did they build this so high? The mill that Kahano was scaling was the tallest and largest in Consugra. Therefore, it was difficult for anyone to climb. However, for some reason, Kahano ascended with ease without even using a rope. Will I really get my normal hands back after this? I'm telling you, yes. Do you think they've been fooling me my whole life? Andrew, on his shoulder, kicked his hind legs as if trying to dispel any doubts. Even so, it was hard not to feel uneasy. If a swordsman's hands turned into those of a frog, anyone would react like Kahano. Why are you climbing up the wall instead of using the normal entrance? Are you crazy? I want to see Samont's workshop. And why? I told you before, it wasn't a very dignified image to see Kahano climbing like a frog. Yan, who was below, watched him with concern, but the knight had already passed the mill blades and was near the window of Samont's workshop. I've been hearing children crying all night. Even though he knew no one was there, Kahano spoke in an urgent whisper. This mill seemed suspicious to me from the start. Kahano peeked into the workshop through the window and then turned his head to look back. There were the mill blades. Look, they don't even have a weather vane installed. The rusty blades didn't have the vane that any mill should have to catch the wind. The main function of a mill was to turn with the wind, but this one didn't even have that intention. Craac, that's why I need to see it up close. Gently tapping the window with his elbow to avoid making noise, Kahano carefully removed the cracked glass. It was a technique he had learned for secret meetings with ladies, but it proved useful in other situations. Kahano unlatched the window and slipped silently into Samont's workshop. Although Andrew had said there were no other security measures, it never hurt to be cautious. What a messy place, are all mages like this? I wasn't, you brat, you have papers scattered everywhere. Mages are a disaster. This workshop was not accessible during official visits. That's why the workshop Kahana was seeing for the first time was messy, with papers strewn across the floor. What's this? A blueprint. Among the papers filled with difficult-to-read letters, there was one that caught Kahano's attention. A sheet with a simple drawing instead of complicated letters and formulas. It was a sectional blueprint of the mill they were currently in. Why does it have so many gears? Upon examining the blueprint, he saw an excessive number of gears and pipes in Samont's mill. He didn't know what they were for, but it was evident they weren't typical components of a regular mill. Kahano, what is it? I'm busy. While Kahano quickly lost interest in the blueprint and looked around, Andrew on his shoulder blinked in surprise. This where we are now doesn't seem to be just a mill. That's what I'm saying. I told you this was suspicious. Andrew's voice trembled with nervousness, but Kahano was focused on finding the source of the children's cries he had heard last night. As he looked around, he saw something shining. I'm telling you, this isn't an ordinary windmill. This shhh, be quiet for a moment. Looking up, he saw that there were glass tubes hanging from the ceiling of the workshop. They seemed to be firmly attached as if they were part of some machinery. Kahano felt the pain in his injured left eye intensify when he saw them. Can't you hear it? Hear what? It sounds like crying. Kahano really didn't care what the mage Samont was doing. After all, the experiment was supervised by Dragulia, and it wasn't something he could interfere with. Is it coming from above? But if children were involved, the situation was different. Especially if the children were suffering so much they cried all night. KNGH, the higher he climbed, the more his wounded left eye hurt. The bandage he wore was stained with blood, but his determination did not waver. Kahano, your wound is bleeding. I know. The closer he got to the empty glass tubes, the clearer the children's cries became. Finally, he reached the top of the workshop. There was a large gear and many glass tubes embedded around it. Where are they? Kahano looked around urgently, blood dripping from his eye. However, he only saw empty glass tubes. There was no sign of the crying children. There's nothing, we should go down. But idiot, I just told you. This isn't an ordinary windmill. Andrew urged Kahano to go down, but he turned his head when he heard something. It wasn't a sound heard with his ears, but something perceived with his sight. Looking in that direction with his injured left eye, he saw a white figure. Stop torturing them. A white spark crackled inside a large glass tube at the center of the gear. It was a much larger tube than the others, and it was vibrating. As he approached, Kahano opened his eyes in shock. Leave my friends alone, you damned humans. He couldn't see it with his right eye, but he could with his injured left eye. In a place where the colors were all dark, like a scene from an oil painting, a young and severely injured snake was screaming at Kahano. A boy cried in an empty dueling arena where everyone had left. The tears the boy was shedding now were not from resentment or anger. Father. These were tears that flowed from helpless fear. The dragons of Dragulia had raged when they saw the world he had created. That was because those blue eyes desperately sought the boy's world, recognizing Kahano's potential forged by sacrificing his own young dragon. Did I do something wrong? However, no one made eye contact with Kahano, who was now crying. Neither his father, whom he respected, nor his mother, whom he loved, had the time to look at young Kahano because they were busy appeasing the angry dragons. Don't look away anymore, Kahano. A world of children that no one could protect. Therefore, the cries of the little one he had ignored continued to echo within Kahano. If you keep doing this, the star inside you will die. Perhaps the cries Kahano heard last night weren't from the young spirits in front of him, but from the child he had been ignoring until now. That's why Kahano decided not to look away and took a step toward the glass tube before him. 256, Extra 18 Kahano for the Young Possibilities Part 2. Clang, clang, a sound echoed through the dark interior of the mill. It started from the top and spread downward. Even the spirits who lay weakened lifted their heads at the sudden noise. Crackle, the sword slashed with such force that it even crackled with flames. However, Samont's glass tubes didn't show a single scratch. Kahano realized it. It's magic. The tubes trapping the little spirits were transparent, but they were filled with the mystery Samont had embedded in them. That power deceived the world and deflected the tip of his sword. Andrew, is there no way to break this? Not right now, maybe if you give me some time. Time is the last thing we have. Andrew had been a great wizard, but that was when he had a human form. Asking him for a solution now was useless. Damn it. Kahano swallowed, his throat burning with urgency. He felt cornered, but while his hands remained still, his eyes continued to move sharply. Couldn't they have enchanted all these things with magic? Above the little snake, who was staring wide-eyed, there were numerous mechanical devices. He didn't know what they were for, but surely one of them was keeping the spirits trapped. I remember seeing a diagram somewhere. Recalling the diagram he had seen, Kahano licked his lips. As complicated as the machinery was, disassembling it was the opposite of assembling it, or at least he might find a weak point. Rumble, Kahano had come up with a plan, but it was too late. What is this? The ground suddenly shook as if an earthquake was happening. Kahano quickly crouched down, but the tremor didn't stop. An earthquake? No. This isn't an earthquake. Clank, clank. A deafening noise came from below. Kahano looked down and saw it. The gears of the mill began to move. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of gears turned like a spreading wave, locking into each other and roaring in unison. Kahano felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Stop it already. At the same time, he heard the screams of the spirits behind him. Trapped in the glass capsules, they glowed like burning candles and screamed in pain. This isn't a mill, rumble. With a roar like thunder, Samont's mill was rising. It was the mill a fallen mage had built to fulfill the wish of a perfect dragon. This is a golem. It was finally showing its true form, a masterpiece of magic and engineering. Perhaps the largest golem in the world was rising, devouring the cries of the little spirits. Ruar, rumble. A deafening sound rumbled through the peaceful hills of Kinsugra. That noise came from the mill, which was slowly standing up. The villagers who had been watching the event in honor of the noble dragon screamed in horror at the sight. My God, what is that? The mill is rising. It was such a terrifying sight that they even forgot about the dragon's presence. Samont's mill, with its rusted structure and sharp spear-like head aimed at the sky, was slowly standing up. The sight was so grotesque and monstrous that the villagers could only hold their breath. What do you think, Lord Sarnas? While everyone was silent, the only one who couldn't hide his excitement was the mage Samont, who raised his arms in triumph. He had been rejected by his fallen lineage and expelled from his order of wizards, but now no one there could dare to despise him because the roar of the golem above was Samont's triumphant cry. Look at that imposing figure, roar. Finally, the giant that had stood up roared in fury, as if announcing its arrival to the world. Samont laughed like a madman, his face a mask of lunacy, but the dragon's blue eyes only showed a cold smile. Excellent, Samont. The mill, disguised until that moment, was actually a giant golem born of the mage's madness. Even Sarnas, always composed, allowed a smile to slip as he admired the monstrous creation. My God, it was large enough to destroy the hill. The villagers, frozen in awe, began to awaken from their trance when they saw the golem moving closer. Thud, thud, ha, thud, thud, thud. Ha ha, each step of the golem was a crashing boom that brought it closer and closer. But as it advanced toward Kinsugra, fear replaced any reverence the villagers felt. Where is it going? It's heading toward the village. Because the golem was heading for the village, an unstoppable mass of machinery and magic. Even Samont, the golem's creator, was stunned. This can't be. He frantically turned the control levers, but the golem wouldn't respond. It kept moving forward, its massive steps closing in on the gathered humans. Panic drained the color from Samont's face. Lord Sarnas, what's happening? This roar. The golem picked up speed, venting steam as it advanced like an enraged beast. Now Sarnas also understood the gravity of the situation. I'll kill them all, accompanying the golem's roar, a childlike voice screamed. No one else could hear it, but it was the spirits trapped in the mill who cried out in rage. Now you'll suffer like we did, a young world that was wounded because no one stepped forward. Now those worlds were crying out to the humans, pouring out their fury with no place left to go. Ag, clang, clang. Kahano struggled against the scorching heat emanating from behind him. The hot air made him squeeze his eyes shut tightly. It was as if all that heat was coming from the trapped spirits. But what truly tormented him wasn't that heat. This is way too high. Try to stay quiet for a bit. There was Kahano hanging precariously from the tip of the windmill blade, which was finally starting to turn. It had always been a tall structure, but now that it was moving, it seemed even higher. He had managed to escape the heat, but now he was trapped on the gigantic, rusted blades of the windmill. I should have turned into a sparrow instead of a frog. That really would have been adorable. Andrew kicked his legs in fear, but Kahano was no less terrified. Don't you think my head just brushed against a cloud? Being so high up, he felt the cold air and laughed nervously. It's time to get down. What goes up must come down. When the blade reached its lowest point, Kahano clenched his teeth and prepared himself. Not even when I was born did I feel this. The ridiculous sensation of floating made the area below his navel tingle as if it were going to burst, but this was not a moment when he could simply squeeze his eyes shut like he had before. Thud, 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 the golem's footsteps grew closer and closer, signaling that the ground was near. Kahano, who had already failed 3 times at landing and was feeling the dizzying slide, didn't want to taste the clouds with his tongue any longer. Hold on tight, Kahano's eyes glowed, concentrating on the precise moment. When the windmill blade passed near the golem's knee, he leaped. At the moment the rotating blade came close to the golem's knees, Kahano, aiming for that instant, jumped like a flying squirrel. There was a frog scream along with him, but Kahano's body was already flying toward the next landing point. Wah! You couldn't jump from a moving golem unless you had the courage to do it. The difficulty level was equivalent to stepping on the debris of a collapsing building. Aren't we on the ground yet? You'll see for yourself. I have my eyes closed. However, Kahano descended with precision, landing on each point he had planned. Even Yan, who was following him on his donkey, watched with his mouth agape. Last jump. Perfectly understanding the golem's movements, Kahano executed his final maneuver. Kahano, who had flown by following the motion, was now attempting the final leap toward the meadow. Ribbit, although the landing wasn't perfect, at least he was back on solid ground. Sir Kahano. Are you all right? Kahano's expression was so twisted that it was hard to ask him what had happened. His brown hair was mercilessly tousled by the strong wind, which did not help his appearance. However, confirming that his feet had finally touched the ground, Kahano tried to steady his trembling legs and pointed at Yan. Take a potion out of your backpack, it's the one glowing green. This one? Yes, that one. The glass bottle Yan pulled out glowed with an ominous green light. However, Kahano didn't hesitate to open it and pour the contents into his mouth. Cough, cough. The thick, concentrated taste of pine needles tortured his tongue. The smell was so strong that even Andrew, who was lying face down as if dead, opened his eyes. Where is it going now? Kahano, who had regained his senses thanks to the potion, saw the golem heading toward Consugra. The cries of the spirits trapped inside the golem, running as if ready to destroy the village, still echoed. It looks like the giant is furious about something, also its eyes look red. They're probably not eyes but windows. Understanding what was happening from the cries of the spirits, Kahano quickly called to Andrew. Wake up already, where am I? Quick, come to your senses and get ready as I told you. Kahano shook Andrew hard to wake him up. Then he adjusted his sword and began looking down the slope leading to the village. The hills of Consugra were marked with enormous footprints. Before, the place had been full of green grass, but where the golem had passed, only dark earth remained. Sir Kahano. Don't tell me you're going to face the golem again. Yan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Kahano preparing his gear. However, Kahano's gaze was firm and determined, as if he had already made up his mind. But someone has to do something. What? Yan couldn't hear the spirit's cries, but Kahano's ears were still filled with those laments. The child who had been hiding inside Kahano began to awaken with that sound. The world of the spirits, connected through his wounds, was no different from his own world now. Someone has to step up for them. Remembering the time when no one had, Kahano decided that this time he would. Take this. Kahano. Sir Kahano. Kahano handed Yan a bundle of white papers and ran toward the massive golem windmill. Yan's anxious voice was left behind, but Kahano was already charging toward the village. What is this? Now alone on the hill, Yan looked at the papers Kahano had given him. They were the blueprints showing how Samont's windmill was constructed, filled with various diagrams. Yan focused on a note written in red letters at the bottom. Emergency braking device. Samont's golem continued advancing toward the village. Kahano ran down the hill to stop it. His sword was small and the enemy gigantic, but what now shone in Kahano's left eye was the world he had forgotten. The child crying within him slowly raised his head, guided by the starlight filtering through his connected world. Biography of Kahano. Thud, 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 each footstep made the earth tremble as if the very ground was about to crack. The vibrations could be felt even from a distance, but as the golem approached, fear reflected on the faces of the villagers. It's headed for the village. There are children in the village. Consugra, a quiet place on a remote corner of the barony of Turek, had never faced a crisis like this. The people, finally aware of the danger, ran toward the village. However, their movements were far too slow compared to the strides of the golem. Lord Sarnas, help us. Stop the golem. That giant is heading straight for the village. The only being they could trust was a dragon born of perfection. Without hesitation, the villagers fell to their knees and desperately pleaded with Sarnas. Yet the cold blue eyes of the dragon didn't turn toward the people begging him. Is it impossible to control it? No, technically not, be honest. Samont tried to stammer an excuse, but for some reason he couldn't open his mouth easily in front of Sarnas. The world of Sarnas grew larger the longer you looked at him. As a rightful ruler, his gaze emitted a force impossible to defy. I'm sorry. The last chance vanished in a powerless failure. Samont, consumed by despair, bowed his head. However, a subtle smile appeared on Sarnas's face. This is even better. What? The gigantic golem advanced toward Consugra. The destruction was no accident, it was the purpose of Sarnas's experiment. What mattered wasn't controlling the golem, but how much it could crush. Wasn't this golem created to face the southern beast tribes? Testing it here wouldn't be so bad. The golem, born for destruction, had absorbed the cries of the young spirits. Sarnas did not hear the villagers' laments or the spirits' screams, he only saw the target in front of him. But there was one person who could reach into Sarnas's world. Hold on just a little longer, a man whose potential was so brilliant that even dragons feared it. Kahano ran downhill, charging straight toward the golem. I'll stop it immediately. Kahano Frossen, a man who hadn't been there when he was needed. Kahano Frossen, but as he ran toward where he should be, he shone like that boy of the past. Thud, 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 the vibrations traveling through the air seemed to shake his insides. But Kahano, sliding down the hill, didn't have a second to hesitate. If it keeps going, it'll reach the village. He didn't need to hear the spirit's screams to know. Samont's mill was heading straight for the village. He didn't even need to imagine what would happen if the enraged golem reached the village. I can't let that happen. Kahano drew his sword and ran toward the golem's feet. The distance was so dangerous that it seemed he could be crushed at any moment, but his shining eyes calmly focused on the golem's descending feet. Thud, one, thud, two. There was a time when he believed he could achieve any goal, no matter how impossible it seemed. In those days, he feared no opponent. Thud, three. But now reality had caught up to him. He was just Kahano, a pathetic version of his childhood self who had dreamed of being great. To redeem himself, Kahano leaped toward the golem's foot. Crash, the dust that splashed his face was rough and the violently blowing wind was cutting, conditions impossible to endure for an ordinary person. But Kahano didn't let go, climbing up with the golem's foot. The eyes of the child watching from his inner world drew closer and closer to the sky. Emergency brake. Samont's emergency brake had three parts. The first on the left knee, the second at the center of the waist, and the third at the axle of the still furiously spinning blades. First, the knee. When the golem's foot reached its highest point, Kahano climbed up quickly. It was just a fleeting moment when the foot briefly paused before taking the next step, but that brief instant was all he needed to move freely. Grrr, he regretted his past self. He'd had time, but he froze. But now the time left to him offered a last chance he didn't intend to waste. Kahano jumped from the left foot of the golem, which was quickly descending, a risky jump with no support. It seemed insane, but his decision was correct. In front of him, the golem's knee descended. Crash, metal fragments grazed his cheek, but Kahano smiled despite the blood running down his face. He had found what he was looking for. I found it, a small, barely visible red mark. Clinging to the golem's knee, he saw the emergency brake marked in red. Why don't we stop and have a little chat? His sword gleamed with a light so intense that even Sarnis from afar could see it. Crash, a small gear hidden in the dark interior. The piece that controlled the knee's movement shattered into pieces with Kahano's sword. Roar, rumble. A corner of the hill collapsed due to the sudden lurch of the golem. The heavy structure couldn't support its own weight, leaving heaps of dark earth in its wake. The villagers watching from a nearby hill covered their mouths in astonishment. Some noticed a bright light on the golem. What's that? Even through the dust, an unusual light shone. That light climbed quickly from the golem's knee to its waist. Now stop, it's a person. How can there be a person there? Roar. The golem, whose left leg wouldn't move at all, was caught by the ankle and roared loudly. But everyone's eyes fixed on Kahano, who kept striking with his sword. It's Kahano, Sir Kahano, Kahano of Frossen. He's the guest from our inn. Destruction continued approaching the village, but the guards didn't move and Sarnis's eyes remained cold. People who were in the right place but didn't do what they should. Yet even in that moment of despair, there remained a knight willing to do what was necessary for them. Sir Kahano is destroying the golem. Oh heavens, an enemy far too big for a mere human. Stopping the golem was an impossible dream, but in front of the villagers, a man was making it reality. This is the second one. Sweat ran down his chin and dripped onto the red mark. He was exhausted and his sword trembled. But his eyes remained fixed on his goal. Crash, roar, the second break at the waist broke. The lower half of the golem froze completely. Sir Kahano is destroying the mill, Kahano of Frossen. The pride of the town of La Mancha stands before us. The cries of joy resounded around him. It was the respect and admiration deserved by a knight who protected a world that couldn't defend itself. But behind those cheers, the eyes of a dragon remained cold. It's done, Lord Sarnis. The villagers were thanking the knight instead of the dragon. Sarnis's heart burned with rage, but Samont didn't notice. I don't know what happened, but Kahano disabled the brake. The legs are useless, but the arms still work. Can it still move? The world of Kahano, seen through Sarnis's closed left eye, was like a wounded flower. But even a wounded flower can reach the stars if it keeps dreaming. In that case, let's test it now. Sarnis smiled as he made a slicing gesture. At the same time, Sarnis's fingers traced a line across the back of his neck. How about it? If I can, I promise to offer you my full support in the future. But only perfect dragons can reach the sky above. Sarnis whispered softly as he watched how the trampled possibilities regained their color. Kill him? Kahano was climbing the mill, dragging his already exhausted body. Even though the golem was now still and only emitted wails toward the village, Kahano still had a task to complete. It hurts. It hurts so much. Please, someone get us out of here. Hold on a little longer. The cries kept coming from the top of the mill. Though the people behind him were celebrating, they couldn't hear the wails of the young spirits. Only Kahano could perceive those cries as he climbed toward the final emergency brake. Kahano! Suddenly, a sound rumbled like thunder in his mind. It was a warning from the mage connected through their bond. Look up, perhaps because he was so exhausted he hadn't noticed the lethal presence in time. A sharp threat bared its fangs above his head. What the hell is that now? The golem's right arm, as tall as a mountain, was descending upon him. It looked like a meteor falling from the sky, but Kahano noticed too late there was no way to escape. Jump! Suddenly, a strange sensation coursed through his legs. It was the mage's power transmitted through their connection. Jump like a frog! The contact with Andrew had expanded Kahano's world, thus his body adopted the agility of Andrew's legs. Crash! A devastating blow struck, with no concern for whether his body would shatter. As debris flew everywhere, Samont raised his hand to control the golem, but a silhouette emerged even higher. I told you to be a sparrow, not a frog. Hop, the jumping power of a frog can reach up to 20 times its size. Therefore, Kahano soared into the sky, so high that he could look over the mill. And how am I going to get down now? For a moment, Kahano ascended to the highest point in the world. Seeing the sky he had dreamed of as a child, the small boy inside him smiled brightly. Good positioning. Seeing Kahano in the air, Andrew began to chant a spell quickly. Good positioning. At this rate, Kahano is going to die. From within the old brass basin, Andrew closed his eyes. Yan called to him desperately, but Andrew's magical gesture had already transcended the skies. Clouds of Mambrino, I summon you now. The clouds of Mambrino, more powerful than any other force Andrew could invoke. It was an impossible spell without the enchanted golden helmet, but with its aid, he could achieve it for a brief moment. The nobility of ideals deserves a blue sky. Rumble, blue clouds gathered above the sky where Kahano was ascending. Impossible dreams deserve white lightning. Crack, white lightning began to form. The sudden storm painted the hills of Consugra white. Let the colors I summoned deceive the world. Even though his current form was that of a humble frog, nevertheless, the name he was given when he was human was the great mage of Mambrino. Andrew, the summoner of lightning. Aha! A heavy rain began to fall over the hill where the spirits wept. Amid the flashes of white lightning, Kahano descended with a celestial light. This is the final blow. A white bolt fell for the young spirits who had called to him. The white lightning that the boy had embraced descended with Kahano, burning his left eye and striking the Samont mill. Boom! A flower was blooming. His faith in himself had carried him to the stars. The hill of Consugra shone with a brilliance so intense that even the dragon could not ignore it, and the blades of the mill shattered. To dream the impossible. To defeat invincible enemies, to endure unbearable pain, to die for noble ideals. To right wrongs, to love with purity and kindness. To fall in love with impossible dreams, and thus with faith reach for the stars. That is the mission and duty of a true knight. From the novel Don Quixote. 257 extra 19 Kahano for another encounter and a tower stood proudly as if trying to pierce the sky. And towards that tower a bolt of lightning descended with fury. Huaya, crack boom, with a deafening roar the top of the windmill began to explode. Seen from a distance, it looked like a rain of fireworks scattering into countless fragments. The villagers, upon seeing the countless luminous particles coloring the hill, began to cover their mouths in astonishment. One device remains. However, the lightning that had started in the sky had not yet lost its brilliance. Kahano's left eye, wide open, still glowed with a white light. The knight Kahano, who had drawn his sword for the young spirit still suffering, descended down the golem's shoulder with the lightning he had borrowed from the sky. Ruor. The lightning, which had started from the head, traveled down the shoulder and reached the blades. Samont, realizing where that current was headed, quickly manipulated his controller, but Kahano's sharp perception had already anticipated the golem's movements. Kahano, strike again. Andrew issued another warning upon seeing the golem's fist descending from above. However, upon what happened next, even he could only watch with his mouth agape. What is that? The golem's arm was rising towards the sky, as if someone were pulling it with tremendous force. Everyone present raised their heads to witness such an absurd scene. Grrr! Beneath the golem's arm, which was slowly lifting, Kahano remained clinging to his sword, gritting his teeth. Crack crack boom, a sensation as if an entire mountain were being shifted. Kahano's sword, clashing against the golem's fist, sparked and emitted a metallic screech, but his wrist did not stop moving, twisting the golem's strength. Huaya, a defensive dueling technique, deflecting the opponent's strike with a circular motion. A technique difficult to execute even in combat between humans was now being performed against Samont's windmill. Kahano frozen, so in the end Kahano's body, burning with white light, looked like a star. Sarnis, understanding the meaning of this sight, began to tremble visibly as if struck by a storm. Just a little more crackle, a sound of breaking so loud it was heard even from the hill. The sound came from the golem's shoulder joint, which had exceeded its limit. Unable to withstand its own force, the golem's arm twisted grotesquely, and the windmill let out a cry of agony. Ruar. Beyond the arm of the golem, which Kahano had repelled, something became visible, the windmill blades still squeezing the young spirits. Now I see it. A picture he had once imagined, wondering if he could ever make it real. However, what he saw now matched that picture exactly. A beam of light emanated from Kahano as he discovered that final moment. It was a light similar to that of a star borrowed from the sky by a child. With that light reflected in his left eye, Kahano aimed at the axis of the blades. Hueya! For the children who cried because no one had stepped forward, a starlight thrown for them illuminated the hill of Consugra as it rushed toward the golem's chest. Crash, with the sound of something shattering, Samont's windmill began to harden like a stone statue, with its left arm still extended towards the sky. From that immobile arm, lights of many colors began to flow. I did it, Kahano smiled with satisfaction as he gazed at that light. A star that had fulfilled its duty and was now falling, while many others began to rise towards the sky. At the point where they intersected, there was a glow never seen before. Is that an aurora? From the top of a hill covered in rubble, Kahano smiled weakly. Although his body lay exhausted, he could afford to smile thanks to the rippling waves of light shining above his head. With a view like this, it wasn't a bad gamble. The young spirits, freed from human hands, fluttered happily, painting the sky with their own colors. It was a scene that looked like an immense silk mantle covering the heavens. Upon witnessing this sky, visible only because he had decided not to look away, Kahano slightly raised his hand and waved softly. Goodbye. A fire-breathing lizard, a shining butterfly, a tiny squid the size of a fingernail, and a small white snake that stared at him with its tiny eyes. Although many of these small beings still hovered around him, Kahano, already exhausted, could no longer understand their words. Yes, I know, see you later, so he could only bid farewell with a promise for another time. He didn't know when it would be, but if fate allowed it, they would meet again. As if understanding his words, the young spirits surrendered one by one to the aurora dancing in the sky. It's beautiful to see it this way. Smiling as he watched them depart, Kahano admired the sky he could now see because he had not turned away. At last, the sky he gazed upon was filled with stars twinkling endlessly towards him. At some point in the summer, in a small, nameless village, not far from Consugra, the local tavern buzzed with lively chatter due to the circulating rumors. They say he brought down a giant golem. A golem controlled by an evil mage. And it wasn't a dragon, but a human knight. What was his name again? I think it was Kahano of La Mancha. Kahano of La Mancha, the knight who defended the village of Consugra from the wicked golem. The rumors recounting that grand and spectacular scene continued to spread from town to town, from city to city, further glorifying Kahano's name. Ah, you've done something huge this time. However, Kahano himself, the protagonist of the rumor, couldn't even swallow the bread stuffed in his cheeks. With a comical expression, he tilted his head. What did I tell you before you left? I told you to lay low, to avoid drawing as much attention as possible. It was a village he had reached after leaving Consugra. There, Kahano was enjoying warm bread after a long time, but because of Perez, who sat across from him, he couldn't swallow it and only moved his eyes from side to side. And you're telling me you destroyed a golem? And not just any golem, but one funded by Dragulia? Hey, I did it because it was necessary. And on top of that, you handed the key to the cell to the imprisoned elf, gulp. In the silent table, someone swallowed nervously. It wasn't Kahano, who still had his mouth full of bread, but the young Yan sitting beside him. Unlike Kahano, who was pretending to be clueless, Yan trembled like a leaf, unable to hide his anxiety. It's strange. I'm sure I handed it over discreetly. Seeing that Kahano didn't even attempt to make an excuse, Perez's face began to harden. Bringing down an out-of-control golem could be justified, so it was a matter that could be resolved. However, releasing an elf who was under Sarnas's custody was a far more complicated issue, even for someone of the Frossen lineage. Don't go near the capital for a while, clink. With those words, Perez placed a rather heavy pouch on the table. The weight of those gold coins seemed to tell him to leave as soon as possible and stay far away for a long time. Leave as soon as you can. Word is already spreading that Dragulia is taking action. The order to leave sounded cold, but the words he added afterward revealed sincere concern for his brother. Kahano, who had now humiliated Dragulia twice, a family that pursued perfection, was beginning to shine brightly with potential. The old reputation of Frossen's parasite was no longer enough to protect him. I suppose we couldn't hide it forever. Young birds must leave the nest at some point, whether by choice or by external circumstances. Looking at his brother, who had taken so long to spread his wings, Perez stood up from his seat. Brother, if he left now, they didn't know when they would see each other again. However, Perez showed no hesitation as he exited the tavern. It was a determined and firm farewell, as if he were showing Kahano what he also needed to do. But for Kahano, who still wasn't used to goodbyes, all he could do was murmur brother as he watched Perez's back moving away. After winter came spring, and now summer was full of green leaves. The night the boy and a frog walked amidst that season and stopped for a moment when they reached a crossroads. Which way do we go now? The road split into 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. Without a clear destination, Kahano couldn't help but look thoughtful. Luckily, he knew not to head north where the capital lay, so at least that option was ruled out. How about heading east? I know a wizard there and we might get information about my body. I'd prefer we head south. Lord Perez said we should be careful about dragons. Should he go east for Andrew, or should he follow Perez's advice and head south? Both suggestions had valid reasons, which made choosing difficult. But suddenly, Kahano turned his head upon hearing the trill of a bird coming from a completely different direction. What's that? Flying above his head, a bird seemed to demand that he make a decision quickly. It was a messenger hawk, but unlike the usual ones, it had the powerful wings of a falcon, a species only seen in the far west. A drawing, the hawk descended lightly onto his outstretched arm. In the messaging tube, which was thicker than usual for a bird of its size, there wasn't an ordinary letter but an anonymous illustration. What's this, Lord Kahano? I don't know. Kahano scratched his head as the hawk adjusted its wings. But this style feels familiar. After observing the drawing for a while, Kahano felt it was both strange and familiar at the same time. Every meticulous brushstroke seemed like the work of a true master. It was as if the landscape he was seeing had been captured alive on paper. This illustration reminded him clearly of one he had seen before. Consugra, the same scene he had seen from a dark prison, but which now seemed illuminated in his mind. Remembering the silver-haired elf who had made that drawing, Kahano finally realized who the author was. Andrew, yes, in which direction is the city of the elves? You mean Ulfheim? It's to the west. A messenger hawk had arrived when he had nowhere left to go. As he gazed at the drawing, which had come as a sign in a moment of uncertainty, Kahano turned his head to the west. Then let's head west. To the west? Why suddenly to the west? Neither east nor south, which they had been discussing until now. Andrew and Yan looked at him confused, but Kahano had already made his decision and began walking. That's good, anyway my sword is broken and I wanted to get a new one. The fight with the golem had been intense, and Kahano's sword was now chipped and worn. It could be considered an honorable scar, but for a knight, his sword was an essential companion. They say dwarves are excellent blacksmiths. I've always wanted to have a sword made by them. Beyond the elven forest of Ulfheim lay Miakheim, the home of the dwarves, and it was said that every sword forged there was a true masterpiece. By the way, Lord Kahano, this drawing is very strange, look here. While walking west, Yan studied the drawing closely and showed it to Kahano with bright eyes. At first, I thought it was a night sky, but it's not. Looking carefully, there were other hidden landscapes in the drawing. If you look here, doesn't it look like a city? Oh, you're right. It's small, but it looks like a maze of alleys surrounding this star. What looked like a night sky was actually a drawing of a dark city. In one corner, there was a small golden star emitting a faint glow. Kahano couldn't help but feel drawn to it. It's an interesting drawing. The star isn't drawn in the sky but on the ground. Although not in the night sky, that small star seemed to declare itself a star nonetheless. Though small, it was the golden star that shone the brightest. Kahano, feeling pity for it, unconsciously traced it with his finger. What could this be? Kahano didn't know, but what he was seeing was a scene he would encounter in a distant future. Though the time wasn't right yet, Kahano began walking slowly toward that uncertain destination. Toward that star which, though not in the lofty night sky, knew how to shine on its own. For that reason, every step he took was a step toward an encounter. Epilogue of Kahano End. 258. Note from the author and translator. Author's note. Dear readers, I am Q10. With today's manuscript, star-embracing Swordmaster has reached its conclusion. I want to sincerely thank everyone who has been with me up to this point. Thinking that this is farewell to both Vlad and Kahano leaves an emptiness in my heart, but our story has come to an end and it's time to let it go. At first, I thought this work would never become a paid story. Its growth was slow, and honestly, I was on the verge of abandoning it. But today, I've successfully completed it, and I'm here writing you a message of gratitude. All of this was possible thanks to you, the readers. That's why I gave my utmost effort to deliver a worthy ending. I hope this conclusion, which is not a final farewell but rather a promise of future reunions, is the ending you wished for. There are many things I'd like to say, but I believe goodbyes are better when they are simple and sincere. Just as Kahano set off once more in search of Vlad, IQ10 will also say goodbye for now, so that we may meet again in the future. Thank you all until we meet again, farewell. Translator's note. Hello, this is Hayes. This is the first time I've finished translating a novel, so I won't leave a long message. I can only say thank you to everyone who supported my translation, despite some mistakes along the way. Throughout this time, this novel has been perfect. Finishing it makes me both happy and sad, but nothing lasts forever. I can only express my gratitude. See you around. You can enjoy other series I'm working on. Thank you and farewell. Chapter 261, Star-Embracing Swordmaster. Crossing the avenue that runs through the city, filled with brilliant lights, Sarnis arrived at a dark alley after passing a modest blacksmith shop where a star rested. This place is exactly what I'd expect from a cesspool. Ahead of him stood a four-story building in the shadowy alley. It was the Beacon of the Rose, a brothel established by the Night of Prostitutes and the Rose of Sora. A deep sneer lingered on Sarnas's lips as he saw the imposing structure of the rose, seemingly waiting for him with its smile. Growing up in a place like this, you've probably forgotten that you're a dragon. What might have been a safe and welcoming refuge for a child was nothing but a miserable brothel to Sarnas. But blinded by rage, he failed to notice the many anguished stares that followed his path. The fact that countless children watched him anxiously as he walked by, a child exhausted from hunger, a child caught stealing and beaten, and even the child crying relentlessly, unable to bury his dead mother in the frozen ground. That destroyed potential, my son will reclaim it. So many tears shed because he hadn't been where he should have been. Yet as Sarnas entered this place, he still refused to accept the child's sorrow, seeking only what he desired. Creek, a dragon of this era who only wants his son, who carries his blood to become what he wants. The smile of the rose began to open its arms toward the dragon. Vlad, come forward. This is the smile of the rose and the home of the boy, a place that welcomed Vlad in place of his father who wasn't there when he should have been. Let's end this now. The city alleys glowed brightly in the night. With Vlad's eyes raised, the light from the window began to burn intensely. My name is Vlad of Sora. Beyond the stairs, Sarnas ascended slowly while Vlad unsheathed his sword. Glowing like a star even without any decoration, it was unmistakably Vlad's sword. Behind Vlad, who had drawn his sword, numerous candles watched him, illuminating his colors. Now state your name, you damned fool. This is my deepest world. Before you enter, you must prove your existence to me. You dare face me without even knowing the honor of being born of my blood. The final confrontation between dragon and human, duke and knight, father and son. At Vlad's words to leave everything else behind and speak only with swords, the last thread of reason that Sarnas clung to snapped. You dare challenge Sarnas Dragulia, Greya. With a thunderous roar, the ancient dragon charged at Vlad. An aura of blood built from the fangs of a dragon. Sarnas's eyes, no longer human, glared at him. This is the final showdown of this journey, Vlad. Both Vlad and Kahano, who watched those eyes, knew. They both understood that this was the last act of their long journey. Show him everything you have without regret. Seize the initiative with brilliance and end the duel without remorse. The duel began with both names exchanged under the gaze of many stars. Boom! Og! The roar shook the entire building. Even though it was his own world, Vlad couldn't help but be displaced by the sheer force of the shockwave. Vlad, having taken the full brunt of the sound, was being relentlessly pushed back. Try saying that again. Sarnas let out a harsh growl when he saw Vlad stagger from the force, but the dialogue of the sword wasn't dictated solely by power. Counterattack, Sarnas's sword came forward again, but it was caught in Vlad's focused gaze. Vlad's eyes were sharper than ever. Clang! Sarnas's sword, struck with incredible force, recoiled in an instant. A magical technique that alters the balance at a pinpoint moment. Vlad's eyes gleamed coldly as he applied this skill, not just against any knight but at the pinnacle of the era. Creak! Sarnas struggled to hold onto his sword. But Vlad was no longer there, his figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it! From a point to a line. Vlad, who had been still, suddenly became a golden line, slicing the ground and the wall, moving in every direction. Heya! His movements were impossible to predict, a deadly style of attack based purely on speed. A motion that could only be performed in one stroke, for the essence of the sword was rooted in speed. The sight overlapped with the image of the Swordmaster Sarnas had seen long ago. Crack! Unpredictable movements to gain the advantage. Vlad faithfully followed the instructions and appeared like lightning, striking Sarnas's side. You bastard! But the instincts of a dragon were sharp, and though he didn't see it, he anticipated the attack. Vlad's movements, which might have been predictable but unseen, were suddenly blocked by the blood-red aura, reducing them back to mere points. How dare you deceive me with Kahano's swordsmanship? The swordsmanship of Dragulia, which pursues perfection, seeks a weight that cannot be easily shaken. And now, Sarnas's heavy sword was coming down on Vlad, who had just revealed himself. You carry my blood and yet you dare, with the weight of an enormous mountain. Thus, Sarnas's world, trying to crush Vlad, began to loom overhead. Bang, bang, boom, With each sword strike, Vlad's entire body shook violently. It wasn't sharp, but the weight was unbearable. Watching Vlad sway back and forth with every swing was proof of its power. You need to get out of there, don't let him gain momentum. Grrr, Vlad knew it, but it was difficult to escape from Sarnas's siege. Realizing he was losing control, Vlad gritted his teeth. Sarnas's world continued to press down on him. The only way to avoid being crushed by that world was to push forward. Damn it, Vlad charged toward the immense force that seemed to erase everything with just a glance. It was certainly a reckless action, but it was necessary to shift the course of the duel with a powerful force. Crack. The dwarven armor was shattered by Sarnas's sword, which dug deep into Vlad's shoulder. The excruciating pain, which not even the armor enchantment learned from Justia could mitigate. However, the current pain and loss were clearly necessary to bring Vlad one step closer to Sarnis. The distance was now close enough for their eyes to meet. As Sarnis glared at him like that, Vlad's blow exploded within his blue eyes. Crack, Sarnis's breastplate exploded and the dragon's bright golden scales flew. It was a fragment created from a dragon scale that had deeply cracked in Rudiger's world. I am not your son, nor a failure, The sharp, glimmering sword strikes from Vlad continued to slash at Sarnis. I am none of the names you've given me. Each step forward was firm and every sword strike was fierce. The speed was almost unbelievable, coming from someone already wounded. This current attack, which felt like lightning, had reached a far-off state that could only be imagined, not achieved in reality. This world that Vlad created was one made possible by the belief that he could do it. No matter how talented he was, the child born in the mud needed his precious imagination to become a knight. Sarnis, who quickly distanced himself from Vlad's attack, barely managed to reset his stance, but even that brief moment was something Vlad had chosen to grant him. Rumble, the ground shook. No, the world that Vlad had created was trembling. You've killed too many people. Vlad's breath came out as white mist, not because the place was cold, but because his breath was burning hot. All for an ideal of perfection you can't even attain. His heart was aflame, and all that anger and conviction was directed at Sarnis. Vlad's body, fully tense, was like a drawn bow ready to release. Come on. Dare to face me? A swordsmanship that kills with a single blow, seizing opportunities with unpredictable movements. But now, Vlad was trying to slice through Sarnis at a speed that surpassed even those expectations. Go ahead. Walk the path you've chosen. This wasn't something learned from another. It was a path uniquely his own, one that he had mastered. Vlad was trying to show Kahano the way only he could see. I demand just compensation from you, Sarnis. Someday, I too hope to shine like the stars in the sky. The dream of the boy, once as bright as a star, now watched the nightmare of an era that stood in his way. Now it's your turn to give up. Boom, a powerful wind blew behind Vlad, who was running like a flash of light. It was the final gift from the rose's smile for the bird leaving the nest. There is no place for dragons in my era. Graarg, a bolt of light, an electric charge spreading, a firm and fierce strike that maybe only I could unleash after 10 years. I've decided to do it this way. Gra, Vlad's blow, carrying the pains of the past, the duties of the present, and the possibilities of the future, began to slowly pierce through the heart of Sarnis. Vlad, you bastard, so die already, against the perfect fragments that the ancient dragon held. However, to destroy those fragments, Vlad's strength alone was not enough. Don't stop now. At that moment, another hand appeared, pushing on Vlad's hilt. You're almost there. A brilliant knight with chestnut hair. It wasn't the faded Frossen, but the honorable gladiator Kahano, who, without Vlad noticing, stood beside him, pushing the sword with him. Kahano, you damn bastards. A blow delivered by both the Swordmaster of the previous era and the Swordmaster of the current era. At the end of this strike, transcending eras, the dragon's desire for perfection began to crumble bit by bit. Even a single piece, let alone 3, is too much to handle. Finally, locking eyes with Kahano, Vlad's deep blue eyes began to tremble. It was like the feeling of finally meeting the person you'd longed for. Crack, crack. A piece of the dragon started to break apart slowly, along with Sarnis's scream. But Vlad was more surprised by the black lightning crawling up his left arm than by the sensation of the fragment shattering. Kahano, the mysterious power of the Ruga tribe, which had severed the most perfect dragon. That mystery was about to be activated again by the Swordmaster who appeared in this era. These things are easier for someone who has done it before. I don't want to sever your bright soul just to break these perfect pieces, because the pieces tormenting you now are something our generation couldn't destroy. You've done well, Kahano, for the unfulfilled duty to stop the tragedy that couldn't be avoided. The Swordmaster who returned delivered the final strike before the cry of perfection. Crack, the star shattered. The star that had shone with crimson perfection. No, the only star that found me when I was nothing. Kahano, who called me a knight though I was born a dragon, now with a smile on his face he was leaving me behind. Rumble. With a roar, the sky of reality began to tear apart. Today's sun started to slowly appear behind the night sky, which was gradually fading along with the setting black moon. A ray of sunlight broke through under the night sky, slowly clearing. And the first beam of light that filtered through the brightening sky fell on the back of Vlad, who sat exhausted. You did well. In front of Vlad, Sarnis lay dying with his heart pierced. However, his eyes were no longer the original blue but shone with a clear chestnut color, reminiscent of someone else. Kahano had taken over the body of Sarnis, who was already dead, but the pale tone of his face indicated that there was little time left. I'm proud of you. You really did well. Kahano, with the demeanor of a father, spoke the words that Vlad had always longed to hear. Finding you was a stroke of luck. You were born a dragon, but you walked your own path, Vlad. And the words that came from him now were words that Vlad had probably never heard in his entire life. What will I do if everyone leaves, if I'm the only one left? A boy crying in front of his father, whom he was meeting for the first time in his life. Kahano smiled peacefully as he looked at the boy. Goodbyes are both an end and a promise. The color of both of their hair under the sunlight was so similar that anyone would have recognized it. So come here and see. The light in Kahano's eyes was slowly fading. But with a smile, he used his last strength to open his arms to Vlad. Still, I'm glad I could embrace you in the end. Though they had been in the same world until now, they hadn't been able to share each other's warmth. However, Kahano and Vlad, who could now embraced. Thank you, Kahano. Yes, this is how we say goodbye. Here ends our journey, which began on a winter's day, and the ending we found is without regret. The sun began to shine in the night sky over the two people who embraced each other, the child who embraced a star, the star that embraced the child. That's why both are sword masters who embrace the stars. Their farewell, witnessed by the vast night sky, shone like a star for all to see. End of the main story of star-embracing Swordmaster. Author's note: the main story has come to an end. After a short break, I will return with a side story. To all of you who have accompanied Vlad's journey from winter to spring, I sincerely thank you.